I was born in Qingming Festival in 1998, 8 shroudy din dark cloud sand persistent train. My mother, after paying her respects to our ancestors, unexpectedly went in Talabor beside her grave. It was born over 12 months premature, and died as often said that premature infants are frail. Fearing for my serval, my family immersed meine world dof medicina from the beginning. A theojoften, Eiffel gravlial, suffering from a prolonged fever that left monotas for an entire year. Miprant stuk meadow ever I possible doctor, from the provincial hospital tolika folk healers, yet nuniku determinate hikos of milement. Some doctor savin suggesteth that parents prepare forth worst. Miprant swori cons mid despair. Their faces perpetually stained with tears, yet a felt tutter la powerless. Then, Ayun Fortune Teller arrived in her village. Clinging to a thread of hope, Miparents invite him to her home. Upon seeing, the fortune teller's expression shifted dramatically, and he gravely told Miparents, "Your daughter was born under unusual circumstances. He's afflicted, nevil illness. Ordinary remedies will be of niche requires targeted treatment." Miparents swear to Kinnaback, and after a moment of stunned excellence, they urgently asked, "What should we do? Please, you must save her daughter." My mother, in her desperation, knelt before the fortune teller. Seeing thirst and sincerity, Hezai ed hevel yandasked Miparents stopped up outside for a private conversation. It was unaware of what was discussed, but when my parents returned, they appeared agitated, their face set shed with deep concern. 3 nights later, our home was saturned with bright light sandra decorations, intended to create a festive atmosphere. Yet, an unsettling gaura lingered in the air. My mother dressed Menard outfit, her lips tightly pressed together in silence, when I inquired about their mood, Shefford Norpley, but I could sitheredness in her eyes. Once I was dressed, she instructed me to remain indoors and not venture out until she called it form, claiming it was for my treatment. Though we found the method of healing peculiar, it was obedient to mother's wishes. Latter that evening, the Fortuna teller arrived. Curiously, it peeked through the door and saw him holding Galiva lyre drooster, its feathers gleaming gondits as blood, adorned with a large flowered round its. To me astonishment, Themu Nang and Jin Theskai seemed to taken a bloody hue. Although it appeared frightening, my innocence prevented me from singing anything amiss. Ilustrakov time until the silencio of tonight was hattered bethes sound of drum sans one a traditional Chinese horn. Startled awake, I saw my mother enter the room, her voice hoarse. "Jing Yao, it's time. Come with him." I complied, though confusion filled my mind. "Where are we going, Mom?" She did no trespand. Her grip for mass healed maint the courtyard. There were few PPE outside, unfamiliar faces. Upon my arrival, the music abruptly ceased, and the fortune teller stood before him, smiling as Shepherd led the rooster. "The time ahuscombe," he said, his gaze laden with significance. As I pondered them in Gaffey's words, Miparents suddenly pressed me head down toward the fortune teller and his rooster. I was bewildered by the ritual, and just as I bowed me head, the drums erupted into thunderous cacophony, echoing the fortune teller's sharp voice in my ears. "On this night of the red moon, the Dragon King weds. If Swafam marries their daughter and should betrayed him, death will follow. The ceremony is complete." After the ceremony, my parents released him, and the fortune teller handed the rooster to them, instructing them to care for it until its natural end. Hathan presented me with a jade pendant shaped like key dragon, strung in a red cord, claiming it would ensure me sufficient and protect me from illness. My mother fastened the pendant around my neck, earnestly warning me never to remove it. In my innocence, and nodded, and to my astonishment, me health gradually improved after that night. In the days that followed, our family experienced a streak of good fortune. Annie found Mijolf miraculously escaping Dangertimend again. A 12, while accompanying my mother to the market, I was nearly struck by a large truck as I crossed the street. Frozen in fear, I stood still, bujas stas the truck was about to hit me, it swerved violently, crashing into tree the roadside. Emerged unscathed. Later, during my elementary school graduation, our class organized a camping trip. On the day of departure, I stood for school but Sami halest me way, taking 12 horsto traversiru tai had known well, by the time I arrived, the bushedal reda left. That very busways involved in a multive, hic leaks on a bridge, resulting in eine fataltiasan numerous injurious among the classmates. Yet he had narrowly avoided disaster. The villager softened remarks don my extraordinary luck, and I called and felt but agree. However, as the years passed, my mothers gazi toward Megar increasing lying sias. She vehemently opposed in a romantic involvement, and whenever boy showed interest, she reacted as if facing a dire threat. She would incessant like caution me against getting closet men, warning the tide would lead to misfortune. Found this puzzling my mother was, generally open-minded, yet she was fiercely opposed to tai day of meditating. In my first year of high school, a handsome boy in mid-class expressed interest in. I reciprocated healings, and dweplaned to visit an amusement park that weekend. However, the next day, Illerned had suffered an accident and was lying in a hospital bed, uncertain if while awaken. When my mother discovered what had happened, she was furious and mad at me in punishment for the entire night. At that moment, I felt rebellious and repeated liquescent hair about their vehement opposition to my romantic pursuits. Eventually my mother, clearly exasperated, fixed her gaze on me and declared, Jing Yao, you will really have a husband do cannot arbor feelings, other boy. You must remain loyal to Oris band. I feel disregard me words, you will bring harm not on la toy yourself but as well. Hair words is truck me like a bolt from Theblu, leaving Mimim and Terralus speechless. Husband? I whispered in disbelief. My mother Zaya sweared within shed tears, and it was than thatily arned about the husband I had nevermit, arranged form when I waste an asemi and soft counteracting the misfortune that plagued me. The fortune teller had proposed these idea, suggesting the don lie through tisunion could thieval affliction be alleviated. E had always considered such notions stobmeres perstition sofa begonera, never imagining thutsamething so absurd could happen tome. My mother firm believed in this arrangement, convinced that a recovery way sa director solto fit. Yet, I felt it was more a coincidence. Scheint's instead that if insisti don pursuing groments, I twudendanger both Michel ona loved, dost hat me and I can avermery? I asked her. My mother looked at him, wiping her tears. Jing Yao, please don't blame us for this decision only when Yao ta live. Istefinidan nodded, resolving never to speak of romance again. My curiosity about my unseen husband grew, and I asked my mother where he ways and wath looked like, Buthergazabekam evasive. Jing Yao, he's always be your side hino severeth injido. My mother's words sent tackle down my spine. What did she mean be he's always be your side? I quickly glanced around, Butheruis nothing besideem. Mom Ivo I see trembled. Please don't scare him. What can't I see him? Seeing my fear, my mother sick heavily. Jing Yao, even if you cannot see him, you must uphold door duty as saw if, do I understand? The phrase uphold door duty as saw if sounded jarring to my ears, stirring discomfort within, yet still nodded in agreement. Deep down, I was skeptical about the notion of a husband mean to counteract my misfortunes, budo sperima motha further worry, I sonata mention me doubt sagain. As intra university my education broadened, leading me to dismiss the Deofa husband entirely, even begin to suspect that Timother had concocted this to prevent from engaging in romance. The incident with the boy in me fear sty year of high school might have been mere coincidence sila to learn that they had awakened but was left with some lustinge effects. In the vibrant university campus, fled with the althul exuberance, couples were everywhere, hand in hand. It was impossible to claim I wasn't envious when I ever heard Morum attest discussing the relationships. It's such an impression about edge, Wickgirldo as entire and for love. After watching countless dramas and dreading novels, my desire for passionate romance intensified. Soon enough, an opportunity presented itself. One weekend, while a lounge engine mid-or man scrolling through my phone, my friend Sue Wira turned with an air of mystery. Jing Yao, there is a class gathering tonight. Yao coming? There will be so my incredibly handsome Egwis. I immediately sat up, Maya sliding up. Handsome guys? Who? With a teasing smile, Sue Wire replied, You'll find out if you go. You won't regret. Noticing my hesitation, she playfully draped hair over my shoulder. Kamion, Urius a fomerno, making friends sandating isn't considered a dearly romance anymore. Besides, it's just a gathering, not a commitment to a boyfriend. Encourage be Su Wei. I ultimate decided to join her for the gathering filled with attractive boys. It was afternoon, and with evening 7:10 mind, it hot I cold catch upon some. After bidding Su Wei farewell, I lay down, closed my eyes, and rested me hands on my abdomen, feeling gutter lizarine. As I was drifting into slumber, Eisen said the dragon shape a jade pendant teal way swore growing warm against miskin. Myman felthazy, ossifury caught between dream and gone wakefulness. With half closed eyes, I vigelis a woman in red sitting, tigi off me bed. I couldn't make out his features, but I full this gasfix set upon. His ease werkled, and under his scrutiny, I felt as if I were plunged into an ishy abyss, my body rigid with fear. Itrieterize, Butit felt as if I were a pin down be 1,000-pound weight, unable to move, forced to h themen in red luma verm. Wawash, and how had he entered the girls' dormitory? I wanted to scream for help, but me voice came out as incoherent, babbling, unable to form mazingle coherent word. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through me arm, jolting me awake. I sat up abruptly, glancing at the city off mibed, where Su Wei looked back at him, her facia mask after. There was no zignoth teeman in red. Did he hit him? I touched Miss Light Libru's arm, casting gare proach fulikitsue. Su Wei immediately exclaimed, Shwejing Yao, have you been haunted by a ghost? Just now, while I was reading, I saw you with the hour eyes closed, babbling incoherently. I thought you were having a nightmare and wanted to toke you up. No matter how much I call to you, you wouldn't wake up. I had na cois, a couple of times. You're not madame, are you? I truly appreciate it, I replied. By the way, what did he dream about? Su I asked curiously. My gazi instinctively driftedos pot where the main in red hud satirliard sensation, had felt surreal, especially his gaze, which had rendered Mutter powerless. I dreamed thitamin was sitting by me bed, I responded. Up in hearing this, Su Wei burst into laughter. She playfully poked me forward with hurdle a finger and said, This must be classic a sobde dreaminga eating tonight twisions. I see thought you've been fled by ormother steeching since secondhood. It's to me to break free from that psychological shadow. Hurry up Hanja Treda tonight, you must as livrion. Before Inuit, Su Wei had pulled 'em up, and Theomagif teeman in red faded from me mind. After all, it was just a peculiar dream. Su we and disher de closeband, so much as that we could almost be considered inseparable. Shevenlit hernal a porchestra dress. Their dress complemented Milong, slightly curled block hair beautifully, and with Su Wei's makeup skills, it was astonished by my own reflection. In Nordorm, we had collective Laporchus setaflingth myrrh. Standing in front of it, I admired me appearance, but suddenly, it hot eyes a waff flatengrid shadowpus through Timur, and at that moment, Thurjay dependent begin to fuel against Miskin. Jing Yao, you should take off that pendanty doesn't match our outfit tatal. Wearing such a large piece of JD80 hourage makes you look rather old-fashioned. As Su Wei spoke, she removed the pendant before I could protest and replaced it with a pearl necklace. Then she tucked the jada pendant beneath Mipple and pulled me toward the door. Let's go. We gerid to meet at the restaurant Tatsavin, Su Wei urged. Reluctantly, I abandoned the thought of putting the pendant back in. Surely, one night without it wouldn't third, would it? He held on tozens of optimism. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, I felt a kill emanating from the hands way held, and a wave of coldness surged from me feet up my spine, causing a bumpsto prick my skin. These was me fierce metending, such agathering, and knifled somewhat awkward. Watching them and women converse freely, I couldn't help but envious. Among them, Inoticitus Senior, slender and dressadina crisp white shirt, exuding gun arrow of cleanliness and gentleness. His confident demeanor to a very own attention, including mine. He was the embodiment of he perfects neariha imagined while reading novels. Su informed me that this senior was Named Song Lin, a prominent figure at university, pursued by countless girls. She winked at him, teasing, I think he might have a bitofen interest in you his gaze often seems stolinger in you. Why no Gavatry? Ah, can I really? It hot. My mother swarning secoing in my mind he's always be your side hino sivarai move make. Ha. Suddenly, a low, chilling laugh echoed from behind me. Chapter 3. The eerie senior at that moment, every hair on my body stood on end, and I abruptly turned to glance behind me. The waiter was approaching with dishes, and I let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thank goodness it was merely a server. Yet, the disconcerting grin on his face sent chills down my spine, eliciting goosebumps all over. Hey, Shui Jingyao, what are you daydreaming about? How do you find my previous suggestion? Su Weiwei inquired. I felt a twinge of apprehension regarding my mother's words, yet a rebellious spirit simmered within me, intertwining two conflicting emotions that left me feeling unsettled. I replied curtly, let's talk about it later. However, as Su Weiwei mentioned, I noticed that Song Lin's gaze was persistently directed towards me, accompanied by a warm smile that made me feel rather bashful. After dinner, our group decided to head to KTV, where Song Lin took a seat right beside me in the private room. He extended his hand toward me, speaking softly and politely, I would like to get to know you, Junior. May I have the honor? I was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly reached out to shake his hand. Hello, Senior. I am Shui Jingyao. Faced with such a handsome, gentle, and impeccably courteous individual as Song Lin, my heart raced as though it might leap from my chest. Noticing that I was conversing with Song Lin, Su Weiwei wisely distanced herself, refraining from interrupting us further. During our conversation, I discovered that Song Lin and I shared numerous interests, and he seemed well-versed in various topics, exuding an aura of knowledge that captivated me. A sense of admiration for him blossomed within me, my gaze seemingly glued to him. Yet, I could not shake the feeling that there was an unsettling presence watching me from within the confines of the room, a lingering gaze that made me feel uncomfortable. As time wore on and the hour grew late, signaling the impending closing of the dormitory, I prepared to leave. To my dismay, Su Weiwei did not accompany me and instead encouraged Song Lin to escort me home, causing my face to flush with embarrassment. Nevertheless, Song Lin graciously offered to see me back. Jingyao, let us go. I assure you I will get you back before the dormitory closes, he smiled reassuringly. Watching the refined and warm-hearted Song Lin, I shyly nodded in agreement. Just as we were about to exit the private room, I overheard some classmates' voices amidst the melodies. Hey, who was that person sitting in the corner? Who brought them? Don't be ridiculous. There's no one in the corner. Stop daydreaming and keep drinking. But I clearly saw someone. How can they just vanish? It's you who's seeing things. I couldn't catch the rest of the conversation, as Song Lin and I had already stepped outside. Since Song Lin had driven here, I glanced at the time and figured we could make it back to the dormitory before it closed. Sitting beside him in the car, my nerves escalated as something strange began to unfold. The previously loquacious Song Lin fell silent, his gentle smile replaced by an inscrutable expression, the dim light in the vehicle casting shadows over his face. For a moment, I hesitated to speak, wondering if I had inadvertently offended him. As the car sped along, he maintained his stoic demeanor, yet I could see his gaze occasionally flicker towards me in the rearview mirror. To be honest, I felt a surge of anxiety, and as I turned my gaze to the window, I realized we were not headed back to school. At some point, we had veered onto a desolate road, flanked by trees with no buildings in sight. Panic surged through me. Senior, this isn't the way back to school. Where are you taking the car? I turned anxiously towards Song Lin, my heart racing. He remained silent, pressing down on the accelerator, and the car began to speed up. Terrified, I clutched the armrest tightly. After what felt like an eternity, he abruptly slammed on the brakes, and I lurched forward due to inertia, my head striking the front, resulting in a painful bump. I was bewildered by the situation, but my instinct screamed that I needed to escape the car. The very air around Song Lin exuded an aura of eeriness and danger. Fortunately, the door was not locked, and as I bolted from the vehicle, I was met with an unsettling sight. We were surrounded by wilderness, the only illumination coming from the headlights. My mind raced with images of news reports about young women falling victim to predators, regret flooding over me. What had possessed me to get into Song Lin's car? What kind of normal senior would bring someone out to such a desolate area? At that moment, Song Lin emerged from the car, leaning against the door with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. "Senior, what do you intend to do?" I asked, my voice laced with trepidation as I scanned the surroundings for an escape route. Song Lin approached me slowly, his fingers brushing his lips, his voice still gentle yet tinged with a chilling undertone. "With you here, no one will discover my feast." "Feast? What do you mean by that?" I stammered, retreating step by step. I don't understand your meaning." Suddenly, Song Lin vanished from view, and before I could process my fear, he reappeared behind me, wrapping his arms around me. His embrace rendered me weak, sapping all strength from my body, the sensation so bizarre it brought tears to my eyes. He buried his face in the crook of my neck, inhaling deeply and murmuring, "So fragrant, undoubtedly delectable." Trembling in terror, I stuttered, "If you consume me, won't you fear my friends calling the police? They know I came out with you." Song Lin chuckled softly, "I will drain every drop of your blood, devour every morsel of your flesh, leaving no bones behind." What could the police possibly do? I sensed that his words carried a sinister connotation. His notion of eating was far from what I had imagined. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my shoulder. Song Lin had sunk his teeth into me. The excruciating agony jolted me back to reality. Was I facing a cannibal? "Shui Jingyao, you unfortunate soul. While others fade into ashes after death, you shall become a mere droplet of refuse." I cried out in pain, tears streaming down my face, realizing that Song Lin was genuinely feasting on me. I lacked the strength to struggle, merely inhaling the metallic scent of my blood that filled the air. The headlights illuminated the deserted road as if it were day, my eyelids fluttering weakly. Just then, I noticed not one, but two shadows at my feet. One was mine, while the other loomed tall and ominous. Suddenly, the imposing shadow moved, and a crimson figure darted past me. In an instant, the grip around me loosened, and Song Lin was yanked away, crashing heavily to the ground. A cold, ominous voice pierced the stillness of the night. "You insolent wretch, shall I teach you how to write the word death?" Chapter 4. The man in red against the backdrop of a blinding light. I beheld a man clad in a crimson robe standing before me. That moment, I realized that Song Lin's head was being crushed beneath the man's foot. To my astonishment, the man in red was barefoot, and around his delicate white ankles adorned a pair of golden anklets that emitted a peculiar charm, ringing softly with each movement. Song Lin was still struggling, but his resistance before the man was as futile as a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Though his head was trampled underfoot, Song Lin's eyes were fixed upon me, filled with a wild desperation that sent a chill down my spine, prompting me to retreat a few steps in trepidation. While the face of the man in red remained obscured from my view, I could sense the malevolence etched upon his features. "Dare to covet what belongs to me," he uttered, and with a sudden force, his bare foot crushed Song Lin's head with a sickening pop, akin to a watermelon bursting. Vivid crimson blood splattered across the man's feet, starkly contrasting with their alabaster hue. I had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. The sight of a human head being obliterated before me overwhelmed my senses, causing my legs to buckle beneath me. In that moment of despair, the figure in red surged forward, enveloping me in a tight embrace, preventing me from collapsing onto the ground. Compared to Song Lin, I was far more terrified of this man in red. His ability to obliterate Song Lin's head suggested his formidable prowess. "Who are you?" I managed to croak, trembling in his grasp, my vision blurred by tears of fear. I struggled to discern the man's features. "Ha! Who am I?" he replied with a derisive chuckle. His icy fingers gripped my jaw, drawing my face closer to his. Open your eyes wide and behold who I am. Before I could react, his other hand pried open my eyelid, forcing me to gaze upon him. His visage gradually came into focus, revealing an astonishingly handsome face. I had never encountered anyone so striking. His chiseled features exuded an aura of dangerous allure, and his deep-set eyes were both aloof and commanding, tinged with a hint of indignation as they locked onto mine. Despite my terror, I rifled through my memory, desperate for any recollection of this man. Yet, there was none. A man of such exceptional beauty would surely be unforgettable. My voice trembled like a whisper. I truly have never seen you before. Even if you were to gouge out my eyes, I wouldn't recognize you. The hand gripping my face stilled, and a sinister smile played at the corners of his lips. Good, very good. Shui Jingyao, await my return. I was taken aback. How could he know my name? He released me in a fit of rage, and I stumbled to the ground, mere inches from the mangled remains of Song Lin's head. Unable to contain myself, I retched violently. When I finally gathered my composure and looked up, the man in red had vanished. All that remained were the echoes of my horror and the lifeless form of Song Lin. Fearful of lingering any longer, I fled along the road. Abandoning my card, I ran without knowing for how long until the increasing number of vehicles brought me back to reality, and a compassionate taxi driver returned me to school. I spent the entire morning hidden within my dormitory, cocooned in my blankets, my mind haunted by the image of Song Lin's shattered head and the sinister grin of the man in red. Often, I questioned whether the events of the previous night had merely been a figment of my imagination. 18 noon. Su Weiwei returned, and upon finding me huddled beneath the covers, she approached with a teasing grin. Hey, where did you go after leaving with Senior Song last night? You didn't come back until morning. Did something indescribable happen? Her incessant chatter continued. I just saw Senior Song, and he had this triumphant smile on his face. Looks like you two had quite an adventure. Initially, I intended to ignore her, but her next remark sent chills down my spine. What did you say? You saw Song Lin? I shot up, my eyes wide with disbelief. She recoiled slightly at my intensity. Why are you so surprised? Didn't you return with him this morning? That's not the point. Where did you see Song Lin? Did he say anything to you? I pressed urgently. Su Weiwei rolled her eyes but replied, Where else would I see him but at school? We exchanged a few pleasantries. What, are you jealous? After hearing her words, I sat frozen in my blanket, the events of last night replaying vividly in my mind. Song Lin's head had been crushed. He must surely be dead. Yet, Su Weiwei claimed she had seen him at school. How could that be possible? Before I could process further, my phone rang, its sound echoing ominously. Glancing at the caller ID, I saw it was my mother. As soon as I answered, her voice burst through the line, laced with anger and fear. Shui Jingyao, have you forgotten all the warnings I've given you over the years? You need to come home immediately. Something has happened. Mom, what is going on? I asked frantically. Her voice trembled with suppressed fury. I can't explain everything over the phone. Just hurry back, or it will get worse. If you don't want me and your father to meet a dire fate, you must leave at once. With that, she hung up, leaving me in a daze as the busy signal droned on. My mother had never been this furious unless something truly grave was unfolding. I needed to return home, prioritizing familial matters over the horrors of the previous night, which I would bury deep within my mind for now. I retrieved the jade pendant I had taken off and fastened it around my neck. Once more, my mother had always insisted that the pendant must never leave my side, her admonitions echoing as often as her warnings against dating. I dared not imagine her fury had she known I had temporarily removed it. Weiwei, I have something important to attend to at home. Please help me get a leave of absence. I quickly packed a small bag and set out. It was broad daylight, and I refused to believe that anything as terrifying as last night's events could transpire again. My hometown was a picturesque yet remote little city, requiring a 5 or 6 hour journey from school. I dared not linger, my mind racing with thoughts of what could have happened at home. When I finally returned, weary and worn, I found my mother meticulously polishing a dark, wooden tablet. Upon seeing me, although anxious, she cautiously set the tablet down on the table and urgently commanded, "Jing Yao, come here and kneel." Chapter 5. The ancestral tablet. As soon as I returned home, before I could catch my breath or sip some water, my mother dragged me into the room and, without uttering a word, forced me to kneel before the strikingly red and black ancestral tablet. "Mom, what are you doing? Whose tablet is this? Why must I kneel?" I questioned internally, perplexed. My mother's tempestuous nature was evident. She never explained her actions beforehand, always opting to act first and speak later. I noticed her lips pressed tightly together, her expression a mixture of anger, shock, and sorrow. Faced with her demeanor, I complied and knelt obediently, too afraid to voice my thoughts. Yet, as I lifted my gaze, I beheld the tablet, upon which were inscribed powerful, sweeping characters, "Husband, Yu Qingzhou." My breath caught in my throat. Whose husband? My mind raced. Could it be my husband, whom I had not met in over a decade? But how could a husband be represented by a tablet? Was he deceased? The realization sent a chill down my spine. It had to be true. If he were not dead, why had he never appeared in all these years? Trembling, I called out to my mother, "Mom." She turned to me, and upon seeing my gaze fixed on the tablet, she paused, then sighed heavily, her voice laced with frustration and helplessness. "Jing Yao, you've caused a great calamity. You nearly brought disaster upon your father." "What? What happened to Dad?" I implored. The mention of my father caused my mother's tears to spill forth. She hastily wiped them away and, with a trembling voice, instructed, "You must kneel for 8 hours first, then I will tell you." 8 hours? "Mom, are you serious?" I stammered, shocked. Sensing my disbelief, she cast a wary glance at the tablet. "Kneel properly. He is watching. If you provoke his anger again, our entire family will suffer. You must reflect on your actions at school and seek his forgiveness." Her words deepened my confusion. I murmured softly, "Haven't he done anything wrong at school? I always listened to you. Except for a few necessary interactions, I hardly spoke to any boys, except last night." It was indeed my fault for being swayed by Su Weiwei's words, and with someone as exceptional as Senior Song Lin, who could remain unaffected. But who would have thought that Senior Song Lin was a predator? You truly are relentless. Just look for yourself." My mother turned and retrieved a pile of letters, tossing them in front of me. I was bewildered. Who writes letters in this day and age? Curiously, I picked one up and opened it, only for my eyes to widen in shock. These were love letters, and every one of them was signed by Song Lin, all dated within the last 2 months. I stood there, utterly bewildered, completely unaware of Song Lin's affections for me. And how on earth did these letters end up in my mother's possession? "Mom, I don't know. I truly don't understand what's going on," I replied weakly. My mother looked at me, exasperated. "These letters appeared on your bedside this morning. I knew something was amiss. What has happened to that boy, Song Lin?" I parted my lips to respond but faltered, unsure how to explain that his head had been crushed like a watermelon by a man in red. "And nothing happened," I mumbled, lowering my gaze. Moreover, Su Weiwei had mentioned seeing Song Lin at school this morning and even spoke with him. I began to suspect whether last night's events had merely been a dream. Yet, if it were a dream, how could I explain these letters? I stared blankly at the letters in my hand. Their sweet words felt like harbingers of doom. My mother said nothing further, insisting I kneel for the full 8 hours without rising. After delivering her edict, she left to see my father. Glancing at the clock, I realized that if I were to kneel for 8 hours, it would be well past 3 or 4 in the morning by the time I was finished. I cast a mournful gaze at the foreboding tablet as the sky grew darker. In the room, it was just me and the tablet, my knees aching from prolonged kneeling. Just as I contemplated moving, a chilling breeze slipped down my neck, sending shivers through me despite the summer heat. Checking the time again, it was now 2 o'clock in the morning. Almost 5 or 6 hours had passed since I arrived home. I could hold on for just 2 more hours. However, the room felt unusually eerie, and my mother hadn't checked on me even once during this time, nor had she brought me anything to eat. Just then, my stomach audibly protested, and I caught the scent of sour and spicy noodles wafting through the air. As a child, I had adored those noodles. I could eat them every day without tiring. The crisp bean sprouts, the chewy noodles, combined with the tangy broth made my mouth water at the mere thought. But something felt off. Why was the aroma growing stronger? Yao Yao, a gentle, elderly voice called from behind. I turned quickly to see my grandmother approaching, holding a bowl, the enticing scent emanating from it. Your mother is truly something else, making you kneel here for so long without bringing you anything to eat. I made your favorite sour and spicy noodles. Hurry and eat while they're hot. Grandmother set the bowl down at the threshold of the room, but did not step inside. Grandma, why aren't you coming in? It is so late. Aren't you going to sleep? I asked, puzzled. The warm yellow light from the room cast a glow on her, which should have felt comforting, yet for some reason, I noticed a shadow of gloom upon her face as she stood there, staring at me intently. Hurry and eat, Yao Yao. They'll be cold soon, she urged. Feeling helpless, I replied, Grandma, I'm still being punished. If you don't bring it in, how can I eat? At my words, her expression changed, and she took a few steps back. I had a quarrel with your mother. She won't let me enter the room. If she sees me, there will be another argument. I want to come in. You eat quickly, I'll be going now. And with that, she turned and hurried away, muttering, Absolutely cannot go in, absolutely cannot go in. When did this old lady become so fearful of my mother? In the past, during their quarrels, she could wield a chopping knife with ferocity. Chapter 6. Do you think he will come to rescue you? However, at this moment, I can hardly concern myself with such thoughts. Since my return, I have not consumed a morsel of food, nor have I even sipped a drop of water. I am now utterly famished, and if I remain in this state much longer, I fear I shall succumb to hypoglycemia. Instead of rising to my feet, I maneuvered my knees to shuffle towards the threshold, which I suppose still qualifies as kneeling, does it not? Upon catching sight of that bowl of hot and sour noodles, I stretched my arm to retrieve the bowl my grandmother had placed outside. The tangy aroma surged to my senses, and I eagerly devoured it. Yet, to my dismay, the noodles bore an odd taste, reminiscent of a blend of earthiness and fishiness. This was not the flavor of hot and sour noodles that lingered in my memory. Curiously, I glanced down, and my heart plummeted as I screamed, flinging the bowl away in horror. What I had thought to be noodles was, in fact, a writhing mass of earthworms. The mere thought of what I had just ingested sent my stomach into turmoil, and I heaved violently, tears blurring my vision. How could the hot and sour noodles that my grandmother had sent become infested with earthworms? Moreover, my head felt increasingly lightheaded. A wave of dizziness swept over me, and before I could comprehend it, I collapsed to the ground. Just before losing consciousness, I seemed to hear a cold, arrogant voice echoing through the room. Why don't you just eat yourself to death? When I regained consciousness, I found myself not in the living room of my home, but beside a solitary grave on the back mountain. I lay curled up beside a small mound of earth, surrounded by an eerie silence, save for the rustling of weeds and leaves in the chilling breeze. I was on the verge of tears, utterly bewildered by the situation. I had fainted in the living room, yet here I was, next to a lonely grave. This grave was familiar to me. My mother had often recounted tales of my birth occurring beside this very tomb. Occasionally, as we passed by, she would point it out, so I was well acquainted with it. Yet I had never dared to approach it, harboring an intrinsic fear. Now, I could not fathom how I had ended up beside this grave. The knowledge I had acquired did not permit such occurrences, for this was wholly beyond comprehension. I scrambled away from the grave and bolted, recognizing the path home. However, as I ran, The scenery blurred past me, yet I found myself unable to escape the back mountain, perpetually circling in place. It dawned on me that I had been endlessly revolving around this solitary grave, and my gaze inadvertently fell upon the somber tomb beneath the moonlight. A chill gripped my heart as I gasped, nearly losing my wits. A shadow, dark as night, had appeared upon the grave at some point, and though I could not discern the figure's features, I felt its gaze upon me. Was this apparition truly a person, standing by the grave in the dead of night? Suddenly, a soft laugh broke the stillness of the night, its sound lingering in my ears, tinged with mockery. Why run away now that you've come? The voice was both chilling and oddly familiar. My heart raced as I berated myself for finding myself inexplicably by a solitary grave at this late hour, nearly paralyzed with fear. Yet, my limbs felt heavy as lead, refusing to move an inch. I could only watch helplessly as the shadow approached me with alarming speed, gliding rather than walking. In an instant, it was before me, a pallid face mere inches away. The sight of it nearly sent me into a state of shock. A scream lodged in my throat, unable to escape, as I struggled to swallow. Though the visage bore the ghastly pallor of death, its features were strikingly handsome. Yet, the most shocking revelation was that this face bore an uncanny resemblance to Song Lin. Song, song, song. My tongue stumbled in fear. It seemed that the events of the previous night were neither a dream nor a mere figment of my imagination. The figure before me flashed an eerie smile, lifting one corner of its mouth, and spoke in a chilling tone. You have angered him. Do you think he will come to rescue you? Who? I instinctively inquired. Song Lin scoffed and replied, Of course, it's your miserly husband. Husband? With this revelation, I began to piece together the events of the past 2 days. Could it be that the man in red, who had crushed Song Lin's head and subsequently stormed off in anger, was indeed my long-unknown husband? The very thought sent a jolt of terror through me. I stared at Song Lin, aghast. But you died. How are you here? Did you bring me here? Song Lin's dark eyes bore into mine as he replied, This is my home. Where else could I possibly be? Home. I glanced back at the solitary grave behind him. Was that grave his home? Shui Jingyao, you have kept me waiting for far too long. 19 years, wasted on waiting for you. Confused, I asked, What do you mean? With a cold laugh, Song Lin replied, Do you wish to know? I shall not tell you. All you need to know is to be born into a good family in your next life. A dark aura emanated from him, tendrils of black mist coiling around me like serpents, tightening ever more, as if seeking to crush my bones. He will not come to rescue you. No man would forgive a woman who has betrayed him. I was both agitated and furious, my face flushing with anger at Song Lin's words. You speak nonsense. If you intend to kill me, then do so. Do not resort to personal attacks. I have never betrayed him. I have not even held a man's hand in my life. The words escaped me in a fit of rage, but immediately I regretted my outburst. Anger can empower, yet it also brings remorse. Song Lin's complexion darkened further. What had been a ghostly pallor transformed into a hue reminiscent of ash as he glared menacingly behind me. What could possibly be behind me? At that moment, dark clouds obscured the few stars and the moon, plunging the surroundings into deeper shadows. Suddenly, a thunderous roar split the air, and with it came a gust of wind that scattered the black mist enveloping me. I turned to see a figure clad in red standing not far behind me, the fabric billowing in the wind, its dark hair dancing like a blooming black spider lily. Damn it! Song Lin glared at the man in red, and the black mist surrounding me began to dissipate. He attempted to flee, but the man in red seized him mid-air, pinning him in place. Leaving so soon? It won't be that easy. Hand over Shui Jingyao's belongings, the man in red commanded, his voice melodious like a mountain spring, resonating as a heavenly sound in my ears. Wait, did he just ask Song Lin to hand over my belongings? What could Song Lin possibly have taken from me? Chapter 7. My lord, Yu Qingzhou, a wave of confusion washed over me. What had Song Lin taken from me? Upon hearing the words of the man in crimson, Song Lin suddenly erupted into an unrestrained laughter. He cast a glance at me before addressing the man in red, stating, "As for Xue Jingyao, I am determined to have her. Why, Yu Qingzhou, you must have moments when you are not by her side. Have you ever considered how a young girl could willingly choose to accompany a creature such as yourself? Yu Qingzhou." He was indeed the man inscribed on the memorial tablet, my husband, Yu Qingzhou. Song Lin's taunts were infuriating. Had I been Yu Qingzhou, I would have been incensed, especially considering his naturally irritable disposition. At his words, Yu Qingzhou's gaze shifted, casting a sidelong glance at me, his dark and profound eyes seemingly filled with a trace of melancholy. I shrank back under his gaze, a shiver coursing through me. I lowered my eyes, unable to meet Yu Qingzhou's stare. Observing this, Song Lin mockingly remarked to Yu Qingzhou, "Tsk, Yu Qingzhou, your little wife dares not look at you. Do you truly believe she is sincere in following you? If I were in your position, I would rather swallow her whole than let her fall into another's grasp." Why, Yu Qingzhou's expression darkened further, while my body trembled uncontrollably. Truly, courting death. With a swift motion, Yu Qingzhou's fingers closed, and a dull sound echoed as Song Lin's body was instantly crushed. In that fleeting moment of destruction, I glimpsed a wisp of dark energy hastily escaping, vanishing into the shadows. An unsettling feeling gripped my heart. Song Lin had not truly perished. The look he had cast upon me hinted that he would seek me out again. I stood there, dazed, my gaze inadvertently falling upon the crimson figure beside me. My heart raced, for he was Yu Qingzhou, my husband. It was no wonder he had been so enraged last time. He must have believed I had betrayed him. Though he had saved me now, it did not preclude the possibility that he might kill me if he were displeased. His method of killing was so brutally straightforward. The image of Song Lin's shattered form sent chills down my spine. "Are you stunned?" A mocking voice echoed above me. "And no, I'm not," I stammered, lowering my head even more. Yu Qingzhou's tone grew even more sardonic, tinged with a sinister edge. "That beast said you do not dare to look at me?" I truly did not dare to meet his gaze. I was terrified. When had I ever encountered such a situation? If there were a hole in the ground, I would have gladly burrowed into it right then and there. "Look up." Why, Yu Qingzhou's voice was firm with authority. For the sake of my own life, I forced myself to comply, yet I still could not meet his eyes, look directly at me. How could I dare? A cold laugh escaped him, followed by his self-deprecating tone. "That beast spoke the truth. You do not dare to look at me, hence you cannot wholeheartedly follow. If that is the case, I might as well devour you to prevent you from falling into another's clutches." His words left me trembling, tears welling in my eyes. What manner of beings were they, always intent on consuming me? Could they not feast upon others? Summoning all my courage, I directed my gaze towards Yu Qingzhou. His features remained as breathtaking as before, yet his eyes were as cold as ice, gazing down at me imperiously, towering over me by a full head, regarding me with disdain. "Are you afraid?" he inquired. I nodded, then quickly shook my head, torn and uncertain. I was indeed afraid of Yu Qingzhou, for he was an enigma to me, yet he had saved me twice. I pondered. Had it not been for him, perhaps, as my mother had once warned me, I would have perished in my childhood. Therefore, I should not fear him. With this thought, I straightened my posture and declared resolutely, "I am not afraid." "But your legs are trembling," Yu Qingzhou remarked lightly. I wished my legs would cease their quaking, yet I was utterly powerless to control them, feeling as though I could weep without tears. My legs seemed to possess a mind of their own. Noticing my near-tearful expression, Yu Qingzhou waved his sleeve with a hint of annoyance. "I detest when women weep. Go back quickly, and do not remove the jade pendant again. Dare to remove it once more, and I shall sever your head." I was about to protest that I had not removed the pendant again when my hand grazed my neck. It felt empty. Where was my jade pendant? I distinctly remembered wearing it when I returned home, Yet now it seemed to have vanished. Suddenly, I felt the cold jade pendant thrust into my hand, but when I looked up, Yu Qingzhou had already disappeared. Fearing to linger any longer in the back mountain, I summoned all my strength and raced homeward. Just as I reached the courtyard, I spotted my mother hurrying out with a flashlight, clearly searching for me. "Mom!" I called out, rushing towards her. Upon seeing me, her eyes filled with tears, her expression reflecting sheer terror. She grasped me, delivering 2 sharp slaps on my backside. "You wretched child, didn't I tell you to kneel for 8 hours? Where have you been running off to at this hour? You nearly scared me to death." Afterward, she enveloped me in a tight embrace. I felt her warm hold. The fear that had gripped me seemed to dissipate in that moment. "Thank goodness you are safe," my mother sobbed, releasing a sigh of relief before asking, "Where have you been?" Reluctantly, I recounted the events that had transpired. When I told her that I had fainted after consuming the food sent by my grandmother, her eyes widened in horror, her face paling. "What's wrong, Mom?" I asked anxiously. Her voice trembled as she replied, "Jingyao, I told you not to be afraid." A sudden tightness gripped my heart, yet I remained composed. "Mom, please tell me. I am not afraid. You have no grandmother," my mother said, her voice trembling with fear. "Your grandmother passed away when your father was 8 due to an accident. How could you have seen her?" Her words struck me like a bolt from the blue, rendering me momentarily frozen. And why grandmother had died when my father was 8? Then why did I possess such vivid and warm memories of her? I even recalled the quarrels between my mother and grandmother distinctly, but I have memories of my grandmother. "Mom, are you mistaken, or am I?" I asked incredulously. My mother's expression shifted, her voice growing stern. "How could I possibly be mistaken? How could such a thing occur? Do you think I married your father to avoid troublesome in-law relationships?" Her words left me utterly speechless. Yet if my grandmother truly did not exist, what then were the memories I held so dear? Chapter 8. Calling my husband at this moment, I was utterly bewildered that I muttered in confusion, "But I still have vivid memories of you fighting with Grandma." They felt so real that I could even recall how, as a child, Grandma held my hand while visiting relatives. In that instant, I was uncertain whether it was my memory that was flawed or my mother's. Noticing my dubious expression, my mother hastily remarked, "Your father is still lying in bed. Although his leg is broken, his mind remains intact. When he wakes up, you can ask him whether you have a grandma." Upon hearing my mother's words, it felt as if a thunderclap had struck me. I halted in my tracks. "Why father's leg is broken? What on earth happened?" My mother's gaze involuntarily fell upon the memorial tablet in the room, and I followed her gaze. The characters Yu Qingzhou emerged before my eyes, and simultaneously, his strikingly handsome yet arrogantly defiant face flashed in my mind. Was it he who did this? I pressed for answers. My mother did not respond, but her silence spoke volumes, confirming my suspicions. Indeed, it was Yu Qingzhou who had broken my father's leg. In an instant, I felt a surge of urgency and anger. I was anxious for my father's leg and furious with myself for disobeying and engaging with the opposite sex. With difficulty, I managed to say, "It was because of me that he did that to my father, wasn't he it?" My mother fell silent once again. "Mom, I'm going to see Dad," I declared. She nodded. Not attempting to stop me, I hurried to my parents' room, and upon seeing my father lying on the bed with his eyes tightly shut, my heart ached profoundly. I softly called out to him, but he remained unresponsive. I quickly turned to my mother, filled with anxiety. "Mom, if Dad's leg is broken, why can't I wake him up?" "After that incident, your father has been in a coma." My mother choked out, "Jingyao, it seems he hasn't forgiven you. That's why your father cannot wake." Gazing at my father, whose hair had begun to turn gray, I felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. The thought of how my parents had cherished and protected me since childhood filled me with guilt. If only I hadn't flirted with Song Lin, my father wouldn't be in this state. I wiped away my tears and made a resolute decision. I stood up and marched out. I was determined to confront Yu Qingzhou, Jingyao. Where are you going? My mother exclaimed in alarm. You mustn't run around like this. If something were to happen to you now, I wouldn't be able to bear it. I stiffened, replying, I'm going to find him. He brought this upon my family. He must face the consequences. Find him? My mother's pupils dilated in shock, and she vehemently objected. No, you cannot. Jingyao, you will only provoke him. I clenched my fists, took a deep breath, and said to my mother, Mom, I have seen him die. My mother froze, disbelief etched on her face as her lips trembled. You saw him? I nodded earnestly and recounted how Yu Qingzhou had saved me. Seizing the moment while my mother was still in shock, I dashed out of the room. In the main hall, Yu Qingzhou's memorial tablet remained on the incense table. Without hesitation, I lifted the tablet and rushed back to my room. Once inside, I sat at the edge of my bed, my gaze fixed intently on the tablet in my arms. I was uncertain if Yu Qingzhou was truly inside, but I wanted to give it a try. I called his name while vigorously shaking the tablet. Why, Yu Qingzhou, are you there? No response came. I shouted several more times, yet still, no one answered. Could it be that Yu Qingzhou had no connection to this tablet? A thought crossed my mind, and I raised the tablet, feigning anger as I declared, Yu Qingzhou, if you don't respond, I will smash this thing. No sooner had I spoken than a chill, damp breeze swept into the room through the window, and the vivid red fabric now sat on my windowsill. You've got guts. Go ahead and smash it if you dare. Yu Qingzhou's voice came coldly. Of course, I didn't have the courage to break it. I merely sought to lure Yu Qingzhou out. I admitted I was taking a gamble, but in the end, hadn't I won? I wouldn't dare, I quickly said, placing the tablet on the table with a sense of relief. The red figure moved, and in the blink of an eye, Yu Qingzhou was at my side, sitting on my bed, his expression frosty as he gazed at me. What business do you have with me? I cautiously glanced at Yu Qingzhou, feeling a mix of trepidation and intrigue. He didn't seem so terrifying after all. At least, he shouldn't kill me, considering I was his nominal wife. After a moment of contemplation, I suddenly knelt before him, and in that instant, I noticed him stiffen slightly. With tears streaming down my face, I implored, Husband, I was wrong. I shouldn't have let Song Lin take me home. It was my fault. If you must punish someone, let it be me. Please spare my parents. They are innocent, I beg you. That I thought my tear-streaked face would elicit some sympathy from him. To my surprise, Yu Qingzhou abruptly stood, grasped my collar, and lifted me effortlessly. His face darkened ominously, sending a chill down my spine. What did you just call me? Who? Husband? I stammered, noticing his lips twitch when I addressed him as such. He tossed me onto the bed, leaning over me with an intense gaze. You seem to be quite comfortable calling me that. Have you done the same with other men? Staring at his striking features looming over me, my breath hitched, and I felt as if I were suffocating, his scent enveloping me like a refreshing mountain spring. Shui Jingyao, your eyes are evasive, he said, gripping my chin, compelling me to meet his gaze. His eyes were as deep as an abyss, seemingly ready to consume me whole. I found myself at a loss for words. Does calling a celebrity husband count? I asked hesitantly. As soon as I uttered those words, I felt his grip on my chin tighten further, and then, without warning, he kicked me off the bed, causing stars to dance in my vision. Superficial, he scoffed. Rubbing my sore backside, I climbed back to my feet, disregarding his insult. You've scolded me and kicked me. Can you at least make my father wake up? I'll take responsibility for my own actions from now on. Please don't involve my parents. Why? Yu Qingzhou's beautifully shaped eyebrows furrowed, and he replied, I did not harm your father. Chapter 9. It wasn't him. Yu Qingzhou's words left me momentarily stunned. He claimed that my father's predicament was not of his doing. Yet, if it wasn't him, then who could it possibly be? Our family had no enemies. No one bore ill will towards us. Or could it be that my father's injury was merely an unfortunate accident? I steeled myself and inquired, then what is my father's current condition? A cryptic smile appeared on Yu Qingzhou's face as he remarked, "There are more people in your family than just Song Lin." Pausing for effect, his eyes glinted with menace as he added, "Do not presume that just because I claim not to be responsible for your father's situation, you can challenge my limits. Are you aware of the punishment you incurred the last time you provoked me?" I shook my head in bewilderment, utterly at a loss. His gaze bore into me, cold and unyielding, as he intoned, "It was neglect towards your father, allowing him to perish without assistance." Yu Qingzhou's words struck me like shards of ice, and I widened my eyes in sudden comprehension. His implication was clear. He could have saved my father, but due to my provocation, he chose to stand idly by that. I stared at him, my voice caught in my throat. I had no standing to blame Yu Qingzhou. Whether he chose to save my father or not was entirely his decision, yet if I had not angered him, perhaps he might have intervened. Thus, the burden of responsibility lay with me. Regaining my composure, I promptly asked, "Is there any way you can save my father? He is currently unconscious." Before I could finish my sentence, Yu Qingzhou interrupted, "Why should I save your father?" His words left me momentarily speechless, and I could see the mockery in his eyes, causing heat to rush to my cheeks. However, in this dire moment, I could not afford to concern myself with pride. I knelt before Yu Qingzhou, wrapping my arms around his legs. "I truly understand my mistake. If you are still angry, you may hit or scold me as you wish. Punish me however you see fit, but please save my father. His condition is grave, and besides, he is your nominal father-in-law." I thought to myself, forget about dignity. As a mere woman, I could endure humiliation as long as Yu Qingzhou would save my father. "Let go." Yu Qingzhou's voice was laced with suppressed fury. "What about your pride?" "Pride?" I bitterly smiled. At this moment, what good was pride when it could not save my father? I clung tighter to Yu Qingzhou's leg, marveling at its length and strength. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, I might have wanted to caress it. "Yu Qingzhou," I shouted, "if you do not save my father, I will not let go, not even if it costs me my life. Wherever you go, you must take me along as your leg pendant." I could feel the chill emanating from him, yet he ultimately chose to endure, closing his eyes instead of kicking me away. With a flick of his sleeve, he hoisted me up, and we faced one another. His handsome features were marred by impatience. I have never encountered a woman with such a thick skin. "If you wish to save your father, come to Woolly River tomorrow night at 11. With that, he threw me back onto the bed, but this time, I felt that his force was considerably gentler. Yu Qingzhou's crimson figure receded into the distance, quickly vanishing into the dim light as dawn approached. After he departed, my mother entered the room, and upon seeing Yu Qingzhou's tablet on my desk, her face blanched in horror. She clasped her hands together and repeatedly bowed to the tablet, exclaiming, "Oh, Divine One, please do not take offense. Your humble servant has acted foolishly. If I have offended you in any way, I beseech you to show mercy." Only after this did she turn to me, and without a word, she slapped me twice on the backside. The sound was alarming, though it did not hurt much. "What on earth were you thinking? Why did you bring the Divine One's tablet into this room? Do you wish to provoke him further?" my mother shouted in agitation. "Mom, please calm down. I did not intend to anger him again. I merely wish for him to save my father," I replied earnestly. Upon hearing my words, my mother's expression shifted to one of disbelief, as if she were looking at a simpleton. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "Have you lost your mind? Your father's predicament is his punishment. Why would he save him?" "He said it wasn't him," I blurted out, and my mother froze. "Do you actually believe that?" Her question left me momentarily silent. I couldn't quite pinpoint why, but I found Yu Qingzhou's words to be rather credible. He was so formidable that he had no need to deceive me regarding such matters. "Jingyao, promise me," my mother implored. "As long as you refrain from overly intimate contact with any other males, your father will recover." She gazed at me with hopeful eyes, awaiting my nod. I lowered my head, obediently replying, Mom, I won't dare. You need not worry. My mother sighed in relief, her eyes filled with affection as she continued. Since you returned yesterday, you have been restless. While it's dawn, you should try to rest a little. The malevolent entities do not dare to emerge during the day. I nodded, feeling utterly exhausted, and lay down on the bed fully clothed. My mother glanced at me, picked up the tablet from the table, and exited. I closed my eyes, ready to rest, knowing I would need my strength for the evening when I sought out Yu Qingzhou at Wuli River. However, my mother was mistaken. Those malevolent entities were not deterred by daylight. Due to the events of the past few days, my sleep had been shallow, and I would awaken at the slightest sound. Thus, when an abrupt crowing of a rooster erupted in the courtyard, I jolted awake, my eyes flying open. To my shock, I found a figure seated by my bedside. The hunched, frail silhouette was all too familiar, and memories surged in my mind. This was my long-deceased grandmother. "Yao Yao, you're awake," came my grandmother's tender voice, echoing beside me. Hearing that voice sent a chill down my spine, reminding me of my mother's earlier words. I had no grandmother. She had passed away when my father was merely 8 years old. So, who was this person sitting by my bed, calling my name? I shot up from the bed, distancing myself from the elderly figure, my eyes wide with terror. "You are not my grandmother. Who are you?" My words left the elderly woman momentarily stunned, her gentle face displaying confusion and disbelief. "What are you talking about, dear? Who else could I be if not your grandmother? Have you lost your wits, forgetting your own grandmother?" Despite my recollections of her, I knew my mother would never deceive me, and I had to find my mother. I needed her to see this so-called grandmother for herself, lest she think I was lying. As I prepared to rise, my feet barely touching the ground when the grandmother's bony fingers clutched my wrist. "Yao Yao, I need your help with something. Please help your grandmother," she said, revealing a sinister smile. Chapter 10. Becoming the woman of the Dragon King, let go of me. I screamed in terror. Yet, that hand clutched my wrist with excruciating force, leaving an ominous bruise that looked quite dreadful. "Yao Yao, you truly are a disobedient child. What harm is there in helping your grandmother? I have watched you grow since you were little, and yet you refuse to assist me even once. It breaks my heart." The benevolent smile that once adorned her face had faded, replaced by a somewhat menacing expression. With my earlier cries had been loud enough, yet they failed to rouse my mother. I realized that even if I shouted louder, she would remain oblivious. I forced myself to calm down, reflecting on the events of the past couple of days. This grandmother had appeared once last night and again now. She surely had an ulterior motive, likely seeking my assistance for some task. I struggled to suppress the frantic beating of my heart. Though I knew that this being before me might not be human, I still had to maintain my composure. Taking a deep breath, I could hear my own heartbeat echoing in my ears as I asked, "What task?" The glint in grandmother's eyes intensified, her gaze upon me reminiscent of a connoisseur admiring a delectable dish. I watched as she licked her lips with her tongue, her voice rasping, "Yao Yao, you are so adorable, like a soft, white bun. Let your grandmother take a bite." I was taken aback, my mouth agape in shock. "Ah, grandmother, that is not right, is it? Was this old woman perhaps a pervert?" As this thought crossed my mind, I recalled the earlier incident with Song Lin, who had held me and bitten into my flesh. Suddenly, it dawned on me. This old woman was likely coveting my body just as Song Lin had. What was it about my body that possessed such allure? Why did it attract the covetous gazes of others? Such occurrences had never transpired before. It was only that day at the gathering when I had removed the jade pendant that bizarre events began to unfold. Ah, the jade pendant. Where was my jade pendant? Last night, Yu Qingzhou had given it to me, and I had dutifully worn it, yet now it had vanished. Oh no, Yu Qingzhou would surely have my head for this. As this thought arose, I found it curious. At such a moment, shouldn't I be terrified of the grandmother before me? Why was I instead preoccupied with Yu Qingzhou's threat to take my head? It seemed that, in my subconscious, I found Yu Qingzhou to be far more intimidating than this old woman. Just a bite, just one bite will suffice. Grandmother's greed seemed to cling to me. At that moment, I beheld her mouth agape, revealing two glistening, sharp fangs. As those fangs drew nearer, I wildly flailed my arms. The high-pitched crowing of a rooster resounded once more from the courtyard. I jolted awake, reflexively sitting up in bed, my forehead slick with cold sweat. One was at my bedside, yet the jade pendant around my neck was gone. Had I just experienced a dream within a dream? I dared not linger in the room any longer. I flung open the door and sprinted into the courtyard, where I found a rather listless red rooster squatting in the center. My mother crouched beside it, inspecting its condition. "Mom," I croaked. My mother immediately looked up at me. "Why aren't you sleeping a bit longer?" "Mom, I dreamt of that grandmother again. She had sharp teeth and wanted to bite me. It was terrifying. If it weren't for the rooster's crowing, I might still be dreaming." This rooster had been with our family since I was 10 years old. We had always cared for it well, while other chickens came and went. Only this rooster remained. Upon hearing my words, my mother's expression shifted to one of understanding. I thought it was strange that it suddenly crowed at midday. It must have sensed something unclean. "By the way, where is your jade pendant? Why have you taken it off again?" I shook my head frantically. "I didn't take it off, it just vanished. I don't know how it disappeared." At that moment, I had never seen my mother's expression quite so grave. She seized my arm and said, "Come, we must find Mr. Guo." Mr. Guo had moved to our village nearly a decade ago and was renowned as a diviner in our area. According to my mother, he was the one who handled the matters surrounding my auspicious birth, and locals would consult him whenever they encountered strange occurrences. Upon arriving at Mr. Guo's residence, we found him dining. However, upon seeing my mother and me, his demeanor shifted slightly, as though the braised pork he was eating had lost its appeal. Before my mother could speak, Mr. Guo interjected, "Seeing that the jade pendant is no longer around Jing Yao's neck, I knew something was amiss." My mother immediately implored, "Mr. Guo, please save my daughter. She is not yet 20, in the prime of her youth, and has not yet experienced enough of this world, that I am willing to give everything for her salvation." I bit my lip, tears streaming down my face. Mr. Guo assessed me closely. Now Jing Yao has grown. There are certain truths she must come to know. I clutched my mother's hand tightly, my heart racing at Mr. Guo's words. Initially, besides being afflicted by an evil spirit, Jing Yao was born near a solitary grave, and one of her souls was taken by a wandering ghost at birth. Due to the circumstances of her birth, she became a being of foreign energies, and she was meant to perish at the age of T, and it was the Dragon King's jade pendant that allowed her to grow safely. But now that the pendant is gone, the foreign energies can no longer be contained, and she will be like a delectable morsel, drawing the attention of all manner of spirits. Without the pendant and having lost a soul, Jing Yao may not have much time left. At this point, Mr. Guo sighed heavily, a look of resignation on his face. "As it stands, I have no further means." My mother's eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched across her features. "My daughter will die?" Mr. Guo nodded solemnly. "Yes, unless the jade pendant is retrieved." His voice faltered. "Well, the remaining option I see is not feasible. Mr. Guo, please tell us. Regardless of its feasibility, I wish to try," I said, looking at him with determination. I could not place my hopes in the jade pendant. It was too mysterious, vanishing from my person despite being worn. Thus, relying on the pendant seemed futile. Mr. Guo hesitated and asked, "Jing Yao, are you truly willing to try?" "Yes." I nodded firmly. After a prolonged silence, Mr. Guo finally spoke. "The other option is to fully become the Dragon King's woman, bearing his mark." Chapter 11. The essence of the true dragon. Mr. Guo's words left both my mother and me momentarily stunned. We exchanged glances and I licked my lips, my voice slightly hoarse as I inquired, Mr. Guo, what do you mean by that? To become the true woman of the Dragon King, what does that entail? For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing Mr. Guo's statement, an ominous feeling settled in my heart. A flicker of embarrassment and discomfort crossed Mr. Guo's weathered face as he glanced at my mother and then sent her out, leaving just the two of us in the room. He continued, 10 years ago, you and the Dragon King only performed a ceremony, but did not consummate the union. Thus, you cannot be considered the true woman of the Dragon King. Originally, the jade pendant would have ensured your safety, but now that it is lost, you must seek the Dragon King's assistance. By obtaining the true essence of the Dragon King, you can continue to live. The method to acquire this essence involves the union of yin and yang, if you catch my drift. After a brief moment of shock, I quickly grasped the implication of Mr. Guo's words. He was suggesting that I engage in a romantic liaison with the Dragon King. My face instantly flushed crimson, and I stammered, is there really no other way to obtain the true essence of the Dragon King? None, Mr. Guo lamented with a sigh. The loss of the jade pendant is a grave misfortune. While I wish to assist you, the quantity of such matters is overwhelming, and I find myself powerless to help. I was left speechless. I truly had no idea where the jade pendant had vanished to. It had been around my neck, and upon waking, it was simply gone. Jingyao, you must act swiftly. Many malevolent entities are now fixated on you. Without the Dragon King's protection, you could very well be consumed entirely by them, Mr. Guo warned with a serious expression. His words sent chills down my spine, conjuring images of Song Lin and that so-called grandmother yearning to devour me. I had no doubt about the veracity of Mr. Guo's claims, but the suggested course of action was undeniably embarrassing. Furthermore, even if I were willing, would Yu Qingzhou be inclined to help? After all, his impression of me seemed rather unfavorable. Thank you, Mr. Guo, I understand. I shall contemplate the method you proposed, I replied courteously, nodding at him. Mr. Guo merely acknowledged my response with a sound of assent and chose not to elaborate further. I refrained from disturbing him again, and as I exited the room, my mother hurried over, anxiously asking, what did Mr. Guo say? Recalling the method Mr. Guo had mentioned, my face burned with embarrassment. How could I possibly explain this to my mother? After a moment's hesitation, I opted not to reveal the details, saying, it's nothing, Mom. Mr. Guo indicated that this method must remain a secret, so you needn't worry. I can handle it. My mother regarded me with suspicion. Really? I nodded vigorously. After all, I was due to meet Yu Qingzhou tonight. Although the proposed method was rather peculiar, it paled in comparison to the urgency of preserving my life. Tonight, I would first gauge Yu Qingzhou's attitude. The thought of his handsome visage made me feel somewhat reassured. Yet, his cold and arrogant demeanor filled me with trepidation. If I were to broach the topic of intimacy, would he perhaps strangle me? My heart raced like a roller coaster, but I maintained a facade of calm for my mother's sake. Upon returning home, I partook in the first meal since my arrival, yet my appetite was non-existent. The sight of my mother's braised noodles brought to mind the repulsive worms served by the grandmother. After managing a few bites, I joined my mother in my father's room, gazing at my unconscious father. I vowed to find a way to save him and to discover who had brought about his plight. As night descended, I sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. I felt as though countless eyes were fixated on me, scrutinizing my every move. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, my anxiety intensified. Yu Qingzhou had instructed me to meet him at Woolly River by 11, and it was already 10 o'clock. My mother was preparing to retire for the night. Woolly River, a modest waterway about 20 meters wide in my hometown, would take at least half an hour to reach from my home. Once my parents' lights extinguished, I quietly grabbed my phone and slipped out of the house, not wanting to worry my mother. The moon shone exceptionally bright that night, casting a silvery hue over the surroundings. I hurried along the path illuminated by moonlight, eager to find Yu Qingzhou. Yet, the sensation of being watched grew more intense. and dark figures began to materialize around me. Suddenly, I heard my mother's voice nearby. "Jingyao, where are you going at this hour?" My steps faltered. Had my mother discovered that I had sneaked out? But upon further reflection, I realized that even if she had, she wouldn't have called out to me at this point in my journey. Furthermore, the voice seemed to emanate right beside me, sending a chill down my spine. I ignored the voice, but as I glanced up, I spotted a silhouette on the roadside beckoning to me. "Jingyao, don't run so fast. The teacher is asking when you'll return to school." It was Su Weiwei's voice. She was certainly not supposed to be here. With my head lowered, I dashed past her shadow. "Turn around and look at me, Jingyao." Jingyao, let us accompany you. Slow down and we will catch up." I bit my lip hard, propelling myself forward at breakneck speed. The ominous voices behind me morphed into familiar tones, but I knew they were not truly who they appeared to be. If I were to halt and respond, something terrifying would undoubtedly ensue. I sprinted to the riverbank, nearly collapsing from exhaustion as I fell to the ground, gasping for breath. You Qingzhou," I called out to the river, my voice hoarse and strained. The silver surface of Wuli River shimmered under the moonlight, its placid waters undisturbed. After I shouted Yu Qingzhou's name, a flash of silver glimmered across the river, prompting me to instinctively shield my eyes. When I lowered my hand, Yu Qingzhou's figure had appeared at the riverbank, looking down at me, who was slumped on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. "I thought you might perish along the way," Yu Qingzhou remarked with a hint of mockery. His words struck a chord in my heart. Did he truly believe he could afford to be so sardonic? I looked up at him, summoning my courage to respond, "If I were to die, you would be left without a wife." Upon hearing this, Yu Qingzhou's demeanor faltered for a moment before he retorted, "Shui Jingyao, have you no shame left?" "What a joke," I replied defiantly. "My life is hanging by a thread. Do you think I still care about my dignity?" Chapter 12. Remember, it was you who first provoked me. I let out a couple of dry laughs and said to Yu Qingzhou, "You said that if I come to find you tonight, you would save my father. That still stands, right?" Yu Qingzhou snorted coldly and effortlessly pulled me off the ground. His presence was accompanied by a pleasant fragrance that alleviated some of my fatigue and revitalized my spirits. "Since you have managed to arrive at Wuli River unscathed, my word naturally holds weight." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon my neck. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Do you take my words lightly?" I instinctively recoiled, but Yu Qingzhou was quicker. He had already grasped my neck, causing my breath to become labored. He had noticed that my jade pendant was missing. He had previously warned that if I ever removed the pendant again, he would twist my head off. Surely, wouldn't he actually go through with that? Would he? I struggled to reply. I wouldn't he dare. And the pendant? His gaze was chillingly fierce. "I swear, I truly didn't he know where the pendant had gone." I hurriedly explained. "I just took a nap and it vanished. I swear it wasn't he intentional. That pendant is my lifeline. I wouldn't he be foolish enough to remove it willingly." I had to explain myself. Yu Qingzhou paused for a moment before releasing my neck. "I know you wouldn't he dare." So, he knew I was too scared to defy him, yet he still choked me. His temper seemed rather precarious. I gasped for air, keeping my eyes fixed on Yu Qingzhou, whose emotions appeared to stabilize. "What about the promise you made me earlier?" I asked softly. "Why?" Yu Qingzhou interrupted. "Your family has attracted a formidable malevolent force. Given your father's current condition, if he does not awaken within 3 days, he will never wake again." My heart sank at this revelation, and I quickly inquired, "What must be done for my father to awaken?" "Quite simple." Yu Qingzhou smirked with an air of arrogant confidence. "You must find that malevolent entity and kill it." A bitter expression crossed my face. It was easy for him to say, but I had never even killed a chicken, let alone a malevolent being. "What? Afraid?" Yu Qingzhou looked down at me. It wasn't that I was afraid. For my father, I would dare anything, but I simply lacked the strength. I shook my head gently, voicing my concerns. Upon hearing my words, Yu Qingzhou let out a light laugh, and then his hand emerged from his voluminous sleeves, revealing a shimmering scale in his palm. Take this. I cautiously accepted it, bewildered. What is this? Yu Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. With this, it will guide you to the entity that harmed your father. Once you find it, just drip your blood onto the scale. Is it really that simple? I asked, astonished. Why? Yu Qingzhou shot me a sideways glance. Saying nothing, I carefully placed the beautiful scale into my most secure pocket and raised my head, occasionally glancing at Yu Qingzhou's face, recalling Mr. Guo's words. My cheeks flushed crimson, and I swallowed hard. How was I to broach such a subject? It was utterly embarrassing. Perhaps my gaze was too revealing, too blatant, for Yu Qingzhou turned his displeased eyes upon me. What are you staring at me for? Do you have something to say? His words rendered me tongue-tied and bashful. The pendant is missing, and those malevolent forces are targeting me. Mr. Guo mentioned a way to help me through this predicament. My voice dwindled with each word, and I felt increasingly shameful. Oh, what method? Yu Qingzhou's eyes narrowed dangerously. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and declared loudly, I need your true dragon aura. My declaration was fueled by courage, so my voice rang out particularly loud, startling a flock of birds from the trees nearby. Upon hearing my request, Yu Qingzhou's expression shifted to a pallid shade, then flushed with anger. I could sense the urgency in his tone, laced with suppressed fury. Repeat that? Faced with his menacing demeanor, I dared not utter a word. My face burned as I endured his piercing gaze. Bowing deeply, I said, I apologize for my impudence. Please do not take offense. Without hesitation, I turned and fled, fearful that if I lingered too long, he would seize me on the spot. However, after a few steps, I turned back and called out, I will return. Get lost. Yu Qingzhou bellowed, accompanied by a torrent of water cascading from above, leaving me drenched like a drowned rat. I wiped the water from my face. He truly has quite the temper. The return journey was devoid of any peculiar occurrences. The previous shadows and sounds had vanished, and everything exhausted from the events of the past few days. I washed up and collapsed into bed, falling into a deep slumber. I did not dream of the malevolent entities, but instead of Yu Qingzhou. In the dream, he sat by my bedside with a grim expression, his gaze fixed on me with a complicated demeanor. I jolted upright, realizing I was dreaming, which emboldened me. Yu Qingzhou, why are you here? I questioned. He asked, were your words by the river truly sincere? What? I was taken aback, unsure which statement he referred to. His voice turned low and gravelly. You said you needed true dragon aura? I nodded vigorously, my head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. This was a matter of life and death, and I could not afford to lie. Seemed my thoughts during the day had manifested in my dreams. I observed Yu Qingzhou's expression darken with uncertainty. Was he this indecisive even in my dreams? Shouldn't I be the one in control here? Will you grant it to me? I leaned forward, my eyes innocently blinking as I gazed at his face, marveling at his striking appearance. Seeing me draw closer, Yu Qingzhou instinctively recoiled slightly, yet I was resolute in my dream, thinking that this was my realm. With that thought, I wrapped my arms around his neck and pressed my lips against his delicate ones. Yu Qingzhou's body stiffened, his deep-set eyes widening in shock, filled with astonishment. He seemed frozen. However, as I clumsily bit his lip, the astonishment in his gaze faded, replaced by an unfathomable emotion. He grasped my head and leaned in, his icy lips fervently moving against mine, and in the next moment, a fervent breath filled my ears, as if he were conquering a fortress. Shui Jingyao, remember this? It was you who first provoked me. Chapter 13. Dreams become reality. This dream was lengthy and vivid, yet rather exhausting. The next day, upon awakening, I felt an overwhelming soreness throughout my body, as though I had walked dozens of kilometers. I could barely stand when I attempted to get out of bed. What on earth was happening? Wasn't it merely an audacious dream? Why did I feel utterly drained? It wasn't until I caught sight of my bare legs that I realized. At first, I was taken aback. Then I grabbed a mirror to inspect myself, and my neck, chest, and even my arms bore dark red marks, and there was a small wound on my lips, as if something had bitten me. Given my current state and discomfort, even a fool would understand what had transpired. But wasn't it just a surreal dream? The actions of Yu Qingzhou within that dream had seemingly manifested into reality. The suddenness of this occurrence left me utterly mortified. Although I sought the dragon chi for my survival, now that it had truly happened, all I wished for was to burrow into a hole. I couldn't help but wonder what Yu Qingzhou would think of my reckless behavior. Would he perceive me as frivolous? At this thought, I was momentarily stunned. I actually cared about his opinion of me. I couldn't allow my mother to see me in this state, so I took some clean clothes and hurried to shower, only daring to venture outside once I had composed myself. However, my current gait was rather peculiar, reminiscent of a crab's scuttle. My mother was preparing breakfast when she noticed my odd manner of walking. She glanced at me and inquired, "Jingyao, what happened to your legs?" I obediently sat at the dining table, my head bowed as I softly replied, "I accidentally twisted my ankle when I got up." My mother shot me a reproachful look, admonishing, "Be more careful when you walk from now on. And why are you covering your neck so tightly in this sweltering heat?" I lowered my head even further, as I had several large red welts from mosquito bites on my neck that were quite alarming, and I had used the collar of my shirt to shield them. I had forgotten to light the mosquito coils. My mother sighed in exasperation. "I'll remember next time." The mere thought of last night's events made my cheeks burn with embarrassment, especially since I had initiated everything myself. I felt utterly ashamed, wanting nothing more than to vanish from sight. Yet I knew this was not the time for me to be coy. I needed to swiftly locate that vile entity to awaken my father. After breakfast, my mother went to keep vigil by my father's side. Ever since the incident, she had been doing this daily, hoping that he would hear her chatter and awaken soon. Deep down, I understood that unless I found the source of the harm done to my father, he would never wake. With that in mind, I took out the scales that Yu Qingzhou had given me. He mentioned they would assist me in locating the malevolent force responsible for my father's condition. I furrowed my brow, pondering how to proceed. Just as I thought this, a slender white thread emerged from the scales, winding its way into the distance, and my expression sharpened. Could it be that the scales were indeed guiding me to the source of the malevolence? I quickly rose and chased after the thread, which floated slowly ahead of me without faltering. Eventually, it came to a stop beside a person who appeared oblivious to its presence, smiling amiably at me. "Ah, Shui family girl, where are you off to on this scorching day?" The person addressed me. This individual was the village's kind-hearted but most unfortunate soul, whom we all referred to as Three Ants. She had lost her husband in middle age and her son in old age, now living in the village with her only grandson. The people in our village were generally kind-hearted and simple. If anything were to happen at Three Ants' home, someone from the village would invariably lend a hand. Yet at this moment, the thread guiding me to the source of my father's plight lingered near this pitiful old woman. Could it be that she was the one responsible for my father's condition? Yet, she appeared to be an ordinary person. What kind of malevolence would stroll under the blazing sun? I scrutinized Three Ants with suspicion and replied, "Where are you headed, Three Ants?" Her kind eyes appraised me as she answered, "My grandson is ill. I'm going to the barefoot doctor in the neighboring village to fetch some herbs." Her grandson, Xiaobao, was 12 years old and about to enter middle school. He was a well-behaved and thoughtful child, beloved by all in the village. "Won't keep you too long. I must hurry, or the sun will become even more scorching," she said, quickening her pace. "Oh, all right." I nodded hastily. As Three Ants moved away, the thread resumed its journey, now flying in the opposite direction from her. The path of the thread deepened my concern. Its brief pause by Three Ants had led me to believe it had merely veered slightly off course. However, it now appeared to be heading directly toward her home, entering the yard and coming to a standstill. Could it be that the malevolent entity harming my father was hidden here? I hesitated, gazing at the tightly shut gate, lost in contemplation. Should I enter? After a moment's deliberation, I made a swift decision and prepared to turn away. The first rule of survival: do not be curious, never act alone, and never enter a place you know to be dangerous. Furthermore, Yu Qingzhou had instructed me to let my blood fall upon the scales once I found it. He had not mentioned anything further. For safety's sake, I decided to first let a drop of blood fall on the scales. However, pricking my finger was truly painful. I grimaced as I let a drop fall onto the scales and turned to leave. Yet, as I turned, I nearly collided with someone. Staring into the face, lined with wrinkles and magnified, my breath caught in my throat. 3 ants. Didn't you go to fetch herbs from the barefoot doctor? How could you return so quickly? I asked in astonishment. Inside, I was panicking. Something felt amiss with her. It was implausible for her to have returned so soon. The realization struck me. Perhaps she had been following me all along and had not gone to the doctor at all. Cold sweat instantly drenched my body. 3 ants no longer wore her gentle smile. Her face contorted into a grimace as she fixed her eyes on me. Shue family girl, what are you peering at in front of my door? Her voice was chilling, laced with terror. At that moment, the gate to the yard creaked open silently behind her. Chapter 14. My precious, since you are so intrigued by my home, then do step inside. The expression on Aunt San's face suddenly twisted into a ghastly grimace. I was taken aback by her sudden aggression. I could scarcely believe that an elderly woman could possess such formidable strength. In an instant, she thrust me into her courtyard, and with a resounding bang, the gate slammed shut behind us. I fell heavily onto the ground, feeling utterly drained by Yu Qingzhou, and now, after this jarring impact, I felt as though the air in the courtyard was thick with the stench of blood, mingled with the nauseating odor of decay. Aunt San, what are you doing? I exclaimed, my voice laced with fury. She glared at me, her countenance darkened, and coldly retorted, Humph! Shue family girl, do you think I cannot see the threads flying in midair? Thankfully, I had the foresight to follow you. Otherwise, you would have thwarted my grand scheme. A chill ran down my spine. Aunt San could perceive those threads? This Yu Qingzhou was indeed a troublesome entity. Wait, what did she mean by thwarting her grand scheme? And this foul odor in the air. It was unmistakably the smell of rotting flesh, utterly revolting. Aunt San firmly barred the door and proceeded to capture a rooster with a broken leg from the chicken coop. A sinister smile crept across her face as she said, Since you have come to me willingly, do not blame me for being impolite. As long as my grandson can return, I am willing to do anything. I cannot afford to lose my only grandson again. I had intended to wait before taking action against you, but you delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Truly, heaven is assisting me. At that moment, Aunt San bore no resemblance to her usual benevolent self. Her gaze towards me mirrored that of Song Lin's, filled with a predatory hunger. I was perplexed by her immense strength as she dragged me towards the house. Panic surged within me, yet I found myself powerless to escape. Yu Qingzhou had instructed me to let my blood drip onto the scales, but what happened afterward? My anxiety escalated. Aunt San's residence was even more remote than mine, devoid of any nearby neighbors. I could scream until my throat was raw, but no one would hear. She tossed me into a room, and upon entering, I was confronted by the sight of a corpse lying on the bed, its body covered in a vile yellow liquid, maggots wriggling about. A wave of rancid odor assaulted my senses, and my complexion turned pallid. Although the body was decomposed, the figure was still vaguely recognizable as Xiao Bao, Aunt San's child. Xiao Bao was already dead, and in a state of decay. Hadn't Aunt San claimed she was going to gather medicine? Had she lost her mind? Moreover, she appeared to harbor suspicions regarding my father's misfortune, but what did that have to do with him? Aunt San, what are you planning? Did you have any involvement in my father's accident? I demanded with a simmering rage. Aunt San clutched the broken-legged rooster tightly, glancing between the decaying Xiao Bao and the fowl in her grasp. With a chilling glare, she declared, "Your father's life is now intertwined with that of this rooster. If I were to wring its neck, your father would perish as well. If you wish to see your father live, you must cooperate with me." Cooperate with you for what? I questioned. At that moment, Aunt San's expression softened as she gazed at the corpse of Xiao Bao, her eyes radiating warmth. Cooperate with me to revive Xiao Bao. But, Xiao Bao is already dead. How can one revive the deceased? I gasped in disbelief. Yet my words seemed to enrage Aunt San. She bellowed, "No, my Xiao Bao is not dead. The celestial being has proclaimed it can be done. As long as you assist me in completing the ritual." I was stunned, realizing that Aunt San had meticulously orchestrated this entire situation. "What do you need me to do?" I forced myself to remain calm, scanning my surroundings for an escape route. To my dismay, the windows were all sealed shut, leaving me with no choice but to confront Aunt San. With a confidence that betrayed her belief in my inability to flee, she fixed her hungry gaze upon me and said, "It's quite simple. Just let me take your heart and Xiao Bao will return to life. Help your dear grandmother. It will be over in no time." My heart? Are you asking for my demise? I protested. Even the flesh of a monk cannot bring the dead back to life, let alone my mortal body. Aunt San, growing impatient, brandished a sharp kitchen knife that had seemingly appeared from thin air. With a menacing tone, she threatened, "If you refuse to part with your heart, I shall swiftly end this rooster's life." "Please, don't," I cried out in alarm. "I agree." Aunt San let out a cold snort, approaching me with the rooster in hand, raising the knife high. Internally, I cursed my fate. Whether I resisted or not, death loomed inevitable. Yet, perhaps resisting might afford me a glimmer of hope. Seizing the moment, I charged towards Aunt San, aiming for her waist. Caught off guard by my defiance, she momentarily lost her grip, and the rooster flapped away in a frenzy. I wrestled Aunt San to the ground, reaching for the knife in her hand. Though she was strong, my agility proved advantageous. With every ounce of strength, I finally wrested the knife from her grasp. But in that instant, I noticed Aunt San had frozen, her gaze fixed behind me, her face contorting into a bizarre smile. Simultaneously, I heard a dripping sound, reminiscent of water falling to the ground. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of the foul yellow liquid pooling beneath me. Was the corpse reanimating? In a panic, I attempted to rise, but Aunt San suddenly wrapped her arms around me with a grip as unyielding as dry twigs. "Xiao Bao, now is the time. Extract her heart, and you shall live." Xiao Bao had transformed beyond recognition. The putrid fluid and mangled flesh dripped from his form, terror coursing through me. He extended a skeletal hand, now stripped of flesh, towards my chest. Just as his hand was about to make contact, a brilliant silver light erupted from within me, and a dragon-shaped apparition enveloped me in its embrace. Chapter 15. You are unworthy. The silvery, dragon-like specter sent the decaying corpse hurtling away, the body crashing against the wall with a dull thud, disintegrating into a heap of fragments. Upon seeing the shattered remains, my great-aunt's eyes flared with rage, disregarding her intent to kill me. She crawled toward the pile of body parts, desperately attempting to grasp the mangled flesh and bones. Yet no matter how she tried to reassemble them, the corpse could never be restored to its former state. Seizing the opportunity while my great-aunt was occupied with the dismembered remains, I dashed to a corner of the room, grasping the limping rooster in my arms and bolting for the exit. This rooster was tied to my father's fate. I could not abandon it. My great-aunt remained ensnared in her sorrow, and as I burst out of the house, she did not pursue me. Instead, I swiftly shut the door behind me. However, I was taken by surprise as I collided with a hard chest just outside the courtyard gate. Had it not been for the individual who quickly caught me, I might have fallen to the ground from the impact. A refreshing, mountain spring-like scent enveloped me, and when I looked up, I found myself face to face with the man in red, Yu Qingzhou. His timing was impeccable. He appeared neither too early nor too late, but precisely when I was fleeing. I could not help but suspect that his arrival was deliberate. Yet, my momentary astonishment gave way to a blush that rendered my face as red as a cooked shrimp, and the memories of last night's heart-racing events began to assail me once more. "Why did it take you so long to arrive?" I asked softly, my gaze fixed on the ground. I dared not meet Yu Qingzhou's eyes for fear of his mockery. To my surprise, no derisive words came. Instead, a light chuckle escaped him. "Are you implying that I should have come sooner?" I instantly looked up, my eyes widening in alarm. No, that is not what I meant. I just thought that had I not escaped, I might have met my demise. The corners of Yu Qingzhou's lips curled into a slight smirk, his gaze lingering on my lips for a few moments before sliding down to my neck and chest, sending a shiver down my spine. "You possess the true dragon aura as your protective shield. It is not so easy for you to perish." As he spoke of the true dragon aura, there was a depth of meaning in his eyes. The mention of the true dragon aura filled me with an acute sense of embarrassment as I recalled how it was attained. Before I could gather my thoughts, he continued, "The dragon shadow that manifested within you earlier was a manifestation of the true dragon aura." "Ordinary things cannot harm you." I nodded in realization, astonished that the entity safeguarding me was indeed the true dragon aura. It seemed to imply that Yu Qingzhou and I shared a bond akin to that of spouses. Yet, an uncomfortable feeling stirred within me. I was merely human, while he was a dragon king. Could beings of such disparate natures truly coexist? "Yu Qingzhou," I called softly. "What is it?" He lowered his gaze to meet mine. I clutched the rooster tightly, summoning my courage, but upon seeing his cold, indifferent expression, I faltered. "Yes, it's nothing," I replied, disheartened. Why Yu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly but did not press further. Yet I knew he was aware of the question I longed to ask. In truth, I wished to inquire about the nature of our relationship following the events of last night. However, fear silenced my tongue, and he remained silent as well, his demeanor so serious that it belied the occurrence of the previous night. "Hurry and place the rooster by your father's bedside. The soul that was taken from him will return to his body," Yu Qingzhou instructed. I recognized that this was not the moment for hesitation, so I nodded, hastily carrying the rooster home. Upon my swift return, my mother, seeing me clutching the limping rooster, seemed eager to inquire. Anticipating her questions, I interjected, "Mom, please hold off on your questions. I'll explain later." Yu Qingzhou was with me, but it appeared my mother could not perceive him. She hesitated, wanting to speak, but ultimately refrained upon witnessing my urgency. I placed the rooster gently at my father's bedside, and to my relief, it remained still, not resisting or moving, lying quietly at the head of the bed, while Yu Qingzhou stood beside me. Once everything was prepared, Yu Qingzhou extended his long, slender hand toward both the rooster and my father's head, and I watched as a small, luminous orb emerged from the rooster's head, swiftly entering my father's brow. Moments later, I noticed my father's eyelashes flutter, though he did not awaken immediately. Why Yu Qingzhou informed me that my father's soul needed time to acclimate, and he would likely awaken by nightfall. Hearing this, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. As long as my father was safe, I could endure anything. With the protection of the true dragon aura, malevolent forces could no longer harm me, and everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction. Yet, Yu Qingzhou's subsequent words struck me like a thunderbolt. He returned to my room, taking a seat on the edge of my bed, where my torn clothes lay, remnants of the chaos from the previous night. Observing him sitting there with an air of nonchalance, I found myself at a loss, neither knowing whether to stand or sit. Why the sudden shyness? Weren't you quite bold and confident last night? Yu Qingzhou remarked, his voice cool and mocking, his eyes slightly narrowed. I scratched my head nervously and replied cautiously, about last night. I thought I was dreaming, which is why I acted so recklessly. I faltered, unsure how to articulate my thoughts. Anxiously wringing the hem of my clothing, I felt it crumple beneath my grip that I closed my eyes in resignation. I will take responsibility. It was my initiative, so I should be accountable. Responsible? Yu Qingzhou's laughter echoed coldly, as if he had heard the grandest joke. You believe you are worthy of taking responsibility for me? His words pierced my heart, and a fleeting sense of disappointment washed over me. It seemed Yu Qingzhou deemed me a mere mortal, too insignificant to hold such a role. Yet, was this not convenient for me? Drawing a deep breath, I asked, if I am unworthy of responsibility, may I inquire if I can pursue romantic relationships or marriage with others in the future? Chapter 16. The lost soul. I find myself deeply concerned about this matter. After all, I am but an unremarkable individual, yearning for an ordinary existence. Yet, no sooner had I uttered these words than I sensed an abrupt drop in the temperature within the room, the sweltering summer air turning unexpectedly frigid, catching me off guard and prompting an involuntary shiver. Raising my gaze slightly, I beheld Yu Qingzhou, his strikingly handsome visage cloaked in an icy demeanor, his crimson attire glaringly vivid against the backdrop. Beneath the striking red fabric, his pale bare feet drew my attention irresistibly. Adorning his exquisite ankles were two golden anklets, and their thickness and luster ignited a curiosity within me. Could these anklets be crafted from pure gold? However, alas, I dared not inquire, paralyzed by fear. I watched Yu Qingzhou with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, my heart racing like a drumbeat. If you wish to perish, then proceed at your leisure, he remarked, a sardonic smile playing on his lips, his tone chillingly cold. His words left me momentarily speechless, as if I were a rogue, neither proactive nor dismissive, nor taking responsibility. How frustrating! Yet, it was indeed I who had instigated matters the previous night. In truth, I had gained something of value, the essence of the true dragon, and it appeared he possessed a rather remarkable physique. As I pondered these thoughts, Yu Qingzhou's voice pierced through my reverie once more. Shui Jingyao, do not presume that possessing my true dragon essence renders you invulnerable. This essence can only safeguard you temporarily. It cannot ensure your survival indefinitely. To continue living, you must retrieve your lost soul. Otherwise, you shall remain in eternal slumber, outside the cycle of reincarnation. Those lacking a complete soul are not accepted by the underworld. Yu Qingzhou's words plunged me into despair, akin to being encased in ice. Just as he had stated, I had mistakenly believed that the true dragon essence would shield me from malevolent forces, yet now I felt far from elated. Did Song Lin take my soul? I ventured to ask. Yu Qingzhou nodded, affirming my suspicion. It seems so indeed. Yet, why would he seize my soul? Had I offended him in a past life? Yu Qingzhou merely cast a lingering gaze in my direction, offering no response. It appeared that the situation had grown increasingly complicated. I could hardly bear the thought of encountering Song Lin again, yet my very soul might be in his possession. Just then, observing my mother's hesitant demeanor, I understood what she wished to ask. I recounted the recent events to her, blending truth with embellishment. She could scarcely believe that our usually affable great could commit such acts. Enraged, she summoned a few compassionate villagers and set off for Greytant's residence, with me trailing in their wake. We arrived at Greytant's house in a formidable procession, but the gate remained firmly shut. Uncle Wong, a robust villager, forcefully kicked it open, and as the door swung ajar, my mother, possessing a bold spirit and fueled by anger, charged into the house, and I followed closely behind. To my astonishment, the decaying remains of two corpses lay within, Little Bao and Great Aunt. Little Bao's body had deteriorated more severely, while Great Aunt's was in a less advanced state, yet signs of decomposition were evident. with fluids seeping forth and maggots present. The grotesque scene left me not only nauseated but utterly shocked. How could Great-Aunt, who had been so lively just hours before, have transformed into a corpse seemingly long deceased? "Quick! Fetch Mr. Gua!" cried one of the newcomers upon witnessing the grim tableau in our village. It was customary to summon Mr. Gua to handle any funerary affairs. My mother and I exchanged a glance, neither of us uttering a word. Yu Qingzhou appeared silently at my side, whispering, "In truth, the elderly woman you saw earlier had already passed. She was merely sustained by a breath of life." Chapter 17. The soul calling Jade. When the breath that sustained her finally faded, it was only natural for her to return to dust. With Yu Qingzhou's presence beside me, I seized the opportunity to follow him outside, as more and more people crowded into the room of my great-aunt. Outside, however, there were few souls. I was momentarily taken aback. How was I supposed to respond? Of course, I could only observe with my eyes. Yet, upon seeing Yu Qingzhou's composed and handsome visage, I dared not jest. Instead, I focused on contemplating the situation regarding my great-aunt. Before this, both my great-aunt and Xiaobao were merely ordinary individuals. How did they come to know that my heart's flesh could bring someone back to life? It seemed that during my earlier confrontation with my great-aunt, I had overheard her mention a certain celestial being. Was it that entity who divulged my secrets to her? But who was this celestial being, and why would they inform my great-aunt of such things? I shared my confusions and thoughts with Yu Qingzhou, who scoffed lightly, remarking that I wasn't entirely foolish. Continuing, he stated, "Your constitution is inherently unique. Having lost a soul, anyone who lays eyes upon you will yearn to take a bite, and countless demons and monsters will be eager to hunt you down. Your foremost task now should be to reclaim your lost soul." Yu Qingzhou's words filled me with trepidation. If I were to fail in recovering my lost soul, not only would I meet an untimely demise, but I would also face relentless pursuit from various malevolent entities. Silently, I lit a candle for myself. Surely, there were others in this world who bore even greater misfortunes than I. With my head bowed, I spoke in a tone tinged with defeat. "I am but an ordinary person. Even if I comprehend that I have lost a soul, I do not know what actions to take. Not knowing is no excuse. Think until you arrive at understanding," Yu Qingzhou replied bluntly, showing no sympathy. "If you wish to abandon life, do let me know. Your flesh and blood still hold some value, for many are those who strive to live." His words struck me like a resounding slap, leaving me momentarily stunned. I understood. With my head still lowered, I replied softly, "I see." Observing my improved demeanor, Yu Qingzhou shifted his tone, adding, "Of course, if you encounter matters you cannot resolve, do not hesitate to consult me." His statement compelled me to lift my gaze. I had to tilt my head back to catch a glimpse of Yu Qingzhou's face. He towered over me by a full head, and each time he regarded me, I felt a sense of disdain. In truth, he may well have been genuinely looking down upon me. "Really?" I asked, my voice tinged with surprise. He nodded, affirming my query. Looking upon his frosty countenance and the arrogance twinkling in his eyes, my heart raced uncontrollably. "Wipe that foolish expression off your face. You read drooling with desire. Do not covet my beauty, for it only makes you appear more foolish," Yu Qingzhou admonished me with disdain. "Thank you, Yu Qingzhou. Your words pierce my heart." After all, Yu Qingzhou's comings and goings were as elusive as shadows, making it seemingly difficult to locate him. Yu Qingzhou lowered his gaze to meet mine, his eyes locking onto me as he replied, "Simply call my name when you wish to find me." In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Call his name? Is that truly the case? A bold thought suddenly surged within my mind. "Yu Qingzhou," I called out with full conviction. Yet, before me lay only emptiness. With a sigh, I turned to leave, only to collide with something both hard and soft. I quickly looked up to find Yu Qingzhou standing there. "What now?" He appeared somewhat irritable. Feeling a twinge of fear, I murmured, "I just wanted to test." "Finish testing?" I nodded hastily, only to receive a sharp flick on my forehead in response. "Enough. I am leaving," he declared, and this time, he truly disappeared. Mr. Guo soon arrived, spotting me standing outside the courtyard. Upon seeing me, he paused for a moment before flashing a knowing yet slightly ambiguous smile. "Ah, Jingyao, you are quite swift, I see, Mr. Guo remarked. I was momentarily puzzled by his words, instinctively replying, "Mr. Guo, what do you mean by speed?" He offered no clarification, merely giving me a meaningful glance before proceeding into the house. Not wishing to linger, especially with the unpleasant scent wafting in the air, I called for my mother, and we made our way home. Mr. Guo took charge of the arrangements for my great-aunt's funeral, with each family in the village contributing a small donation. Upon returning home, I found my father awake. Although he appeared somewhat weak, he seemed to be recovering well overall. He recounted a peculiar dream he had while unconscious. He claimed to have been trapped in a chicken coop, surrounded by chickens, and even mentioned dreaming of me, though the specifics had escaped him. I considered it fortunate that my father had forgotten the details. After all, it was not a pleasant experience. During the days I spent at home, Mr. Guo managed the funeral proceedings, and my father's leg healed remarkably quickly, as if everything was progressing positively. Thus, it was time for me to return to school. The night before my return, I dreamed of Yu Qingzhou once more, and it seemed he relished sitting at the edge of my bed. Each time I dreamt of him, he occupied that same spot, and this occasion was no exception. He held a small, teardrop-shaped jade pendant in his hand, intricately carved with dragon motifs. It appeared cool to the eye, yet upon touching my skin, it radiated a gentle warmth. This pendant was bestowed upon me by Yu Qingzhou. As he leaned in to place it around my neck, his warm breath wafted towards me, mingled with a crisp, ethereal fragrance that set my heart aflutter. "If your lost soul is within 100 kilometers of you, the jade will react at that moment. Simply call my name," he explained. This pendant was far more exquisite than the previous jade tablet, more befitting a girl. "All right," I replied softly, my gaze fixed intently on the proximity of Yu Qingzhou. Sensing my stare, he flicked my forehead playfully, saying, "Clear your mind of that foolishness." Chapter 18. My heart belongs entirely to him. After finishing his words, Yu Qingzhou playfully poked my forehead with considerable force. His remark caused my face to flush crimson. Being so close to him earlier had indeed reminded me of that wild and impulsive night. However, several days had elapsed since then, and Yu Qingzhou seemed utterly unfazed, maintaining his usual aloof and ascetic demeanor. At times, I couldn't help but question whether the man who resembled a famished wolf that night was truly Yu Qingzhou. Yet, with that poke, I lost consciousness, only to awaken in the morning. Last night, I had already packed my belongings. As I prepared to return to school, my mother had reiterated her warnings, urging me not to engage in any interactions with the opposite sex that exceeded the bounds of friendship. I was well aware of my mother's concerns, and after assuring her multiple times, she reluctantly allowed me to leave. The events that transpired during my brief stay at home felt as if they had occurred ages ago, enveloping me in a sense of disorientation. Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Weiwei leaped into my arms like a playful kitten, embracing me tightly. "Yao Yao, I've missed you so much. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. It seems we've been apart for years." Su Weiwei's affectionate display startled me, sending shivers down my spine. "Get off me," I exclaimed, kicking her away. This was our dynamic, both of us vying for the role of the other's caretaker, though it was evident that neither of us succeeded. With a silly grin, Su Weiwei nestled closer and said, "You have no idea. Over the past few days, Senior Song Lin has been asking about you every day. His concern for you is palpable. You should just agree to him already." At her words, my hand trembled as I was packing, and I quickly covered Su Weiwei's mouth, silencing her. With utmost seriousness, I declared, "Have you lost your mind? I need to tell you something very serious. I am already in a relationship, and my partner is exceptionally outstanding. My heart belongs entirely to him, and I could never entertain thoughts of anyone else." "You have a partner?" Su Weiwei's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded me. I nodded earnestly. "Yes, we plan to marry right after I graduate. He is currently my fiancé." "Fiancé?" Su Weiwei's reaction was akin to hearing of an extraordinary event. I felt, for all I knew, he could be listening to our conversation. I wanted to demonstrate my loyalty, ensuring that, at the very least, he would protect me in times of danger. After all, a dog's life is far more precious than any romantic entanglement. Thus, I insisted, "Please refrain from mentioning Senior Songlin or any other men again. Do you understand?" Su Weiwei remained astonished, but eventually nodded in agreement. However, the mere mention of Songlin sent a chill down my spine. Despite having encountered difficulties at Yu Qingzhou's hands, how was it that Songlin continued to thrive at school? "Hey, Weiwei, don't you think there's something off about Senior Songlin?" I inquired. Upon my question, Su Weiwei pondered seriously for a moment before resting her chin in her hand. "Indeed, something feels amiss. It's as if he's obsessively fixated on you after just one encounter. You must be aware that you're becoming the target of animosity among the entire school." Furrowing my brow, I pondered the situation regarding Songlin. Just then, a girl from the neighboring dormitory appeared at the door, peeking her head inside. "Shui Jingyao, someone is looking for you outside the dorm." "Who?" I asked. However, the girl seemed to be fleeing from an unseen predator. Uttering only that and darting away, Su Weiwei chimed in. "Why not go see for yourself? It's broad daylight, and there are plenty of people around. What is there to fear?" That was a valid point. It was indeed daytime, and we were outside the dormitory, so there should be little cause for concern. Nevertheless, I decided to bring Su Weiwei along for added safety. As I descended the stairs and caught sight of the figure outside, I felt as though I had been struck by lightning, rooted in place and hesitant to approach. The tall, slender silhouette basking in the sunlight was none other than Songlin. However, the Songlin before me radiated a gentle aura that was starkly different from the one I had encountered previously. "It's Senior Songlin looking for you. I didn't expect him to know you were back at school so soon." I shot her a glare, torn between whether to approach him. With Songlin's arrival, a group of underclassmen quickly gathered around, their gazes fixated on me and him. The atmosphere was both terrifying and awkward. "Jingyao, come here," Songlin called with a slight smile. I furrowed my brow, questioning his intentions. Surveying the crowd, I reasoned that he likely wouldn't act inappropriately in front of so many witnesses, so I resolved to see what he wanted. After a moment of hesitation, I approached him, striving to maintain composure. "Senior Songlin, what brings you here?" I inquired. I looked up at him, attempting to glean some insight from his expression, but he maintained a warm and gentle smile throughout, betraying no emotion. I had to admit, Songlin was undeniably handsome. If only he weren't a predator intent on devouring me. He gazed at me and softly said, "I sincerely apologize for the events that have transpired recently." His words took me aback. His demeanor and tone were imbued with genuine sincerity, as if he were earnestly apologizing to me. Yet, I recalled his earlier malevolence, the way he had seemed intent on tearing me apart. There was no way I could have forgotten that wicked gaze and sinister smile. Now, he was apologizing. Noticing the curious expressions of those around us, I quickly lowered my voice and asked, "Considering the heinous acts you've committed, do you truly—" His eyes scanned my features before he said, "Jingyao, what I am about to say may seem preposterous, but please believe me." I regarded him warily, suspicion evident in my gaze. "Then speak." Suddenly, Songlin leaned closer, his head near my ear, and whispered, "It wasn't me." "What?" I was momentarily taken aback, unable to process his words. Songlin repeated, "I mean, since that gathering, the one who wanted to harm you was not me." Chapter 19. That wasn't me. Song Lin's words rendered me momentarily speechless, my eyes widening in disbelief as I gazed at him. Did he truly claim that the one who wished to devour me was not him? If it was not him, then who could it possibly be? Was he jesting with me? Noticing my expression laden with suspicion, Song Lin's tone shifted to one of greater exasperation as he articulated, "Some matters are not as they appear on the surface. The answer you seek is not suitable for discussion under the current circumstances. I ask for your understanding." He continued, "If you wish to ascertain whether I am human, you may check my body temperature." I hesitated to reach out to Song Lin, uncertain if he might suddenly seize my hand and vanish into thin air. Yet, despite my trepidation, Song Lin took the initiative to grasp my hand, guiding it to rest against his face, revealing a warmth that was unmistakably human. As I stood there, momentarily dazed by his act, finally, I regained my composure, feeling as though I had been scalded, and quickly withdrew my hand. I glanced around anxiously, searching for Yu Qingzhou. In this precarious situation, I feared what might happen if he misinterpreted our interaction. Fortunately, I did not spot Yu Qingzhou in the vicinity, and I let out a heavy sigh of relief internally. I addressed Song Lin sternly, "Senior Song Lin, there are boundaries between men and women. Please refrain from such indiscretions. It would not be appropriate with so many classmates around." Indeed, the onlookers, including Su Weiwei, regarded me with expressions of astonishment and prying curiosity, making me feel exceedingly uncomfortable. "My apologies for my oversight," Song Lin said, his face reflecting genuine remorse. After a moment's deliberation, he continued, "If you wish to uncover the truth behind this, I am always here for you. Ultimately, I must apologize once more." With that, Song Lin offered me a slight nod before turning to leave. Once he departed, I came to my senses. I must have been out of my mind to even consider seeking out Song Lin. I held no interest in the truth he concealed. All I desired was for him to cease his troublesome pursuits. My curiosity was not particularly potent. I have always adhered to the principle that if one does not court danger, one will remain unscathed. Thus, I would never approach Song Lin willingly. "Yu Qingzhou, you must trust me." With Song Lin gone, the gathering students dispersed, although a lingering pair of unfriendly gazes fell upon. I met them defiantly, thinking, "What are you looking at? I am not well acquainted with Song Lin, so why do you stare?" I may fear the supernatural, but I had no apprehension of these people. I pulled Su Weiwei back to our dormitory. Once inside, she seemed to regain her wits, fixing me with a suspicious glare. "Yao Yao, what on earth transpired between you and Senior Song Lin? Why do I sense an odd atmosphere between you two?" "Ugh, please refrain from mentioning Senior Song Lin in my presence again. I fear my fiancé may misconstrue things," I replied sternly. Su Weiwei regarded me as though I were a fool. "Shui Jingyao, I suspect you might be suffering from some grave illness. You returned from a few days at home and suddenly claim to have a fiancé? And now, as we converse in our dormitory, you expect me to believe your fiancé has ears everywhere?" I found it difficult to explain the situation regarding Yu Qingzhou to Su Weiwei, so I simply stated, "Regardless, I cannot elucidate this matter to you. But remember, my fiancé is omnipresent." "Is he air?" "Only air can be everywhere," Su Weiwei retorted, her eyes narrowing in indignation, clearly convinced I was deceiving her. I placed a finger over her lips, solemnly declaring, "He is light, he is electricity. At the very least, I must maintain an exterior of unwavering loyalty to him." Later that evening, as my roommates began returning to the dorm, Su Weiwei and I lay on our beds engrossed in our phones. Just then, Zhou Ziyu burst in, brimming with intrigue. "Hey, did you see the school forum?" she asked, her expression shrouded in mystery. "I haven't checked. I'm not particularly interested in the romantic entanglements or—" Su Weiwei perked up. "Then what is it?" "Someone posted about Senior Song Lin. You all know him, right? He's in trouble." Upon hearing Song Lin's name, I froze, taken aback that this gossip pertained to him. I instinctively halted my game and opened the school forum, where the most heated post bore Song Lin's name prominently. I furrowed my brow. What on earth had Song Lin gotten himself into? Before I could delve further, a sudden flutter of my heart seized me, and the soul-conducting jade around my neck began to radiate warmth, emitting a faint glow. Yu Qingzhou had mentioned that if the jade reacted, it indicated that my lost soul was within 100 kilometers. But that was still a vast area. Where would I even begin to search? It seemed my only option was to call upon Yu Qingzhou, who had assured me that he would appear if I simply spoke his name. Clutching the now warm jade, I clicked on the post to read further. The post was made anonymously. The poster recounted that last night, they returned home late and, while passing by a small grove, spotted Song Lin standing alone, speaking animatedly to the air, clearly agitated. The poster surmised that this seemingly perfect senior must be suffering from some form of mental illness, contrary to the flawless image everyone held of him, and thus decided to expose this revelation. However, I did not share this sentiment. I believed Song Lin was not mentally ill. Though he possessed human warmth and a heartbeat, something felt amiss. The Song Lin who had wished to consume me and the one before me now exuded entirely different auras. Could it be that there were two Song Lin? After lights out, I noticed that most everyone had drifted off to sleep, and I stealthily crept out of the dormitory towards the water room. To my surprise, the water room was nearly deserted. I called out for Yu Qingzhou multiple times, but nothing occurred. My spirit sank. Wasn't it supposed to be sufficient to simply call his name? Why was he not appearing? Had he deceived me? Frustrated, I turned to leave, only to be startled by a red figure standing behind me. The unexpected sight caused me to gasp in shock, my instinct prompting me to scream. Yet, before I could utter a sound, the figure leaned in, their icy lips descending upon mine, effectively silencing my cry. Chapter 20. In order to silence you, I widened my eyes, gazing at the handsome face. My pupils constricted suddenly, and instinctively, I pressed my hand against his chest, attempting to push him away. We were in the water room, and if someone happened to walk in, my reputation at school would be utterly ruined. After much effort, I finally found the opportunity to speak, but in the next moment, Yu Qingzhou seized my waist and pulled me into his embrace. With a swift motion, he leaped through the window of the water room, and the dual sensations of weightlessness and soaring overwhelmed me. I had never encountered such a scene before. It was utterly breathtaking. Terrified, I clutched tightly onto Yu Qingzhou's clothing, wrinkling it in my grip. Only when we landed did my racing heart finally settle. The sensation I had just experienced was akin to turbulence on an airplane, nearly making me nauseous. After a considerable time, I regained my composure, only to discover that I found myself in an unfamiliar place, seemingly on the rooftop of a tall building. Looking down, the cars and pedestrians below appeared no larger than ants. My legs felt weak. I clung to the railing, crouching down, while Yu Qingzhou stood beside me, watching with amusement. "How have you turned into a quivering shrimp?" he inquired. I clung to the railing without letting go. "It's too high. I have acrophobia." "Is that so?" Yu Qingzhou drawled, casting a dubious glance in my direction. "What is so hard to believe about acrophobia? It is perfectly normal for an average person to be afraid of heights." I retorted, "Why have you brought me here? Where is this place?" Yu Qingzhou ceased to look at me and instead gazed into the distance, his voice cool and detached. "At the highest point of this city, the rooftop of the Starry Sky building. What are we doing here?" I pressed further. Yu Qingzhou cast a sidelong glance at the soul-retrieving jade pendant around my neck. "To find your soul. What else would we be doing? Do you think I brought you here for the view?" Ah, his words had a sting to them. "Then why did you kiss me back in the water room?" "Didn't you say I'm unworthy?" I dared to ask, my heart racing. Upon hearing my question, I noticed Yu Qingzhou's expression darken. "That was merely to silence you and prevent unnecessary complications. But there are many ways to silence someone." Why use a kiss? I couldn't help but be curious. Could it be that he was merely feigning disdain while harboring some feelings for me? After all, I was his nominal wife, and that night had seen certain events unfold. I observed the veins throbbing at Yu Qingzhou's temples as he closed his eyes in restraint, then leaned closer and coldly commanded, "Be quiet." With that, he strode towards the door of the rooftop. I obediently sealed my lips, daring not to ask further. Today's inquiries would end here. I primarily wished to test Yu Qingzhou's patience, and it appeared he was quite tolerant of me. Upon reaching the entrance, he halted and turned his head slightly. "Aren't you coming? Do you wish to stay here and enjoy the breeze?" Though I was uncertain of our next destination, following Yu Qingzhou seemed the best course of action. I figured we should search for the soul I had lost. The Starry Sky Building was the tallest and most iconic structure in Yunhai City, a hub for numerous renowned companies. Even though it was nearly midnight, the place remained ablaze with light as many worked late into the night. I felt rather conspicuous as we strode in boldly, especially given Yu Qingzhou's peculiar attire. "Yu Qingzhou, where are we headed now?" I hurriedly inquired, catching up to him. "To find someone," he replied curtly without looking back. As we traversed the corridors of the Starry Sky Building, I couldn't help but glance around nervously, fearing that the late-night workers might spot us. I was overwhelmed by a sense of guilt for no particular reason. After what felt like an eternity, Yu Qingzhou suddenly came to a stop and I, following too closely, collided with his back, my face smacking against it painfully, instantly contorting into a grimace. Yu Qingzhou turned to regard me, his expression tinged with exasperation. He then raised his hand and playfully smacked my cheek, his tone laced with disdain. "You look like a withered chrysanthemum, utterly hideous. Watch where you're going. It's not good to hurt others." Goodness, Yu Qingzhou's words cut deep. I suspected he wasn't a dragon king but rather a needle in his past life. I muttered my discontent softly. "That was because you stopped suddenly. I didn't do it on purpose." "All right, wait here for me. I need to go inside for a moment," Yu Qingzhou instructed. I wanted to ask why he wouldn't take me with him, but in the blink of an eye, he vanished from my sight. Well then, I suppose I'll just wait here. Currently, I found myself on the 19th floor of the building, which primarily housed various luxurious banquet halls. Why Yu Qingzhou had left me at the entrance of one such hall while he entered. I resigned myself to waiting for him, but after nearly 20 minutes, he still hadn't emerged, so I was growing increasingly bored. A voice suddenly broke the silence behind me, startling me. "Shui Jingyao, what are you doing here?" The voice sounded genuinely surprised. I turned around to find Song Lin standing behind me, his expression one of astonishment. Dressed in a sharp black suit, he exuded a cold yet composed demeanor, entirely different from the casual appearance I had seen earlier at the dormitory. Upon realizing it was Song Lin, I instinctively took several steps back, my eyes warily scrutinizing him. He had nearly killed me twice. Although he insisted that he wasn't the one behind those acts, I still couldn't bring myself to be too close. Furthermore, Yu Qingzhou was still inside the banquet hall, and I certainly didn't want to be misunderstood. Seeing my retreat, Song Lin offered a resigned smile. "Are you that afraid of me? Do I look like someone who would eat people?" I was speechless, thinking to myself, "Do you even know if you would eat people?" "Rest assured, I don't eat people. This is a public place. You have nothing to fear, I won't harm you," Song Lin reassured. Still on guard, I continued to eye him suspiciously. "Then what are you doing here at such a late hour? And dressed so formally, you seem to have a CEO's air about you." Song Lin replied, "My family's company is located in the Starry Sky Building. I just finished attending a business banquet and was about to head back when I saw you standing here in a daze. Are you waiting for someone?" I was momentarily taken aback. Song Lin's family owned a company in this building. I hadn't expected him to be a wealthy heir. It was quite surprising. I nodded slightly. "Yes, I'm waiting for someone." "Who are you waiting for?" Song Lin continued to probe. I shot him a puzzled glance. Wasn't this a matter that shouldn't concern him? Chapter 21. Possession. At this moment, Song Lin's probing gaze seemed to suggest that if I did not speak, he would not relent. Reluctantly, I replied, "My fiancé." Fiancé? Song Lin's expression clearly shifted. His eyes filled with disbelief. How come I was unaware that you had a fiancé? His words heightened my sense of vigilance. Why should he be privy to my personal affairs? Was he investigating me? Whether or not I have a fiancé is none of your concern, I retorted coldly. Typically, a person of sound judgment would take heed of my tone and retreat. Yet Song Lin not only remained by my side but also smiled at me, which sent chills down my spine. I shifted to the side, and he merely glanced at me without moving. I sighed in relief, pondering why Yu Qingzhou had not yet appeared. Standing here with Song Lin was increasingly uncomfortable. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the banquet hall, followed by a cacophony of voices. Song Lin's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly strode towards the hall. With his long limbs, he swiftly vanished from sight. At that moment, I heard Yu Qingzhou's voice near my ear, urging me to enter. Go in? I furrowed my brow, unsure of what had transpired in the banquet hall, yet judging by the clamor, it could not bode well. Perhaps driven by a morbid curiosity, I hesitated only slightly before hastening towards the hall. As I walked, I softly called out, Yu Qingzhou, where are you? In the place with the most people, right here, he promptly replied. The place with the most people was undoubtedly where the noise was loudest. I quickened my pace into the chaotic banquet hall, where no one seemed to mind my uninvited presence. I searched for Yu Qingzhou amidst the throngs, spotting him remarkably calm among a sea of panicked individuals, clad in a low-key yet luxurious red robe that appeared somewhat out of place in the fashionable environment. It was as if no one noticed him. He raised his elegantly defined hand and beckoned me, his voice reaching me, "Come here." In such a situation, I was uncertain of what had transpired, so I obediently approached Yu Qingzhou's side. Perhaps due to his presence, I felt my own visibility diminish. The strangers around us seemed oblivious to my existence. I raised my hand to cover my mouth and whispered to Yu Qingzhou, "Why did you call me over? What is happening here?" He tilted his chin, gesturing for me to look towards the center of the crowd. Following his gaze, I attempted to see but realized, I'm sorry. I'm only 5 feet tall. I can't see what is happening in the middle. Embarrassed, I touched my nose and added, "Well, I'm not tall enough to see." I looked up at Yu Qingzhou, who stood at least 6 feet tall, estimating his height between 6'1" and 6'3". With a helpless expression, I stood on my toes and replied, "See, even this is enough." Yu Qingzhou's eyelids drooped as he looked at me. "Didn't you eat enough while growing up? Why are you so short?" I wanted to argue that my 5 feet was neither particularly tall nor short. For a girl, being petite was perfectly acceptable. Before I could respond, Yu Qingzhou effortlessly lifted me onto his shoulder, and by the time I realized what had happened, I was perched high above the crowd. This position felt akin to being cradled like a child. "Make sure you see clearly," Yu Qingzhou said impatiently. I thought to myself, "Can't you see for yourself? Must you lift me to do so?" Despite my slight annoyance, my eyes dutifully scanned the center of the crowd, where I beheld a young girl in a white gown, roughly my age, half kneeling on the ground, her body convulsing violently. Most alarmingly, her pale arms, neck, and collarbone were marred by protruding veins. No, not veins, but dark, sinister tendrils. Moreover, her face was beginning to be overtaken by thin, black, web-like strands, which sent a wave of dread through me. What had happened to her? "Yu Qingzhou, what is wrong with her? This doesn't appear to be a typical ailment," I urgently inquired. Why Yu Qingzhou frowned slightly, and upon hearing my question he replied, It is not an illness. She is possessed. Possessed? I gasped softly, my gaze remained fixed on the young girl surrounded by onlookers, none daring to approach her as she emitted low growls reminiscent of a wild beast. Why did she seem somewhat familiar? Her face was nearly obscured by the black, web-like strands, making it difficult to recognize her true features, yet I felt a strange sense of familiarity. Is there a doctor present? Please, someone help my daughter. Why hasn't the ambulance arrived? A wealthy woman nearby fretted, pacing anxiously without knowing what to do. The girl's convulsions were severe, her limbs twisting at angles that could easily lead to fractures. I averted my gaze, rubbing the goosebumps that had risen on my arms, and asked Yu Qingzhou beside me, "Why did you want me to see this? What purpose does it serve?" Yu Qingzhou's expression darkened as he replied, "Earlier, I sensed that the soul you lost was connected to that girl, but now it has vanished, disappeared suddenly." Upon hearing this, I realized the soul-retrieving jade around my neck had ceased to radiate heat, returning to its previous calm state. If we want to understand what is happening, that girl is the key, Yu Qingzhou stated. I paused, perplexed. So, what now? So? Yu Qingzhou looked at me. We need to speak with her privately, but before we do that, we must first address her possession. I understood the reasoning, yet I wondered if we could simply approach her family. Yu Qingzhou cast a dispassionate glance at me before setting me down and pushing me toward the center of the crowd. That's not my concern. Your task is to persuade them to allow us to speak with her alone. As if an invisible force were parting the crowd, a path opened up and I was propelled forward, stumbling directly in front of the girl. Yu Qingzhou, you rascal. Chapter 22. Are you jealous? Oh dear. I let out a shriek. With a push from Yu Qingzhou, I was thrust into the gaze of the crowd, and my fall, accompanied by my cry, captured everyone's attention. I found myself sprawled before the girl possessed by evil, and as I raised my eyes, I locked onto hers. Her eyes were entirely white, devoid of any black, as she hung her head, her body twitching in a disturbing manner. The onlookers hadn't noticed her eyes due to her posture. Upon seeing her gaze, an inexplicable wave of profound sorrow and hatred surged towards me, akin to a tide of darkness threatening to engulf me. Fortunately, Yu Qingzhou's voice resonated in my mind just in time. "Shui Jingyao, snap out of it." His words jolted me, and I quickly averted my gaze, afraid to meet the girl's eyes again. I hastily scrambled to my feet, using both hands and feet. The task assigned to me by Yu Qingzhou was indeed a daunting one. Even if I spoke, would they believe me? At that moment, the girl's body twisted increasingly, and I could almost hear the cracking of her bones. If I delayed any longer, she would surely perish. The noblewoman was in a state of panic, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Recalling Yu Qingzhou's instructions, I gritted my teeth and addressed the noblewoman. "Madam, I have a way to save your daughter." In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. All eyes turned, with all attention focused on me. I steeled myself to continue. "This young lady is not suffering from a mere ailment, as you can see. The black veins and contorted limbs." I paused, for Yu Qingzhou offered me no words of encouragement, leaving me to flounder. I glanced at him, but he stood outside the crowd, watching me with an amused expression, showing no sign of wanting to assist. Was this man truly setting me up for ridicule? "Who are you? What do you intend to say? What is wrong with my daughter?" The noblewoman stepped forward, her anxiety palpable. Faced with no alternative, I decided to take the plunge. I whispered to her, "Your daughter is possessed by evil. You must sense that something is amiss. I have a very skilled master nearby. If you wish, I can summon him." Casting a glance at the afflicted girl, I added softly, "Time waits for no one, madam." The noblewoman, not one to act blindly, eyed me with a mix of terror and suspicion. What sort of trickery is this? Why would you, so young, choose to deceive? How can you even utter such words about possession? Her agitation escalated, and she failed to control her volume, successfully alerting everyone present to my supposed deceit. I had never been the subject of such scrutiny. My face burned with embarrassment, and I longed to flee. Yet, for the sake of my lost soul, I persevered. I hurriedly explained, I am not a fraud. Such matters cannot be clarified in a moment, and with so many people here, it is not the right time. If possible, may we speak privately? Speak privately? You think me gullible enough to fall for this? If you had any conscience, you would not deceive a heartbroken mother at this moment. The noblewoman retorted, her voice sharp, and in her fervor. She spat on my face. I cast a resentful glance at Yu Qingzhou, my mind racing with curses directed at him. I had never encountered such a situation. It felt like a grand social demise, and I wished to disappear into the ground. Yet, the culprit stood there, grinning at my plight, showing no inclination to assist, which only fueled my indignation. I wish to help you and your daughter, I murmured sheepishly, my confidence wavering as I struggled to convince them. Just then, a clear voice rang out beside me. Madame Yang, please do not be overly agitated. She is my junior, and she is not a fraud. I turned in astonishment to see Song Lin standing beside me, incredulous that he would come to my defense. This little fraud is your junior? Madame Yang exclaimed in disbelief. Song Lin's gaze darkened as he addressed her. Madam, I assure you, she is not a fraud. She is my junior. Madame Yang nodded awkwardly, acknowledging his words. I see, but your junior. Song Lin glanced at Madame Yang's face paled, and she turned to me, young lady, can your master truly help my daughter? Recalling Yu Qingzhou's calm demeanor, I nodded affirmatively at Madame Yang. Yet, I was perplexed as to why Song Lin would aid me. Was he truly not the monster seeking to consume me? With my request and Song Lin's support, the onlookers were all ushered out, including Madame Yang. In the end, Song Lin left as well, but not before casting a glance at Yu Qingzhou's location. He then focused back on me, saying, do not worry about the outside. I will keep an eye on things. After he closed the grand hall doors, confirming everyone had departed, I immediately called out to Yu Qingzhou, everyone is gone. Hurry over. I am clueless about how to save her. Yu Qingzhou approached me leisurely, though his expression was somewhat unnerving. Rather than examining the girl immediately, he regarded me with a smirk, causing my heart to— So you are not a thing? Yu Qingzhou's tone rose teasingly. Just as I began to respond, it dawned on me that he seemed to be implying I was not a person. My throat tightened, and I quickly retorted. Yu Qingzhou seemed to have heard the most absurd joke, letting out a derisive laugh as he retrieved a small mirror from his voluminous sleeves and tossed it to me. Instinctively, I caught it, feeling somewhat perplexed as I asked, what do you want me to do with this mirror? Yu Qingzhou, with a mischievous grin, replied, look into the mirror and tell me, what about you makes this prince envious? I could only stammer in disbelief. What a ridiculous notion. Then why the sarcastic tone? I muttered under my breath. Yu Qingzhou paid me no further heed and turned his attention to the girl instead. At that moment, she was convulsing uncontrollably, her eyes rolling back, alternating between pure white and pitch black, an unnerving sight that could only be attributed to possession. I instinctively edged closer to Yu Qingzhou. The sight of someone possessed was too terrifying. Who knew if such a thing could be contagious? Ah, cowardly little one. Yu Qingzhou shot a glance at me before effortlessly lifting the girl as though an invisible hand were suspended. It wasn't merely a matter of cowardice. I was genuinely afraid of these bizarre phenomena. The haunting images of specters seeking to devour me were vivid and unforgettable. After a cursory examination of the girl, Yu Qingzhou stated. She is afflicted by vengeful spirits. To restore her, these spirits must be exorcised. However, they are fiercely potent. Spirits do not attack without reason unless there is some connection. The girl's limbs appeared on the verge of contorting into a ball, prompting me to inquire of Yu Qingzhou. Is there a way to temporarily alleviate her condition until we ascertain the cause? Observing her current state, it seemed she would soon twist into a pretzel. Yu Qingzhou responded with a decisive gesture. He raised his hand, his slender fingers pointing towards the air. A faint golden light enveloped the girl, and her thrashing finally ceased, revealing a delicate and beautiful countenance that resembled an angel's. Yu Qingzhou cast a curious glance my way. Why should I assist her? One troublesome soul is already enough. Why should I exert my efforts for a stranger? Though he said as much, I harbored no illusions of being a saint. My concern stemmed from my previous assurances to Lady Yang that her daughter would be saved. If her daughter were to perish in a few days, would she not come seeking vengeance upon me? Such a noble woman, undoubtedly powerful and influential, was not someone I could afford to provoke. I voiced my apprehensions, only for Yu Qingzhou to respond with a cold glance. Ah, I see. When they come seeking you, I shall simply keep my distance. What? I recalled the heat of Yu Qingzhou's lips from that one fateful night. How could such fiery lips utter such frigid words? While I conversed with Yu Qingzhou, the girl began to awaken. Initially dazed, she quickly regained her senses. I was at a loss as to why she was able to see Yu Qingzhou, but just as I processed this, she let out a terrified scream and attempted to dive into Yu Qingzhou's embrace. My expression shifted dramatically. How bold was this girl to seek refuge in Yu Qingzhou's arms? As expected, just before she could reach him, Yu Qingzhou's long arm extended, his palm firmly pressing against her forehead. I had to admit, Yu Qingzhou was quite the quintessential straight man. Yet, his refusal to allow the girl near him filled me with a sense of satisfaction. Forgive me, I was simply overwhelmed with fear, the girl stammered, her voice trembling. Even though I appeared so unhinged, my mind was clear. I could distinctly feel my limbs contorting. I am truly frightened. Though she professed her fear, her gaze continually darted toward Yu Qingzhou. I took several steps to position myself between them, effectively breaking her line of sight. Despite the girl's pitiful state, I sensed a whiff of intrigue surrounding her. I was unaware of the connection between my lost soul and the girl before me, so I cautiously extended my arm, gently nudging Yu Qingzhou. How should I inquire about that soul? Aside from knowing that the soul-summoning jade was burning hot, I was utterly clueless and had to rely on Yu Qingzhou. He glanced at me with evident impatience, then swept me behind him, standing directly before me. Stand back, it is futile. I dared not voice any dissent. After all, my ignorance was undeniable. Facing Yu Qingzhou, the girl shyly lowered her head before addressing him. Thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, I might have truly perished. May I inquire your name, sir? That name sounded oddly familiar. I stared at her face several times before realization struck me. This was the campus bell of Yunhai University, the very institution I was currently attending. I was astounded to encounter the legendary gentle beauty in such an unexpected setting. Yet, why had she only expressed gratitude toward Yu Qingzhou? Did she deliberately overlook my efforts to assist her in front of everyone? Yu Qingzhou regarded Tong Cheng with an impassive expression, though his eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery as he declared, I am not the least bit interested in what you call me or which school you attend. The gentle smile that had graced Tong Cheng's lips faltered, her hand awkwardly retracting from the air. I have a few questions I wish to pose, and I hope you will respond truthfully. Should you withhold any information? Even without Yu Qingzhou vocalizing the threat, the intense malice emanating from his cold gaze was palpable. Tong Cheng nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Please, sir, I will disclose everything I know. What unusual occurrences transpired before your episode tonight? I refer specifically to events from this evening. Previous incidents need not be mentioned, Yu Qingzhou stated matter-of-factly. The soul-summoning jade only began to heat up tonight, suggesting that my soul must have only recently become linked with Tong Cheng. I fixated on her, the stakes of my life hanging in the balance. Tong Cheng, you must think carefully. Chapter 24. A modest price. Tong Cheng's face turned slightly pale as she softly murmured, I don't know. It just happened all of a sudden. Suddenly happened? That is implausible. The soul-calling jade was given to me by Yu Qingzhou, so there is no way it could have gone awry. Moreover, Yu Qingzhou mentioned that my soul is connected to Tong Cheng, hence she should not be oblivious to this matter. Unaware? Yu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes. He stepped closer to Tong Cheng, his towering figure exuding an air of intimidation that cast her entire being into shadow. I couldn't tell if Tong Cheng felt the pressure at that moment, but I certainly did. The oppressive atmosphere made my breathing laborious. Do you require my assistance in recalling? Yu Qingzhou's lips curled into a seemingly benevolent smile. Fear painted Tong Cheng's face as she hastily replied, Please, sir, do not rush me. I will think of something, I am sure of it. I noticed beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Why couldn't she have thought of it sooner? Why provoke Yu Qingzhou's ire? As his nominally humble wife, I dared not anger him, let alone Tong Cheng, a mere stranger. My patience is not boundless. I shall grant you 3 minutes to ponder thoroughly. With that, Yu Qingzhou took me by the arm and led me to a nearby lounge area. His posture was rather relaxed, one leg casually bent, his elbow resting on his knee, fingers idly tapping on the leather armrest of the sofa. In the silence of the room, the sound of his fingers striking the sofa echoed, heightening the tension in the atmosphere. I couldn't help but glance at Yu Qingzhou beside me and whispered, Do you think Tong Cheng really knows? She appears genuinely perplexed. In response, I was met with Yu Qingzhou's cold laughter. Ah, women, creatures adept at deception, particularly the beautiful ones. As he spoke, his gaze fleetingly swept over me, sending chills down my spine, making my skin prickle. Did his look carry some hidden meaning? It felt as though he suspected I had deceived him, tinged with a hint of resentment. I admitted that my flattery had been exaggerated, but could he truly discern my thoughts? I might just pluck your eyeballs out, Yu Qingzhou's voice echoed ominously. I quickly averted my gaze. This man could be truly fearsome when angered, and I had no desire to provoke him further. Yet I couldn't help but ponder whether Yu Qingzhou had been deceived by beautiful women in the past. The 3 minutes swiftly elapsed, and without needing a reminder from Yu Qingzhou, Tong Cheng spoke up. I have given it some thought, and indeed, something quite strange transpired before my incident tonight. Yu Qingzhou's inquisitive gaze prompted her to continue. Tonight, after Song Lin placed a ring on my finger, he left without uttering a word. It was peculiar. His face was ashen, utterly unlike a normal person. And the ring? Yu Qingzhou inquired, his brow furrowing. Tong Cheng hastily raised her hand to show us the ring, but her fingers were bare, devoid of any ring. She gazed at her hand in astonishment, murmuring, How could it have vanished? It was there just a moment ago. A beautiful ruby. I never took it off, yet now, clearly bewildered, Tong Cheng was not the only one. I too was perplexed. The ring's disappearance mirrored the vanishing of my jade talisman. Both had seemingly evaporated without a trace. Furthermore, Tong Cheng claimed it was given to her by Song Lin, who had just aided me. What could possibly be the explanation? My mind felt muddled, like a thick porridge. Aside from being a ruby, did the ring possess any other distinctive features? Yu Qingzhou pressed. Tong Cheng, eager not to appear negligent, replied promptly, At the time, I was rather hurried and didn't scrutinize it closely. All I know is that it was a ruby, adorned with lovely engravings, and felt cool against my skin. Beyond that, I cannot say. Yu Qingzhou's expression remained unchanged as he stood and addressed me. There is no further value in this information. Let us depart. I hurried to rise and position myself beside him. Upon hearing Yu Qingzhou's intention to leave, Tong Cheng's lovely face became a mask of panic, and in her distress, she clutched at his broad sleeve. At that moment, my breath caught in my throat. Tong Chung, do not provoke disaster. This handsome man has a notoriously foul temper. Sir, wait. Tong Chung implored. I heard that you merely suppressed the resentment haunting me temporarily. What if it turns against me? Yu Qingzhou cast a disdainful glance at her hand gripping his sleeve, brushing it away with a flick of his wrist. His gaze was icy, utterly devoid of emotion as he replied, What does that have to do with me? Tong Cheng's exquisite face drained of color, and she bit her lip, murmuring softly, But I overheard that girl behind you telling my mother she could heal me. If she fails, my mother will surely. Was this a veiled threat? If we failed to heal her, her mother would undoubtedly come seeking retribution. This was a foregone conclusion. Are you threatening me? Yu Qingzhou radiated. His deep-set black eyes were fathomless, a clear declaration. No one could threaten me. As his grip tightened, Tong Cheng's complexion shifted to a deep shade of purple, his intent unmistakably lethal. I hastily clung to Yu Qingzhou's arm, exclaiming, Please, do not truly harm her. Just teach her a lesson. If you kill her, it would be my misfortune. Yu Qingzhou's body stiffened momentarily, and I noticed him cast his gaze downward towards my chest. It dawned on me that in my haste, I had inadvertently pressed myself against his arm, my chest uncomfortably squashed against him. The situation was mortifying. Realizing my predicament, I quickly released my grip, casting a pitiful glance at Yu Qingzhou, praying that we wouldn't cause a fatal incident. The police would undoubtedly come looking for me. Why Yu Qingzhou's eyes flickered, and he abruptly withdrew his hand, causing Tong Chung to tumble to the floor, dazed and disoriented. Very well, I promise not to cause a fatality, he said, turning to me, but you shall pay a modest price. As he spoke, his gaze shimmered with an ambiguous allure, particularly as his eyes roamed over my form, sending shivers down my spine. It was clear that Yu Qingzhou's intentions were anything but innocent. Chapter 25. The mark. I swallowed hard, a nervous tremor in my voice as I inquired, What is the price? You shall find out shortly, Yu Qingzhou whispered close to my ear, his breath tickling the nape of my neck. Instinctively, I recoiled, my face flushing with an intensity that felt almost unbearable. This man, who exuded an air of aloof arrogance and ferocity, spoke in a manner that felt oddly irreverent. Then, I watched as Yu Qingzhou snapped his fingers, a faint red light emanating from his fingertips and piercing into Tong Cheng's forehead. Her eyes widened in shock before she fainted. What have you done to her? I asked, curiosity tinged with apprehension. As he led me outside, he replied, Just made her forget certain things she ought not to remember. Mrs. Yang and the others are still outside. If we leave like this, my words trailed off as I noticed Yu Qingzhou pause momentarily before veering off, leaping through an open window. Indeed, he jumped out. The sensation of weightlessness enveloped me once more, forcing me to cling tightly to Yu Qingzhou's waist. A torrent of thoughts raced through my mind. This man truly relished in seeking thrills. Yet, as we fled, anxiety gnawed at me. Surely, Mrs. Yang would come searching for me. I had assumed Yu Qingzhou would escort me home, but instead, he brought me to a foreign location that appeared to be a traditional courtyard residence. Before I could thoroughly survey my surroundings, he swept me into the house and tossed me onto an enormous, intricately carved bed. So vast it seemed capable of accommodating 10 of me without any fear of falling off. Then I beheld Yu Qingzhou standing beside the bed, his captivating peach blossom eyes fixed on me, sending shivers down my spine. What are you doing? I stammered, regarding him with a growing sense of danger. It was that perilous kind of male attention towards a woman. That night, when I had been with Yu Qingzhou, I had believed it to be a dream, driven by a desperate need for protection, thus summoning the courage to act. Yet now, fully awake, the prospect of repeating such an encounter filled me with dread. Even with 1,000 lives, I would not dare. Why Yu Qingzhou let out a cold snort, taking a seat at the edge of the bed. Guess. The intentions of men are notoriously difficult to decipher. My hands twisted nervously around the hem of my garment, my tongue stumbling over words. I believe some matters require natural progression. After all, we have only just begun to know each other. At my words, Yu Qingzhou suddenly leaned forward, gripping my ankle and pulling me closer. He then leaned down, his arms caging me between the bed and his chest. I could distinctly hear the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, the urgency in his breath, and the dissatisfaction reflected in his gaze. "Not familiar," he challenged, his eyes piercing into mine. "You called me husband when it suited you, and now you claim we are not acquainted?" His words left me momentarily speechless, my face flushed with shame. He was right. My previous motives had indeed been sordid, using him to preserve my life. Did he think that, as long as I could survive, I would exploit anyone? A wave of turmoil and anxiety washed over me. "Shui Jingyao, you cannot monopolize all the good fortune, thinking you can sever ties once you've taken advantage of me." "What a shameless woman," he accused me, his voice laced with a hint of reproach. "I am not shameless. I don't know where you learned those words." I protested pitifully, repeating my denial. Why Yu Qingzhou did not respond, instead burying his face into my neck. A sharp pain pierced through me, and a metallic scent filled the air. He lifted his head, his pale lips stained crimson, adding an unsettling allure to his already enchanting visage. "Yu Qingzhou, are you a dog?" I screamed in terror. Was he going to drink my blood? Before I could finish my thought, he placed a finger gently on my lips, his voice turning low and serious. "If you insist you are not shameless, then prove it to me." "Prove? How do I prove it?" I was utterly bewildered. He lowered his head, sealing my lips with his, and I felt as if the very air in my lungs was being siphoned away, my eyes widening in helplessness. Yu Qingzhou seemed pleased with my reaction, his flowing robes discarded, and the lights in the room extinguished. Was this the proof he sought? At 5 in the morning, Yu Qingzhou was invigorated, while I lay sprawled on the bed, utterly drained, feeling like a lifeless fish. I was exhausted, my body bore remnants of old bruises, now compounded by fresh ones, and I felt an overwhelming urge to weep. How could I face anyone with these marks? I suspected Yu Qingzhou was indeed a beast, capable of savaging a person. Noticing my forlorn gaze, Yu Qingzhou raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is it? Are you dissatisfied? I have demonstrated my capabilities. Would you like further proof?" No, that won't be necessary." I hastily shook my head, fervently denying any further entanglements. The stamina of an ordinary person could not possibly compare to his. I pulled the covers over my head, timidly asking, "Do you have a remedy to remove these marks on my arms and legs? I can hardly face anyone like this." Yu Qingzhou nodded knowingly. "I possess an ointment to eliminate these blemishes." Upon hearing his words, I emerged from under the covers, my eyes wide with hope. "Really? Could you lend me some?" Yu Qingzhou smiled, the corners of his lips curving upwards in a way that left me utterly captivated. It seemed I had never seen him smile before. How beautiful he was when he did. Yet, despite his smile, his words were icy. "No. Why not? My woman must bear the mark that belongs to me." His declaration left me flabbergasted. "Your woman? But didn't you say I was unworthy?" Silence. Yu Qingzhou's voice cut through the air like a whip. Reluctantly, I closed my mouth, realizing that deciphering this man's thoughts was more challenging than understanding a woman's. Yu Qingzhou was a man of his word. He would not yield on his refusal. After he silently returned me home before dawn, I hastily donned long sleeves and trousers in the sweltering summer heat. Lying in bed, though fatigued, sleep eluded me as Tong Cheng's words echoed in my mind. She had said that Song Lin had given her a ring, and when that ring was on her, I felt the presence of my other soul. So, was my other soul contained within that ring? Chapter 26. Empathy. Who exactly is this Song Lin? The post I previously encountered on the campus forum, which suggested that the school heartthrob might be suffering from schizophrenia, only serves to highlight the peculiar nature of Song Lin. It seems that to uncover the whereabouts of my lost soul, I must seek out this eerily enigmatic song Lin. In the days that followed, my life appeared to settle into a monotonous rhythm. Yu Qingzhou did not approach me, nor did Song Lin. Even the talisman around my neck ceased to radiate its usual warmth. Strangely, I found myself increasingly preoccupied with the possibility that Madame Yang might come seeking trouble, yet, to my astonishment, she did not. Not only did Madame Yang refrain from confronting me, but 2 days later, I unexpectedly encountered Tong Cheng outside the school. She appeared to have returned to her normal self, laughing and chatting animatedly with her friends, completely unrecognizable from the possessed figure I had seen that fateful night. It was the weekend, and I had ventured out to forage for food, never anticipating that I would run into Tong Cheng. Yu Qingzhou had warned that if her lingering resentment from the possession was not dispelled, she would perish within 3 days. Yet, so many 3-day intervals had passed since, and not only was she alive, but she was also vibrant and full of life before me. Could it be that Tong Cheng had encountered some other fortuitous opportunity? As I stood there, dumbfounded, a hand suddenly rested upon my shoulder from behind. "What are you staring at?" A voice, as refreshing and gentle as a breeze, floated into my ear. It was a familiar sound, yet it startled me to the core. Whirling around, I found myself gazing into Song Lin's smiling eyes, calm and warm. "Please, could you refrain from smiling at me in such a manner? It's truly unnerving." "I wasn't looking at anything," I replied, preparing to stride away. However, Song Lin blocked my path, stepping forward boldly amid the throng of onlookers. I felt a surge of alarm and quickly retreated several paces, eyeing him warily. Upon noticing my reaction, he helplessly rubbed his brow and inquired, "Are you that frightened of me? Would you not grant me the opportunity to explain?" I glanced at the bustling crowd around us and the sun hanging in the sky before responding, "If you wish to explain, then do so here." Song Lin regarded me, the golden-rimmed glasses he wore reflecting a soft light, and said, "Very well, then you may speak." Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, Tong Cheng spotted him and gleefully fluttered over like a flower butterfly, and my heart tightened as if gripped by an unseen hand. Suddenly, everything went dark, and I was engulfed by an overwhelming tide of resentment, sorrow, and an intense longing. The amalgamation of emotions nearly suffocated me, leaving me gasping for air. "Hey, Shui Jingyao, what's the matter with you?" A deep, concerned voice broke through. The tumult of emotions that had enveloped me receded like a receding tide, and light returned to my vision, revealing that both Song Lin and Tong Cheng were staring at me. Tong Cheng's face bore an expression of fear, while Song Lin appeared relieved. "What just happened to me?" I queried. Before Song Lin could respond, Tong Cheng interjected, "Classmate, your previous demeanor was utterly terrifying. You kept rolling your eyes back and looked as if you were on the verge of choking. You nearly frightened us to death." That overwhelming sensation had only emerged when Tong Cheng drew near, but why had I experienced such feelings? Was it emanating from her? And why had I been able to sense it? Observing Tong Cheng's cheerful demeanor, it seemed incongruous with the anger and sorrow I had felt. This is all too bizarre, I thought, my expression shifting as I turned on my heel and dashed back into the school, neglecting my meal. Though that feeling had dissipated, the remnants of those emotions lingered in my heart, casting a pall over my spirits. When Yu Qingzhou arrived, I was half reclining on my bed, lost in thought, when suddenly, I noticed a pair of fair feet before me, adorned with golden anklets. Looking up, I beheld Yu Qingzhou's handsome face, which seemed to convey that someone owed him money. "I thought you wouldn't show up," I murmured softly. Yu Qingzhou leaned closer, narrowing his eyes slightly. "What's this? Missing me?" "Not particularly," I replied. Yet, my forward retort seemed to irk him, for he seated himself at the edge of my bed, crossing his arms and casting me a sidelong glance. "Truly, you are a heartless little coward." I glanced at Yu Qingzhou before averting my gaze again. The lingering emotions continued to affect me, rendering me in a state of despondency, and even his presence failed to spark my interest. As I pondered this, a thought struck me. Should I feel compelled to be interested simply because Yu Qingzhou was here? I found my own musings rather perplexing. After a while, Yu Qingzhou finally noticed my disquietude, furrowing his brow. What's wrong? What transpired before I arrived? I languidly turned my gaze toward him and recounted the events involving Song Lin and Tong Cheng. Upon hearing my account, Yu Qingzhou's brow furrowed into a tight knot. You sensed that wave of emotion emanating from Tong Cheng? He inquired. I nodded. Yes, it must have been her, for I experienced no such reaction until she rushed over. Why, Yu Qingzhou acknowledged my words with a thoughtful hum and a nod. After a moment, I added, Yu Qingzhou, we haven't dispelled the resentment lingering within Tong Cheng. Why is she still thriving? Yu Qingzhou cast a glance. That is something we must inquire of her. I recalled our encounter with Tong Cheng, who had clearly not remembered me. To ask further would seem rather odd. Never mind, Tong Cheng's predicament is of no concern to me. I shall refrain from questioning it. However, I must clarify the situation regarding Song Lin. With that thought in mind, I sighed heavily, feeling quite helpless. Why, Yu Qingzhou, when do you suppose I will reclaim my lost soul? If I cannot retrieve it, how much longer can I endure? To my shock, Yu Qingzhou's response was disheartening. He regarded me with a cold stare, his tone tinged with irritation. If the individual who possesses your soul were to refine it, you would perish immediately. Refine it? I exclaimed, astonished. How could Song Lin be so cruel as to attempt to refine my soul? Had I desecrated his ancestral grave? Yu Qingzhou replied, but for now, there is no need for concern. Your soul is resilient, akin to an indestructible cockroach. It is not so easily refined. Otherwise, you would have been a corpse long ago. What you described earlier was likely empathy, Yu Qingzhou added. Empathy? The term was not unfamiliar, yet its application in this context struck me as peculiar. Chapter 27. The Gossip of the Campus Belle. Empathy. Why, Yu Qingzhou nodded. My interest was instantly piqued, and I urged him to elaborate. However, Yu Qingzhou shot me a displeased glance. You expect me to speak just because you asked? His words left me momentarily speechless. How had such a seemingly fine man turned into such a contrarian? He was hardly agreeable, as the saying goes. A woman who acts coy is most fortunate. My mind raced. Perhaps I should try to charm Yu Qingzhou? With that thought, I lowered my voice slightly and adopted an affected tone. Yu Qingzhou, just tell me. I am truly eager to know. Yu Qingzhou's body stiffened. A flicker of something unusual flashed in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure. You wouldn't ask someone else, would you? Who could possibly know more than you? A person as erudite and knowledgeable as you is a rarity in this world. Others cannot even compare to your pinky nail. Please, do me a favor and enlighten me. I leaned closer to Yu Qingzhou, clasping my hands in a prayer-like gesture before fluttering my long eyelashes. Yet, Yu Qingzhou, impervious to my charm, pushed my head aside with an awkward tone. Get lost. Damn it, Yu Qingzhou. A man as straight-laced as you wouldn't find a wife unless you were the Dragon King. My attempts at coaxing him had failed, and he dismissed me. Thus, I begrudgingly picked up my phone, preparing to search for answers online. Surely, among the myriad of responses, one would prove useful. Just as I was about to type in my keywords, I heard Yu Qingzhou's soft voice. Let me explain briefly. Due to your unique constitution, you can perceive certain extraordinary entities' heightened emotions. Extraordinary entities? Like whom? I instinctively inquired. Demons and monsters, he replied directly. The term sent a shiver down my spine. Demons and monsters? But how peculiar. It seems you are quite suited to communicate with demons and monsters, Yu Qingzhou remarked, a glimmer of appreciation in his gaze. Not a chance. I have no desire to become a medium or converse with such terrifying beings. I would much prefer to remain an ordinary person, just as I always have. I muttered under my breath. Why, Yu Qingzhou cast a meaningful glance my way. Some things cannot simply be wished away. Your roommate is returning. I must take my leave. Should you need anything, call my name. With that, Yu Qingzhou leapt from the dormitory balcony and vanished. And no sooner had Yu Qingzhou left than Su Weiwei and two other roommates returned. Upon seeing me sprawled on my bed, Su Weiwei dashed over excitedly. Why are you still lying in bed? Didn't we say we'd go out for a meal? You're back so soon, she asked. I still had some residual emotions from earlier, so I lost my appetite. I don't feel like eating, I replied. Su Weiwei winked and said, guess what I saw today? I saw Senior Song Lin and our campus belle, Tong Cheng, together. Are they a couple? Su Weiwei truly is a gossip monger. I shot her an exasperated glance. How would I know if they are a couple? Are you not even a little jealous? I was at a loss for words. Why would I be jealous? I am not even familiar with Song Lin. His romantic affairs are of no concern to me. Su Weiwei chuckled unabashed. I was just teasing you, knowing you have a fiancé, but I have another juicy tidbit. Would you like to hear it? She leaned in, lowering her voice to a whisper. It's about Tong Cheng. Mentioning Tong Cheng piqued my interest, especially since Yu Qingzhou had told me I could empathize with demons and monsters. Yet I had felt that emotion distinctly from Tong Cheng. Was she not human? Do tell, I urged, as Su Weiwei wore a knowing expression as she continued in a hushed tone. Let us step outside. A new trendy food shop has opened. You catch my drift, right? I rolled my eyes at Su Weiwei, then got up from my bed, dressing as I spoke. All you think about is food. Aren't you supposed to be on a diet to sculpt your abs to impress your abdominal muscle idol? TCH, what a little glutton. Su Weiwei playfully stuck out her tongue. Just as I was about to tie my hair into a ponytail, I heard her voice exclaim in surprise, What the heck, Shwedge? My heart raced. It had been days since Yu Qingzhou had left his mark on me. Surely it must have faded by now. I hadn't noticed anything when I looked in the mirror. Did I perhaps miss something? I quickly grabbed a mirror to inspect my neck closely. After several thorough checks, I finally discovered a red mark located just behind my left ear. Upon closer inspection, it was a vividly red little fish, lifelike as if it were swimming. Had it not been for Su Weiwei's earlier comment, I might never have realized this peculiar mark existed. Where did this come from? Gazing at the little fish, I couldn't help but think of Yu Qingzhou. Perhaps it was indeed related to him. I must inquire the next time I see him. After deflecting Su Weiwei's questions, she dragged me to the newly opened trendy food shop. After ordering a few dishes, she grinned. Gossip is best served with good food. To hear the gossip about Tong Cheng, I willingly traded a meal, though I couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Hurry up and tell me, I urged Su Weiwei. As she munched on a chicken wing, her mouth glistening with grease, she said, I heard that Tong Cheng bullied a female student in middle school. The girl was so tormented that she jumped off a building. She has been in the hospital for 4 years and still hasn't woken up. What? My eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true? We can't spread rumors without evidence. Where is the evidence for gossip? But I suspect it's mostly true. A relative of mine is a doctor, the attending physician for the bullied girl. She has been in a coma for 4 years, and her family refuses to give up on her. The family of the bullied girl told my relative that the reason their daughter is in this state is because of our campus belle, Tong Cheng. Goodness, what kind of bullying must have occurred for a girl to feel she had no choice but to jump? My expression turned serious. I was taken aback that someone who appeared so angelic could have a past as a bully. Suddenly, I recalled the emotion I had sensed from Tong Cheng when she was near me. Chapter 28. Forced to become a medium, I find it hard to believe that a privileged young lady like Tong Cheng would exhibit such emotions. After all, she is human, not some malevolent spirit. In light of the current circumstances, 2 possibilities arise. First, Tong Cheng may have already succumbed, no longer a person. Second, the lingering resentment possessing her has not dissipated but remains dormant within her. I tend to lean towards the latter hypothesis, as the malevolence within her has not immediately claimed her life but rather concealed itself. Yet when she approaches me, I can sense the weight of that resentment. My imagination often runs wild, and I was startled by my own thoughts. Shui Jingyao, I'm talking to you. Why are you lost in thought? Su Weiwei exclaimed, waving her hand in front of me. I swatted her hand away, feigning seriousness as I glared at her. I heard what my obedient daughter said. Su Weiwei paused, then playfully clawed at me, her annoyance fleeting as we were accustomed to such antics. During our meal, she regaled me with various pieces of gossip, including rumors about Song Lin, claiming he was actually a twin. Whether Song Lin is indeed a twin, I cannot say, but he strikes me more as someone with a split personality. However, a split personality cannot simply die and come back, can it? What secrets lie hidden within this individual? Soon, I grasped the meaning behind Yu Qingzhou's words. Some matters cannot be dismissed simply because you wish them away. That night, I was tormented by a nightmare, the very emotions I sensed in Tong Cheng assailing me. Leaving me in distress, I dreamt of my head being submerged in a sink, not filled with water, but with filthy water mixed with chili powder, the noxious liquid rushing into my mouth and nostrils. The stench, coupled with the fiery irritation, assaulted my senses, and I felt as though I were on the brink of death. Yet, in a sudden shift, I found myself huddled in a dark corner, confronted by several indistinct girls whose faces were obscured. They tugged at my hair, tore at my clothing, and slapped my face repeatedly, all while recording with their phones. One even ripped away my last shred of clothing. An eruption of anger and sorrow surged within me, leaving me gasping for breath. Why wouldn't I awaken from this nightmare? Wake up, you coward! A melodious voice rang out, causing a warmth to bloom behind my ears, jolting me awake. I sat up, gasping for air, only to realize I was no longer in my dormitory but rather in Yu Qingzhou's intricately carved bed. For a moment I was bewildered. Was I dreaming still, or had Yu Qingzhou carried me here while I slept? I pinched my own face, but the sharp sting confirmed my reality, as if I had truly been slapped, and I inhaled sharply, baring my teeth in surprise. Why am I here? I glanced at Yu Qingzhou, who reclined against the headboard. With a sidelong glance, he queried, "Do you want the entire dormitory to hear your wailing?" Embarrassed, I scratched my head and blurted, "I had a nightmare. A remarkably vivid one, as if I were living it." That was no mere nightmare. Not a nightmare, my heart raced. If it wasn't a nightmare, then what was it? Yu Qingzhou tossed me a fragrant handkerchief. "Wipe away your cold sweat. If you catch a chill, it will be my misfortune." His words implied that my catching a cold had nothing to do with him at all, so why would he be unfortunate? Nonetheless, I obediently wiped the sweat from my face and neck. Yu Qingzhou rose and seated himself at the table in the center of the room, his long, elegant fingers playing with a jade-like teacup. His tone was nonchalant as he remarked, "I previously mentioned that your unique constitution is rare. Your ability to sense the intense emotions of extraordinary beings makes you well suited to be a medium. If you detect profoundly negative emotions and do not address them, they will persistently accompany you." His words caused my hand, clutching the handkerchief, to tremble violently. Was he not coercing me into communicating with spirits and malevolence? I stared at him, wide-eyed and incredulous. "Oh, you're saying—" Yu Qingzhou nodded affirmatively, precisely. At that moment, I felt utterly bewildered, slumping against the bed like a lifeless stone. I had no desire to be tormented by such emotions each night, yet I was at a loss as to how to eliminate them. My thoughts spiraled into frustration as I tugged at my hair in despair. Is there no way to avoid being a medium? I pleaded for one last chance to resist. Why, Yu Qingzhou responded without hesitation, "Of course, you can. After all, it's not me who is haunted by nightmares. As long as you're content, that's what matters." I clenched my teeth, pondering if Yu Qingzhou was deceiving me, or if this was merely coincidence. Yet, in the ensuing days, I continued to experience nightmares, falling asleep in my dormitory only to awaken on Yu Qingzhou's bed, leaving me to wonder if he grew weary of moving me nightly. 5 days later, my mental state visibly deteriorated. Su Weiwei teased, asking if I had been drained by some male spirit. I felt as though I was walking on air. If this continued, I would either perish from nightmares or collapse from exhaustion. Ultimately, I conceded. I sought out Yu Qingzhou, inquiring what I must do to quell those emotions as a medium. Upon seeing the dark circles under my eyes, Yu Qingzhou appeared quite pleased, clearly anticipating my approach. You are not in a suitable condition to remain in the dormitory. Come stay with me. Stay with Yu Qingzhou? A wave of shyness washed over me. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? We're moving in together rather prematurely. Observing my reaction, Yu Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. What is this? Shy? I find myself reminiscing about that bold and courageous version of you from that night. In an instant, I comprehended which night he referred to, my face flushing crimson. Enough, don't sulk like a bitter melon. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't trouble you. His tone turned slightly malevolent. Seeing his sour mood, I quickly nodded. All right, I'll go back and move in. Can you now divulge the method? I implored eagerly. Why, Yu Qingzhou snorted softly, still not entirely pleased. Yet he replied, to untie the knot, one must first tie it. Identify the source of empathy. Chapter 29. No more questions. I took a moment to digest the words spoken by Yu Qingzhou in my mind. What he meant was that I needed to seek out Tong Cheng and clarify the reason behind her peculiar emotional state. Tong Cheng, the belle of Yunhai University, and if I were to suddenly approach her with the intent of befriending her, others might misconstrue my intentions as those of a sycophant. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that Tong Cheng would even acknowledge my presence. The mere thought of this caused my face to contort in dismay. To be honest, I still harbored a degree of social anxiety. Yet, the notion that these emotions would persistently linger if left unresolved only deepened the furrow in my brow. Ultimately, I steeled myself. I would indeed become this mediator. As I lifted my gaze, I found myself ensnared by the depths of his. For a fleeting moment, I was momentarily lost, but I quickly regained my composure. How did you know? With a teasing tone, Yu Qingzhou replied, your expression shifts like the wind. You must have wrestled with a multitude of psychological battles, haven't you? I silently covered my face, turning away from him, yearning to embrace the fragile and helpless version of myself. After a brief interlude of silence, I turned to see Yu Qingzhou lost in thought. Leaning against the windowsill, he gazed out at the moonlit night, his eyes shimmering with the silvery glow of the moonlight, which cascaded down upon him, adding an air of softness to his demeanor. My gaze inevitably fell upon his delicate, fair feet adorned with a golden anklet. I leapt from my bed and approached him quietly. Unable to contain my curiosity about the enchanting anklet that seemed to take on a gentler aura under the moonlight, I whispered, Yu Qingzhou, is that anklet made of pure gold? I had long wished to pose this question, my eyes filled with eager anticipation. The anklet exuded an air of mystery, embodying a beauty tinged with an element of taboo. Upon hearing my inquiry, Yu Qingzhou visibly choked, and his expression darkened, transforming into a stormy scowl. Shui Jingyao, listen closely. If you ever dare to mention that anklet again, I will ensure you wish you were never born. I shall only say this once. Under the moonlight, Yu Qingzhou's demeanor shifted from gentle to menacing, his eyes brimming with a mixture of hatred and something else entirely, sending a chill down my spine. Clearly, the anklet represented a taboo for him, and given his warning, I dared not inquire further. All right, I won't ask again. I raised my hand in a gesture of feigned oath. Noticing my fearful expression, Yu Qingzhou's fierce aura softened slightly. He regarded me and inquired, did I frighten you just now? I nodded, retracting my neck slightly. His earlier demeanor had truly been terrifying, almost as if he were about to end my existence. I vowed never to question him about that anklet again. Why Yu Qingzhou approached me, gently caressing my face with his hand, lowering his voice. As long as you obediently heed my words, you shall remain safe and sound. Do you understand? I understand, I quickly nodded. As for the matter with Tong Cheng, you should handle it yourself. Yu Qingzhou released me and turned, leaving me with a solitary, aloof silhouette. Very well, if he chose to act this way, I would not impose upon him. My affairs were mine to resolve. Shui Jingyao, you can do this, be a bit bolder. For the sake of survival, there's no shame in it. Before dawn broke, I requested Yu Qingzhou to escort me back to the dormitory, as the journey from here to the campus was quite distant, and I was unfamiliar with the route. Without a word, he lifted me effortlessly and soared away, not granting me a moment to prepare. Fortunately, when we returned to the dormitory, everyone remained in slumber, undisturbed by our arrival. The following morning, I packed my belongings. Why Yu Qingzhou was right. My current state was unsuitable for dormitory living, and I had stepped into an entirely new realm, one that was enigmatic, terrifying, and fraught with uncertainties. When Su Weiwei saw that I was moving out, her eyes widened in surprise as she seized my suitcase. Are you planning to cohabit with someone? Who? Your fiancé? Yes, I replied softly, nodding, unsure of how to explain my situation to Su Weiwei. Su Weiwei opened her mouth to inquire further, but perhaps felt it was my personal matter and ultimately refrained. Her expression tinged with melancholy, her doe-like eyes filled with reluctance. You look as if I'm about to perish. I'm merely moving out. We'll still have time together during my free moments, I reassured her gently, embracing her. Only then did Su Weiwei reluctantly nod, adding, Take care of yourself. You've seemed as though you've been possessed by a ghost lately. Your complexion is simply dreadful. I paused, taken aback. Her observation was indeed accurate. While I had not been possessed, my condition was far from ideal. I needed to resolve the emotions that clung to me. After bidding farewell to my roommate, I ventured out with my suitcase, only to unexpectedly encounter Song Lin and Tong Chung at the school gate, indicating their amicable relationship. Upon noticing me with my suitcase, Song Lin's brow furrowed. As Tong Chung reached me, her demeanor transformed back into a gentle and radiant smile, exuding grace and poise, as one would expect from the belle of Yunhai. However, as she drew near, a wave of resentment and anger washed over me, causing my complexion to shift as I instinctively retreated several steps, only regaining my breath after creating some distance. Indeed, the issue stemmed from Tong Chung. Noticing my intense reaction, Song Lin glanced at Tong Chung before stepping closer to me, instructing her to remain still. Upon hearing this, Tong Cheng's gaze towards me grew even more hostile, but she masked it well, although I was not deceived. From the moment she had flung herself into Yu Qingzhou's arms, I had sensed that Tong Chung was not as gentle and kind as she appeared, especially considering the gossip Su Weiwei had shared with me. What's the matter? Do we appear as fearsome as a natural disaster? Song Lin remarked, his attention shifting to my suitcase. Are you moving off campus? Yes, I replied, dragging my suitcase as I attempted to leave, only to be halted by Song Lin's firm grip. I looked at him, puzzled and somewhat irritated. Senior Song Lin, what do you want? There are people watching. Unfazed, Song Lin replied, Wherever you're headed, I'll escort you. My car is parked outside. Panic surged within me, my heart nearly stopping. The last time I had ridden in his car, I had nearly lost my life. Chapter 30. What is your relationship with Song Lin? No. I can manage on my own. Thank you for your kind offer. With that, I swiftly yanked my suitcase and hailed a taxi. The place where Yu Qingzhou resided was a courtyard in the outskirts, a location I had never visited during the day. To my surprise, it was quite far, and the taxi fare left me feeling a pang of regret. I suddenly regretted my impulsive decision to move out. Being so distant from the school in the suburbs meant that even reaching the bus stop would require a 20-minute walk. As I approached the entrance, before I could knock, the door swung open, revealing a boy of approximately 10 years old. To my astonishment, he did not appear surprised. Instead, he wore an expression of mature indifference. You're here, come in, he said. While he seemed unfazed, I was utterly taken aback. This boy was extraordinarily handsome, and even at such a young age, It was evident that he would grow into an otherworldly figure. Most strikingly, his hair was a shimmering silver, and atop his head were two fluffy ears. I was momentarily frozen, for although I knew Yu Qingzhou was a dragon king, his appearance was still human-like. Yet here stood this young lad, sporting silver hair and plush ears. My hands itched with curiosity. I wondered what those ears felt like. Were they as soft as I imagined? I was utterly defenseless against such fluffy things, save for caterpillars, of course. The young boy noticed my restless hands and smirked slightly. You'd best keep your hands to yourself, or I cannot guarantee they won't end up in an inappropriate place, like the trash bin. I was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped his implication. Was he suggesting he would sever my hand if I did not control it? I slapped my eager hand in frustration. Shui Jingyao, what are you thinking? Stop being so reckless. However, I realized I had not seen this young boy before during my earlier visits. Aren't you coming in? Are you going to stand there like a stone lion? He added impatiently, glancing at me. How could such an attractive child have such a brusque demeanor? Embarrassed, I hurried into the courtyard, following the boy. It was then that I noticed he had a large, fluffy tail that matched the color of his ears. As he walked, he remarked, in the return courtyard, it's just me and Yu Qingzhou, and now there's you. You can call me Hu Bo from now on. I was taken aback by his words, doubting my ears. Hu Bo, I exclaimed. The boy turned to me with irritation. Is it so disrespectful? I am older than you. Calling me Hu Bo is hardly excessive. Given his ears and tail, he appeared to be a fox spirit, undoubtedly older than I. Yet his youthful appearance made addressing him as Hu Bo rather uncomfortable. Not excessive at all, Hu Bo, I quickly replied. Satisfied, he nodded. Since you've called me Hu Bo, feel free to seek me out if you need anything. A wave of delight washed over me. Calling him Hu Bo was indeed worthwhile. He continued, Yu Qingzhou isn't here today. If you're looking for him, it might be a few days before you find him. Where has he gone? I asked instinctively. Hu Bo flicked his ears, replying, during these 3 days, no one can find him. I nodded, realizing that although I was unaware of Yu Qingzhou's whereabouts, he surely had his own affairs to attend to, and it was best not to disturb him. The room has been prepared for you. It's over there. Make yourself at home. I must go prepare dinner now, Hu Bo said before departing. Upon entering the room he mentioned, I was astounded by the decor. A stunning blend of ancient and modern styles, featuring an intricately carved bed identical to Yu Qingzhou's, adorned with soft, plush bedding. The room was furnished with all necessities, including a dressing table brimming with various jars and bottles I had never seen before, sparking my curiosity. As I examined these intriguing items, how had Hu Bo prepared such a lavish feast in such a short time? Hurry and eat. If you grow too thin, Yu Qingzhou might pluck out my fox fur when he returns, Hu Bo teased, casting a sideways glance at me as he began to eat. His words made my heart flutter. It was heartwarming to realize Yu Qingzhou cared for me. Feeling a surge of happiness, I picked up my bowl and dug in. Having taken the day off, after our meal, Hu Bo left me to my own devices. I intended to rest, yet the emotions emanating from Tong Chung lingered in my mind, haunting me. Each time I closed my eyes, dreams of being bullied by faceless classmates flooded my mind. The next day, Hu Bo handed me 10 meat buns, instructing me to eat them on my way to school. Gazing at the buns, which were larger than my fist, I was momentarily stunned. Hu Bo, I can't possibly eat all these, I protested. You re at that age when you need to eat well. Without further ado, he jumped up and stuffed the 10 buns into my arms, shoving me out the door. Fine, I'll take some to Su Weiwei and the others, I conceded. However, to my astonishment, before I could seek Tong Chung, she found me first. It seemed she was waiting for me at the school gate. As I stepped off the bus, I spotted her striding towards me. Upon reaching me, she scrutinized me from head to toe, her eyes filled with an air of condescension. Are you Shui Jingyao? What is your relationship with Brother Songlin? Ah, So this was undoubtedly in response to the 2 times she had seen Song Lin speak to me. Was she here to interrogate me? I shrugged and replied honestly, "It's nothing." Nothing? Is it nothing when he offered to drive you home yesterday? Tong Chung raised her voice, drawing the curious gazes of passing students. I frowned, frustrated by her persistence. If you want to know our relationship, why not ask your brother Song Lin? What is it to me? I retorted, equally displeased. Chapter 31. Younger brother Song Yin, what have I done wrong? You greet me with such disdain upon arrival, and I am the one left feeling displeased. Tong Chung was rendered speechless. I cast a fleeting glance, perplexed. What do you mean, I? Why do you not inquire of Song Lin regarding such matters, but instead choose to question me? To ask is to be utterly irrelevant. It would be best if your brother Song Lin were to keep his distance from me, while you bask in your own self-importance. After uttering these words, I attempted to leave, indifferent to the whispers and pointed fingers of those around me. Yet, Tong Chung, refusing to relent, positioned herself directly in my path. Wherever I moved, she blocked my way. Finally, unable to endure any longer, I shoved her shoulder aside and made to depart, only to be met with an unexpected— My lips twitched in disbelief. What was this? I had merely nudged her shoulder, and she had collapsed as though struck by a fierce wind. Immediately, the self-proclaimed champions of justice in the vicinity sprang to their feet, rallying around Tong Chung, who— The scene quickly descended into chaos. I could feel my brows knitting into a tight frown. This was an unprecedented occurrence for me. Xue Jingyao, I merely wished to ascertain the nature of your relationship with Song Lin. Why did you push me? Tong Chung, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, rose with the assistance of others, gazing at me like an innocent little rabbit. Today, I finally bore witness to the legendary green tea. I continued to frown. You are obstructing my path. I asked that your justification for pushing me? With tears welling in her eyes, Tong Chung appeared pitiable. I ran a frustrated hand through my hair. Why were matters so convoluted? I had little fondness for this tearful display, particularly with the critical voices surrounding me. I coldly remarked, "Dear classmate, this path is quite wide. Wherever I choose to walk, what precisely does this signify? Or do you require such a broad expanse for your ample posterior?" Upon hearing my words, Tong Chung's face flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. Her eyes— Just as I rolled up my sleeves, preparing to retort once more, a light, melodic chuckle reached my ears, ringing with warmth and charm. I apologize. I know I shouldn't laugh in such a situation, but I simply could not hold it in. The voice belonged to Song Lin, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, standing a short distance away with a gentle smile as he observed the interaction between Tong Chung and me. How could he still find humor in this? I was about to call for Song Lin to intervene, but then I froze, as if enlightenment had struck me. I slapped my forehead in self-reproach. I had been fretting over how to approach Tong Chung, and here lay an impeccable opportunity. Yet, considering the misunderstandings between us, I surmised that it would not be easy to extract information from her. I cleared my throat twice, softening my tone as I called out to Song Lin, "Senior Song Lin, your arrival is fortuitous. Please clarify to Tong Chung that our relationship is merely that of ordinary schoolmates." Upon hearing my words, Song Lin approached us, and the surrounding spectators became even more engrossed, their expressions brimming with excitement. I had anticipated that Song Lin's explanation would alleviate Tong Chung's animosity towards me, but to my surprise, his brows furrowed slightly, his tone decidedly cool as he addressed her. "Have I not previously conveyed that my affairs are of no concern to you?" Tong Chung was taken aback. "Song Lin, I am not familiar with you. Do not call me sister." Though his tone remained relatively gentle, the underlying detachment sent a shiver through Tong Chung. Her gaze towards me grew increasingly hostile. Suddenly, Song Lin turned to me. "Come with me. I have matters to discuss," I protested, but the word barely escaped my lips before he seized my wrist, pulling me swiftly across the campus, regardless of my futile attempts to break free. Amidst Tong Cheng's fury and the astonished expressions of my fellow students, he dragged me along as if I were a suitcase, leaving me in a state of dread, wondering if he intended to harm me in broad daylight. As I grappled with my anxiety, Song Lin halted, and we found ourselves at the school cafeteria. He turned to me. "There are many people here. Discussing matters in such a crowded space would not instill fear in you, would it?" To facilitate our conversation, Song Lin guided me to a quieter corner. As we sat, his gaze fell upon the bag of dumplings I held. "Shall we eat while we talk?" he inquired. Observing the bustling crowd around us, I felt a slight sense of relief. Yet I had no appetite in his presence, haunted by the memory of that night when he had been brutally struck down by Yu Qingzhou. Such recollections induced both psychological and physiological discomfort. "Senior, let us clarify everything today. I do not wish to encounter you again," I stated firmly. Song Lin offered a resigned smile, adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses. "It seems I have left quite a negative impression on you." "Not merely negative." I preferred not to articulate my thoughts. I pressed my lips together, waiting for him to speak. Noticing my silence, he continued, "Thank you for granting me this opportunity to clarify. I apologize for that night. He is my twin brother who, due to health issues at birth, passed away prematurely. However, my father, unwilling to part with him, heeded the advice of a fortune teller and buried him in a small village, hoping one day he might return. I believed it to be mere consolation for my father, yet not long ago, he truly came back." This revelation was indeed astonishing. I was taken aback by Song Lin's calm acceptance of his twin brother's transformation into a malevolent spirit. "Where is he now?" I pressed, anxiety gnawing at me, convinced that my soul had a 90% probability of residing within Song Lin's brother. Song Lin gently shook his head. "I do not know." He paused for a moment, hesitating for 2 or 3 seconds before adding, "There is something I must share with you. My brother, Song Yin, can manifest physically at night. Therefore, if you see me after dark, you must exercise caution." "So, the entity that sought to consume me is named Song Yin." I continued to scrutinize Song Lin warily. "Why are you divulging this information to me? Prior to this, we seemed to be unfamiliar with one another." Chapter 32 Confrontation. Who can discern whether Song Lin's words are genuine or fabricated? What if he seeks to lower my guard only to devise some treachery against me? I cannot afford to place my trust in him lightly. "You are innocent," he merely stated. "I am well aware of my innocence. It is utterly distressing for a vibrant young woman like me to find herself entangled in such dire circumstances." I inhaled deeply, then spoke to Song Lin with a calm and earnest I expressed, "I have something of great importance to discuss with Tong Cheng privately. Could you facilitate that for us? We had an unfortunate encounter today, and I suspect she may not wish to see me." "Is it related to the incident in the banquet hall that day?" he inquired. "Indeed," I replied, not concealing the truth. He was already aware of that night's events, rendering any subterfuge unnecessary. A fleeting flicker of something unusual crossed Song Lin's eyes, but it vanished almost instantaneously. "Very well, I shall assist you." After a mere 2 seconds of hesitation, Song Lin consented to my request. I smiled. "Thank you, Senior Song Lin." We exchanged contact information. He added me on WeChat and assured me he would notify me once arrangements were made. As I departed, I gifted him 2 large meat buns as a token of my gratitude. Having resolved this matter, I felt a slight easing of my spirits, yet the thought of my impending meeting with Tong Cheng weighed heavily on my mind once more. Even if I were to grasp the connection between Tong Cheng and that overwhelming emotion, how should I address it? I needed to contemplate this carefully. Based on the gossip Su Weiwei had shared and the nightmares I had endured in recent days, it was likely tied to the bullying Tong Cheng experienced during her middle school years. Throughout the day, my concentration wavered, my thoughts consumed with concerns about Tong Cheng and how to navigate any unforeseen consequences. AT6 in the evening. I received a message from Song Lin, informing me that he had successfully arranged a meet. I could simply go there at the appointed time. After expressing my gratitude, I hesitated briefly over the delete friend button, ultimately deciding against removing Song Lin from my contacts. After all, he had assisted me today. If necessary, I could simply refrain from contacting him in the future. The meeting was set for 8 o'clock that evening. Upon entering the private room of the restaurant, I was met with the sight of Tong Ching's expression, which appeared to be both petrified and fractured. She was dressed beautifully, in a flowing white gown that exuded an ethereal quality, complemented by her long black hair, embodying the essence of a pure goddess. However, upon seeing me approach alone, the smile on her face vanished in an instant. "What are you doing here?" Tong Chung glared at me, her eyes wide with anger. "Why shouldn't it be me?" I retorted. I discerned a peculiar pattern. The more intense Tong Cheng's reaction, the more that suffocating emotion seemed to dissipate. Conversely, her joy seemed to amplify that very emotion. Thus, I regrettably had to be the one to unsettle her. With a smile, I addressed Tong Chung. "I must extend my gratitude to Senior Song Lin. Without his assistance, would you even be here waiting for me?" Indeed, as soon as I uttered those words, Tong Cheng's emotions surged. She fixed her furious gaze upon me. "You claim you have no connection with Brother Song Lin. He has gone to such lengths for you, and yet you insist there is no relationship? Speak. What is the nature of your connection with him?" I smiled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "You yourself have stated that he has been so helpful to me. What do you think our relationship could possibly be?" "You." Tong Chung seemed momentarily speechless, pointing a trembling finger. When I lifted my eyes, I was startled to see a shadowy figure materializing behind the emotionally charged Tong Chung. The apparition was semi-transparent and appeared to be a girl shorter than Tong Chung, clad in a faded blue and white school uniform, her thick bangs obscuring her forehead, and her back slightly hunched, radiating an aura of inferiority. As I gazed at the translucent girl, I swallowed nervously, my heart racing. The girl silently observed Tong Chung, her eyes brimming with unbridled resentment. Yet, Tong Chung seemed utterly "My family background far surpasses that of an ordinary person like you. If I wished to make your life miserable, your 4 years in university would be a torment." I fixated on the shadow behind Tong Chung. Upon hearing her words, the figure's eyes glimmered with an intensity of hatred that threatened to overflow. My throat tightened with anxiety. Faced with such a situation, I experienced a fleeting moment of panic, but I quickly regained my composure. No one was here to rescue me. I could only rely on myself. The more fear I felt, the more I needed to maintain my calm. Thus, after a brief 2-second hesitation, "Will you drown me in filthy pepper water, or have someone tear my clothes and record unsavory videos of me? Tong Chung, your actions are not without witnesses. Go conceal wrongdoing. One must first refrain. Have you not sensed anything amiss lately?" As my words hung in the air, the shadow behind Tong Chung turned its gaze toward me, tilting its head, its eyes, pale and hollow, fixated on me. In an instant, that face and those eyes loomed before me, as if teleporting. My breath caught in my throat. At that moment, I felt that had my mental fortitude been any weaker, I might have succumbed to the shock of that ghostly visage appearing so suddenly. My eyelids began to twitch involuntarily, yet my words left Tong Chung utterly astounded. Her complexion paled to a shade whiter than the specter itself, her lips devoid of color. What are you saying? Surely you possess some awareness. I am acutely aware of the things you did during your middle school years. Do you not presume that changing cities for your studies will erase your past actions? How could I be unaware? She stammered. I am tormented by nightmares daily, reliving the experiences of that bullied girl as if they were my own. How could I not be aware? Tong Cheng's voice trembled. No, that cannot be. You cannot possibly know. It is impossible. Her eyes widened, filled with fear and confusion, mirroring the expression of the shadow beside her. Chapter 33. The eerie bus suing the spectral figure gazed at me, its lips moving as it uttered a name, Suing. Instinctively, I echoed the name, the sound of it. Tong Chung stiffened as if struck by lightning, collapsing rigidly onto the chair behind her. How could you possibly know that name? It's impossible. You can't know that name, Tong Chung murmured, ultimately repeating only Suing, that moment. Suing's specter cast a deep glance my way before lunging fiercely towards Tong Ching's body. I watched as Tong Ching's form jolted violently, and the apparition entered her being. When her pupils regained focus, I realized not only had her gaze transformed, but her entire aura had shifted as well. She looked at me, her voice laden with sorrow and defiance, uttering, "Do not assist her." "Assist who?" I inquired, gazing at Tong Chung, yet I could perceive Suing's shadow through her. "You are Suing?" I exclaimed in astonishment. Tong Chung merely regarded me with a haunting stare, not responding to my query but reiterating, "Do not assist her." Her plea to refrain from helping her must refer to not aiding Tong Chung, right? Before I could react, Tong Chung abruptly rose, shoving me aside, and dashed out, vanishing in an instant. Her speed was akin to that of a rabbit, leaving me uncertain of her destination. Would she come to harm? I wasn't worried about her safety. Rather, I feared that her misfortune would bring me trouble. She was rather headstrong, and considering her past actions towards Suing, I harbored no fondness for her. Therefore, assisting Tong Chung? Absolutely out of the question. Glancing at the time, I noted that Tong Chung and I had only been chatting for about half an hour. It was still not yet 9 o'clock, and I needed to hurry back via bus. The downside of relocating far from campus was the inconvenience of transportation. I dared not linger outside and swiftly made my way to the bus stop, fortunate that it was still early. As soon as I boarded the bus and settled into my seat, drowsiness began to envelop me. Considering the journey would take approximately 40 to 50 minutes, I resolved to rest for a while. Fearing I might miss my stop, I even set an alarm for myself. After a poor night's rest, I found myself drifting into a deep slumber on the swaying bus, devoid of dreams. The sudden ringing of the alarm jolted me awake. The sound was jarring, piercing the tranquil atmosphere of the bus, which seemed to be resonating solely with the alarm's noise. I rubbed my bleary eyes, almost convinced there was an issue with my vision. To my bewilderment, aside from myself, the only other passenger was a young man sitting on the edge of my row. Beyond him, there was no one else. I couldn't even see the driver, and a shiver ran down my spine. Every hair on my body stood on end. What in the world was happening? Why was the bus moving on its own? I sprang to my feet, only to be met with an enveloping darkness outside the windows. Apart from the dim light within the cabin, there were no other sources of illumination. I slumped back into my seat, trapped in yet another bizarre and uncanny predicament. The bus continued its journey, and in this situation, there was no way I could halt it, nor could I open the door. My gaze shifted to the young man seated across from me. He appeared to be in his early 20s, and under the dim lighting, his expression bore an eerie calmness that contrasted with his youthful appearance. I could not ascertain whether he was human or something else entirely, but the isolation of the bus felt unnerving with just the two of us aboard. "Miss, if you wish to avoid peril, you should sit down," he remarked, having sensed my gaze as he turned from gazing out the window to look at me. He was a strikingly handsome young man, clad in a black t-shirt, cargo pants, and a pair of dapper-looking combat boots. His soft black hair framed a pair of deep-set eyes that glimmered with a subtle smile, exuding my instincts told me he was indeed a living person. After hearing his words, I hesitated for just a moment before obediently sitting back down. It was wise to heed advice when in a precarious situation. However, I had not anticipated this peculiar circumstance and was at a loss for what to do. I contemplated for a moment before shifting closer to the young man, taking a seat beside him. I looked at him and quietly inquired, "Excuse me, do you know what is happening right now? Can we get off this bus?" "Yes," he replied lightly, "but we must wait until this bus reaches its final destination." I hadn't been on this bus long and had not paid attention to its final stop, yet, considering the current situation, would it still be the same as before? Why was the bus behaving this way? And why were there only the two of us aboard? I pressed on with my questions. His laughter echoed softly, a hint of ambiguity flickering in his eyes as he raised an eyebrow. Because we're simply unfortunate, I found myself at a loss for words. Indeed, it was unfortunate. Otherwise, why would only he and I be trapped on this eerie bus? I sensed the bus was in motion, yet everything around me felt utterly devoid of sense. My phone had no signal, leaving me unable to call for help. After what felt like another hour, the bus gradually came to a halt, and the doors swung open, allowing a chilling wind to rush in. I shivered uncontrollably as the previously languid young man finally stood up, revealing his considerable height as he looked down at me. "Will you remain on the bus or accompany me?" he inquired. Fear and conflict churned within me. After some contemplation, I mustered the courage to ask, "Are you a human?" "Pardon?" He seemed taken aback. "Are you insulting me?" Now it was my turn. "How could I insult you?" What I meant was, "Are you actually human?" He regarded me with a bewildered expression. "If I weren't human, would you still be standing here unscathed?" That was a fair point. The malevolent entities I had previously encountered were always eager to seize me. If this young man were one of those entities, he had certainly shown remarkable restraint throughout our journey. Chapter 34. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My fiancé. You have 3 seconds to make a decision. If you fail to do so, I shall not wait for you, the young man declared. Panic and urgency surged within me. The atmosphere inside the vehicle felt eerie, while the world outside remained shrouded in uncertainty. In that fleeting moment, I was utterly at a loss. 3.2.1 As soon as the words left his lips, the young man suddenly bent down and lifted me into his arms. "What?" I exclaimed, taken aback. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, he hoisted me onto his shoulder and strode towards the exit of the vehicle. "Your indecisiveness is quite striking. By the time you make up your mind, your ashes will have already been scattered," he remarked, his words sharp enough to rival those of Yu Qingzhou. Thus, I found myself being carried out of the vehicle by this unfamiliar young man. Once outside, the chill in the air intensified, sending shivers down my spine. The temperature was significantly lower than inside the vehicle, making it hard to fathom that it was a summer night. Cold. After we disembarked, the self-driving bus unexpectedly restarted and drove away, leaving me and this stranger amidst a desolate landscape filled with abandoned buildings. The area was a graveyard of unfinished structures, devoid of any signs of life. He set me down, and in the darkness, I noticed him turn his head to look at me, though his expression remained obscured. "Today, because of you, I've been burdened. Stay close to me. Once this is over, I shall see you safely home. Will we really be able to return?" I inquired, though my feet instinctively followed him. "Of course, as long as you heed my instructions and avoid recklessness," he replied without glancing back. I nodded eagerly, recalling a phrase that echoed in my mind. "If one does not court disaster, one shall not meet it." "Very well, I shall certainly heed your words. By the way, how should I address you?" I asked. The young man remained vigilant, scanning our surroundings. Upon hearing my inquiry, he still did not turn around but responded, "Li Shu." I blinked. His name was quite melodious, reminiscent of a male lead in a romantic drama. I am Xue Jingyao, I replied softly, exchanging names out of courtesy. Upon hearing my name, the figure in front of me suddenly paused, and I saw him turn back. Although I could not discern his expression, I sensed a stiffness in his posture. What is wrong? Do you know me? I asked, puzzled. Why would my name cause such a reaction? Li Shu swiftly averted his gaze, offering no response. Not wanting to press further in this precarious moment, I focused on staying close to him, fearing I might lose him. The dilapidated buildings loomed like dormant beasts in the dark, their hollow windows and doors resembling gaping maws, waiting for prey. I had no inkling of where Li Shu was headed or what he intended to do, yet I could do nothing but follow in his footsteps. At that moment, the soul-guiding jade around my neck suddenly grew scorching hot, even more so than before. I had previously consulted Yu Qingzhou about this. The higher the temperature of the soul-guiding jade, the closer my lost soul. Now, the jade's heat was unbearable against my skin, causing it to redden. I instinctively gasped and quickly tucked the jade beneath my clothing. It's so hot. Are you all right? Li Shu turned back to check on me. Unsure of how to respond, I anxiously surveyed my surroundings. With the jade burning at such an intensity, my lost soul must be nearby, however. I lacked the ability to investigate further and feared I might burden Li Shu. Speak up. What is it? Li Shu inquired. You can trust me. I gazed at him, my anxiety mounting. Hearing his words prompted me to ask, how can I be certain that I can trust you? Li Shu let out a resigned chuckle and shrugged. Whether you believe me is of no consequence. After all, I am not the one in trouble. His tone exuded confidence, revealing an enigmatic calmness in the face of such an unsettling environment. As the jade's temperature continued, I believe I have an inkling of what is transpiring. You need not speak. I can surmise, Li Shu indicated, gesturing towards the jade adorning my chest. The soul-guiding jade emitted a faint glow. Although not particularly bright, it stood out in the encompassing darkness. The soul-guiding jade, a mystical gem that aids in locating souls, he said, suddenly leaning closer, his eyes fixated on the jade with keen interest. Although I realized he was observing the gem, I felt a twinge of discomfort and instinctively tried to shift away. To my surprise, he raised a hand and pressed it firmly on my shoulder, anchoring me in place. What are you doing? I asked, my voice laced with caution. Li Shu's gaze remained inscrutable in the shadows. After several seconds, he straightened up and cheerfully remarked, what a remarkable coincidence this is. It seems I must reintroduce myself. I instinctively reached up to my ear, as if to confirm I had heard wrong, and incredulously asked, could you repeat that? Li Shu, however, did not beat around the bush. Your name is Xue Jingyao, you have lost a soul, and you hail from Yunhai City. If all this is accurate, then you are indeed my fiancé. No, that can't be right. How could I possibly be your fiancé? What childhood engagement? What an absurd coincidence it would be for someone I met on a bus to be my betrothed. Unless fate itself had conspired to bring us together. Li Shu raised an eyebrow. Oh, you were unaware? It seems your grandmother never informed your parents about our engagement. I find that rather disheartening. Wait, he just mentioned my grandmother? But my mother had told me that my grandmother passed away when my father was 8, long before she could have arranged such a match. Do not look at me with such skepticism. Our engagement is quite real, arranged by your grandmother and my grandfather when you were just born, Li Shu stated. If you doubt my words, I can show you the marriage certificate upon our next encounter. All right, do not be afraid. I shall return you home shortly, he added. My emotions were a tumultuous mix. Regardless of my thoughts, I needed to maintain a facade of composure. Thus, when he said that, I merely nodded silently. At that moment, a chilling gust of wind suddenly surged forth from one of the abandoned buildings, barreling towards Li Shu and me, accompanied by a spine-tingling, eerie laughter. Chapter 35. Fractured soul a woman prone to fickleness and capriciousness. Without the protection of Yu Qingzhou, today you are destined to fall into my clutches. That familiar voice, along with that recognizable figure. Who else could it be but Song Lin? No, he is not Song Lin. He is Song Lin's brother, Song Yin. How have I encountered him again? It then dawned on me that he must have taken one of my souls. Otherwise, my soul-guiding jade would not be burning so intensely. Return my soul to me, I shouted angrily at Song Yin. He grinned ominously, his eyes gleaming with wickedness, filled with greed as they met mine. It seems you have already figured it out, but unfortunately, I have no intention of returning your precious soul. Song Yin replied with a sly smile. It is no exaggeration to say that if I were not shielded by Li Shu, Song Yin would undoubtedly pounce on me, attempting to devour me whole, just as he did when we... As he spoke, Song Yin extended his pallid finger toward his abdomen and maliciously remarked, because, you see, your soul is already nestled within my belly. My complexion turned pale, and my lips trembled at that moment. You ate it? What else could I do? Stare at your soul day after day? Over the years, your soul has caused me no small amount of trouble, he chuckled darkly, his eyes glinting with menace. Suddenly, Li Shu moved, enveloping me in her shadow, blocking the malice emanating from Song Yan's gaze. You cannot consume her soul. Li Shu regarded Song Yin with icy disdain. It appeared that Song Yin only then noticed I, on the other hand, have recognized you, filthy and shadowy rodent. Li Shu's tone was cold and dismissive, surpassing Song Yan's in its disdain. Kid, when did you become her subordinate? I must commend you for not fearing the jealousy of the great vinegar jar by her side. Song Yan's voice was laced with mockery and jest. Upon hearing his words, my fury surged uncontrollably. What kind of twisted pervert is he to speak such insults? I peeked out from behind Li Shu and yelled furiously at Song Yin. Perverse lunatic, kindly cleanse your mouth. What do you mean by subordinate? Could you spare a few less lewd thoughts in your mind? I cannot fathom how a malevolent spirit could be so repugnant and return my soul to me. Though I felt that this final accusation was futile, one cannot help but engage in meaningless struggles. If you wish to reclaim your soul, you must possess the capability to kill me. At this point, Song Yin paused, a cunning smile gracing his face. Killing me would be useless, for I only possess a fragment of your soul. How many pieces your soul has shattered into, I cannot say. Thus, retrieving the fragmented remnants of your soul from me would yield no success. His words nearly caused me to spit blood. I thought losing one soul was dreadful enough. Yet he now reveals that my soul has splintered into an unknown multitude of shards. Damn it. Let it be destroyed. I stood there, somewhat dazed, like a wooden block behind Li Shu. Shui Jingyao, since this situation cannot be altered, then be a good person and grant me this favor. Song Yin laughed exaggeratedly and grotesquely. Despite having the same visage as Song Lin, he exuded nothing but malice and resentment. His body morphed into a mass of dark energy, surging toward me, and Li Shu reacted swiftly. As that dark energy approached, she calmly raised her hand. To my astonishment, a jade-white spider, radiating luminescence, materialized at her slender fingertips. As the spider appeared, a golden web unfurled before us, intercepting the dark energy. The black energy collided with the golden web, emitting a sizzle akin to that of something being scorched, and it promptly retreated, coalescing back into Song Yan's form. He no longer appeared so self-assured. Now, His gaze toward Li Shu was rife with trepidation and unfulfilled hunger. Xiaoyu, go, Li Shu commanded the spider at her fingertip. Upon hearing her voice, the jade-white spider leaped nimbly onto Song. It then swiftly returned to Li Shu's hand, while Song Yin clutched his neck, eyes wide with terror as he stared at Li Shu. Jade-faced spider. Song Yin bellowed. Without further ado, he shot me a resentful glare before dissipating into a... Song Yin always emerges to wreak havoc yet manages to escape every time. I, on the other hand, am powerless to confront him, let alone capture him, and my frustration only deepens. As if reading my thoughts, Li Shu turned to me and said, "Do not fret. Even if he has consumed your soul fragments, he cannot refine them in the short term. As long as we retrieve them before he does, we will be fine. I have instructed Xiaoyu to leave a mark on him, guiding us to his location. However, as you can see, that fellow is quite cunning. We should avoid alarming him until we have complete assurance." Calming myself, I nodded at Li Shu's words. I then looked up at her and said, "Thank you for today. It seems that both the bus and Song Yin were directed at me this evening." I sincerely apologize for involving you in this distressing affair. I felt a pang of guilt for entangling Li Shu in my feud with Song Yin. The soul-guiding jade at my chest no longer burned, indicating that Song Yin had I lowered my head, feeling disheartened when suddenly a large hand rested upon my head. I looked up in astonishment, meeting the gentle gaze in the night. He spoke in a soft tone. "It is all right. Perhaps our meeting was destined, and tonight serves as a splendid opportunity. Do you not think?" I pressed my lips together, unsure of how to respond. The bond between Yu Qingzhou and me is already intricate. There is no way I could become entangled with Li Shu. You previously mentioned a childhood betrothal. I will clarify this matter. After a moment's thought, I added, "Moreover, I must inform you that I currently have a partner, so even if we have a childhood engagement, I can only offer my apologies. If Yu Qingzhou were to learn of my childhood betrothal, I fear he would directly strangle Li Shu. However, Li Shu does not seem to be an ordinary individual." Her jade-white spider, Chapter 36. Do I strike you as a great fool? He even named that spider Little Jade? Moreover, Li Shu's spider was entirely unlike any other. The colors and fuzzy legs of the others sent chills down my spine, while this one, even though its legs bore tiny tufts of hair, they were far less terrifying than those of the other spiders. In fact, there was a hint of cuteness about it. Upon hearing my earlier words, Li Shu's eyes were filled with astonishment, though he quickly composed himself. "Do you already have someone you fancy?" I was uncertain whether I had feelings for Yu Qingzhou, but I knew I could not betray him. Our connection was intricate and profound. After a moment's hesitation, I nodded towards Li Shu. "Yes." Soon after, I heard a barely audible sigh escape his lips. It seemed that I had arrived. I cast my gaze down at my toes, momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps sensing my discomfort, Li Shu suddenly spoke in a lighter tone. "You needn't feel pressured about our betrothal. After all, fate is quite elusive. Come, let me escort you home." I glanced around. All I could see was darkness and desolation, devoid of any means of transportation. It appeared I would have to walk a considerable distance through the night. I dared not linger and hurriedly followed in his footsteps. Upon exiting the derelict area, we emerged onto a broad road bustling with vehicles, a stark contrast to the previous desolate scene. Li Shu hailed an empty taxi for me, engaging in a brief discussion with the driver before signaling me to enter the vehicle. However, he did not join me. Instead, he stood outside, slightly bending to look at me inside the car, his handsome face illuminated by a reassurance. "You can ride home without worry." "And you?" I quickly asked. Li Shu chuckled lightly. "As for me, it's not on my way. You should head back." With that, he called to the driver, "Sir, please start the engine." When I withdrew my gaze, I noticed a slender silver thread floating outside the window, shimmering faintly in the moonlight. Just as I attempted to examine it closely, the thread vanished. I informed the driver of my destination, prompting a peculiar expression to cross his face. Young lady, you live in such an isolated place? Indeed, Yu Qingzhou's residence was somewhat remote but boasted tranquility. I nodded in affirmation. Yes, it's rather nice there. You must be careful then. I've heard that area has an eerie reputation, not particularly clean, the driver remarked, glancing at my expression through the rearview mirror. However, I maintained a calm demeanor, and the driver appeared slightly disappointed, perhaps feeling that he had failed to frighten me. Having encountered far too many unsettling things, I had grown numb. Besides, that area could be considered Yu Qingzhou's territory, so fear was not my companion. If Li Shu was indeed correct, the vehicle would be safe, and 40 minutes later, I arrived at the usual bus stop. After disembarking, I still needed to walk a short distance. However, to my surprise, I spotted a figure standing by the bus station, roughly half my height. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a long, fluffy tail trailing behind it, and two similarly furry ears atop its head. It was Hu Bo. I hurried towards him, exclaiming, Hu Bo, what are you doing here? In truth, Hu Bo had already spotted me as the bus approached. As I reached him, I found him gazing at me with an ethereal green glow in his eyes. I came to fetch you, Hu Bo. I truly did not expect Hu Bo to come for me. Thank you, Hu Bo, I exclaimed, filled with delight. Hu Bo nodded sagely and began walking towards the return courtyard. I've prepared a late-night snack for you. Let's eat some. I was taken aback and could not help but ask, Hu Bo, why are you so kind to me? Hu Bo paused, turning to look up at me. Although he was older, his stature was somewhat diminutive. Do I strike you as a great fool? Hu Bo inquired. How could Hu Bo be associated with such a term? Noticing my confusion, Hu Bo snorted softly before continuing on his way, and seeing his long tail nearly touch the ground, I sensed he must be in a rather foul mood, so I refrained from. Once back at the return courtyard, Hu Bo summoned me for the late-night snack, and to be fair, after tonight's events, I truly was hungry. Hu Bo served me a fragrant bowl of spicy hot pot. Hu Bo, you can make spicy hot pot? I asked in astonishment. Hu Bo's somewhat youthful face displayed an unexpected disdain. Is making spicy hot pot really that difficult? As long as the broth is well prepared, even shoe soles would taste good. You're amazing, Hu Bo. Thank you, I replied, elated. A cooking Hu Bo is super cool. Hu Bo regarded me with a hint of disapproval. All right, enough flattery. Hurry and eat. I assumed Hu Bo would leave, but to my surprise, he sat across from me, gazing intently. His stare made me feel somewhat uneasy. Hu Bo, why are you looking at me like that? I asked cautiously. Finish eating first. I quickly devoured the hot pot, even relishing the broth, and as I polished off my meal, to my surprise, upon hearing my account, his brows furrowed tightly. You say you encountered a man named Li Shu who has a jade-white spider. Hu Bo's face displayed surprise. Yes, I nodded. After a moment, he said, regarding tonight's events, it would be best if you did not inform Yu Qingzhou. This is my advice to you. Whether you heed it is up to you. Why? I asked curiously. Just as Hu Bo was about to respond, I noticed a red shadow standing at the doorway, and the temperature in the room instantly plummeted. Chapter 37. Betray me and all shall perish. As the temperature dropped, a shiver coursed through my body, accompanied by a foreboding sensation. Hadn't Hu Bo mentioned that Yu Qingzhou would be absent from the 15th to the 18th of each month? Why had he returned before the 3 days were up? Moreover, in that moment, both Hu Bo and I broke into a cold sweat. Yet, Hu Bo was the first to regain his composure. He rose and wiped the perspiration from his brow, then said, You two carry on. I shall be off to gather them. With that, Hu Bo suddenly transformed into a white fox and darted out, leaving me alone in the room, with Yu Qingzhou blocking the doorway. You have returned, I managed a sheepish smile. For reasons unknown, I felt a pang of guilt. I couldn't shake the worry that Yu Qingzhou might have overheard my earlier conversation with Hu Bo. Furthermore, Hu Bo had cautioned me against revealing my encounter with Li Shu to Yu Qingzhou, but before he could elaborate, Yu Qingzhou had already returned. Yu Qingzhou's expression was grim as he nodded, and I noticed the pallor of his lips, suggesting he was in a rather poor state. He fixed his gaze upon me, demanding, "You still have not answered me." "What were you discussing with the little fox just now?" My heart raced with anxiety, torn between the urge to tell him the truth and the instinct to withhold it. "Speak." Yu Qingzhou's voice dropped to a low, chilling tone. I trembled at his command. I always felt intimidated in his presence, as his aura was overwhelmingly oppressive. However, recalling Hu Bo's counsel, I hesitated, ultimately deciding to share the details of my encounter with Tong Cheng and my— Yu Qingzhou listened intently, his brow furrowed throughout my account. When I finished, he raised his eyes to meet mine, an inscrutable emotion flickering within them. "So, how did you return?" "By chance, I encountered a kind-hearted individual who—" My heart skipped a beat as I forced myself to respond, "A stranger, yet a good-hearted one." In truth, I had genuinely not known Li Shu prior to our brief encounter, and the matter of the betrothal was utterly perplexing to me. Yu Qingzhou fell silent, advancing toward me until his imposing figure loomed before me, making me feel as insignificant as a small bird. "Shui Jingyao." He addressed me coldly, then slowly extended a hand to tug at my back, revealing a silver thread that appeared in his grasp. "What is this?" he questioned. I was taken aback. I had no idea what the thread was, though it seemed vaguely familiar, as if I had seen it in the taxi. Hadn't it vanished in the blink of an eye? How could it possibly be on me? Though I was uncertain, my instincts suggested it resembled a spider's silk. Perhaps it could be spider silk? I replied cautiously. Why? Yu Qingzhou's lips curled into a cold smile. "Oh, then how did you come to possess spider silk?" "Maybe I picked it up somewhere," I mumbled, lowering my gaze to my toes, utterly unable to meet his penetrating stare. Whose spider silk could it be but Xiao Yu's? Did Yu Qingzhou harbor some grievance against Li Shu? Otherwise, why would Hu Bo have urged me not to disclose anything about Li Shu to Yu Qingzhou? Yet, I sensed that Yu Qingzhou was not easily deceived. Lost in thought, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my jaw as his pale, slender fingers gripped it, forcing me to meet his gaze. He seemed to relish this display of control, and I frowned in discomfort. "It hurts," I protested in a whisper. "Hurts? You are aware of pain?" Yu Qingzhou sighed, then released me with a flick of his wrist. Fool. Tears welled in my eyes from the pressure he had exerted. The pain was genuine, after all. He seized my arm and lifted me effortlessly, carrying me directly to his room. This time, he did not toss me onto the bed, but gently set me down. Though his expression remained sour, the menacing energy surrounding him had somewhat subsided. He carefully examined my foot, his brow deepening in concern. "Are you a fool? You didn't realize your foot was injured?" "Eh? My foot is injured?" I had felt nothing until he pointed it out. Glancing down, I discovered a gash on my foot, neither deep nor shallow, oozing a bit of blood. I instinctively pulled my foot back, only to have Yu Qingzhou swat my foot with his hand. "Don't move." Yu Qingzhou glanced at me, a teasing smile gracing his lips. "What part of you have I not seen? What part have I not touched? Why the shyness?" His words ignited a blush that turned my face crimson, reminiscent of a monkey's rear. The 2 nights I had spent with Yu Qingzhou had been far too wild for me to dare reminisce. He procured a handkerchief from somewhere, meticulously cleaning the wound on my foot before applying medicine, which provided immediate relief from the sting. "Be more careful next time," he advised, pausing before adding, "After all, your body does not solely belong to you." It also belongs to me. I was at a loss for words. Our relationship was undeniably awkward. While he seemed to accept me as his spouse, he had not fully embraced the notion. Yet, his concern for me stirred an unfamiliar sensation within my heart. What exactly did he feel for me? What? Are you feeling dissatisfied? Yu Qingzhou noted my silence, his lips curling into a mischievous smirk that was both alluring and wicked. I shook my head gently. No, not at all. Yu Qingzhou rose, scoffing. You may not be worthy of me, but you must belong to me. Should you betray me, your entire family and even your village shall face annihilation. His words filled me with both shock and terror. I realized that I could not be deceived by Yu Qingzhou's outward demeanor. He was, in fact, a man of great ruthlessness. After all, he could crush a person's skull with a mere step, without a flicker of remorse. Do you understand? I nodded vigorously. I understand. I understand. I would never betray you. He reached out to stroke my head. Good girl. Chapter 38. Not small anymore, his tone resembled that of someone gently caressing us. To my astonishment, he proceeded to wrap bandages around my foot, encircling it repeatedly until it resembled a large white bun. With this, I would surely be well by morning. Why Yu Qingzhou gazed with satisfaction at his handiwork. I still struggled to acclimate to sharing a room with Yu Qingzhou. The intensity of his presence was overwhelming, and I found it quite unbearable. Thank you, Duck. If there's nothing else, I shall return to my room, I said, attempting to rise with great difficulty. I hopped on one foot, eager to make my exit, but before I could take more than a couple of bounces, Yu Qingzhou's long arms swept around me, pulling me back onto the bed. Where do you think you're going? He asked. My body stiffened, rendering me somewhat wooden as I leaned against him. Hearing his question, I quickly replied, I'm going back to my room. Back to your room? The moment I attempted to move, his arms tightened around me, as if he feared I would escape. There was no way I could muster the courage to run if he didn't release me. I could only manage a slight smile and said, I'm afraid I don't quite understand your meaning. Yu Qingzhou frowned in displeasure. Is my meaning so difficult to comprehend? Shui Jingyao, let me make it abundantly clear. My room is your room. You will be residing in the same quarters as I. My goodness! His words sent a shiver through me, implying that he intended for us to cohabit. I was astounded, my tongue stumbling over itself. That's not appropriate. I am still young. It's not suitable for us to live together. To my surprise, after I uttered those words, Yu Qingzhou's gaze roamed over my form, particularly lingering on my chest, before he softly remarked, not so small anymore. My face instantly flushed crimson. How could Yu Qingzhou stare so earnestly at my chest while uttering such a flippant remark? Previously you called me frivolous. Aren't you the same? I glared at him. Why Yu Qingzhou found amusing. You're not as small as you think. In just 2 months, you will be 20 years old. If we were to rewind a few centuries, there were countless girls married off at 13 or 14. At your age today, you'd be considered an old maid. That hit hard. I clutched my chest, feeling genuinely offended. I still had 4 or 5 months before I turned 20. Besides, 20 is the prime of youth. How could I possibly be labeled an old maid? Ultimately, Yu Qingzhou concluded, therefore, you are not so small anymore. After this, he cast a dark look in my direction and added, it's getting late. You should rest. Despite having shared the bed with Yu Qingzhou on 2 previous occasions, I still felt a wave of embarrassment sitting on his bed, as the atmosphere was markedly different this time. Yu Qingzhou lay down first, his crimson silk robe lending him an alluring appearance. I dared to steal a glance before hastily averting my eyes. Why did this man have such a peculiar penchant for wearing red? What are you still dawdling for? Do you want me to push you down? Yu Qingzhou regarded me with impatience. Before he could take action, I quickly lay beside him, albeit with a distance of 2 bodies between us. Good night, I declared, pulling the blanket over my head. After the events of the evening, I truly felt exhausted and fell asleep almost instantly, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. The following day, I awoke in a daze for a couple of seconds before realizing that the sun outside had already. The space beside me was empty, indicating that he had already risen. I hurriedly got up to prepare myself. I still had to attend school. My foot, which had been bandaged like a bun, was now healed, and the bandages had mysterious. Just as I finished dressing, Yu Qingzhou entered, and upon seeing me awake, he stated, "I arranged for a leave of absence for you at Yunhai University. You no longer need to attend school." Leave of absence? I was taken aback. Why would you do that? Why didn't you inform me beforehand? Yu Qingzhou glanced at me, his tone indifferent. Your life was nearly extinguished. Do you still care about a leave of absence? His words made me reflect on my dire situation, and I felt deflated, like a frostbitten eggplant. Observing my sudden loss of spirit, Yu Qingzhou continued, "I found that your lost soul has fragmented into 7 pieces. We must locate all 7 fragments to reassemble your soul. Only then will you be safe." Yu Qingzhou's revelation. What was the purpose of this ordeal? Losing a piece of one's soul was already tragic enough. Now it had shattered into 7 parts, scattered who knows where. The thought was heart-wrenching. You now have 2 choices. To journey with me in search of your fragmented soul, or to remain here and perish. How could I possibly allow myself to perish? My parents had expended so much effort to ensure I survived. If I were to die like this, what would happen to them? I had no choice. I could only acquiesce to Yu Qingzhou. "I choose to search for my soul fragments with you," I declared with determination. "Good," Yu Qingzhou nodded. "That is the wisest choice." I gazed at him, somewhat entranced. His temperament was rather capricious, rendering it impossible to discern his thoughts. His attitude towards me was equally perplexing. Sometimes he appeared to care for me, while at other times he seemed utterly disdainful. He was indeed a strange man. "What are you staring at?" Yu Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. "Are you smitten by my looks?" "And no." I quickly shook my head. "I merely wish to inquire, why have you suddenly decided to take me along to search for my soul fragments?" "Why?" Yu Qingzhou's voice dropped, laced with a hint of annoyance. "Because I have nothing better to do? Is that sufficient?" Feeling awkward, I rubbed my nose. "All right, of course. You can rest a little longer. We have important matters to attend to tonight," Yu Qingzhou instructed. "What matters?" I asked, why Yu Qingzhou's expression darkened slightly as he uttered 2 words, Tong Chung. Chapter 39. The cunning man. A surge of joy coursed through me, and my eyes sparkled as I gazed at Yu Qingzhou. "Are you going to join me in searching for Tong Chung?" Yu Qingzhou averted his gaze, seemingly uncomfortable. "If I do not accompany you, will you be able to manage on your own?" I scratched my head, feeling a bit bashful, and murmured, "This is my first time doing something like this. I lack experience. I hope that Lord Dragon King can guide me." Yu Qingzhou's somewhat displeased expression softened slightly, and he nodded with a touch of restraint. Quite humbled. Dio continued to maintain that. I could not help but smirk. Yu Qingzhou's little temper seemed rather intriguing. As long as his mood remained stable, he was quite pleasant to be around. After he briefed me on the matter, he headed to the back garden. I refrained from following, as being alone with him felt somewhat pressuring. When I encountered Hu Bo again, he had resumed his form as a small doll. Upon seeing me emerge from the room, his face, reminiscent of a miniature adult, bore a curious expression. "Good morning, Hu Bo," I greeted him. He acknowledged me with a nod, his eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. This morning, Yu Qingzhou reprimanded me. "Ah." I was taken aback. "Why did he scold you?" "He blamed me for preparing a room for you," Hu Bo replied. "Isn't there something a bit off with Yu Qingzhou? If he asked me to move here, shouldn't he have arranged a room for me?" As this thought crossed my mind, my breath hitched and then quickened. The words he had spoken to me last night echoed in my mind. Surely he didn't intend for us to share a room from now on. Moreover, he scolded Hu Bo for this. What a cunning man he is, subtly scheming away. Why Yu Qingzhou, with such behavior? It's hard not to think you have an interest in me. This notion flickered in my mind for 3 seconds before I swiftly dismissed it. Yu Qingzhou's thoughts were notoriously difficult to decipher. It would be best to take things one step at a time and avoid provoking him. Hu Bo, this is not your fault. The room you prepared was lovely, and I truly liked it, I hurriedly reassured him. Tonight, I shall return to my own room. Sharing with Yu Qingzhou would be rather uncomfortable. Hu Bo remarked, what use is beauty if the room's decor is all gone? Prompted by Hu Bo's words, I hurriedly ran to open the room that had initially been prepared for me. The once exquisite and charming space now lay bare, resembling a shell of a house stripped of its furnishings. Everything within had vanished without a trace overnight. Hu Bo, look at this empty room. I began to turn and ask him, but just then, footsteps. I assumed it was Hu Bo returning, only to turn and find myself face to face with a striking figure in red. Yu Qingzhou, standing behind me, observing me with keen interest. Do you fancy such gaudy things? Yu Qingzhou inquired. I awkwardly nodded and replied, it's not about being gaudy. The room had a certain aesthetic appeal, it's just a pity. Upon hearing my words, Yu Qingzhou made no reply nor moved, entirely disregarding me as he turned and walked away. I reaffirmed in my mind that Yu Qingzhou was indeed a person of fluctuating emotions. Time sped by, and soon it was evening. We needed to seek out Tong Cheng. Recalling my parting with Tong Cheng the previous night, I described it to Yu Qingzhou, then uncertainly posed a question. I have a bold idea. Could it be that Tong Cheng was possessed by Su Ying when she left last night? Based on your description, it seems Tong Cheng has indeed been possessed. It appears that the vengeful spirit is unwilling to let her go, Yu Qingzhou responded. I furrowed my brow, recalling how Tong Cheng had been recovering just days prior. But I saw Tong Cheng improving a few days ago. How could that vengeful spirit have caused this? Yu Qingzhou explained. Our appearance that night instilled a sense of crisis in the... However, once it realized you and Tong Cheng were at odds, it resumed its torment. I felt no sympathy for Tong Cheng's plight. As the saying goes, every cause has its effect. If Tong Cheng had not bullied Su Ying at school, would she not be leading a normal life now, free from such torment? From the news I had heard from Su Weiwei, Su Ying had always excelled academically, the hope of her family. Now, lying unconscious on a cold hospital bed, how tragically innocent she was. Since Su Ying is currently in a vegetative state, is there any chance her spirit can return to her body? I inquired of Yu Qingzhou. As long as her obsession persists, the influence on you will not dissipate. Best of luck, you timid little thing, he replied, playfully patting my head. Don't pat my head. It makes me feel foolish, I retorted, retreating a step. Yu Qingzhou's hand froze momentarily, and the expression on his handsome face turned somewhat malevolent. Heh, do you think if I don't pat you, you won't be foolish? You exude foolishness. Can you be any more foolish? I clutched my chest, convinced that one day Yu Qingzhou's words would drive me to the brink of madness. How could such a fine Yu Qingzhou be so burdened with such a sharp tongue? Enough, you silly creature. We must be on our way, Yu Qingzhou declared, turning to stride out without checking if I followed. Naturally, I had to keep up. With Yu Qingzhou by my side, I felt a sense of calmness wash over me, and I eagerly trailed behind him. Regardless of the outcome, resolving this matter would undoubtedly benefit me. After all, those who know how to adapt are the wise ones. Currently, Yu Qingzhou was in the lead, and I entrusted him completely. Soon, we arrived at the People's Hospital.at that moment. Yu Qingzhou and I stood outside a patient's room. Is it Su Ying inside? I asked. No, it's Tong Cheng, Yu Qingzhou replied. Just as I was about to inquire why Tong Cheng was hospitalized, this intense emotion was more forceful than before, rendering me unable to catch my breath. Clutching my chest, I sank to the floor, unable to straighten my back. My hearing seemed to sharpen in that instant, and I discerned voices emanating from within the room. Why are they still harping on us? It has been so long since this incident occurred. Their daughter has become a vegetable, Yet our daughter still has a bright future ahead. We cannot allow this matter to come to light. This was Mrs. Yang's voice, filled with anger and impatience. A man's voice followed. How ridiculous! Our Chung is in a league of her own compared to their daughter. I absolutely will not allow such a lowly person to ruin our precious Cheng. Chapter 40. What is your wish? A brief silence enveloped the ward. Soon, Mrs. Yang's voice pierced through the stillness. We cannot allow that person to ruin our Cheng's life, Lao Tong. You have failed to fulfill your responsibilities as a father all these years. Now is your chance to make amends. Ensure that it is done thoroughly. The man's voice resonated with a somber tone, and merely hearing it conjured an image of his malicious expression. At that moment, the emotions that had ensnared me reached a crescendo, and I had no doubt that I would be tormented to death by this turmoil. I felt utterly miserable, sorrowful, and filled with hatred. I recognized that these feelings were bestowed upon me by Su Ying. I yearned to push open the ward door and behold the vile countenance of those within. Just then, I found myself enveloped in a cool embrace, a soft, icy sensation brushing against my forehead, which alleviated some of the emotional turmoil. Finally able to breathe, Yu Qingzhou released me and furrowed his brow. Your ability to perceive emotions exceeds my expectations, Xue Jingyao. You have surprised me. Surprised? I retorted. It feels more like being terrified. If Su Ying's suffering remained unresolved, I might be ensnared by these emotions for a lifetime. I did not respond to Yu Qingzhou's remark, but instead inquired, You heard their conversation in the ward, did you not? What are their intentions? Especially Mrs. Yang's statement about ensuring it is done thoroughly. What does she mean? To eliminate Su Ying. But Su Ying is already in a vegetative state. Do they not intend to leave her be? Moreover, it is Su Ying who has been wronged. Yu Qingzhou regarded me with a bemused expression and replied, There is a saying, uproot the weeds to prevent them from regrowing. I have learned that Su Ying's parents have gathered some evidence of her being bullied, yet they have not made it public immediately. They are waiting for Tong Cheng to publicly apologize, to acknowledge her past actions towards Su Ying. I paused, then shook my head. That is impossible. Tong Cheng would never apologize, nor would she ever voluntarily admit to her actions. Yu Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, intrigued. How can you? In her eyes, Su Ying is insignificant, akin to a lowly ant, someone she can manipulate at will. I looked up at Yu Qingzhou and asked, If you were to crush an ant, would you apologize to it? Yu Qingzhou. Perhaps my words were a bit harsh, but the truth remains. Tong Cheng likely does not view Su Ying as a human being. The reason behind her guilty and fearful demeanor when Su Ying is mentioned could be that Su Ying has haunted her dreams. Footsteps echoed in the ward. Approaching the door, Yu Qingzhou and I stood outside. Needing to find a place to hide quickly, I hurriedly started toward the corridor, but Yu Qingzhou pulled me back, his tall frame looming over me. In a dizzying whirl, I found myself pressed against the wall outside the ward. That moment, the ward door swung open, revealing Mrs. Yang and a middle-aged man. Yu Qingzhou's form shielded me entirely, and from behind, it appeared as though he was kissing me against the wall. As Mrs. Yang and the man emerged, they immediately noticed Yu Qingzhou's back facing them. Her expression shifted slightly, realizing how brazen the younger generation had become, engaging in such acts right outside a hospital room, utterly shameless. The middle-aged man glanced over and urged, We should leave. We have important matters to attend to. Let us not waste time. With that, he hurriedly ushered Mrs. Yang away. Knowing that Mrs. Yang and the man might engage in unsavory actions, I contemplated following them but was once again restrained by Yu Qingzhou. He gestured towards the ward, saying, We must enter first. But Yu Qingzhou, I will have someone keep watch. Right now, our priority is Tong Cheng. With that, Yu Qingzhou forcefully pushed me into the ward. It was a VIP room, and within lay Tong Cheng, quietly resting on the bed. However, as we approached, her previously closed eyes shot open, revealing a pair of pitch-black eyes devoid of any white, fixated on Yu Qingzhou and me. To be honest, being scrutinized by her gaze sent a chill down my spine. It was apparent that Suing had taken possession of Tong Cheng's body at that moment. She remained still, her dark eyes locked onto us as she spoke. "Are you here to help her?" I quickly shook my head. Tong Cheng was not deserving of my assistance. When she misinterpreted my relationship with Song Lin and threatened me, my impression of her plummeted to an all-time low. I believed myself to be kind-hearted, yet not blindly so. I replied, "We are here to help you." "Help me?" The Tong Cheng before me appeared momentarily taken aback before a self-deprecating smile graced her lips. "Her family is powerful and influential. How could you possibly help me? Who would dare to assist me?" Once, others had promised to help me, only to betray me for the slightest favor from Tong Cheng, leaving me with shattered hopes and dreams. "You cannot comprehend my suffering, nor can you truly assist me. The only thing I can do now is drag Tong Cheng down to hell with me." With that declaration, a dark aura enveloped Tong Cheng, swirling ominous. "You are not at fault. It is Tong Cheng who deserves it, not you. I can help you. Just tell me, what is your wish? I will do everything in my power to assist you. If Su Ying's grievances remain unresolved, I will be forever bound by them. Moreover, I genuinely wish to help Su Ying. The emotions tormenting me in my nightmares feel as though I have experienced them firsthand. Those who have not endured such suffocating feelings cannot fathom the depth of my despair, but I have lived through it, night after night. I want Tong Cheng to endure all the suffering I have faced. I want her to be utterly disgraced, to be forever notorious. I desire her to bear the title of a bully for all eternity. Is that acceptable?" The words dripped with a sense of bleak hopelessness. She continued, "Why should she, after leaving the deepest nightmares of my youth, turn around to become the most envied beauty in school? Why?" It was as if she were interrogating me, yet also questioning Tong Cheng. As the dark aura around her thickened, threatening to consume her reason, Yu Qingzhou took action. Chapter 41. Two men meet. Even though I could not see, I sensed a shift in the atmosphere surrounding Yu Qingzhou. The previously cold aura had taken on a gentler quality. I turned my gaze towards him as he delicately raised his hand, dissipating the resentment that coiled around Tong Cheng. Tong Cheng continued to murmur, "Can my wish come true? Can it? Can it?" "Yes," he replied softly to her, his tone calm yet resolute. Upon hearing Yu Qingzhou's words, Tong Cheng jolted, lifting her head to meet his gaze, and I followed suit. It was as if a soft light illuminated Yu Qingzhou, revealing a serene and gentle expression unlike any I had witnessed before. He spoke again to Tong Cheng, "Your wish is reasonable, your hands are clean, and you still have a future, though not ruin it." "A future? I still have a future?" Tong Cheng, no, I should now refer to her as Su Ying, had tears glistening on her face as she stared blankly at Yu Qingzhou and me. "I have become like this. How can I possibly have a future?" Su Ying herself could hardly believe in her own future. Yet, Yu Qingzhou affirmed, "You will have one. What you need to do now is stabilize your emotions. Do not allow yourself to descend into the path of malevolent spirits. We will assist you." "Why are you helping me?" Su Ying gazed at us in confusion, and in her eyes I saw doubt and fear. She might think we would treat her like her former friends who had promised to help but ultimately pushed her deeper into despair. I glanced at Yu Qingzhou, uncertain of how to convey this to Su Ying. Should I tell her that the reason we were helping was due to her negative emotions entangling me? In fact, that was true. It is impossible to empathize with experiences one has not endured. Yet the entanglement of negative emotions made me feel her plight. I felt compelled to take action. To my surprise, Yu Qingzhou spoke first, flashing a charming smile at Su Ying as he said softly, "You must believe that good people always outnumber the bad in this world." Su Ying remained dazed, silent, but the negative emotions enveloping her began to subside, and I breathed a sigh of relief, my discomfort alleviated. At that moment, Yu Qingzhou asked Suing, "After this is over, do you wish to return to your own body, or do you have other plans?" Upon hearing his words, Suing finally focused her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper, like a sickly little kitten. Yet, her stance was resolute. "I want to go back. I still have my parents. I cannot leave them in this world. They have only me. I cannot allow them to bury their child." "All right," Yu Qingzhou nodded. "But before you arrived, I heard Tongcheng's parents mentioning something about harming my mom and dad. Please, I beg you, save my parents." Su Ying's voice was like a nightingale weeping blood, evoking deep sorrow. "Do not worry. All you need to do now is get a good night's sleep. When you wake, everything will be all right," Yu Qingzhou assured her, hovering his hand above Su Ying's head. It was as if she were suddenly drained of energy. She slowly closed her eyes, tears trailing down her cheeks. I stared at Yu Qingzhou in a daze. Noticing my gaze, he flicked my forehead with his finger, bringing me back to reality. "Why do you look at me like that?" he inquired. Why did I gaze at him so? It was because I felt that the Yu Qingzhou from earlier was incredibly gentle, reminiscent of an elder brother whose warmth envelopes one like a gentle spring breeze. "I never expected you to be capable of comforting someone," I murmured softly. Yu Qingzhou scoffed. "Do you think I do this for whom? It's all because of you, my burden." I dared not retort, knowing that most of what he said required my agreement. I nodded fervently. Yes, you're absolutely right. I am indeed your burden." What of being a burden? At least he could bear me and was willing to help. Where else could one find such a good person? "Very well, you possess a clear understanding," Yu Qingzhou remarked with satisfaction. "However, some matters are rather coincidental. We unexpectedly encountered Li Shu at the hospital. I was taken aback. I had not anticipated seeing him again so soon after we parted last night. My heart raced, fearing he might call out fiancé, which could provoke Yu Qingzhou into a fit of rage. "Why are you hiding behind me?" Yu Qingzhou abruptly halted. "If Yu Qingzhou were not beside me, I would never hide from my savior. I am not an ungrateful person." The irony lay in the fact that Yu Qingzhou was indeed by my side, and given our relationship, if he learned of my past engagement with Li Shu, he would surely think my family was deceiving him. If Yu Qingzhou were to become angry, the entire village would suffer. Hearing his words, I hastily fabricated an excuse. "I feel safer walking behind you." "Where are we going now?" I silently prayed that Li Shu would not notice me, that he would not discover my presence. Yet, more often than not, the things we dread the most come to pass. Li Shu was approaching, and Yu Qingzhou pulled me from behind him, his brow furrowed. "Is it that being near me does not make you feel secure?" "Shui Jingyao, your words make it difficult for me to assist you." As he pulled me out, I stumbled backward, losing my balance and nearly falling. Just then, a strong arm encircled my waist, and before I could discern what had happened, I found myself in someone's embrace. My head collided with a firm chest, and to be honest, it hurt a little. This was not Yu Qingzhou's embrace. The scent was different. Why Yu Qingzhou's embrace felt cool, like the crisp waters of a mountain spring. In contrast, this embrace was infused with a warm, citrus fragrance, causing my cheeks to flush. "We meet again. Is this not fate?" A somewhat familiar voice resonated above me. I looked up to meet a pair of dark, smiling eyes. The sight rendered me rigid. Oh heavens, just kill me now. I had inadvertently stumbled into another's embrace in front of Yu Qingzhou. Though it was unintentional, the gaze from behind felt like a thorn in my back. How very coincidental. I stiffly managed a smile, hastily stepping back from Li Shu's embrace, and fearfully approached Yu Qingzhou. The twinkle in those smiling eyes shifted slightly as they watched me move towards Yu Qingzhou. "Shui Jingyao," Yu Qingzhou stood like a statue. "Are you not going to explain this to me?" Chapter 42. "Uncle, what can one do in such a situation? One can only sincerely explain." I said to Yu Qingzhou. "This is Li Shu, the one who saved me last night." "Oh." Yu Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. "Since he is your savior, why do you appear so flustered, your face all aflame?" I thought to myself that my unease stemmed from the fear of his misunderstanding. I chose not to respond to Yu Qingzhou. Instead, I earnestly addressed Li Shu. I truly appreciate your help last night. Allow me to introduce you. This is Yu Qingzhou, my partner. The utterance of this phrase filled me with a sense of shame. I glanced at Yu Qingzhou, then at Li Shu. At that moment, their gazes intertwined in the air. You look at me, I look at you. I began to doubt whether their continued gaze might stir some feelings between them. Just then, Li Shu spoke. His eyes still sparkled with mirth, yet the smile did not reach his depths as he remarked to Yu Qingzhou. So, you are Jing Yao's partner. I have heard that older men tend to be more considerate, but upon meeting you today, it seems not to be the case. What was Li Shu doing? This was reckless. Who could fail to decipher the implication that he was insinuating Yu Qingzhou was old and unkind? I quickly shot Li Shu a warning glance, hoping to convey that he should cease his reckless comments. However, Li Shu appeared oblivious, turning to me and saying, Jing Yao, if this uncle ever bullies you, do let me know. Though I do not typically confront my seniors, I could make an exception for you. I slapped my hand against my face in disbelief, mortified, fearing the ensuing scene would become too bloody. Yu Qingzhou wore a sinister smile, wrapping his arms around me, pulling me into his embrace, his grip on my waist firm and unyielding. Though this uncle is older, he is experienced in all aspects. He paused, then leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on my forehead. Unlike some rash young men, who only charge in recklessly. Yu Qingzhou, do you wish to hear yourself speak? In truth, Yu Qingzhou did not appear old in the slightest. He was exceedingly handsome, a visage one would not easily forget. I was baffled by the peculiar dynamic between Li Shu and Yu Qingzhou. Yao Yao, we must take our leave. There are pressing matters to attend to, Yu Qingzhou whispered close to my ear. The mere mention of Yao Yao sent chills down my spine, rendering me as stiff as a log, allowing Yu Qingzhou to lead me away. Oh, by the way, thank you for saving my Yao Yao last night. I shall treat you to a meal another day. Li Shu's expression remained unchanged, yet his eyes darkened, growing exceptionally cold. I could only turn to Li Shu and silently apologize with my lips, to which he slightly paused before nodding at me with a smile. Once we exited the hospital, Yu Qingzhou abruptly released me, crossing his arms and casting a sidelong glance. Why did you call me uncle? What did you tell him? Heaven knows. I had not disclosed a single detail about Yu Qingzhou to Li Shu, and I found Li Shu's behavior today quite perplexing. I shook my head. I do not know. I just met him last night. How could I possibly discuss your matters with him? I am not insane. Let us hope it remains that way, he replied with a cold smirk. After that, he turned his gaze towards the northwest, disdainfully stating, It's time to get down to business. Follow me, coward. Just moments ago, he had called me Yao Yao, and now he referred to me as coward. How quickly a man's words can change. I silently trailed behind Yu Qingzhou as a bird swooped down from the sky, landing on his shoulder, chirping away, though I could not decipher its song. After a flurry of chirps, the little creature took flight once more. Why? Yu Qingzhou halted, turning to me. Tong Cheng's parents have kidnapped Su Ying's parents. They are threatening them to. Su Ying wishes for Tong Cheng to be disgraced and shunned by all. Thus, the evidence must be exposed. With the internet so advanced these days, once revealed, everyone will soon be aware. That is the quickest way to quell Su Ying's resentment. I gazed at Yu Qingzhou in astonishment. Yu Qingzhou, you seem to be quite in tune with the times. He looked at me as if I were a fool. Do you truly believe I am the sort to be out of touch with the era? I dared not voice my prior assumptions. After all, he always donned that striking red traditional attire, resembling a groom perpetually on the verge of marriage. However, today he was dressed more in accordance with contemporary fashion. Come here. Hold me tight, Yu Qingzhou suddenly commanded. Taken aback, I felt a rush of shyness. Hurry up, he urged. Resolutely, I approached him, wrapping my arms around his waist and embracing him tightly. The moment I steadied myself, Yu Qingzhou leaped into the air, and we were instantly airborne. We must obtain the evidence before they destroy it, Yu Qingzhou instructed. The rush of wind roared in my ears. I could hardly discern his words, but in his embrace, I felt an undeniable sense of security. Yu Qingzhou moved swiftly, and soon we arrived at our destination, which turned out to be the abandoned building I had visited last night. What a coincidence! It was here that I had encountered Song Yin. I quickly relayed this to Yu Qingzhou. It was Song Yin who somehow maneuvered the bus here. He intended to devour me. Thank goodness Li Shu had saved me. I spoke, still trembling from the memory. Why? Yu Qingzhou shot me a chilling glance. You still mention him? One glance silenced me. Fine. I would refrain from mentioning it. Noticing my quaking demeanor, Yu Qingzhou finally spoke. The one you encountered was Song Yin, not Song Lin? I explained that Song Lin and Song Yin were twins, and upon hearing this, Yu Qingzhou's brow furrowed so tightly it could crush a fly. Something is amiss, Yu Qingzhou suddenly stated. What is amiss? I inquired. I detest half-finished conversations, and Yu Qingzhou was currently embodying that very annoyance, as he piqued my curiosity yet strode towards the abandoned building without answering. Just as I was about to follow, Yu Qingzhou turned to me. You stay outside and wait for me. Reluctantly, I halted in my tracks. The darkness had descended, and in that moment, I sensed a gaze upon me from the shadows. Chapter 43. I desire everything that belongs to him. I surveyed the surrounding darkness, yet the inky blackness rendered my vision utterly useless. Who was it that gazed at me, or what entity lurked in the shadows? A sudden chill crept down my spine, raising the fine hairs on my body. Shui Jingyao. A familiar voice echoed behind me. Instinctively, I turned, and my eyes fell upon a tall figure clad in a well-tailored suit, his gentle gaze framed by gold-rimmed spectacles, a slight smile gracing his lips as he regarded me. Song Lin? I blurted out, my reflexes betraying me. But wait, if this person before me was indeed Song Lin, what was he doing here at such a late hour? This must be Song Yin. Another ruse by Song Yin masquerading as Song Lin. It is I, he affirmed with a nod, his smile unwavering. Alarm bells rang in my mind. Was this truly Song Lin? Or perhaps a specter? As he began to approach with his long strides, I shouted in terror, "Stop! Don't come any closer." He halted, the smile still playing on his lips. What's the matter? You are not Song Lin. You are Song Yin. I retorted coldly. Don't think I can't see through your disguise. Yet, Song Lin replied, I am not Song Yin. That was utterly inappropriate. After all, Song Lin had once told me that Song Yin possessed a corporeal form at night, and if he had a physical presence, warmth was likely not beyond his capabilities. I would not be deceived again. At my words, the smile on Song Lin's lips deepened. He removed his gold-rimmed glasses and carelessly tossed them aside, his long fingers rubbing his temples in exasperation. He chuckled lightly. Indeed, playing the same game a second time loses its charm. However, tonight, I have changed my mind. I do not wish to harm you. What do you intend to do? I furrowed my brow, suddenly perplexed. What was wrong with Song Yin? With a piercing gaze, Song Yin scrutinized me, his eyes narrowing mischievously as he advanced step by step. Despite my futile attempts to resist, I tried to turn and flee into the building, but I could not outpace his long legs. He seized my hair with a vicious grip. Never before had I loathed my silky, straight black hair as I did in that moment. Yu Qingzhou is inside. If you dare to harm me, he will crush your skull again. I glared at Song Yin, venom dripping from my words. Song Yin's brow furrowed in irritation as he yanked my hair while simultaneously pinching my cheek with malicious intent. He leaned closer and murmured, I've told you, I've changed my mind. Rather than consuming you, I find greater pleasure in bringing you to my side. After all, everything he cherished, I desired. I stared at Song Yin, exasperation etched across. Did he truly believe he could steal me away from Yu Qingzhou? Did Song Yin harbor some unresolved vendetta against Yu Qingzhou? Insane. I spat out, a sinister smile mirrored on Song Lin's face. He pinched my cheek painfully before releasing me. My face was undoubtedly flushed red from his rough handling, and in a fit of anger, I bit down hard on his hand. Then, I turned and dashed into the derelict building. Although Yu Qingzhou had instructed me to wait outside, the presence of the dangerous Song Yin made it impossible for me to remain there. Despite his claims of not wanting to kill me, how could I trust his words? However, the deeper I ventured inside, the more I sensed something amiss. Why had Tong Cheng's parents specifically brought Su Ying's parents here? Was there a connection to Song Yin? As I searched the shadowy corners of the abandoned building for Yu Qingzhou, I was seized by the fear that Song Yin might leap out from the darkness, causing me to tread cautiously and timidly. Just as I passed a window, I witnessed two figures plummeting from above, landing with a muffled thud. Soon after, Yu Qingzhou's silhouette appeared outside the window, suspended in midair, his gaze locked onto mine. I froze for a moment, then recalled the figures that had fallen and the sounds they had made. Trembling, I asked, "Yu Qingzhou, did you kill someone?" Why the surprise? Even if I had committed murder, what difference would it make? Yu Qingzhou floated in through the window, landing beside me. But killing is a crime. It carries a death penalty. Yu Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, exuding arrogance. So what? Your human laws cannot touch me. His words left me speechless. Who died? I pressed further. With disdain, Yu Qingzhou replied, 2 fugitives. They were hired by Tong Cheng's parents to abduct Su Ying's parents. I thought these fugitives would be braver, but they turned out to be nothing but cowards, a little scare, and they fell. Yu Qingzhou shrugged. Feigning innocence, I breathed a sigh of relief. They were merely fugitives, and thus deserved their fate. What about Su Ying's parents? Is there any evidence? I inquired urgently. A hint of pride flickered across Yu Qingzhou's stern face. With me involved, what issue cannot be resolved? He tossed me an old phone. All the evidence is in there. It can be exposed at any time. I grasped the phone tightly, hesitant to open it immediately. What about Su Ying's parents? Are they all right? I asked. Why Yu Qingzhou nodded. Aside from their emotional distress, they are otherwise fine. I erased their memories and had the old fox return them. I was taken aback by Yu Qingzhou's thoughtfulness, my admiration for him growing. The old phone was password protected, but Yu Qingzhou had somehow unlocked it. Inside, I found an array of photos and videos, all evidence of Su Ying's torment, along with numerous file messages filled with insults directed at her. Many scenes in the videos mirrored my dreams, yet some were entirely new to me. For instance, Su Ying was pinned down by several individuals while Tong Cheng pressed a cigarette, but painfully against her chest, causing her to writhe in agony, her mouth covered to stifle her cries, tears streaming down her face. Another scene depicted Tong Cheng and her cohorts cornering Su Ying after school, brutally killing a stray puppy she had been feeding right before her eyes, forcing Su Ying to witness the horror as they laughed, oblivious to her pleas for mercy. There were countless such videos, and the catalyst for this cruelty had been nothing more than Su Ying's gentle reminder to Tong Cheng to lower her voice during self-study. Just that, and nothing more. My fists clenched tightly, hardened by the weight of my emotions. Chapter 44. Exposure. How could these individuals behave in such a manner? I clenched my fists, my gaze fixated on the video of Su Ying, her helplessness palpable as she begged for mercy, only to be met with further brutality from her assailants. All of this transpired over a trivial matter. Su Ying merely reminded Tong Cheng to keep her voice down during self-study class. What was so wrong about that? I held my phone, bewildered. Even through the screen, and despite the distance separating me from Su Ying, her emotions resonated deeply within me. Do not underestimate the malice of a minor, Yu Qingzhou remarked. During our middle school years, Neither Tongcheng nor Suing had yet reached adulthood. I suddenly felt fortunate that my classmates during that time were relatively decent, though not everyone is so lucky. These videos cannot be recklessly uploaded online. I must blur them to prevent causing Suing further harm. I stated firmly. Yu Qingzhou nodded slowly in response, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes, acknowledging my thoughtfulness. Are you not also quite considerate? I mused silently. With this phone in hand, she fully deserves it. Did she not contemplate the extent of the harm her actions would inflict on others? Oh, by the way, Yu Qingzhou, there is something I must discuss with you. Suddenly, I recalled my earlier encounter with Song Lin and felt compelled to inform Yu Qingzhou. What matter? He inquired. I hesitated momentarily, gathering my thoughts before whispering. Did something unpleasant occur between you and Song Yin? A fleeting look of confusion crossed Yu Qingzhou's face before his brow furrowed slightly. What are you talking about? I recounted Song Yin's words without reservation, stating, he mentioned that he intends to take everything that belongs to you. Yu Qingzhou's expression shifted into one of perplexity. He gazed at me as if I were a fool, and I could almost sense a question mark materializing above his head. He wants to take my belongings. Yu Qingzhou asked that I hesitated, but eventually nodded. Although Song Yin did not explicitly mention Yu Qingzhou's name, it was evident from his tone that he referred to him. After all, I was right beside Yu Qingzhou. Yet, he merely offered me a knowing smile, leaving me feeling utterly bewildered. Let us go, Yu Qingzhou instructed, pulling me into his embrace and leading me away from that place. Upon returning to the courtyard, we fortuitously encountered Uncle Hu had just returned. Upon seeing Yu Qingzhou, Uncle Hu nodded and remarked, the matter has been resolved. No issues at all. Good, Yu Qingzhou replied. Well done. I reward you with the privilege of enjoying Buddha jumps over the wall for the next half-month. With that, Yu Qingzhou strode into the house, leaving Uncle Hu and me exchanging bewildered glances. Uncle Hu's lips twitched, unable to restrain himself. This reward is truly fantastic. What do you mean by that? I could not help but inquire. Well, it's certainly good for me. Uncle Hu's cooking is genuinely delightful. I am in for a treat over the next 3 days. What is good about it? Uncle Hu muttered, his typically calm demeanor shattered as he unleashed a torrent of expletives, leaving me utterly astounded. Who would have thought that the outwardly childlike Uncle Hu could curse so vehemently? Uncle Hu, aren't you afraid of Yu Qingzhou retaliating for such words? I asked, with a sullen expression. Uncle Hu's fluffy tail drooped to the ground as I've grown accustomed to it. I found myself alone in the courtyard, the evening breeze refreshing as I appreciated the tranquility. I meticulously applied mosaics to the sensitive portions of the photos and videos of Suing on my old phone. I could not allow her to suffer a second injury. After composing a lengthy post, accompanied by images and videos, I hastily shared it on the currently trending social media platforms. Fearing a lack of visibility, I purchased additional traffic for my post and included the phrase Tongcheng, the most beautiful girl in school, confident that it would garner attention. Yet, a twinge of apprehension lingered within me. Would exposing Tongcheng's actions amount to an invasion of her privacy? Contemplating this left me feeling overwhelmed. The fervor I had felt earlier dissipated, replaced by a sense of dread that marked my internal conflict. After completing everything, night had fallen. I set my phone aside, planning to revisit it in the morning. Gazing at the illuminated rooms, one belonging to Uncle Hu, I hesitated before Yu Qingzhou's door, contemplating whether to enter. As if on cue, the door swung open, revealing Yu Qingzhou at the threshold. He impatiently called out, "Aren't you coming in? Do you need me to invite you?" There was no way I could allow Yu Qingzhou to extend such an invitation to me. I dared not. After a brief moment of hesitation, I tiptoed toward his room. After awkwardly completing my evening routine, I perched on the intricately carved bed, my hands fidgeting restlessly on my lap, unsure of what to do next. Meanwhile, Yu Qingzhou reclined comfortably against the headboard, clad in a silk robe, engrossed in a book, seemingly oblivious to my presence. As long as he remained unaware of me, I would be cautious and quietly nestled into the bed, pulling the covers over myself, ready to close my eyes and rest. Yet, a hand suddenly reached out from beside me, an arm encircled my shoulder, drawing me closer until I was pressed against Yu Qingzhou. I looked up at him, but he remained wholly engrossed in his reading, albeit with the other arm securely wrapped around me. Yu Qingzhou, what are you? Without shifting his gaze from the page, Yu Qingzhou replied, I have a habit of needing to hold something while I read. But I've seen you read before without holding anything, I retorted in confusion. Yu Qingzhou's brow furrowed slightly. Be quiet. Thus, I fell silent, as still as a statue. There was a comforting scent about Yu Qingzhou, and although I was reluctantly tucked against him, sleepiness began to envelop me, leading me to slumber before long. That night, I dreamt of a vast expanse of mist surrounding me, swirling around like clouds, with an ethereal white figure drifting within. Soon, I heard a voice, indifferent yet steeped in despair. I no longer wish for another life. Chapter 45. Retribution. It was a voice of ethereal quality. Upon hearing that voice, an inexplicable tremor coursed through my heart, pondering what sort of despair could compel her to utter such words. I no longer wish for another life. I echoed her sentiment, yet I had not fully discerned her figure before a powerful force jolted me awake. Subsequently, I felt myself being lifted by someone. In a state of panic, I opened my eyes, only to meet the oppressive gaze of Yu Qingzhou. His eyes were fixed upon me, seemingly attempting to see through my very soul. Repeat what you just said. Yu Qingzhou's voice had turned hoarse in that moment. I was momentarily dazed. Had I spoken in my sleep? Surely not. What did I say? I looked at Yu Qingzhou, confusion clouding my features. What do you want me to say? The words you just uttered. Repeat them. I gazed at him with innocent eyes. Didn't he say anything? I was asleep. What do you want me to say? And what did you dream of? Yu Qingzhou pressed on, his expression grave and intimidating, as if he might snap my neck if I failed to respond. His abrupt change in demeanor caught me off guard. I opened my mouth to reply, but everything from my dream seemed to blur in that moment, leaving me with no recollection whatsoever. Staring blankly at Yu Qingzhou, my lips moved a few times before I could only admit, I cannot remember. I cannot recall the details of my dream, nor what I said. I am sorry, but I cannot answer you. Can you release me now? After scrutinizing me for several moments, and once assured I was not lying, Yu Qingzhou finally let me go, and I fell heavily onto the bed. As soon as I hit the mattress, I scrambled towards the corner, fearful that Yu Qingzhou might seize me again with that terrifying gaze. His eyes seemed to peer through me, searching for another person entirely. It was utterly frightening. The sky outside remained dark as Yu Qingzhou stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Watching him disappear into the night left me bewildered. What on earth had just transpired? I had been lost in a dream when Yu Qingzhou abruptly woke me, inquiring about my dream. Had I truly spoken in my sleep? Yet, what had I dreamt of? Why could I not remember? It was utterly perplexing. With Yu Qingzhou gone, I found myself alone in the empty room, yet I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Without him, the oppressive atmosphere had indeed lifted. I laid down once more, and this time, I fell into a deep slumber, awakening the next morning at 10 o'clock, successfully missing the lavish breakfast prepared by Hu Bo. Has Yu Qingzhou returned? I inquired of Hu Bo. No, he has vanished without a trace, Hu Bo replied, his displeasure palpable. I awkwardly rubbed my nose, not wishing to provoke any further annoyance. I pulled out my phone, intending to check on the news from last night, only to be inundated with a flood of notifications upon unlocking the screen. As anticipated, the revelations had sparked a tremendous response across society. Just as Yu Qingzhou had asserted, the majority of people in this world are indeed good, for many were closely following the unfolding events, and the topic had gained considerable traction. Given Tong Cheng's existing notoriety online, this series of exposés had laid bare all her information, Even her home address and private contact numbers. I was aware that such actions were reprehensible, yet I could not deny the surge of vengeful satisfaction I felt upon witnessing the online harassment directed at Tong Cheng. I found myself momentarily stunned. Was this vindictiveness a reflection of my own character? The escalating vitriol online, predominantly aimed at Tong Cheng, included threats of sending coffins and wreaths to her home. I fixated on my phone, the thrill of revenge growing stronger within me. I understood that this sentiment might not entirely be mine, but rather a manifestation of Su Ying's lingering emotions. I contemplated visiting Su Ying in the hospital. If her wish could be fulfilled, then perhaps this ordeal would reach its conclusion. However, with Yu Qingzhou absent, I felt uncertain about certain matters, yet I realized I could not rely solely on him. I had to navigate things on my own when he was not around. After lunch, Yu Qingzhou still had not returned. I decided to venture alone to the hospital where Tong Cheng was currently staying. Having been there just yesterday, I was somewhat familiar with the route and soon found myself outside her hospital room. I hesitated to enter, uncertain whether Tong Cheng or Su Ying resided within her body at that moment. Peering through the glass on the door, I was met with an empty room. The bed was neatly made. Had she been discharged? Just as I turned to leave, a figure suddenly lunged at me, and before I could react, I was thrust into the room, followed by the sound of the door locking behind me. It's Tong Cheng. Shui Jingyao. It must be you. You are jealous of me, and this is how you retaliate. As Tong Cheng locked the door, I had already picked myself up from the floor. When she attempted to lunge at me again, I swiftly dodged to the side, causing her to miss entirely. I am merely fulfilling Su Ying's wish. I harbor no personal vendetta against you. Your current predicament is entirely the consequence of your past actions. I spoke coldly to Tong Cheng. Her face was pale, hair disheveled, radiating an aura of hostility. Now that Su Ying was no longer within her, it was peculiar that Tong Cheng still exuded such malevolence. The cause you speak of? I merely jested with Su Ying. How was I to know she was so fragile? To leap from a building over such trivial matters, and now she lingers between life and death, expecting my family to cover her medical expenses. Why should we? Tong Cheng glared at me, her eyes filled with fury. What did Su Ying's family offer you that you would conspire with a pauper against me? I could provide you with immense wealth. Just delete those videos and claim they were fabricated. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. Shui Jingyao, help me. If you assist me, I shall ensure you have enough money to last a lifetime. I could not deny the temptation of Tong Cheng's offer, but even if I were to earn such money, I would need to be alive to spend it. Furthermore, my conscience had yet to be extinguished. I would never aid in her malicious endeavors. Tong Cheng, do you still fail to comprehend your own faults? I scrutinized her, hoping to see even a hint of remorse etched upon her features. Regrettably, there was none. Tong Cheng remained oblivious to her misdeeds. What wrong have I committed? She retorted. And what wrong did Su Ying commit? Is this how you choose to treat her? Chapter 46. Injured and encountering Song Lin, I was merely jesting with Su Ying. Tong Cheng continued to argue defensively. It appeared that in her mind, she never truly believed that her actions towards Su Ying constituted harm. The things that happened online were also just a joke. You can't possibly be so sensitive that you can't take a little humor, can you? I deliberately remarked, surely, no one can be that fragile. Tong Cheng. I pressed on, regardless, the revelations are all grounded in truth. I am not spreading rumors. Moreover, it's not just me who has exposed these facts. You should take a look online yourself. There are others who have also shared their accounts, all pertaining to you. As the saying goes, when the especially for someone like Tong Cheng, who has cultivated an exaggerated persona as a social media influencer, her earlier remarks have resurfaced. Tong Cheng had bullied not only Su Ying but several others as well, all of whom were tormented by her so-called sisterhood and brotherhood. While their experiences may not have been as dire as Su Ying's, they too bore significant emotional scars. With Su Ying's incident as the catalyst, a deluge of whistleblowers emerged one after another. Tong Chung, this is all a consequence of your own making. Even if you regret it now, it is too late. You shall pay for your past misdeeds. Not only you, but your parents will also be held accountable for their actions. Do not harbor any illusions. Tong Chung slumped to the ground, her complexion ashen as she clutched her head, alternating between loud wails and soft mutterings. Her current mental state seemed quite precarious. Could it be that the public scrutiny had overwhelmed her? I had not anticipated Tong Cheng's fragility. Had she ever considered the individual she had tormented? They had endured so much yet remained far more resilient than she. I glanced around the room but found no sign of Su Ying. It appeared she had already left, perhaps returning to her own body. I felt there was no need for me to linger any longer. After casting one last look at Tong Chung, I turned to depart. However, the moment I turned away, an instinctive sensation of danger prickled at my senses, prompting me to look back just in time to see Tong Chung lunging at me with incredible speed, forcing me to the ground. Shui Jingyao, you are the cause of my suffering. If it weren't for you, those people would never have known what I had done. Are you incapable of seeing me thrive, deliberately attempting to ruin me? If you wish to destroy me, then I shall not let you escape unscathed. Shui Jingyao, you deserve to die. Tong Cheng's strength was unprecedented. She somehow produced a dark, unyielding stone, one edge sharp and menacing. She raised it high, aiming a vicious stab at my leg. Although I managed to evade most of the strike, a gash still marred my skin, blood seeping forth. Have you lost your mind? Seizing the opportunity, I scrambled to my feet and dashed for the exit, only to find the door opening from the outside. A tall figure grasped my hand, pulling me safely behind him. Tong Chung, who had been pursuing me, was thwarted as I stood behind the newcomer. I finally recognized the familiar sight of a man clad in formal attire, exuding a subtle scent of sandalwood. He turned to face me, concern etching his features. Are you all right? The voice was unmistakable, accompanied by the familiar sight of gold-rimmed glasses. It was Song Lin. Given that it was daytime, it was indeed Song Lin who had arrived, not that perverse Song Yin, who only manifested at night. I shook my head. I'm fine, but what brings you here? Song Lin did not respond to my inquiry. Instead, he raised his hand and pushed Tong Chung back into the room, shutting the door behind her. Inside, her curses directed at me and her pleas to Song Lin echoed. Yet, he seemed oblivious, his gaze shifting to my leg, his brows furrowing in concern. You're injured? It's merely a scratch. Thank you for your assistance earlier. I'll seek a doctor to tend to it. You needn't worry about me, Senior. Due to the psychological scars left by Song Yin, I still felt fear and anxiety in the presence of Song Lin. Flee. Shui Jingyao, you need not fear me. I am not him. Barely making it 2 steps away, I felt my collar being yanked back by Song Lin. What? Reluctantly, I turned to face him, exhaling a sigh. But you look just like him. Seeing you is akin to seeing him. I can't shake the feeling that you might suddenly try to devour me. It's truly frightening. Song Lin appeared rather serious, as if contemplating a solution. How about I undergo cosmetic surgery? What do you think? I was momentarily taken aback by his train of thought. Why would he consider surgery? That's unnecessary, I quickly replied. As long as I don't encounter you again, it should suffice. Besides, your appearance is quite handsome. It would be a shame to alter it based solely on my personal preferences. After all, I would no longer be at Yunhai University, and perhaps I would not cross paths with Song Lin again. I heard Song Lin let out a soft sigh. Let us go treat your wound. I can manage on my own. There's no need to trouble you, Senior. Weren't you here to see Tong Chung? You should attend to her. Her mental state seems quite unstable. Who said I came to see Tong Chung? Then what are you here for? It became evident to me that Song Lin was quite the domineering figure. When faced with questions he wished to avoid, he simply refused to answer, exhibiting a rather self-centered demeanor. Having already declined his offer to accompany me, he still insisted on taking me to tend to my injury. During the treatment, Song Lin stepped out for a moment and returned holding an upscale paper bag. He placed it beside me. "Your dress has been stained. I had my assistant bring you a new one in your size," Song Lin informed me. I was taken aback. Although my dress bore a few blood stains, I was confident I could salvage it. I hadn't anticipated that Song Lin would go so far as to procure a replacement. "No, no." I waved my hands in refusal. At that moment, the doctor attending to my wound interjected, "Young lady, your boyfriend is quite considerate. There aren't many good men left nowadays. You should hold on to him tightly." "No, no. He is my senior, not my boyfriend," I clarified. The doctor merely chuckled. "Oh, I understand. Girls are often shy." I wore an expression of exasperation, no longer inclined to explain myself. After all, the doctor was merely a stranger. Why should I bother clarifying this to someone I didn't know? "Ah, young lady, your wound seems a bit peculiar. Why is there suddenly black blood oozing from it?" the doctor exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 47. The curse. In the midst of my recent embarrassment, I had scarcely paid attention to the wound on my leg. Upon hearing the doctor's words, I hastily turned my gaze to the mark etched upon my skin. This wound was inflicted by the peculiar stone wielded by Tong Chung, and my heart immediately tightened with unease. Could that stone possibly harbor a lethal virus? This black blood must be tested. A comprehensive examination of your body is imperative. I shall prepare the necessary orders for you. Wait here, the doctor said before hurriedly departing. Dark blood seeped from the wound, appearing both bizarre and repulsive. To my shock, the injured leg seemed devoid of sensation. To verify my suspicion, I gingerly touched the area, only to find it completely numb, lacking any feeling whatsoever. "Do not touch the wound. You risk infection," Song Lin admonished, frowning as he crouched before me, his gaze fixed on my injury. Panic surged within me. It had to be the strange stone in Tong Cheng's possession. Where on earth had she acquired such an object? I had a foreboding sense that the hospital might prove powerless in this situation. After a moment's thought, I resolved to call Yu Qingzhou. However, as I reached for my phone, I abruptly recalled that I did not possess his number, for he was someone who never used a mobile device. A sudden dread washed over me. Would I lose my leg? "What's wrong?" "Your eyes are red," Song Lin inquired gently. Gazing into his handsome face, with concern shining in his eyes, I couldn't help but quiver, and before I knew it, tears streamed down my cheeks. "Song Lin, I might have to have my leg amputated. I can't feel anything. It's as if I've lost all sensation. I'll be a cripple. Woe is me. I'm still so young. I don't want to be a cripple." My sudden outburst caught Song Lin off guard, rendering him momentarily helpless. He produced a handkerchief and, while dabbing at my tears, softly reassured me, "It's all right. You won't lose your leg. It's just a minor injury. The doctor will help you. Please, do not cry." It had to be the fault of Tong Cheng's stone. There was no doubt about it. My agitation began to rise again. As Song Lin continued to comfort me, I found, rather strangely, that his calm and steady voice helped soothe my frayed nerves. The doctor had yet to arrive, but Yu Qingzhou did. When he appeared at the door, his face was as dark as a stormy sky. Upon seeing my exposed leg and the black blood, his expression darkened further. He strode toward me, brow furrowed. "What have you done to yourself? What is wrong with your leg?" Just as I opened my mouth to explain, Yu Qingzhou cast a glance at Song Lin and, without hesitation, scooped me up, slinging me over his shoulder. "Enough. We'll discuss this later. You cannot afford to delay treatment." Though Yu Qingzhou exuded an aura of seriousness that was somewhat intimidating, his presence also provided me with an inexplicable sense of security. It felt as though I had nothing to fear with him around. He began to carry me away, but was intercepted by Song Lin. "Who are you to Shui Jingyao? Where do you intend to take her?" Song Lin questioned, his voice laced with suspicion. Yu Qingzhou flashed a mischievous grin, and before Song Lin, he playfully patted my backside, saying, "Tell him who I am." My face flushed crimson at his audacity. How could he act so brazenly in front of Song Lin? Seeing my silence, Yu Qingzhou raised his hand for another playful slap. I bit my lip, and before he could deliver a third, I hurriedly spoke, "Song Lin, you needn't worry about me. This is Yu Qingzhou. He's my boyfriend." Boyfriend? Song Lin's voice dipped, his tone suddenly low and incredulous. I've never seen him before. I bit my lip again, resolutely stating, "We just started dating not long ago." "We haven't officially announced it yet." "Understood," Song Lin replied, though his expression remained skeptical. Why Yu Qingzhou let out a dismissive scoff at Song Lin before swaggering off with me in tow. I pressed my face against his back, too embarrassed to let anyone see me, feeling a bit humiliated. Upon our return to the courtyard, Yu Qingzhou set me down on a bench and promptly called for Uncle Hu. Uncle Hu approached with a grim expression, and upon seeing my injury, his countenance darkened further. What happened? I quickly recounted my visit to Tongcheng. I lowered my gaze and replied softly, "I merely wished to see if Suing was still within her, and to ascertain whether this matter was resolved. I couldn't find you, so I went on my own." "What has happened to my leg? Is it related to Tongcheng's stone?" I could barely voice my concerns, fearful of upsetting Yu Qingzhou further. "Old fox, explain it to her," Yu Qingzhou said, his irritation palpable, his eyes seemingly boring into me. After examining my wound, Uncle Hu slowly remarked, "If your description is accurate, the stone in Tongcheng's possession is likely the stone of curses. Any contact with it invokes a curse, and since you've not only touched it but have also been cut, you are now cursed, and quite severely at that." "How severe?" I asked, my voice trembling. Uncle Hu extended his hand, "Severe enough that you will perish within 3 days." Hearing his words, I slumped back against the bench, realizing that this curse was far graver than losing a limb. Regret washed over me. If only I could have a second chance, I would never have sought out Tongcheng. But how could a mere ordinary person like her acquire such a cursed stone? Tears welled in my eyes as I implored Yu Qingzhou and Uncle Hu, "Is there any way to break the curse? Am I truly going to die?" Once, I had feared losing a leg. Now, I was confronted with the possibility of losing my life itself. Who could be more unfortunate than I? Yu Qingzhou let out a heavy sigh, looking at me with a mix of exasperation and resignation. "Did you not think to wait for my return? Your haste has led to this predicament. Do you now understand your folly?" My contrition was sincere. I bowed my head and replied softly, "I understand. I will never act recklessly again. This experience shall serve as a painful lesson. Please, save me. I promise that when you are not around, I will never venture into dangerous situations again. I beg you." Yu Qingzhou. Chapter 48. Tongcheng has died. Yu Qingzhou gazed at me with a cold stare, his expression dark and brooding, as if shrouded in shadows. His demeanor was so grave that I found myself reluctant to meet his strikingly handsome features. Upon noticing my pitiful state, I caught a flicker of helplessness in his eyes. He gestured towards Hu Bo with a slight nod. "Old fox, attend to her wounds first." "Understood," Hu Bo replied nonchalantly, before bringing over the tools to tend to my injuries. During my time in the hospital, a doctor had treated my wounds, but he had been startled by the black blood oozing from them, and the treatment was left unfinished. Now, Hu Bo had to start anew. As Hu Bo worked on my injuries, I couldn't help but scrutinize him. He appeared to be just a child, yet he possessed the demeanor of a miniature adult, capable not only of preparing exquisitely delicious meals, but also adept at handling wounds. "What are you looking at?" Hu Bo lifted his gaze to meet mine. I was caught off guard, my eyes having lingered a moment too long, and found it rather embarrassing. I responded, "I just think you're quite impressive. Not only do you cook so well, but you also know so much." "Enough flattery. You're in a precarious situation. Even if I attend to your wounds, if the curse remains unresolved, You will perish within 3 days. Hu Bo's words sent a chill down my spine. Then how do we break this curse? I inquired. Yu Qingzhou, arms crossed, observed me with a frigid gaze, causing me to retract my neck and fall silent. Perhaps noticing my genuine remorse, he spoke, "The simplest method is to obtain the cursed stone and destroy it. The cursed stone is in Tongcheng's possession. We just need to find her to retrieve it," I eagerly replied to Yu Qingzhou. However, he merely glanced at me, his voice icy as he retorted, "It is unlikely to be that simple. Think carefully." Yu Qingzhou's words sent a tremor through my heart. Reflecting on the recent events, none had been easily resolved. Upon further contemplation, I realized that as an ordinary person, where could Tong Chong have acquired the cursed stone? Or rather, who had given it to her? A dreadful premonition washed over me. What if we could no longer find Tong Chong even if we knew about the cursed stone now? It seemed implausible. I doubted we would be able to locate her. My fears and conjectures proved correct. Just as I finished tending to my wounds, I received a message from Su Weiwei. The moment I read the message, my heart sank as Su Weiwei informed me that Tong Chong had died. Just an hour prior, in a state of mental collapse, Tong Chong had taken a child hostage in the hospital, intending to kill the child with a stone. However, as she prepared to strike, the child's frantic struggles caused her to accidentally drive the stone into her own chest. Black blood gushed forth, and despite being in the hospital, she could not be saved. Tong Chong succumbed swiftly. Tong Cheng's death ignited a storm of outrage online, as netizens were taken aback by her tragic end. Yet, no one expressed sympathy. Most, while lamenting her fate, deemed her demise well-deserved. I, too, had not anticipated that Tong Chong would descend into madness, resorting to such violence within the confines of a hospital. With Tong Cheng's passing, what became of the cursed stone? Where had it vanished? This made retrieving the cursed stone all the more difficult. Lost in thought, I barely noticed when Hu Bo brought me a bowl of dark, murky soup. "Drink this. It will delay the curse's effects, giving you a couple more days," he instructed. "Thank you, Hu Bo," I said gratefully. Hu Bo snorted softly before responding. "What are you thanking me for? I merely instructed you to brew the medicine. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards Yu Qingzhou." Nodding, I took the medicine from Hu Bo and drank it in one gulp. I feared neither the taste nor the bitterness, as long as it was beneficial to my health. After consuming Hu Bo's concoction, I felt a slight resurgence of sensation in my leg, but the return of feeling brought excruciating pain. This recovery felt worse than numbness. The pain was unbearable. Glancing at my bandaged thigh, I muttered in exasperation. Hu Bo shot me a sidelong glance, remarking, "If you hadn't regained sensation, you wouldn't feel a thing even if your leg were to rot away. In that case, you might die more swiftly, though your remains would be rather unsightly, a mere puddle of muck." "That's utterly revolting," he added with a grimace. His words conjured disturbing imagery in my mind, causing me to shudder. Was it merely my misfortune, or was someone intentionally targeting me? Hu Bo retreated to his room with the bowl of medicine, and the oppressive heat of the day left me feeling irritable and restless. I limped toward the room where Yu Qingzhou awaited, but upon entering, I felt as timid as a quail, sitting far from him and daring not to utter a word. "Now you know fear?" Yu Qingzhou's voice was cold as he approached me. "I won't dare again," I stammered. Yu Qingzhou fixed me with a piercing gaze, a sardonic smile playing on his lips, making the hairs on my body stand on end. "Shui Jingyao, I underestimated you. I'm quite curious to know how much more trouble you intend to bring me." He grasped me firmly, his eyes boring into mine. This situation was undeniably my fault, and I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. "I'm sorry. There won't be a next time, I promise," I assured him, raising my finger in a vow. My sincerity was genuine. No one would willingly gamble with their life. Yu Qingzhou laid me gently upon the bed, his expression still tinged with anger, yet his actions remained surprisingly gentle, causing me no pain. However, lying in that position was somewhat ambiguous, especially with Yu Qingzhou towering over me, his gaze obscured and inscrutable. I'm a patient. I cannot engage in vigorous activity. I quickly interjected. I had experienced Yu Qingzhou's vitality firsthand, and his intense gaze made me uneasy. My words instantly darkened his expression. "What are you thinking?" he questioned. "Do you believe I would do something to you?" I certainly could not divulge my thoughts to Yu Qingzhou. He would undoubtedly mock me and claim that my mind was filled with frivolous notions. I was merely contemplating Tong Cheng's fate. She is gone now, and the whereabouts of the cursed stone remain unknown. If we cannot locate it, my voice faltered as genuine sorrow and fear overwhelmed me. In a moment of vulnerability, I clung to Yu Qingzhou's leg and began to weep. Chapter 49. Yu Qingzhou transforms into a little fish when I realized that my tears and snot had smeared across Yu Qingzhou's luxurious and exquisite garments. I felt utterly petrified. My gaze fixated on the dark red robe, now marred by a stain, and I immediately reached out to smooth the fabric, ingratiatingly saying, I didn't mean to, Yu Qingzhou. You wouldn't hold this against me, would you? How could I possibly argue with someone as formidable as you? That would be quite petty of me. Yu Qingzhou responded with a cold smirk. Having said that, he removed his outer robe and draped it over my head. His frigid voice followed, "Wash it clean and return it to me. The fabric is exceptionally precious. You must wash it inch by inch." I pulled the robe down from my head, feeling the lingering warmth of Yu Qingzhou upon it, while he had already turned and walked toward the bathroom. After a moment's contemplation, I followed him, standing hesitantly outside the bathroom, unsure of how to broach the subject. "Yu Qingzhou, I have a question to ask you." After a brief hesitation, I finally spoke. The bathroom was rather modernly decorated, particularly with the frosted glass through which I could discern shadowy figures within, which felt rather intriguing. Upon hearing my voice, the figure inside paused, and then I heard Yu Qingzhou's voice, laced with irritation. What question could possibly warrant being asked while this prince is bathing? After all, he was currently bathing. Surely he wouldn't rush out to confront me at this moment. I boldly asked, "How did you know I was at the hospital today? And that little red fish mark behind my ear, did you leave that on me?" I had scrubbed at that mark for quite some time in the bath, yet it remained stubbornly intact. Aside from Yu Qingzhou, I couldn't fathom who else could have left such a mark on me. Silence enveloped the bathroom, with only the sound of water cascading in the background. To my astonishment, just as I had been able to glimpse Yu Qingzhou's silhouette through the frosted glass moments earlier, it vanished entirely after I posed those two questions. It simply disappeared into thin air. "Yu Qingzhou, are you still there?" I pressed my face against the glass, straining to see inside, and upon confirming there was no one present, I decided to venture into the bathroom. It was indeed rather unusual for someone to suddenly vanish mid-bath. As soon as I opened the bathroom door, a rush of warm steam enveloped me. The showerhead was still running, water cascading down, and Yu Qingzhou's clothes lay nearby, yet there was no sign of him. Had he encountered some urgent matter that compelled him to leave in haste? But what could possibly be so pressing that he wouldn't even bother to put on a single garment? I called out to Yu Qingzhou several times, but evidently no one responded. Just as I was preparing to exit the bathroom, a flash of red caught my eye in the corner. It was moving with the flow of water. Squinting, I realized it was a small red fish, its vivid crimson hue and shimmering scales exuding an air of mystery and beauty. But how could a fish possibly appear in the bathroom? This fish was stunning, reminiscent of the mark behind my ear. A sudden thought struck me. Could there be some connection between this fish and the mark? I quickly located a basin to capture the little fish and hurried to find Uncle who was in the courtyard, tending to his herbs, When he noticed my frantic demeanor, he shot me an annoyed glance and said, "In times of trouble, do not panic. Remain calm. Your impulsiveness will hinder your success." I wasn't seeking to achieve anything grand. I merely wished to survive. Nothing more, nothing less. Taking a deep breath to compose myself, I said to Uncle Hu, "Yu Qingzhou has disappeared." He was in the midst of bathing, but after I asked him a question, he vanished. "You were bathing together?" Uncle Hu abruptly halted his work, looking at me with a curious expression. "Is that the main point? Shouldn't the focus be on Yu Qingzhou's disappearance?" I quickly interjected, No, we weren't bathing together. I was outside the bathroom while he was inside." Before I could finish, Uncle Hu, with a mix of seriousness and gossip, chimed in, "So you were peeping at Yu Qingzhou bathing." "Uncle Hu." I stomped my foot in exasperation. "That isn't the point. The point is that Yu Qingzhou has vanished, and there is a red fish in the bathroom." Uncle Hu, who had remained calm until now, suddenly seemed agitated. He muttered a phrase from traditional Chinese culture and dashed toward the bathroom, and I hurriedly followed. At that moment, Uncle Hu was gazing at the little fish in the basin with a troubled expression. "Uncle Hu, what is the origin of this little fish? It just appeared out of nowhere," I asked quietly. Uncle Hu turned to me, somewhat at a loss for words, and replied, "This creature is Yu Qingzhou." I was taken aback, staring in astonishment at the small fish swimming gently in the basin. It was no wider than 2 of my fingers, appearing delicate and fragile. Could this truly be Yu Qingzhou? How could this be? Wasn't he the Dragon King? How could he possibly be a fish? I stared intently at the little fish, incredulously asking, "Uncle Hu, how can this be?" Uncle Hu regarded me with a hint of disdain and said, "Haven't you heard of the carp leaping over the dragon gate? This little fish you see before you is indeed Yu Qingzhou. It is his second form." "What is a second form?" I asked, genuinely intrigued. Uncle Hu explained, "His true self does not exist in this world. This little carp is his second form. Without it, he cannot remain here. I'm saying too much for your understanding. Just know that this little fish before you is Yu Qingzhou." I felt utterly bewildered by his words. What was a true self? What was a second form? And what did it mean for this world? I was left in a haze, however. That was not the pressing issue at hand. What mattered was why Yu Qingzhou had transformed into this state. I reached out and poked the little fish in the basin, and it retaliated by splashing water all over my face. I chuckled wickedly. This little creature had quite the temperament. "Uncle Hu, why did Yu Qingzhou end up like this?" I inquired. Uncle Hu sighed, glancing at the fish in the basin, seemingly on the verge of speaking. But the little fish splashed him with water once more, prompting Uncle Hu to raise his hands in resignation. "You see for yourself." "It's not that I refuse to tell you. It's simply that Yu Qingzhou forbids me from doing so. Wait until he returns to his former self, and then you can ask him." With that, Uncle Hu departed. I had no idea when Yu Qingzhou would revert to his original form, and since there was no fish tank in the courtyard, I decided to keep him in my wash basin for the time being. I carried Yu Qingzhou from the bathroom and set him on the table indoors. Struggling to resist the urge, I couldn't help but reach out and touch him. In his current state, he was most susceptible to my whims, and I figured I should take advantage of this while he remained unchanged. "Do you wish to lose your hand?" Yu Qingzhou's voice suddenly resonated in my mind. Startled, before I could respond, he continued, "No need for surprise. As long as I wish, I can communicate directly within your mind. The little fish behind your ear is a mark I left for you. With this spiritual imprint, I will know where you are at all times." It seemed he was addressing my earlier question. "When will you transform back?" I asked, why Yu Qingzhou replied, somewhat irritable, "It will take approximately 2 days. During this time, do not disturb me. If you dare to touch me again with your hands, you can forget about keeping them." TSK, even in his second form, he remained so fierce. Watching the beautiful little fish swim gracefully in the water, it was indeed a sight to behold, yet his temper was quite volatile. "I won't touch you anymore, I promise," I pouted. Previously, I had no idea who had pulled my hand to his chest during a moment of passion. Now, he was acting all serious, resembling a stoic and ascetic deity. If he were truly ascetic, he wouldn't have engaged in such antics before. I need peace and quiet. You should leave, Yu Qingzhou suddenly commanded. That I hesitated, considering my curse. My time was limited. Even if Uncle Hu's medicine could delay the onset of the curse, by the time Yu Qingzhou regained his human form, it would be 2 days later. Time was of the essence. Do you think I would allow you to perish? Yu Qingzhou asked impatiently. Of course not. After all, I was technically Yu Qingzhou's wife in name. If I were to die, wouldn't that mean he would have to remarry? Yu Qingzhou, I must tell you, men who remarry have no market value in this world. If I die, you'll be left single, I teased. Get out. All right. I quickly vacated the room, heading to the courtyard to assist Uncle Hu with drying the herbs. Uncle Hu's herbs were quite extraordinary. While others dried their herbs in the sunlight, he preferred to let his dry under the moonlight. Truly unconventional. Uncle Hu shot me a sidelong glance and suddenly said, "Have you angered Yu Qingzhou again?" Embarrassed, I scratched my head. I suppose so. After all, his voice was quite forceful when he told me to leave. It was rather intimidating. Uncle Hu chuckled softly. Why don't you try to act cute with Yu Qingzhou? I saw on television that women who act cute have the best lives. When dealing with Yu Qingzhou, you should acquiesce to him. Whatever he says goes. If you manage to make him happy, he will comply with your every wish. As I listened to Uncle Hu discuss these matters with his youthful visage, I felt both astonished and intrigued. Uncle Hu, how do you know so much? Uncle Hu scoffed lightly and continued, I've been by Yu Qingzhou's side for many years. I understand him far better than you do. Trust Uncle Hu, you won't go wrong. I took note of Uncle Hu's advice. I often found myself appearing weak and timid in front of Yu Qingzhou, but I had never tried to act cute. Perhaps I should give it a try next time, as long as he didn't cast me aside. Chapter 50. The Man in the Dream. Hubo, why do your herbs need to be bathed in moonlight? I inquired with curiosity. Hubo, without lifting his gaze, meticulously spread out the herbs in his hands, ensuring that each sprig was graced by the moon's light. Upon hearing my question, he merely offered a mysterious smile, choosing not to respond. Recognizing his reluctance, I wisely refrained from pressing further. His silence clearly indicated a desire to withhold the answer, and I did not wish to create an awkward atmosphere for either of us. After arranging the herbs, I noticed the hour was late, and I hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to enter the house. After a brief 2-minute deliberation, an idea struck me, and I pondered seriously, why should I not go inside? Yu Qingzhou had now transformed into a small fish. Could he possibly leap from the basin to splash water at me? With that thought, I boldly scampered into the house. This was my first time enjoying such a spacious bed all to myself. Glancing at the basin of water placed centrally on the table, I called out loudly, Yu Qingzhou, good night. In response, I was met with a splashing sound and a few droplets of water landing accurately on my face. Yu Qingzhou certainly had a fiery temperament. However, it is often the case that those who are pleasing to the eye possess a rather irritable disposition. This I could understand. Just as I settled down and prepared to sleep, my phone rang with a relentless urgency, startling me. Upon checking, I saw it was Su Weiwei calling, and the clock read 11 o'clock at night. Could there be an urgent matter at this late hour? After a moment's hesitation, I answered the call. Yao Yao. Su Weiwei's panicked voice erupted from the other end. I immediately sat up in bed. It was rare for her usually carefree demeanor to be so filled with fear and urgency. Weiwei, what is wrong? I asked promptly. Her voice trembled with both anxiety and a hint of tears as she replied, Something feels off in the dormitory, very off. Ever since you left, I've felt as if someone is touching me while I sleep, and it feels so real, absolutely not a dream. Just now, I dreamt of a man who said he wanted to take me away. He claimed he wanted me to be his bride. Yao Yao. Do you know who that man resembles? Who does he resemble? My heart tightened, and I swallowed hard. Su Weiwei spoke cryptically. Do you remember that male celebrity who committed suicide a couple of months ago? The man in my dream looks just like him. You know I'm not even a fan of his. Why would I dream of him? The star she referred to was Qin Yan, a once flourishing celebrity who tragically took his own life at the peak of his career, leaving his fans heartbroken. While it was not uncommon to dream of celebrities, the fact that he claimed he wanted to take her away was certainly alarming. Aside from this dream, have there been any other unusual occurrences? I inquired. Su Weiwei hesitated. I can't explain it all over the phone. Let us meet tomorrow. You've really gone too far, abruptly taking a leave of absence without telling your best friend. Do you realize how you've wounded my heart, oh beautiful girl? Hearing the melancholic tone in her voice, I reassured her. It's due to unforeseen circumstances. Quite a lot has happened to me, and I can't share everything. If you're scared, we can stay on the line and chat. Yao Yao, Su Weiwei said, her voice tinged with gratitude. You're so kind. Enough with the flattery, it's nauseating, I replied, attempting a light-hearted tone to dispel some of her fear. We could discuss her strange experiences in detail when we met the following day. As I remained on the phone with Su Weiwei, she seemed to grow weary, her voice trailing off until only the sound of even breathing was left. I exhaled in relief. It appeared she had drifted off to sleep. However, at that moment, a piercing scream echoed from the other end, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of bones cracking and a heavy, labored breathing. Weiwei, what is happening? Are you okay? I asked urgently, but the next moment, the line went dead with a series of beeps. I attempted to call back, only to find the line out of service. It wasn't just Su Weiwei's call that was unreachable. The phones of my other two roommates were also disconnected. Could something have happened? With the night cloaked in darkness, I dared not venture outside. It wasn't that I lacked concern for my friends. Rather, given my peculiar fate, if I encountered any trouble, I would be reliant on others for rescue. Now that Yu Qingzhou had transformed into a small fish, who could possibly come to my aid? I could not afford to trouble anyone further. I endured the entire night, repeatedly attempting to contact Su Weiwei, yet there was no answer. When dawn finally broke and the sun began to rise, I summoned the courage to step outside. Stop. Just as I was about to leave, Yu Qingzhou's voice echoed in my mind. I halted abruptly, forcing a somewhat stiff smile onto my face. What is it? Where are you going? He inquired. I need to check on my friend. She might be in trouble, I replied honestly. I expected Yu Qingzhou to prevent me from going, but to my surprise, he simply said, take me with you. Ah, how can I do that? I was taken aback, questioning him. Given that Yu Qingzhou was now a small fish, I couldn't very well carry a basin, could I? Extend your hand. Complying, I reached into the water, and as I did, a chill enveloped my wrist. Suddenly, the small fish vanished from the basin, and in its place, a vivid red koi imprint appeared on my wrist, more lifelike than the mark behind my ear. Let us go, Yu Qingzhou stated. Okay, I replied, finally grasping the situation. Was he concerned for my safety while I ventured out alone? A sweet sensation filled my heart. Although Yu Qingzhou often came across as aloof, he must care for me in his own way. As I passed through the courtyard, I saw Hubo gathering herbs. He moved his lips as if to speak, but ultimately fell silent, allowing me to leave with Yu Qingzhou without uttering a word. I headed directly to Yunhai University, and just as I was about to enter the campus, my phone rang. It was Su Weiwei. Her tone was unexpectedly cold and distant. Jingyao, I'm waiting for you at that milk tea shop we used to frequent. Before I could respond, she hung up. A sense of unease washed over me. Her demeanor felt strangely off. She had never spoken to me in such a detached manner before. This school feels off, Yu Qingzhou remarked suddenly. I paused, taken aback. What do you mean? I can't quite articulate it, but even I feel a sense of oppression here. It's markedly different from when I last visited. That's hardly enlightening, I replied, feeling as though the conversation was leading us in circles. Chapter 51. He wants to take me away. I pondered that, since I would hardly return in the future, it was of little consequence to me. so I refrained from further inquiries and headed directly to the milk tea shop where I had arranged to meet Su Weiwei. The establishment was bustling with patrons, yet I immediately spotted her seated inside. Today, she adorned herself in a stunning red dress, the very one she had previously lent me. The garment accentuated her figure beautifully, lending her an air of allure. Furthermore, she had applied an exquisite makeup, her crimson lips curving enticingly, capable of captivating anyone's heart. "Jingyao, I am over here," Su Weiwei beckoned with a wave. I hurried inside, surveying her from head to toe before inquiring, "Are you all right? You frightened me to death last night. I couldn't reach you on the phone. What happened to cause the sudden disconnection?" Su Weiwei slid a cup of fruit tea across the table towards me. "I'm fine. This is your favorite," she replied. However, I found it difficult to muster the desire to drink, my mind still preoccupied with the peculiar sounds I had heard on the phone the previous night. "Didn't you say you would tell me what happened when we met? Please, enlighten me about the events of these past few days," I asked with concern. Su Weiwei nodded calmly, elegantly sweeping her long hair behind her ear before smiling at me. Though her smile was lovely, it struck me as odd. What was so amusing at a time like this? Typically, she was boisterous and carefree. Yet today she appeared gentle and demure, which felt unsettling. Could it be that she had been possessed by a ghost? "I'm asking you a question. Why are you smiling?" I furrowed my brow. "If you continue to smile like that, I might begin to doubt if you were truly Su Weiwei." My words caused her smile to falter momentarily, followed by a startled expression before her face broke into a wide grin. She playfully slapped my shoulder, exclaiming, "Oh, I was just teasing you. I wanted to see if you genuinely cared about me. What is wrong? Am I too gentle for you to handle?" With her demeanor returning to normal, I sighed in relief, yet the unease lingered, though I could not pin. However, upon noticing the small koi on my wrist and recalling that Yu Qingzhou had always been by my side, my heart found some solace. I shot an anxious glance at Su Weiwei. "I've been worried sick about you. Please tell me, what on earth happened?" Seeing my serious expression, she dropped her playful facade, biting her nails nervously and glancing around as if fearing discovery. "Yao Yao, I suspect I'm being haunted by a ghost," Su Weiwei whispered. Taken aback, I lowered my voice and asked, "What do you mean?" Taking a deep breath, she clutched her hair in distress. "If it were just a single dream, I could understand, but I've dreamt of him for 3 consecutive nights. In my dreams, he keeps insisting that he wants to take me away. Yao Yao, you know my true fate isn't with him, so I've rejected him in my dreams. But last night, At this point, Su Weiwei buried her face in her hands, tears spilling forth. I quickly offered her a tissue, soothingly assuring her, "Weiwei, it's all right. Perhaps it's merely a nightmare. Dreams are often the opposite of reality, so don't be afraid." Shaking her head, she replied, "No, Yao Yao, you don't understand." The sensation was so real that even after waking, I could still feel his icy hands roaming over my body. He said that in 4 days, he would truly possess me. Am I going to die? He is already dead, so if he wants to take me away, I will undoubtedly perish too. Yao Yao, I don't want to die. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at me, her expression brimming with a fierce will to survive. I fell silent, struggling to find the right comforting word. Had her previously calm and distant demeanor been a facade? If so, she had played her role exceedingly well. She would have made a remarkable actress. "Why, Yu Qingzhou, what has happened to my friend? Can you discern anything?" I silently implored. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qingzhou replied, "Your friend is not quite right." Of course, I was aware that my friend was unwell. If she were fine, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Yet, his next words sent a chill down my spine. I mean, her very essence is amiss, not merely the events occurring around her. My heart sank at his implication. "What do you mean by that?" "She may no longer be herself," he succinctly responded. "Su Weiwei may no longer be Su Weiwei? Then who is she? Could it be that she has truly been possessed?" I glanced at Su Weiwei, a flicker of doubt crossing my mind, though it vanished as quickly as it appeared, yet she seemed to catch it. Yao Yao, do you not believe me? She asked, her tear-streaked face filled with sorrow. No, that is not it. I believe you, I hurriedly replied. Though I said this, I still harbored doubts. Why Yu Qingzhou would never deceive me. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar Su Weiwei before me, I felt overwhelmed. Su Weiwei stared intently at me, her voice a mere whisper. Yao Yao, what should I do? I hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. After a moment, I tentatively suggested, Weiwei, would you like me to accompany you to find a master to consult? Her expression shifted momentarily before she resolutely declined. No. Qin Yin warned me that if I sought help, he would become enraged and harm my parents. This sentiment struck a familiar chord, echoing what Yu Qingzhou had previously told me. A bad temper wielded as a threat against my family. However, unlike Yu Qingzhou, who had threatened me yet refrained from causing tangible harm, and even assisted me in many matters, I surmised that Yu Qingzhou and the entity haunting Su Weiwei were distinctly different. With no other option, I inquired, so, what do you intend to do? As if anticipating my question, she immediately declared, Yao Yao, only you can help me with this. Me? How can I assist you? I asked, perplexed. Her attitude was peculiar. She refused to seek a master yet insisted that only I could help her. I, too, was merely an ordinary person. How could I provide assistance? Was she attempting to ensnare me in her plight? Weiwei, I called out solemnly. Chapter 52. The Theft of Ashes. Su Weiwei responded with a somewhat awkward tone, expressing her discomfort at being called so suddenly. I must confess that when Su Weiwei uttered the words that only I could assist her, skepticism crept into my heart. I ought not to doubt my best friend. Yet reason admonished me that I should not easily trust her words. An abundance of unforeseen events had transpired recently, and having stepped into a bizarre realm, I could not approach this matter with ordinary perceptions. Nevertheless, I felt compelled to probe Su Weiwei further to discern precisely how she wished for me to assist her. I maintained a serious gaze upon Su Weiwei and painted an exaggerated picture. Weiwei, you know well that you are my dearest friend. How could I possibly refuse to help you? Whatever you request, I am willing to undertake. As I spoke, I nodded resolutely in her direction. I noticed a fleeting moment of distraction. You would truly do anything for me? Su Weiwei's eyes sparkled with hope as she looked at me. Yes, yes. I needed to ascertain what she wanted me to do. So, what is it that you wish for me to accomplish? I inquired. Su Weiwei, clutching my hand in excitement, proclaimed that I was her good sister while simultaneously requesting my assistance in a most perilous task. Please help me steal Qin Yin's ashes. Su Weiwei said, her grip tightening as she spoke fervently. I was taken aback. What? I felt utterly bewildered. Did Su Weiwei not consider the gravity of her words? Weiwei, this is illegal. You are pushing me into a perilous predicament. I regard you as my closest friend, yet you wish to thrust me into such danger. My expression was one of profound disappointment, and my tone bore the weight of sorrow. I continued, moreover, did you not assert that Qin Yin intended to harm you? How can you dare to steal his ashes? Furthermore, Qin Yin has been deceased for over 2 months. His ashes have already been interred. Are you suggesting I should exhume his grave? Would I not end up incarcerated for years? Weiwei, what exactly do you intend to accomplish? She scoffed, her gaze fixed intently on the milk tea before her. Since he wishes to take me away and bring about my demise, I must take the initiative. I must obtain his ashes to ensure he is never reborn. In that moment, her eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity, tinged with a hint of madness. Then why do you not undertake the theft yourself? Why do you assert that this is a task only I can accomplish? Weiwei, your words sadden me. I cannot help but feel you believe I am suited to be a thief. It disheartens me greatly. As I spoke, my eyes began to well with tears. I truly felt my performance was commendable. It was a shame I was not pursuing an acting career. Weiwei, This is a matter I find difficult to explain to you, she hurriedly interjected. With tears glistening in my eyes, I implored, are you unwilling even to offer an explanation? Su Weiwei fell silent once more. That moment. The voice of Yu Qingzhou echoed in my mind, Shui Jingyao. Is this how you behave when facing me? How so? I was taken aback, puzzled by his words. Yu Qingzhou coldly replied, acting. Confronted with his interrogation, my heart quivered. I conceded that I had indeed performed to some extent in his presence, but was that something I could admit? Certainly not. In your presence, I offered my utmost sincerity. How could it possibly be an act? My sincerity is as evident as the heavens and the bright moon. I replied with utmost seriousness. A derisive chuckle escaped him. If you deceive me, beware the wrath of heaven. No, no, I would never dare. I responded with a sycophantic smile, unwilling to confess. Although I engaged in an internal dialogue with Yu Qingzhou, I maintained an expression of sorrow, gazing sincerely at Su Weiwei. Seemingly unable to endure my gaze any longer, Su Weiwei pondered for a moment before saying, I was merely joking with you, attempting to gauge whether my best friend would be willing to face any peril for me. Alas, it appears I misjudged. With a feigned sigh, she lamented her error. Her demeanor moments ago had hardly suggested jest. It was as though she wished for me to seize a shovel and dig up a grave immediately. Weiwei, I said earnestly, we cannot engage in unlawful actions. There must be alternative methods. We can seek the assistance of a formidable master to resolve this issue. However, Su Weiwei shook her head with unwavering determination. There is no other way. Obtaining Qin Yin's ashes is my sole recourse. Yao Yao, I believe you will assist me. I cannot. A true friend knows when to act and when to refrain. Regardless, I shall not partake in any illegal activities. I have a class commencing shortly, so I must take my leave. We can discuss this further tomorrow. Su Weiwei glanced at the time, patted my shoulder, and swiftly departed. The spot where she had touched me felt uncomfortable and slightly painful. Moreover, why was she so certain that I would assist her? While her manner of speaking remained unchanged, an instinct whispered that something within her had shifted. I lingered outside for only a brief moment before bidding farewell to Su Weiwei and returning directly to the return courtyard. With the curse still upon me, I dared not linger outside any longer. The return courtyard offered safety. Upon returning, I mulled over Su Weiwei's words, unable to fathom why she possessed such confidence in my willingness to help her. It was not until nightfall that the realization dawned upon me. Before retiring, I placed Yu Qingzhou back into the basin, as he required hydration. I soon fell into a deep slumber, my mind clouded. Yet, I felt as though I were walking, clutching something in my hand. In my dreams, I traversed an extensive distance and performed numerous tasks, feeling utterly exhausted. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through, causing my body to shudder, and at that moment, my drowsy mind jolted to clarity. I looked around, my brain momentarily stalling. Was I not asleep? How had I found myself in a completely unfamiliar location, clutching a shovel, with a gaping hole beneath my feet? I hastily surveyed my surroundings, and a chill ran down my spine. This was a cemetery, a shovel, and a large hole. My eyes widened as I recalled Su Weiwei's words from earlier that day, and I finally grasped the reason for her unwavering confidence. Had I been sleepwalking? Had I ventured out to excavate Qin Yin's grave? I disregarded my fear and hurriedly examined the gravestone, studying the photograph and inscription. The man in the photograph was young and handsome, his face adorned with a radiant smile. Who else could it be but Qin Yin? I was losing my mind. I had indeed dug up Qin Yin's grave. Moreover, the ashes within the pit were conspicuously absent, evidently taken by someone. Apart from Su Weiwei, I could not fathom who else would have removed Qin Yin's ashes. But why was I sleepwalking? Hey! Who goes there? What are you doing? A resonant voice boomed from not far behind me. Chapter 53. I really dug someone's grave. I was completely dazed. At this late hour, The only people who could be here, apart from myself, were undoubtedly the gravekeepers. Just as I was beginning to regain my senses and comprehend how I ended up in this predicament, I was spotted by the caretaker. If I were to be caught, it would spell disaster. Initially, I contemplated abandoning the shovel and fleeing, but the thought of my fingerprints lingering on it deterred me from such an act. Gripping the shovel tightly, I took off running, while the voice behind me yelled in pursuit. "How despicable of you! Digging graves in a cemetery? Stop right there. I've already called the police. You can't escape. You wretched scoundrel. Don't let me catch you." Although the voice belonged to a robust man, he was slightly older, which allowed me to maintain a lead. Being apprehended and taken to the police station was vastly different from voluntarily surrendering. I would rather turn myself in, however. Before doing so, I needed to unravel the mystery of how I had found myself in this situation. After a harrowing escape from the cemetery, I failed to notice a shadow darting out from the side. The figure moved with incredible speed, and before I could halt, I collided with it. The figure paused momentarily, then swiftly covered my mouth and dragged me into a nearby grove. This was it. Who else could drag someone into the woods but a nefarious individual? I struggled violently, but the person's strength was overwhelming, easily restraining me. "Who are you? Let me go." I glared furiously at my captor. The shadowy figure wore a hooded sweatshirt, obscuring their face in the shadows, and the darkness of the night made it impossible for me to discern their features. "Let me go, or I'll bite you," I growled menacingly. The figure lowered their hood, revealing a strikingly handsome face. "You're quite a fiery one, aren't you?" He chuckled lightly, pinching my cheek. "Where's your partner? In such a dangerous situation, how could he not be by your side?" It was Li Shu. "What are you doing here?" I exclaimed in surprise. Upon recognizing Li Shu, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I had nearly feared encountering a bizarre pervert. "I accepted a task nearby and just finished. I saw you frantically fleeing from the cemetery. What were you doing with that shovel? Digging graves?" "Well, I did indeed dig a grave," I admitted sheepishly. The situation was rather complex. I had unwittingly excavated Qinyan's grave while sleepwalking, a phenomenon I had never experienced before. I suspected my dear friend had set me up, so I recounted this. A sudden sharp pain shot through my shoulder, causing me to gasp involuntarily. "What's wrong?" Li Shu asked, his light-hearted demeanor fading as concern etched across his brow. "I can't hide it. My shoulder hurts a bit." His expression shifted to one of seriousness as his gaze fell upon my shoulder. Taking a deep breath, he instructed, "Pull your shirt down a little. Let me see your shoulder." I was clad in a Peppa Pig nightgown, which could easily be adjusted to reveal my shoulder. However, in this context, with a man I had only met a couple of times, any reasonable person would hesitate. I shook my head. "No need. Just let me go. I want to go home. Please don't tell anyone about my digging graves tonight. I plan to turn myself in." As I reached out to pry his grip from my wrist, Li Shu's hold was like that of a vice. Despite my struggles, I could not break free in the dim light of night. Although Li Shu wore a smile, his eyes held a chilling intensity as he stared at me, inducing a sense of anxiety and inexplicable guilt within me. How strange. Why did I feel guilty? He wasn't anyone significant to me. "Li Shu, let me go," I pleaded, but he remained resolute, one hand firmly grasping my waist while the other rested on my pained shoulder. He threatened me. "If you don't cooperate, I'll hand you over to the gravekeeper." I was taken aback, my breath caught in my throat. I had previously thought of Li Shu as a good person, yet how could a good person threaten me? "Don't move. It will be over soon." Li Shu furrowed his brow, and without hesitation, he pulled my nightgown down slightly, exposing my shoulder to the cool air, causing my face to flush crimson. I bit my lip, glaring fiercely at him. Such behavior without my consent is no different from that of a lecher. In ancient times, you would be punished severely for such actions. Li Shu appeared to disregard my words, his icy fingers gently prodding at my shoulder, sending chills down my spine. "What are you doing?" I snapped, anger swelling within me. Although I was grateful for his earlier assistance, it did not give him the right to act as he pleased. "Very noisy," he chuckled lightly before instructing, "Take a look at what's on your shoulder." What could possibly be on my shoulder? I rolled my eyes and glanced down, only to be met with a sight that sent shivers down my spine. A vivid red handprint marred my skin, starkly contrasting with my pale complexion. Recalling the moment when Su Weiwei had patted my shoulder earlier that day, I had felt a twinge of pain but had thought nothing of it. I had not noticed anything unusual while showering that night. How could this bright red mark have appeared? "What is this handprint on my shoulder?" I asked hurriedly. If this mark was indeed linked to Su Weiwei, I needed to ascertain its significance. Li Shu, after assessing the situation, helped me pull my clothing back up. His gaze returned to mine, and a flicker of confusion crossed his bright, deep-set eyes. I never expected my little fiancé harbored so many secrets. The term, little fiancé, startled me, prompting a frantic glance around, fearful that Yu Qingzhou might leap out from the shadows to confront me. "I have a partner now. You must refrain from using such titles in the future, or he will kill you," I exclaimed, hastily covering his mouth with my hand. With my hand over his mouth, Li Shu's eyes sparkled with mirth, the starlight shimmering within them, rendering him exceptionally captivating and momentarily causing me to lose my composure. "Shui Jingyao, how could you behave this way?" he said, gently removing my hand and smiling. "What is so appealing about an older man? You should take a good look at me." "You wouldn't understand," I replied, furrowing my brow. I was at a loss for how to explain my relationship with Yu Qingzhou to Li Shu. If I revealed that I had engaged in certain actions for the sake of my survival, I could only imagine the disdain he would harbor for me. "What exactly is the significance of the handprint on my shoulder? Can you enlighten me?" I attempted to shift the conversation. Chapter 54. The Mark of the Nightmare Spirit. "It is a mark," Li Shu replied. "A mark?" I was taken aback. The term seemed rather frivolous. "Are you saying that the handprint on my shoulder is a mark left by Su Weiwei? This mark must be related to my sleepwalking and grave-digging escapade tonight. Weiwei, have you truly changed so much?" My heart swelled with a tumult of anger and sorrow as memories of joyful moments spent with Weiwei flooded my mind. "When did she become someone else?" Li Shu informed me. "The mark on your shoulder is that of the nightmare spirit. Those marked by it will obey its commands in their dreams, compelled to act at its behest." "What is the nightmare spirit?" I inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shu responded, "You may perceive it as a creature that can indulge its whims within dreams. For instance, it orchestrated your sleepwalking tonight, leading you here to disturb a grave." I gazed at the handprint on my shoulder, my anger boiling over, my chest heaving with agitation. With great effort, I subdued my inner fury and calmly asked Li Shu, "Is there a way to remove this handprint?" I was convinced that tonight's incident was merely the beginning. As long as this mark remained on me, I dreaded what I might do in my sleepwalking state. Tonight, it was merely grave digging. What if I were to commit murder another day? Li Shu could not guarantee a solution but merely stated he would try. Then, I witnessed him summon a small jade spider. This was the second time I had encountered this exquisite creature. Aptly named Xiaoyu, it truly resembled a piece of jade. "Xiaoyu, go," Li Shu commanded, gently tapping the spider's head with his finger. Upon receiving Li Shu's command, Xiaoyu leapt onto my shoulder, causing me to tense up in fright. Although Xiaoyu was unlike other spiders, it was still, after all, a spider. What is it going to do? I watched nervously as Xiaoyu climbed onto the handprint on my shoulder, swallowing hard in anxiety. Li Shu, with his lips pressed together, observed Xiaoyu's actions intently. Hearing my words, he placed a long finger against my lips, hushing me. The words that were once on the tip of my tongue were reluctantly swallowed back. Xiaoyu positioned itself carefully over the handprint, took aim, and bit down. A sharp pain radiated from my shoulder, spreading like wildfire. "It hurts." "Stay still and obey," Li Shu commanded, firmly grasping both my hands to prevent me from interfering with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu bit me 3 times on my shoulder, each bite more painful than the last, draining the color from my face and soaking my nightgown with cold sweat. After the pain subsided, the wound felt numb and tingly, and the handprint on my shoulder had faded considerably, no longer as vividly red as blood. Li Shu exhaled a sigh of relief and said, "This mark is more formidable than I anticipated. Xiaoyu cannot eliminate it all at once. Today marks the first attempt. You will need to endure 3 more bites from Xiaoyu over the next 2 days, and only then will the mark vanish completely." I felt petrified and distressed. Setting aside whether I could endure Xiaoyu's forthcoming bites, I was more concerned about whether I could survive the next 2 days. I feared that once I fell asleep, my body would act against my will, leading me into further trouble without my knowledge. I expressed my concerns to Li Shu. However, the gravity on his face dissipated, and he winked at me, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. I won't let anything happen to you. I will escort you back." Initially, I intended to refuse, but considering the dangers of being alone at this late hour, I reluctantly acquiesced to Li Shu's offer. I had intended to continue carrying the shovel, but suddenly found it snatched from my grasp by Li Shu. He examined the shovel, wiped the handle clean with his clothing, and then discarded it aside. "What are you doing?" I inquired. Li Shu chuckled. "Erasing your fingerprints. You need not carry the shovel anymore. Let us go." We emerged from the other side of the grove, and Li Shu seemed quite familiar with the area, swiftly guiding me to the main road. However, it was quite late, and even the vehicles on the main road were sparse. Standing by the roadside in my nightgown left me feeling somewhat disoriented. Yet then, I spotted a striking motorcycle parked nearby, and saw Li Shu swing his long legs over it, handing me a helmet. "Get on," he beckoned, tilting his head toward the back seat. I numbly accepted the helmet, hesitating to mount the bike when suddenly the voice of the gravekeeper echoed nearby. Startled, I hurriedly scrambled onto the back seat of Li Shu's motorcycle. "Hold on tight. I drive very fast," Li Shu warned. I glanced at my hands, then at Li Shu's slim waist, and before I could prepare myself, the motorcycle shot forward like an arrow. The inertia caused my hands to act faster than my brain, and I clung tightly to Li Shu's waist, terrified of being flung off by his speed. Li Shu was right. His speed was astonishing. When the motorcycle finally came to a halt, I was left in a complete disarray, particularly my hair, which was nearly standing on end. "I knew you would refuse to let me take you to your doorstep, so I brought you here instead. You can head back now. I'll watch over you from here." "Do not be afraid," Li Shu said, removing his helmet with a gentle smile on his face. "Thank you for helping me today. If you ever need my assistance in the future, I will not hesitate to offer it," I assured Li Shu with a firm nod. Li Shu raised an eyebrow playfully. "Aren't you worried your partner might get jealous?" "I will seek his consent," I replied. Li Shu smirked. "And what if he disagrees?" "If he disagrees?" I furrowed my brow, pondering before replying. "Then I shall persuade him." Li Shu burst into laughter, and amidst his hearty laughter, I found myself feeling less fearful as I walked along the path leading back to the return courtyard. I quietly returned to the return courtyard and stealthily entered my room. I felt grimy all over and needed a bath. As I passed by the basin containing Yu Qingzhou, I suddenly realized he was still in there. Surely, he must have known I had sleepwalked out. Why did he not stop me? Yet when I turned to look, I found only water in the basin, devoid of Yu Qingzhou's crimson figure. Where could Yu Qingzhou have gone? Did he not notice I was sleepwalking? Was he not home at all? Yet Yu Qingzhou was elusive, never sharing his whereabouts with me. Why did I feel so indignant? I needed a bath to calm myself down. The bathroom was equipped with a bathtub, and I filled it with warm water before sinking into it. As I soaked, I felt something was amiss. Why did it seem like something was swimming between my legs, and it felt slippery? Chapter 55. Crying in aggrievement, the sensation that sent chills down my spine prompted me to rise abruptly from the bathtub. What was that? Beneath the white foam, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a small red flash, stirring my heart with a sudden realization of its nature. Yu Qingzhou, I began to utter, but before I could finish, a tremendous splash erupted, sending water cascading over me, followed by the furious figure of none other than Yu Qingzhou himself, clad in nothing but his skin. You. When did you arrive? I stammered while Yu Qingzhou's skin was pale yet undeniably strong, his chest and abdominal muscles perfectly defined, while his raven-black hair mischievously obscured what should not be concealed. I've been here all along. Were you blind? His gaze fell upon me, and I noticed the faint crimson hue creeping upon his ears. I could have sworn there was nothing in the tub when I first filled it, but after catching the certainty in Yu Qingzhou's eyes, I began to doubt my own vision. Had I truly misjudged the situation? My apologies. If you've been here all along, I honestly did not see you. As I spoke, I lifted my leg to exit the bathtub. It was only in that moment that the shocking realization hit me. I was completely unclothed. No wonder Yu Qingzhou's ears had turned red. I, too, was utterly bare, standing before him in a most vulnerable state. Do not look, I shouted at Yu Qingzhou. He slowly diverted his gaze to the side, yet his voice dripped with malice as he remarked, "Yet I am well acquainted with every inch of your body. Even without looking, I would remember." I nearly choked on, "In what way is it not the same?" he teased. I gritted my teeth. The lights were off. Yu Qingzhou chuckled, his laughter echoing throughout the bathroom, igniting a mix of embarrassment and fury within me. I hastily grabbed a towel to wrap myself and fled the scene. After quickly composing myself, I enveloped myself in a blanket, and only then did my racing heart begin to settle. The memory of my unguarded encounter with Yu Qingzhou made my cheeks flush anew. Moreover, how had he ended up in the bathtub? As these chaotic thoughts swirled in my mind, a pair of hands suddenly reached out to me, radiating warmth and an intoxicating fragrance. My body froze as those hands encircled my shoulders, spinning me around with a firm grip. "Shui Jingyao, are you feeling guilty?" Yu Qingzhou's voice took on a gravelly tone. I lowered my head, feeling a pang of guilt over my encounter with Li Shu earlier that evening. But then, a counterthought arose. Was I at fault for what had transpired? Why should I feel guilty? With newfound resolve, I lifted my gaze to meet Yu Qingzhou's eyes. He had donned a silk robe that hung loosely on his frame, exuding an air of languor. "I do not feel guilty. I am simply terrified," I proclaimed with conviction. Why Yu Qingzhou closed the distance between us, his breath brushing against my face, raising the hairs on my skin. "You carry the scent of another man, Shui Jingyao. You are deceiving me." His unwavering assertion sent a shiver through me, igniting a sense of injustice within my heart. Tears brimmed in my eyes as I recounted the events of the evening to Yu Qingzhou, including the mark and Li Shu's involvement. I wiped my tears away, lamenting, "You only care whether I've been in contact with other men. Do you think I'm some sort of currency that every man desires? How little faith you have in yourself to monitor me so closely." As I voiced my grievances, a sob escaped me, and I even hiccuped in the process. I was aware that my feelings of resentment were not entirely directed at Yu Qingzhou, yet the more I reflected, the more my anger festered, leading me to this emotional outburst. Through my tear-blurred vision, I noticed Yu Qingzhou staring at me, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and concern. His hands, which had once rested on my shoulders, hovered uncertainly, as if he wished to wipe away my tears. "All right, stop crying. I no longer doubt you," Yu Qingzhou said gently, softening his tone. I inhaled deeply, stifling the urge to continue sobbing. "Really?" Yu Qingzhou, in a resigned manner, produced a handkerchief and tossed it to me. "When have I ever lied to you?" I pondered this for a moment. Indeed, while Yu Qingzhou often appeared fierce, he had never deceived me. With that thought, I felt the weight on my heart lift. In truth, Yu Qingzhou was not as fearsome as my mother had claimed. While I dabbed my eyes, he inspected my shoulders, his expression turning grave as he observed the fading red mark. to engage in such antics right under my nose. Either you possess remarkable audacity, or you are aware that I cannot maintain my form for long, Yu Qingzhou remarked coldly. This mention of my condition prompted me to inquire, Hu Bo said you wouldn't recover for a few days. How is it that you're already fine? Yu Qingzhou glanced at me, his eyes glinting with a peculiar intensity. I fear that if I let my guard down, he might be devoured. I found solace in his words. It seemed that Yu Qingzhou did indeed care for me. He furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on my shoulder. Although the crimson mark had faded, it still glowed with a hint of pink. Li Shu had mentioned that a few more bites from Xiao Yu would lift the mark, but the thought of that excruciating pain left me feeling utterly wretched. How much do you— I was uncertain of the truth behind Li Shu's words, but twice he had come to my rescue. Surely, he bore no ill intentions. He mentioned that his grandfather and my grandmother were close friends, I revealed, omitting the details of our betrothal, reasoning that it was best to avoid complications. After all, I was still in the dark about my grandmother's past, let alone anything else. It seemed imperative that I return home soon to inquire with my father regarding my grandmother's history. Are you certain? Yu Qingzhou pressed. I nodded emphatically. I am certain. That is what he told me, but whether it is true, I cannot say. Yu Qingzhou twirled a strand of hair around his finger, then suddenly turned to me. I know your grandmother. Me? I stammered, realizing that given Yu Qingzhou's extensive years, it was not entirely surprising. However, his next words sent a chill through me, as if my entire life and the path I was destined to tread had been intricately woven in advance. Chapter 56. Handing over the ashes. At this moment, my countenance darkened slightly. After a prolonged pause, I finally regained my voice. I organized my thoughts and inquired, was my father truly only 8 years old when my grandmother passed away? To my surprise, Yu Qingzhou, upon hearing my words, cast me a significant glance that left me utterly perplexed. That look of yours leaves me bewildered. You know, I possess a modicum of cleverness, yet my wisdom is scant. Oh, please, just tell me directly. I gazed earnestly at Yu Qingzhou. Yet, he merely replied, I'll give you a look. You must interpret it yourself. Why Yu Qingzhou? I exclaimed, grasping his arm anxiously, my eyes fixed intently upon him. Noticing my agitation, Yu Qingzhou raised his hand and drew me closer, tucking me into the blanket. Let us sleep first, he advised. Understanding this meant he would not divulge any information, I felt the weight of exhaustion pressing down on me, compelling me to lie down. Just as I was on the verge of surrendering to slumber, I seemed to hear Yu Qingzhou's resigned sigh beside me. Your grandmother is not dead. Why grandmother is not dead? A jolt of shock coursed through me, and I yearned to press for more details, yet my eyelids grew heavier, resisting any effort to keep them open, and I ultimately succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening the following day, the first sight that greeted me was Yu Qingzhou's unwavering gaze fixed upon me. Startled from my slumber, I nearly fainted. Did you have a dream? We both asked simultaneously. However, Yu Qingzhou spoke so swiftly that before I could utter even a syllable, he had already completed his question. I pondered for a moment. Last night, I had fallen asleep almost instantly due to fatigue, and I had not dreamt at all. I shook my head in response. No, I slept soundly without any dreams. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingzhou appeared visibly disappointed, his deep, luminous eyes dimming with it, revealing a palpable sense of letdown. How strange. I simply didn't dream, yet he seemed so disheartened. Moreover, I felt a twinge of fear. What if I inadvertently dreamt while sleepwalking and committed some dreadful act that would truly be disastrous? His voice was laced with unmistakable disappointment. Then please tell me if you dream in the future. Why are you so concerned about my dreams? What do they have to do with you? I asked, my curiosity piqued. Nothing. They have no connection whatsoever. Yu Qingzhou replied curtly. I muttered under my breath. Then why are you concerned about whether I dream or not? I'm bored, he answered nonchalantly. This left me at a loss for words. After Yu Qingzhou learned that I had not dreamt, he rose and exited the room. Once I had tidied up, I finally unlocked my phone, which had run out of battery the night before, and immediately a barrage of notifications erupted, nearly overwhelming the device. Upon glancing at the messages, I was struck with disbelief. Indeed, the grave had been unearthed last night, and the trending news had exploded this morning. The scandal of Qin Yin's grave being dug up and her ashes stolen had surged to the top of the trending list. The most incensed were Qin Yin's fans, who flooded Weibo with outrage, condemning the despicable fiend who would stoop to desecrating human remains. Faced with their vitriol, I could only stand in speechless horror, my hands trembling as I clutched my phone. Although I had been forced into the grave robbing incident, I was still responsible, and the weight of their scorn felt like a searing shame upon my face. Qin Yin's ashes must be with Su Weiwei. She had urged me to steal them yesterday, making her the prime suspect. I needed to confront Su Weiwei. Her behavior had become exceedingly suspicious, likely indicative of some malevolent influence. In the courtyard, Yu Qingzhou was engaged in a game of chess with Uncle Hu. Upon noticing my presence, he promptly declared checkmate, ending the game prematurely, which incensed Uncle Hu, causing his temper to flare. We shall fight another day. I must take my leave, Yu Qingzhou stated, rising and approaching me. Looking up at him, I asked, Are you coming with me? Yu Qingzhou replied coolly, If I do not accompany this foolish one, it is likely one might leave with their life intact but return without it. Why must Yu Qingzhou always phrase things so oddly? Yet, with him by my side, my sense of security swelled. I headed straight to confront Su Weiwei, and to my surprise, I managed to intercept her along the path she traversed daily through the small grove. Weiwei, I called out loudly, blocking her way. Startled by my sudden appearance, Su Weiwei exclaimed, What the hell, Shui Jingyao? What are you doing here, scaring me half to death? I seized her by the arm, dragging her toward the grove. Had I possessed any rope, I would have surely bound her. I pressed Su Weiwei against a tree, glaring at her with utmost seriousness. Stop pretending. Hand over Qin Yin's ashes immediately and go confess to the police. Su Weiwei stared at me, incredulity etched across her features, her eyes wide as saucers. Ashes? Qin Yin's ashes? Shui Jingyao, what nonsense are you spouting? What do Qin Yin's ashes have to do with me? I am neither her fan nor a stalker. Would I be so deranged as to steal her ashes? Am I insane? Are you not insane? I retorted sharply. Yesterday, you summoned me for a discussion, claiming Qin Yin wanted you to be a ghost bride, urging me to assist you in stealing her ashes while insisting that Qin Yin must never be reborn. What is this? Have you forgotten everything now? My words rendered Su Weiwei speechless, her gaze fixed upon me as her lips quivered. Are you certain it was me who said that yesterday? Why would I deceive you? If you are truly Weiwei, you should know I would never jest about such a grave matter. Su Weiwei's expression shifted toward despair. But I did not see you yesterday. I was unwell and slept in my dormitory the entire day, only vaguely dreaming of some bizarre and strange things. At the mention of dreams, Su Weiwei's demeanor faltered, her face paling considerably. However, the dream I had seemed somewhat peculiar, and it might be related to what you just mentioned at the hotel, I urged. After a moment of contemplation, Su Weiwei replied, I think I dreamt of you. We were drinking milk tea together and conversing extensively. However, I cannot recall the specifics. It was all rather odd. Her words instantly reminded me of Li Shu's mention of the night spirit. Could it be that Su Weiwei had been controlled by this entity yesterday? She was not merely dreaming but sleepwalking, speaking to me in a trance, and perhaps even imparting the night spirit's mark upon me? Upon waking, did you notice anything unusual? I inquired. Perhaps Su Weiwei bore the night spirit's mark as well. Chapter 57. Lord Dragon King holds a grudge. There seemed to be nothing amiss, yet I felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, as if the more I slept, the wearier I became. After a moment of contemplation, Su Weiwei responded earnestly. I pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Did you dream last night?" If the nightmare spirit had taken control of Su Weiwei to steal the ashes, it would indeed be akin to a dream for her. Last night, Su Weiwei's expression fell into a reverie, and after some time, she replied, "I think I might have, or perhaps I did not. I can't quite recall. Even if I remember some fragmented snippets, they remain rather vague." At this point, Su Weiwei looked at me with a hint of suspicion and said, "Jing Yao, you've been acting quite strangely lately. Has something happened? Do you need my assistance?" I hesitated briefly before nodding. "There is a small favor I hope you can assist me with. You've suddenly turned so serious. I'm still getting used to it. Speak, how can I help you?" Su Weiwei replied, although she added, "But could you please release me? You're making it rather uncomfortable." I longed to let go of Su Weiwei, yet I was unsure if she was still under the nightmare spirit's control. If she were to run away, I would have to chase her. Thus, I glanced upward at a tree nearby, where Yu Qingzhou was lazily leaning against the trunk, observing us. "Yu Qingzhou," I called out, "could you help me restrain her? I'm afraid she might bolt." Following my gaze, Su Weiwei's eyes widened even further upon spotting Yu Qingzhou. "Shui Jingyao, if you don't trust me, that's one thing. But when did you come to know such an extraordinarily handsome man? You didn't even mention it to me." Faced with Su Weiwei's indignant inquiry, I felt a headache coming on. This was hardly the time for such discussions. I needed to check if she bore any markings. Yu Qingzhou lazily glanced at us and said nonchalantly, "Rest assured, she is not under control right now. Perhaps if you let her go, she might just engage in a scuffle with you, but she likely won't flee." Hearing Yu Qingzhou's reassurance, I breathed a sigh of relief. I released Su Weiwei, and indeed, she did not run away. Instead, she lunged at me, grappling with me while chastising me for being ungrateful and not introducing her to such an attractive man. We only paused when we were both exhausted. I selectively recounted the recent events to Su Weiwei, expecting her to struggle with the information, yet to my surprise, she accepted it far more swiftly than I had. "Hey, I'm a web novel enthusiast. I've encountered all sorts of plots before. You could tell me aliens are about to invade Earth and we're facing apocalypse, and I'd believe it. I'm actually quite excited." Su Weiwei's enthusiasm was palpable. Her fervor left me momentarily at a loss for words. "Weren't you going to check for any markings on me? Let's go back to the dorm," she exclaimed, pulling me along at a hurried pace, appearing more anxious than I was. Upon arriving at the dormitory, where the other two residents were absent, Su Weiwei eagerly began shedding her clothes, resembling a skinned frog, which was somewhat embarrassing to behold. "Quick, check for any markings from that nightmare spirit," she urged. I meticulously examined her body, and when I discovered the location of the marking, my expression darkened. The mark was situated in her armpit, a vivid, lightning-shaped scarlet marking. I had previously assumed it would resemble a handprint, but it turned out to be a bolt of lightning, indicating that the markings left by the nightmare spirit varied. "Yes, it's in your armpit," I said, my frustration evident. "What on earth happened there? Who has touched your armpit?" Based on the previous instance when Su Weiwei had marked me on the shoulder, it implied that someone had indeed touched her there. The nightmare spirit was truly perverse, selecting such an awkward location. Upon mentioning her armpit, Su Weiwei blushed slightly and whispered, "In such a private area, it must have been someone very close to me. It happened when my boyfriend and I were in an intimate moment, and he kissed my armpit." I couldn't help but marvel at her boyfriend's rather peculiar preferences. However, wait a moment. When did she even start dating? Moreover, the possibility that the one who left the marking might not be human at all loomed over me. I urgently said, "Hold on, don't be so shy. If no one but your boyfriend has touched your armpit, then he is likely the nightmare spirit." Though Su Weiwei was generally oblivious, she grasped the gravity of the situation and adopted a serious demeanor. "But he doesn't seem to have anything wrong with him." He's quite normal. You appeared quite normal when you saw me yesterday, I replied solemnly. And right now, the most pressing matter is to remove the nightmare spirit's mark and retrieve Qin Yin's ashes. Wei Wei, do you truly not recall anything about the ashes? Try to think back on the dreams you had. Those were not mere dreams but real occurrences. You were under control. Having said so much, I hoped Su Weiwei would come to understand. I see, Su Weiwei said, taking a deep breath. I will think it through carefully. I won't let you down. She insisted that she needed time to contemplate and urged me to leave. Her expression appeared solemn and sorrowful, likely connected to her boyfriend who had kissed her armpit. After departing the dormitory, I met up with Yu Qingzhou. I shared my thoughts with him. If the nightmare spirit marked individuals through contact, how could we locate its true form? After all, anyone it had touched was under its influence. If it wished to mark someone, it could easily control others to do its bidding. This creature is indeed cunning. To be by the way, Yu Qingzhou, do you have a method to remove the markings? I inquired. Yu Qingzhou cast a sidelong glance at me, his gaze lingering momentarily on my shoulder, and coldly remarked, Did you not already possess a means to remove the markings? Why ask? I merely wish to help Wei Wei remove hers, I replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ha! Yu Qingzhou let out a chilling laugh. Seek out that pretty boy then. Indeed, Yu Qingzhou bore a grudge. During our last encounter at the hospital, Li Shu had insulted his older companion, and it appeared he had not forgotten. You have experience in these matters. Surely you must have a solution, right? I pressed on. I was curious to know if there was a less painful way to do so. Feel my surprise. Yu Qingzhou merely scoffed and offered no response. All right then, if I must endure a spider bite, so be it, I thought, bracing myself for Yu Qingzhou's sardonic remarks. Unexpectedly, after leaving the school, Yu Qingzhou and I encountered Su Ying's parents, who stood under the blazing sun at the entrance as if waiting for someone. Chapter 58. The fragmented soul returned. I was taken aback to discover that Su Ying's parents had come seeking out both me and Yu Qingzhou. However, my curiosity was piqued as to how they recognized my visage, for I was certain I had never encountered them before. Their visit was to inform us that Su Ying had awakened, and it was at her behest that they sought us out. Su Ying expressed a desire to meet both me and Yu Qingzhou. I hesitated for a moment, but Yu Qingzhou had already given his assent. I felt a profound sense of relief knowing Su Ying had regained consciousness. She still had a vibrant life ahead of her, brimming with uncertain adventures yet to unfold. Accompanying Su Ying's parents to the hospital, we learned that she had just awakened and would need to remain there for some time. Her parents relayed that upon regaining consciousness, her first wish was to see us. I wondered how Su Ying had described us to her parents, for they recognized us at once, which was quite remarkable. Upon entering the hospital room, we beheld Su Ying lying quietly upon her bed. She appeared frail, her physical condition seemingly poor, yet her spirit was undeterred. Her pallid complexion was illuminated by the brilliance of her eyes. Su Ying gestured for her parents to step outside, leaving just me and Yu Qingzhou with her. She indicated that she had something to discuss with you. As Su Ying rose from her bed, before I could fully comprehend the situation, she suddenly knelt before us with a thud. Startled, I reached out to assist her, yet she stubbornly remained in her position, an act that left me somewhat bewildered, for no one had ever knelt before me. Yu Qingzhou, however, stood impassively before her, his eyes indifferent as he observed her supplication. Thank you, thank you. Su Ying's voice was still weak. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude for your help in giving me a second chance at life. Although there are still those online who doubt me, the majority support me, and they have given me hope. Yu Qingzhou withdrew his gaze from Su Ying before speaking. Rise. There are many others in this world who share your plight, who feel as helpless as you once did. If you are uncertain of your purpose, then strive to aid them. At his words, Su Ying's eyes widened slightly, and she nodded fervently as if inspired. Sir, do you truly believe I can accomplish that? She implored, her gaze filled with yearning. Yu Qingzhou nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Every individual possesses boundless potential. You are capable of this. Caught in the atmosphere of encouragement, I added, live well from now on and assist those in need. That would be the greatest gratitude you could offer us. Su Ying's eyes brimmed with tears as she nodded vigorously, suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. I helped her to her feet and gently laid her back on the bed, for her current state was not suitable for agitation. By the way, how is Tong Chung? Su Ying suddenly inquired. I was taken aback. Did she not know that Tong Chung had passed away? I shared the unfortunate news with her, and upon hearing it, she fell into a heavy silence, leaving me to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. It was only as we prepared to leave that Su Ying spoke again. Shui Jingyao, I have something for you, she said unexpectedly that I was puzzled, curious as to what she wished to give me. What is it? Su Ying retrieved a ring from beneath her pillow and handed it to me, stating, "A remarkably handsome man asked me to pass this to you." I hesitated to accept the ring, but Yu Qingzhou extended his hand and took it instead, his slender fingers toying with the piece as he regarded it with intrigue. Did this man mention his name? I inquired of Su Ying. He said his name is Song Yin. He visited me last night, claiming this belonged to you, but due to certain circumstances, he could not come to you himself, so he entrusted me with delivering the ring, Su Ying explained, lowering her gaze with a hint of embarrassment. I agreed to his request and hope it hasn't caused you any discomfort. Su Ying appeared quite anxious. Having only just awakened from her coma, I could hardly fault her if this was indeed abrupt. Moreover, with the ring now in Yu Qingzhou's possession, there seemed to be little cause for concern. Yet, I couldn't help but wonder what peculiarities lay within Song Yan's intentions in sending me this ring. Take it, wear it, Yu Qingzhou suddenly urged, handing the ring back to me. The ring felt like a hot potato in my palm, and I nearly tossed it aside, but I held my ground, recalling Yu Qingzhou's earlier words. But why should I wear this ring? It belongs to Song Yin. I cannot dare to don it. That man is cunning. Who knows what may be attached to this ring? However, Yu Qingzhou met my gaze with certainty and remarked, there exists a fragment of your soul within the ring. By wearing it, within 12 hours, the fragment will merge with the soul residing in your body. I scrutinized the ring, my mind a whirlwind of confusion and intrigue. How curious that Song Yin, who clearly sought to consume me, would relinquish my soul fragment so readily, especially in the face of competition with Yu Qingzhou. His competitive spirit was evidently formidable. Since Yu Qingzhou had spoken so assuredly, I decided against further hesitation. As I slipped the ring onto my finger, a comforting warmth surged through me, emanating from the ring, an indication of the connection between my soul fragment and myself. Yet, I pondered, why did the soul-attracting jade not radiate warmth in proximity to my spirit? It was quite perplexing. After leaving the hospital, I still grappled with these thoughts and shared my bewilderment with Yu Qingzhou. He urged me to produce the jade for his examination. After scrutinizing it, he returned it to me. It may simply be that the jade is malfunctioning, he stated dismissively. Shouldn't it be repaired? I asked. I have already mended it for you. Wear it diligently and do not remove it. Rest assured, I shall not take it off, for I must rely on it to find my soul. Having retrieved a piece of my soul, I was still burdened by the remaining curse and the mark of the nightmare spirit. The thought weighed heavily upon me, rendering me almost numb. While the mark could be addressed with Li Shu's assistance, the curse was another matter. With Tong Cheng's demise, the cursed stone's whereabouts remained a mystery. My spirits sank further, and it wasn't until I collided with Yu Qingzhou that I snapped back to reality, the impact painfully reminding me of my absent-mindedness. Why do you appear like a soulless being? Yu Qingzhou questioned, his impatience palpable. I answered honestly, and he sighed. Rubbing his temples, his expression mirroring my own frustration, I felt intimidated by his gaze, prompting me to remain silent. Do not fret. I shall not allow you to perish, he reassured me. I shrank back, murmuring, then I thank you in advance. Your gratitude holds no value for me. Must you always be so piercingly honest? That evening, I lay awake, unable to sleep, when suddenly two friend requests popped up on my WeChat. One was from Li Shu, while the other was, Chapter 59 His golden ring serves as both a seal and a punishment. To my astonishment, the other was none other than that deranged individual, Song Yin. Can a ghost even use WeChat? I accepted Li Shu's request, yet I declined Song Yin's. Initially, I had intended to block him, but he incessantly sent multiple friend requests, accompanied by a message. So, although your soul is exceedingly delectable, I have ultimately decided to return her to you, as I wish to pursue you. How could Song Yin refuse me? Little rascal, your antics are sure to provoke my ire, and I am not one to be easily appeased. Song Yin still refuses. Do you not desire the cursed stone? It is in my possession, and we ought to have a proper discussion. I have become a ghost. How can I still be so greasy? Is the cursed stone with Song Yin? I pondered for quite a while before ultimately deciding to accept Song Yin's friend request. Though he is a ghost, can he truly traverse through a mobile phone? If he can, I have Yu Qingzhou by my side. I shall not hesitate to crush him once more. I cannot fathom why, as I accepted Song Yan's friend request, an unsettling feeling of guilt washed over me. Although Yu Qingzhou and I share the same bed, most of the time, there exists an invisible barrier between us, making it difficult to imagine that we had shared intimacy twice before. After those encounters, we both seemed to tacitly agree to act as if nothing had transpired. This mode of interaction feels rather peculiar. In truth, I do not harbor any aversion towards Yu Qingzhou. I wish to engage with him earnestly, perhaps even embark on a romantic relationship, yet he remains unwilling. Never mind, now is not the time for such thoughts. I should first inquire about Song Yan's intentions. Who would have thought that this fellow would request to meet me tomorrow evening, claiming he wishes to discuss the cursed stone in detail, while forbidding me from mentioning it to Yu Qingzhou? I promptly refused him. I dare not meet with such a dangerous individual alone. Who knows what he truly intends? Song Yin, oh little rascal, no one has dared to refuse me until now. You have piqued my interest. Since you have declined my invitation, I shall entertain myself at your expense. However, the response I received was merely a red exclamation mark. Song Yin had blocked me. My blood pressure surged instantly. I wanted to inquire about his intentions, yet he had the audacity to block me. What a lunatic! I was truly infuriated by Song Yin's antics. I wished I could tell Song Lin to rein in his deranged brother. Remarkably, I had been somewhat drowsy, but now I was wide awake, staring blankly at the ceiling. The night was eerily quiet. So quiet that I could only hear the rhythmic breaths of both myself and Yu Qingzhou at that very moment. Yu Qingzhou's previously steady breathing suddenly quickened, and he began to murmur incoherently. I shot up, noticing that his brow was furrowed, sweat soaking his hair and collar. I could not discern his words, but it was evident that he was in distress. Simultaneously, the golden ring on his ankle emitted a blinding light. A wave of heat assailed me, scorching my skin. It hurt. My skin reddened instantly. What is happening? What is wrong with Yu Qingzhou? Wake up, Yu Qingzhou. You must awaken. What is the matter? I shouted his name, reaching out to shake him, only to be scalded by his scorching body, causing blisters to... What should I do? If this continues, he may perish and I cannot awaken him. This is far too bizarre. I cannot stand idly by. I rushed to the bathroom to fill a bucket with water and I poured a bucket of water over Yu Qingzhou and piled ice on top of him, yet he showed no sign of improvement. I sought out Hu Bo, and upon seeing Yu Qingzhou in such a state, his expression fell gravely. The onset has come early, Hu Bo said coldly. What illness afflicts Yu Qingzhou? I inquired. Hu Bo could not respond immediately. He went into the room and emerged with a small coffin. This coffin was palm-sized and transparent. The previously sweltering room cooled slightly with its arrival. Hu Bo began to chant a spell, and the tiny coffin instantly expanded to its normal size, the chilling aura intensifying. Step back. I must place Yu Qingzhou into this ice coffin, Hu Bo instructed. I dared not hesitate and quickly retreated. I could not afford to create chaos at this moment. Using an incantation I did not comprehend, I witnessed Yu Qingzhou levitate off the bed and into the ice coffin. The lid was closed, and the heat in the room dissipated instantaneously. Hu Bo, is Yu Qingzhou going to be all right? I asked anxiously. This was the first time I had seen Yu Qingzhou in such a state, especially the blind. Hu Bo stared at the ice coffin for a moment, then sighed. "Let us step outside," he said before exiting, and I promptly followed. Hu Bo sat in the courtyard, appearing quite melancholic. He poured me a cup of tea. "Would you like to know about Yu Qingzhou?" "Yes," I nodded, eager to learn. Hu Bo did not engage in any theatrics. He answered straightforwardly. "The golden ring is a seal, a taboo, a punishment," he stated calmly. "On the 15th of each month, he will suffer, enduring this for 3 days. A chill ran down my spine. No wonder Hu Bo had previously informed me that Yu Qingzhou would be absent from the 15th to the 18th. This was the time of his punishment. However, something felt amiss. I furrowed my brow tightly. Today is only the 22nd. Merely a few days have passed. How could he suffer so soon? Furthermore, it seemed he only vanished on the 15th. Did he not say it would last 3 days? A hint of helplessness flickered in Hu Bo's gaze. It appears that certain individuals have forcibly suppressed the punishment, leading to an early onset. Why would he do such a thing? I instinctively queried. Hu Bo gazed at me thoughtfully, taking a sip of tea. "What do you think? Why would he do this?" A hypothesis formed in my mind. Could it be for my sake? I recalled his appearance that fateful night, and in retrospect, it seemed rather haggard. Some people, it seems, are devoid of the ability to voice their concerns, even when they care deeply. TSK, why Yu Qingzhou? What manner of person are you? Did you suppress the punishment imposed by the golden ring because of me? My thoughts became chaotic, filled with thoughts of Yu Qingzhou. When will he wake up? I asked Hu Bo. Chapter 60. He is the most exceptional Gu master. Hu Bo extended a hand and remarked, "It will take at least 5 days. 5 days. My curse could not tolerate such a prolonged interval. With Yu Qingzhou lying within the Xianbing coffin, it was utterly inconceivable for me to disturb him. Shui Jingyao, the forthcoming matters will depend on you." Hu Bo teased, his gaze fixed upon me. "Little girl, are you—" I could sense the playful mockery in Hu Bo's tone. He likely believed I was heartless, preoccupied solely with my own safety while neglecting Yu Qingzhou's plight. "Hu Bo," I replied, "I will find a way to deal with the curse myself. Even if it comes to a point of no return, I shall not trouble Yu Qingzhou. Given his current state, it would be inhumane of me to impose upon him further." Hu Bo chuckled softly. "Sometimes, a little selfishness isn't such a bad thing." I furrowed my brow, pondering the implications of his words. "Forget it. Whatever happens next is your own affair. As an elder, I shall refrain from meddling in the affairs of the youth." With that, Hu Bo turned and retreated into the house. Though he appeared as a mere child, his demeanor was distinctly that of an elder, an incongruous sight indeed. I returned to my chamber, where the Xianbing coffin lay at the center, Yu Qingzhou resting silently within. His usual arrogance, pride, and sharp tongue were now replaced with an unsettling tranquility. My gaze fell upon the golden ring encircling Yu Qingzhou's ankle. Its radiance had dimmed, yet a faint glow still emanated. What transgressions had he committed to warrant such a severe seal and punishment? I dared not inquire further, so I lay in bed, my eyes wide open until dawn. I felt far from revitalized. Enduring another night like this could very well lead to my demise. Yet, due to the matter of the nightmare spirit, slumber eluded me. Li Shu sent me a message, proposing a meeting to help me eliminate the mark. We arranged to meet in the park. Today, Li Shu donned a black short-sleeve shirt, matching trousers, and his ever-present pair of Doc Martens, exuding both coolness and youthful vigor. In my 18 years, I had encountered few handsome men, Yet upon turning 18, I hurried over. His smile was captivating as I approached. He raised his hand to gauge my height. "So, you are quite petite and adorable," he commented. "Addressing you by your full name feels overly formal. Should I call you fiancé or simply Yao Yao?" I felt a twitch at the corner of my mouth. Did Li Shu harbor some misunderstanding regarding my stature? Standing at 165 centimeters and weighing 51 kilograms, I hardly fit the description. However, in comparison to him, I undeniably appeared smaller. "You may call me Jing Yao. It is the most suitable," I replied earnestly. Li Shu sighed, slightly disappointed. "Very well, though I still find Yao Yao to be more melodious." Today, I opted for a strap dress to facilitate Xiao Yu's biting. I'd rather not have to remove clothing later, which would be rather peculiar. We sat down on a park bench, and as I swept my long hair aside, I said to Li Shu, "Let us get to the point. Allow Xiao Yu to bite me." Li Shu said nothing, raising his hand as Xiao Yu climbed onto his slender fingertip. I watched in curiosity, not even noticing how Xiao Yu emerged. A familiar pain surged through me, nearly prompting a scream. It was even more agonizing than the previous day. The mark of the nightmare spirit faded slightly, and I felt a surge of joy. In just one day, I could fully liberate myself from its control. Observing Li Shu playfully coaxing Xiao Yu, I couldn't help but ask, "Li Shu, I have a question that I wonder if you would mind?" "I would," he replied without a moment's hesitation. Awkwardness ensued. He then flashed me a radiant smile. "However, if it pertains to you, I would not mind at all. What is it that you wish to inquire?" His response left me in a whirlwind of emotions. I decided to be forthright. Having interacted with him numerous times, despite his assistance, I still sought to uncover the truth of his identity. "I wish to understand your background. You may choose to omit details you prefer not to share, yet I desire a general overview." Li Shu appeared to have anticipated my question, revealing no surprise, only a calm demeanor as he replied, "I, Li Shu, am a bounty hunter from Yaojiang, and Xiao Yu is my soul gu." His introduction was brief yet laden with significance. Bounty hunter? Miaojiang gu? I regarded Li Shu with a mix of astonishment and caution. "You can manipulate gu, correct?" "Indeed," he replied, a playful glint in his eye. "I am the most distinguished gu master in our village." As he spoke, he suddenly leaned closer, whispering, "In our village, both men and women delight in employing love gu on those they desire but cannot attain. Once someone is infused with a love gu, their affection becomes fervent and unwavering, never to betray." The warmth of his breath brushed against my cheek, and paired with his words, I shivered and instinctively scooted away from him. "What are you afraid of?" he teased, his eyes sparkling as he regarded me. "Rest assured, our village chief forbids us from using gu indiscriminately. Look how you've startled yourself." I shot him a fierce glare. "Li Shu." "Here," he replied, as the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. His smile was too enchanting for me to maintain my ire. "Thank you for your assistance. I shall treat you to a meal," I stated. However, Li Shu glanced at his watch, the smile on his face gradually fading. "While I would be pleased to dine with you, I have pressing matters to attend to." "I apologize for my inability to accompany you." "No need to apologize," I quickly interjected. "This is my way of expressing gratitude. Why would you apologize? If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. I shall invite you again next time." "All right." Li Shu seemed quite anxious, and his figure swiftly vanished from my sight. After parting ways with Li Shu, I intended to return to the courtyard, but I received another message from Song Yin on WeChat. A wave of frustration washed over me. This individual had once again pulled me from the depths of my blacklist. "Tonight, we shall not part until we meet. I possess something that will pique your interest," Song Yin wrote. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, I restrained the urge to unleash a tirade against him. With Yu Qingzhou currently in a coma and the time for the curse drawing near, I had to acquire the cursed stone without delay. It seemed I had no choice but to gamble on this. However, before meeting with Song Yin, I decided to seek out Song Lin. As Song Yan's brother, he might possess insights into Song Yan's character. It was prudent to gather information beforehand. Chapter 61. Song Yin is a childish fool. Ever since discovering that Song Lin is the president of a certain company, his image in my mind has transformed drastically from that of a gentle senior to a domineering CEO. His presence at school is exceedingly rare, and if I wish to find him, I must venture to his company. When I learned at the reception that an appointment was necessary to meet Song Lin, I regretted not having added his contact information, leaving me to sit here in anxious anticipation. While scrolling through my phone, I inadvertently stumbled upon Song Yan's moments. There was only one post, featuring a pitch-black stone, accompanied by the caption, "A little thing, quite intriguing." I instantly recognized that stone. It was the very one that had pricked Tong Chung that day, the same one that had ultimately caused her demise. Moreover, I could clearly see the dried bloodstains upon it. This twisted individual, does he even have a moment's account? It was hard not to suspect that he had deliberately shown it to me. Theo lift the curse afflicting me. I needed the cursed stone, which now lay in Song Yan's possession, thus necessitating a meeting with him. Lost in thought while gazing at my phone, a shadow suddenly loomed overhead, followed by a deep yet gentle voice asking, "Were you waiting for me?" I quickly turned and looked up to find Song Lin standing before me, his eyes behind glasses sparkling with a soft smile. I sprang to my feet, exclaiming, Song Lin, why didn't you let me know you were coming to see me?" Embarrassment washed over me. It seemed we had not exchanged contact information. Song Lin merely chuckled, taking a seat beside me. "Now then, let us discuss why you sought me out. I recall the last time we met. You appeared as though you had encountered a ferocious beast. The psychological trauma inflicted upon me by Song Yin was profound. After all, they bore such striking similarities in appearance. How could I not be frightened?" "I came to ask you how much you know about Song Yin," I stated, laying bare my intention. Upon hearing Song Yan's name, Song Lin's brow furrowed, his gentle demeanor replaced by a frown. "What prompted this inquiry? Has he contacted you again?" I reluctantly revealed the truth to him. After listening, his frown deepened further. "I do not know him well either, but if he wishes to meet you alone, you should exercise caution. Alternatively, you may bring me along." I was taken aback. If I brought Song Lin, would Song Yin still appear and hand over the cursed stone? Furthermore, would it cause trouble for Song Lin? I found myself torn, unsure whether to confront Song Yin alone or to seek Song Lin as company. Noticing my hesitation, Song Lin reassured me, "You needn't worry about causing me trouble. Song Yin would not dare to act against me. Allow me to assist you. After all, he deceived you using my identity. Consider this my apology as an older brother." His words cleared my mind, and I gazed at him in astonishment. Indeed, Song Lin was Song Yan's brother. They were family. What if Song Lin chose to side with Song Yin against me? "Jingyao, are you concerned that I will assist Song Yin?" Song Lin suddenly inquired. His question startled me. Was he somehow reading my thoughts? His eyes seemed to penetrate my very soul, rendering any pretense or fib utterly futile. It was better to be honest. I nodded affirmatively. "I had been presumptuous before, yet just now it dawned on me that you are Song Yan's brother. As an elder sibling, you ought to assist your brother." Song Lin chuckled at my words, adjusting his glasses as he replied, "But he is already dead. The living and the dead are on different paths. Besides, I have little memory of him. Since my earliest recollections, there has always been but one person by my side, rendering him naught but a distant, blood-related stranger to me. If I had to choose between you and him, I would choose you." My face flushed at his somewhat ambiguous statement, which could easily lead to misunderstandings. After much contemplation, I ultimately decided to allow Song Lin to accompany me. Once this was settled, I messaged Song Yin, stating that I was willing to meet, but the location would be determined by me. I expected him to protest, yet to my surprise, he readily agreed. Thus, when I finally met Song Yin, his expression was one of palpable irritation. Although Song Lin accompanied me, he remained hidden, observing from the shadows, in his corporeal form. Song Yin appeared no different from a normal person, save for his slightly cooler body temperature. We met at a bustling night market frequented by university students, seated before a stinky tofu stall, where Song Yin glared at me with a greenish expression. You didn't specify any preferences for the meeting place, so I chose a lively spot. You don't mind, do you? I said innocently. Are you afraid I might devour you? Hence the choice of such a crowded place? Song Yin retorted through gritted teeth. I muttered under my breath, you know very well why. Song Yin, I said, let's dispense with the pleasantries. What will it take for you to give me the cursed stone? Who said I would give it to you? He countered that I felt as if I had been played for a fool. After all, who could believe a ghost's words? If you refuse to hand over the cursed stone, what purpose does this meeting serve? I glared at Song Yin, infuriated by his shamelessness. With a mocking laugh, Song Yin replied, "What's wrong with wanting to see you, little imp? Shui Jingyao, I admit I initially viewed you as potential prey, but I found you rather intriguing. If he wishes to keep you by his side, then I shall do the opposite." Furrowing my brow tightly, I could not resist asking, what enmity exists between you two? If you harbor a grudge, why not settle it directly instead of troubling me? However, Song Yin replied, it is when he cannot hold on to his woman, when another man takes her away. That is a man's greatest failure. I inwardly cursed, what a lunatic. I realized that when not being menacing, Song Yin was rather childish, forever scheming to take what belonged to others. What vendetta could he possibly have with Yu Qingzhou? Yet, a thought crossed my mind. This childish Song Yin might indeed be manipulated. Chapter 62. Shui Jingyao, let's make a deal of him. Clearing my throat, I spoke earnestly to Song Yin. You must be aware of my predicament. Without the cursed stone, I shall perish if I am dead. How can you compete with him? As you mentioned, a man's greatest failure is failing to keep his woman. Why not allow me to live, and then you can take me from his side, so he must endure the sight of our affection, our daily displays of love. Wouldn't that drive him to despair? Song Yin paused momentarily, narrowing his eyes as he regarded me with interest. Your words are rather cunning, but should you die, he would be even more heartbroken. I mentally berated Song Yin 1,000 times. If he was unwilling to give me the cursed stone, what was the purpose of this meeting? Did he still wish to consume me? Yet, that didn't quite add up. If he truly desired that, he wouldn't have returned my fragmented soul. I suppressed the urge to roll my eyes. Then why the roundabout approach? At that moment, a smirk graced Song Yin's lips. However, I find your argument quite compelling. If I were to embrace you daily before him, it would surely infuriate him to the point of wanting to eliminate me. I relish the thought of him seething with anger, yet being unable to act against me. I found Song Yin's reasoning troubling. Oh no, this ghost seemed to exhibit signs of madness. Just then, the stinky tofu I ordered arrived, its aroma delightfully authentic, mingled with pickled radish and cilantro. My absolute favorite. Shui Jingyao, how can you eat that? Song Yin exclaimed, his face contorted in disgust as he covered his nose, glaring at me. The stinky tofu, which had just been enticing, suddenly lost its appeal under his harsh words. How could he compare something so fragrant to excrement? What business is it of yours? I retorted, devouring the entire bowl in one go, determined to savor every bite before my impending demise. Truly revolting. I shot a disdainful glance at Song Yin. Since you've made your decision, hand over the cursed stone. I can give it to you, but I have a condition, he replied. I had anticipated his lack of benevolence, yet the fact that he had conditions reassured me. There was a chance he would indeed part with the cursed stone. I regarded him with caution. What condition? You must. At his demand, I contemplated carefully before nodding in agreement. Very well, I accept your condition. My unexpected acquiescence seemed to perplex Song Yin, who regarded me with suspicion. You answered rather readily. I find it hard not to suspect you're deceiving me. He was correct. I did intend to deceive him. Regardless of his stipulations, I would agree, and once I obtained the cursed stone, I could vanish beside Yu Qingzhou. What could he do then? Given his capabilities, if I dared to trick him, he would surely find countless ways to eliminate me. Resistance was futile. It would be wiser to comply and preserve my life for the moment. I gazed at him with utmost sincerity. Song Yin appeared to ponder my words seriously, and after 2 minutes, we reached a consensus. He handed me the cursed stone, still stained with blood, most likely mine and Tong Cheng's. Reflecting on Tong Cheng's demise, I found it peculiar. Could it be that she had committed such heinous acts that even the heavens could no longer tolerate her? Was her death truly a matter of coincidence? Little mischief, your frowning countenance is quite unappealing. I dislike it, Song Yin remarked suddenly. The term, little mischief, sent chills down my spine, and I smoothed my hair nervously. Since we have reached an agreement, you may simply call me Shui Jingyao. Little mischief has a rather peculiar connotation. What connotation? He pressed. I was at a loss for words. Why did he insist on pursuing this topic? Not wanting to dwell on the title any longer, I shifted the conversation. Regarding the cursed stone, does Tong Cheng's death have any connection to you? Upon hearing her name, Song Yin showed no surprise. He crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, I killed her. I was taken aback by his candid admission, mirroring the ease with which I had accepted his condition earlier. Did Tong Cheng harbor a grudge against you? Why did you take her life? I inquired. Song Yin shrugged. I provided her with the cursed stone. I merely wished to test her. Who knew she would go on to harm you? After all, you are the one I intend to claim for myself. In a fit of rage, I ended her life. I am well versed in human law. To avoid unnecessary complications, I merely staged it as an accidental death. Shui Jingyao, you ought to thank me. I have rid you of such a significant nuisance. I stared at Song Yin, struck by a profound fear. He was a madman. He claimed to have eliminated a burden for me. Yet could it be that his murderous instincts had simply been aroused? It would be best to avoid any contact with such a spirit. Feigning a glance at the time, I addressed Song Yin. It is getting late. I must return. If there is nothing else, then farewell. Standing up, I attempted to leave, but my feet felt as though they were encased in lead, rendering me immobile. Song Yin approached, his hand brushing against my face, a sinister smile curving his lips, one that was entirely different from the warm smiles of Song Lin. It's only 9 o'clock. Why the rush to leave? You evading me makes me rather unhappy, he said with a smile. His smile sent shivers down my spine, and I trembled slightly. What else do you wish to do? Though he wouldn't consume me now, the psychological trauma he had inflicted was far too profound. I feared I would never escape the haunting image of him attempting to devour me. Enough, Song Yin. A familiar voice emerged from behind me. Song Lin's calm and gentle demeanor was now overshadowed by a hint of darkness, his eyes glinting coldly as they fixated on Song Yin. In that instant, I felt an unusual and tumultuous emotion, a blend of love and hatred, intertwining and causing great discomfort, leaving me unable to discern which was which. Whose emotion was this? Yu Qingzhou had mentioned that I could sense the emotions of demons, spirits, and other supernatural beings. Yet, the only spirit by my side was Song Yin. Previously, I had felt no such turmoil while with him, but now, it was only after Song Lin's arrival that this emotion emanated from Song Yin. Could it be that there existed an unspoken rivalry or entangled emotions between Song Yin and Song Lin? Upon seeing Song Lin, Song Yan's smile deepened, his gaze fixed entirely on his brother. Brother, Song Yin called out. Song Lin frowned. What do you intend to do? Chapter 63, Pursuit. Are you done causing a ruckus? Song Lin's voice was frigid. Song Yin found himself both amused and irked by his brother's words. Brother, do you truly believe I am merely causing trouble? He asked, fixing an intense gaze upon Song Lin. With a raised eyebrow, Song Lin replied, What else could it be? Song Yin pressed his thin lips together, contemplating for a moment before breaking into a smile. Since you believe I am causing a disturbance, then I shall embrace that notion. Song Lin nodded, stating, I have taken Jingyao away. You should refrain from making public appearances and cease your misdeeds, unless you wish to face death once more. With that, Song Lin grasped my wrist and led me swiftly away from the night market. For reasons unknown, I felt an inexplicable urge to glance back at Song Yin. He remained rooted in place, his tall figure cloaked in an aura of solitude. At that moment, a wave of sorrow, more profound than before, washed over me, and under its influence, I found myself shedding 2 tears. The tears fell onto the back of Song Lin's hand, causing him to pause momentarily, astonished. Jingyao, are you crying? What has Song Yin done to you? I struggled to articulate my ability to sense the emotions of spirits to Song Lin, simply shaking my head. Senior, it is not I who weeps. Perhaps it is Song Yan's emotions at play. He appears to be quite sorrowful. I confessed candidly why words caused a subtle shift in Song Lin's expression. I heard him exhale softly before replying, Do not concern yourself with him. Indeed. Who would wish to meddle with that big weirdo? Song Yin? After exiting the night market, I expressed my gratitude to Song Lin for coming to my aid. He offered to escort me home. However, I was reluctant to trouble him with such a matter. Just then, I spotted Su Weiwei in the night market. I had initially intended to meet Su Weiwei's boyfriend, but the plan was temporarily shelved due to Yu Qingzhou's absence. Now, Su Weiwei appeared with an unfamiliar woman, dressed in an odd manner, completely outfitted with a hat and sunglasses, resembling a celebrity out on the town. I had always thought I knew Su Weiwei well. When did she make such a friend? I found refuge behind a small stall, ensuring Su Weiwei did not see me, and called her. The phone rang for an eternity before she answered. During the delay, she hesitated with her phone, and it seemed that only after her companion said something did she finally pick up. I inquired where she was, wishing to arrange a meeting. True to form, Su Weiwei declined my request, citing that she felt unwell in her dormitory. This raised a red flag, particularly concerning the woman accompanying her. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she hung up. I watched Su Weiwei and her companion from a distance, unable to discern their conversation. Ultimately, the two departed in a furtive manner. Jingyao, Song Lin called out beside me. I snapped back to reality, feeling slightly embarrassed, having forgotten that he had not yet left. He regarded me with a curious expression. Su Weiwei, a friend of mine. You've met her before, I stammered. Song Lin seemed unfazed, as if he discerned my inner turmoil. Would you like to follow them? It is evident that you care. I was at a crossroads, contemplating whether to pursue Su Weiwei. However, his words solidified my decision. I must follow her, as I suspected she was under the influence of a malevolent spirit. Though fear gnawed at me, I possessed a cursed stone, and if I encountered any danger, I could wield it with determination. To my surprise, Song Lin resolved to accompany me. I reluctantly admitted, Senior, there are matters I am unsure how to explain, but this path may be perilous. You should not involve yourself. With a faint smile, Song Lin replied, If a young girl like you is unafraid, what reason do I have to fear? Moreover, I am not merely what you perceive. His words momentarily took me aback. Did Song Lin harbor an undisclosed side to him? Seeing the conviction in his gaze, I nodded in agreement. Thus, we trailed behind Su Weiwei and her peculiar companion. My heart raced, anxious about being discovered. Fortunately, it seemed Su Weiwei was oblivious to our presence, and after winding through several alleys, we found ourselves in the Nanshan Villa district of Yunhai City. The Nanshan Villa district was perched atop a mountain, offering a sweeping view of much of Yunhai City, particularly stunning at night. The affluent residents who lived here were undoubtedly among the elite. As Su Weiwei and her companion entered the villa district, we could not follow. After all, the security systems in such a wealthy enclave were formidable. How could inconsequential individuals gain entry? I watched helplessly as Su Weiwei vanished from my sight, a sense of regret washing over me. Turning to Song Lin, I said, "Senior, let us return." "Not going in?" he inquired with a smile. I sighed, "We cannot enter. This is the finest villa district in Yunhai City." Song Lin took a few steps forward, surveyed the villa district, and then turned to me. "Follow me." I was taken aback. "What?" Noticing my astonishment, Song Lin smiled gently. "You may find this hard to believe, but I happen to own a villa here. I seldom visit, but since fate has led us here tonight, would you care to join me for a visit?" How astonishing! Song Lin possessed a property here. How wealthy could he possibly be? It seemed the rumors at school had understated his affluence. He was not merely wealthy, he was extraordinarily so. Given that we had followed Su Weiwei to this place, how could I possibly decline the opportunity to explore? Besides, I felt an unsettling chill from the faint red mark on my shoulder, as if it were a block of ice. I pondered whether there was a connection between the markings, yet I was grateful that I remained lucid. I flashed a smile at Song Lin. "Then I shall impose upon you, Senior. Let us go inside and take a look." As Song Lin drove slowly into the villa district, the evening breeze sent a chill through me. Although it was nighttime, the temperature felt somewhat cool. To my surprise, the interior roads twisted and turned, leaving me slightly dizzy. The area was expansive. We drove for nearly half an hour before finally arriving at the summit, where a breathtaking panorama of the city unfolded before us. The night lights and neon signs created a mesmerizing spectacle. I had to admit, the location of Song Lin's villa was exceptional, possibly the best in the entire district. But wait, I had not come to admire the scenery. I had come to find Su Weiwei. Upon entering, I realized she was nowhere to be seen, and I had no idea where she had gone. Just then, the mark on my shoulder grew even colder, as if it were a shard of ice. Chapter 64. The loss of a daughter. A sensation on my shoulder instilled in me a foreboding feeling. Su Weiwei must surely be nearby. Suddenly, I heard Song Lin call my name. At that moment, I was standing in the courtyard, and his voice prompted me to turn around. Song Lin had removed his suit jacket, leaving him clad in a white shirt that lent him an air of youthful vigor. "What's the matter, Senior?" I inquired. "Why are you standing out here?" "Why not come inside and sit?" he suggested. I would have liked nothing more than to sit inside, but this was not the time for leisurely repose. I had come here to track Su Weiwei, and now that I was here, I could not afford to abandon my pursuit midway. I shook my head in response to Song Lin, saying, "I won't be going in. Senior, I still need to find someone." He smiled. "I'll accompany you in your search. After all, I am more familiar with this place than you are." I did not refuse, replying, "Thank you, Senior. You truly are a good person." "I don't appreciate you handing me the good person card," Song Lin chuckled lightly. Indeed, Song Lin was quite knowledgeable about the layout of this area. She remained with that oddly dressed individual. The villas here were remarkably private, spaced apart by considerable distances, interspersed with an array of flowers and trees. At that moment, Su Weiwei and her companion were digging beneath a large tree. Due to the darkness and the distance, I could not discern their actions clearly, but my intuition suggested that they might be unearthing Qin Yin's ashes. Sure enough, as this thought crossed my mind, I witnessed Su Weiwei produce a dark red urn. My expression hardened. It was indeed an urn. I never anticipated that Su Weiwei would conceal the urn here. What could she possibly want with Qin Yin's ashes? I found myself in a quandary, torn between confronting Su Weiwei to reclaim the ashes and the fear of alarming her. In the midst of my daze, Su Weiwei and the peculiar individual had already entered the adjacent villa. Once inside, it would be far more difficult to take action. Presently, The internet was rife with condemnation of those who desecrated Qin Yin's grave, and the police were investigating the matter. If I did not retrieve the ashes soon, it would inevitably lead to suspicions directed at me. As I stood there, lost in thought while gazing at the villa, Song Lin suddenly spoke. The neighboring villa is owned by a locally renowned wealthy businessman, famous for his chain of hot pot restaurants. Recently, his daughter passed away. The most renowned chain of hot pot restaurants in the area was called Explosive Spicy Pot, which had gained considerable fame even in other provinces, becoming something of a viral sensation. I had dined there once. The spiciness was quite invigorating. But what connection does Su Weiwei have with the owner? I wondered. Based on my understanding of her, if she had such a relative, she would likely have mentioned it incessantly. How did his daughter die? I asked, curiosity piqued. Song Lin replied nonchalantly, the cause of death remains unclear. However, ever since his daughter passed, I have sensed a change in the atmosphere surrounding their villa. By the way, the person accompanying your friend bears a slight resemblance to the deceased daughter. Upon hearing Song Lin's words, I was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained my composure. Aren't you afraid? Song Lin raised an eyebrow. I smiled faintly and replied, initially, I was a bit surprised, but perhaps I've grown somewhat numb to it. After all, I've experienced things in these few short days that I have not encountered in the past 19 years. I paused for a moment before continuing in a hushed tone. Moreover, I've already seen Song Yin. How could I possibly fear other spirits? While my fear of ghosts had somewhat diminished, I still held a profound apprehension toward death itself. Thus, I refrained from rashly entering the villa. I struggled to suppress my curiosity and averted my gaze from the villa. If you wish to take a look inside, I can assist you, Song Lin suddenly offered. Though I was intrigued, I shook my head. I had already troubled Song Lin enough, and did not wish to drag him further into these matters. Thank you, Senior, but there is no need. I will find a way myself. I sincerely appreciated Song Lin's assistance that evening. He seemed to respect my decision, offering suggestions without imposing his will. All right, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. Please do not feel as though you are imposing on me. Song Yin has brought you so much trouble. As his elder brother, it is only natural that I should compensate for it. I hastily waved my hands, saying, Senior, please do not say that. He is he, and you are you. You need not bear the burden of Song Yan's mistakes. Please do not say such things again. You are independent individuals. Is that truly how you see it? He appeared somewhat astonished. I nodded earnestly. Of course. Song Lin did not speak further and walked silently alongside me as we made our way back. He invited me to his home for a visit, but I declined. It was getting late, and I needed to return home promptly. Song Lin accompanied me to a point not far from my residence, parting ways only when I was nearly home. Upon returning to the courtyard, I first checked on Yu Qingzhou, who remained in the ice coffin, his eyes closed and utterly still, resembling a sleeping beauty. Not wishing to disturb him, I took the cursed stone to find Uncle Hu. Uncle Hu examined the cursed stone thoroughly, casting me a dubious glance that made me feel quite uneasy. Uncle Hu, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? I inquired, touching my cheek. Uncle Hu remarked, it is rather difficult not to suspect that you engaged in some sort of underhanded transaction to acquire this cursed stone so easily. I stared at Uncle Hu in disbelief. Uncle Hu, where on earth did you learn such terms? That seems rather excessive. Uncle Hu smiled knowingly. Whether there was any underhanded transaction, you alone know best. However, since you have obtained this cursed stone, I shall destroy it for the sake of Yu Qingzhou. Let us prioritize preserving your life first, he added. I smiled in gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Hu, that I appreciate your efforts. Uncle Hu placed the cursed stone on a stone table, and I watched as his hand transformed into a large, furry paw. With a resounding thump, the formidable paw struck the cursed stone, shattering it into powder. Uncle Hu retrieved a bottle to collect the powder, taking it inside the house. Meanwhile, The wound on my leg began to heal at an astonishing rate as the cursed stone disintegrated. Before long, my leg felt completely restored. I embraced my leg, marveling at how it had never felt so delightful before. With only 1 day remaining, the mark of the night spirit would soon be lifted, and my spirits lifted considerably. I leaned against the ice coffin, gazing at Yu Qingzhou within. Observing him in such a state felt strangely unfamiliar. However, just as I became lost in thought, Yu Qingzhou unexpectedly opened his eyes. Chapter 65. Yu Qingzhou, you old man. In an instant, my gaze locked with that of Yu Qingzhou, who lay within the ice coffin. His eyes were an exquisite shade of deep black, shimmering with a beauty akin to crushed stars. This unexpected exchange caused my cheeks to flush instantly, evoking a sense of embarrassment akin to being caught in the act of spying. Uncle Hu had mentioned that Yu Qingzhou would remain in slumber for at least 5 days, and yet, it had barely been 1 day. How could he have awakened so soon? I hurried to summon Uncle Hu. Upon hearing that Yu Qingzhou had opened his eyes, his speed surpassed my own as he rushed towards the ice coffin. He circled the coffin, peering in with a sense of astonishment. It's only been a day. You haven't somehow suppressed the seal's punishment again, have you? Uncle Hu inquired, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Why Yu Qingzhou's complexion remained somewhat pallid. Uncle Hu's words, a flicker of something unusual passed through his eyes before he replied coolly, Why would I do that? Uncle Hu shot a pointed glance in my direction, followed by a disdainful snort. Only you know the answer to that. However, if you continue to suppress this golden ring, I wonder how you'll endure when the backlash arrives. Young people are always like this, ignoring the wisdom of their elders until they face the consequences. Yu Qingzhou disregarded Uncle Hu's admonitions, his eyes flicking toward the coffin lid. Open it. I wish to emerge. Uncle Hu, though clearly at a loss for words, acquiesced to Yu Qingzhou's request and waved his hand to lift the lid. Once Yu Qingzhou stepped out, the ice coffin shrank to the size of a palm and returned to Uncle Hu's grasp. Uncle Hu regarded Yu Qingzhou with a mix of frustration and disappointment. If you do this again, I want to intervene. This is of your own making. Yu Qingzhou frowned. Uncle Hu, you speak too much. Uncle Hu, incensed by Yu Qingzhou's retort, leaped up to point an accusatory finger. Yes, it's my fault for speaking too much. Now you complain about my verbosity? Let me tell you, if you wish for me to speak in the future, I simply want tea. With that, he transformed in a fit of anger into a small, fluffy white fox and dashed away into the yard. It dawned on me then that Yu Qingzhou and Uncle Hu had just quarreled. I couldn't help but marvel at Yu Qingzhou's ability to provoke such ire in just a few words. Had he awakened early because of me? Standing there in a state of confusion, I hesitantly asked, Yu Qingzhou, how does your body feel? I'm not dead, he replied, casting a mild glance in my direction. Yet, my curiosity got the better of me, and I blurted out, Why did you wake up early this time? Uncle Hu said you needed to sleep in the ice coffin for at least 5 days. Is it truly fine for you to come out so soon? There are issues, Yu Qingzhou said, his expression tinged with annoyance. But I'm not dead as for why I awoke early. It is because certain cowardly individuals cannot resolve the matters at hand. So, it was indeed concern for me that prompted his early awakening. A wave of inexplicable sweetness surged within me, and I quickly asserted, I can handle it, and I believe I'm managing quite well. Is that so? Yu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes. Are you referring to the agreement with that specter and the exchange of the cursed stone? Or perhaps your foolish friend's escapade to the Nan Mountain Villa? His words left me speechless, the warmth in my heart transforming into sheer panic. How do you know? I exclaimed, nearly losing my composure. Yu Qingzhou approached me, gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind my ear, revealing a vividly colored little fish. It is the mark I left for you. My eyes, as long as I desire. I can sense everything in your vicinity through this mark. Doesn't that equate to installing a surveillance system on me? I fell silent, not out of guilt, as I had maintained my distance from Song Lin and Li Shu, but rather due to an unsettling sense of invasion of privacy. You are infringing upon my privacy. You cannot monitor me indiscriminately. I protested to you, Qingzhou, he scoffed. What privacy do you possess in my presence? I know even the number of hairs on your body, and you dare to speak of privacy? I was momentarily taken aback, anger flaring within me at his words. Initially, I had no intention of arguing with him upon his awakening, yet he seemed incapable of conversing civilly, often resorting to harshness. Are you angry? Yu Qingzhou asked, surprised by the redness in my eyes. I was on the verge of tears. Did he not see it? No one wishes to live perpetually under another's scrutiny. While I understood that Yu Qingzhou's actions stemmed from a desire to protect me, his words left me feeling rather humiliated. Tears streamed down my cheeks. Observing my distress, Yu Qingzhou's demeanor shifted further into exasperation. He rubbed his temples, a mixture of helplessness and irritation evident on his face. Why are you crying again? Are all women so prone to tears? Your crying is truly unbecoming, Shui Jingyao. You bear no resemblance to your former self, who never shed tears. I had been sobbing, but his words struck me into silence. I looked up at him, processing what he had just said. What do you mean? I never cried before. Clarify yourself. I grasped Yu Qingzhou's sleeve, my excitement palpable. Why Yu Qingzhou paused, and upon meeting my eager gaze, he slowly raised his hand and struck the back of my neck, rendering me unconscious. Yu Qingzhou, you old fool. If you do not wish to answer, then don't. Why did you strike me? I thought, feeling the ache in my neck. What if I fell under the control of the night spirit again? The mark on me had yet to dissipate completely as my consciousness faded into slumber. I heard Yu Qingzhou whisper in my ear, you need to rest well now. Think of nothing else. When you awaken, you want to recall the words I spoke tonight. After hearing those words, I succumbed entirely to sleep. When I awoke the following day, I merely felt a dull ache in my neck, assuming it was merely a crick. Rubbing my neck, I exited my room and spotted Yu Qingzhou standing in the courtyard, clad in fiery red, effortlessly capturing my attention. Yu Qingzhou. I called out, rushing towards him. I vaguely remembered some words he had spoken the night prior, but their content eluded me. Chapter 66. The Bizarre and Distorted Killer. How peculiar it is. I distinctly recall having a quarrel with Yu Qingzhou last night, yet upon awakening, the details of our dispute have inexplicably eluded my memory. Furthermore, my neck aches tremendously, as though I had been struck by Yu Qingzhou himself. Come here, Yu Qingzhou instructed me. Without hesitation, I scampered over to him. He reached out and gently massaged my neck. Why else would my neck hurt so badly? Yu Qingzhou remained impassive. You are mistaken. You merely slept in an awkward position. Is that so? You don't believe me? I quickly shook my head. I wouldn't dare think that. After he mentioned that if I allowed Xiaoyu to bite me a few more times, the mark of the nightmare spirit would be eliminated. However, at that moment, as I held my phone, I lingered in the returning courtyard, uncertain of how to inform Yu Qingzhou that I was to meet another man. Shui Jingyao, you have been fidgeting in front of me for an hour. If you need to relieve yourself, hurry to the restroom, he remarked, lifting an eyelid and gazing at me lazily, my cheeks flushed instantly. Did I truly appear as though I were desperate? Ultimately, I steeled myself and bluntly informed Yu Qingzhou that I had to step out to see Li Shu. To my astonishment, after hearing my words, Yu Qingzhou merely nodded slightly. Very well, go ahead. I was taken aback. You actually permit me to go? Yu Qingzhou regarded me with curiosity. The mark of the nightmare spirit requires that pretty boy to remove it. Why would I prevent you? Do you think I would feel jealous? Spare me your delusions. I felt as though I would eventually be exasperated by Yu Qingzhou's words. Sometimes, even when he expressed concern, it came across as oddly misplaced. I retorted, I am not being delusional. Since you are not jealous, you wouldn't mind if I had more interactions with Li Shu, would you? After all, he is handsome and quite capable. Before Yu Qingzhou could hurl a teacup at me, I swiftly slipped out of the courtyard. What a day! Once again traversing the sensitive ground of Yu Qingzhou's temper. After walking for a while, I could still hear his voice echoing from the returning courtyard. Come back early. I grimaced but chose not to respond. After all, my voice could not possibly rival his. Yet, even without his reminders, I intended to return promptly, for the hidden dangers lurking beneath the calm were beyond my current capacity to confront. Upon arriving at the designated park, I found Li Shu appeared even more fatigued than the previous day. I wanted to inquire about the task that had drained him so, but I hesitated, feeling it would be impolite to pry into his private matters. Li Shu seemed pressed for time. Upon seeing me, he had Xiaoyu bite my shoulder. This time, after the bite, the handprint-like mark had completely vanished. All right, the mark is removed. Just be cautious from now on, Li Shu advised, his voice tinged with hoarseness and fatigue. After pondering for a moment, I attempted to organize my thoughts to ask Li Shu if he had encountered any issues. However, it was Li Shu who spoke first. Jingyao, you need to be careful lately. There is a warped girl killer on the loose. She targets beautiful girls under the age of 22. The killer strikes during foggy mornings, so you must remain vigilant. I have recently taken on a commission from a wealthy businessman to find the murderer of his daughter. According to my investigation, it is indeed the same deranged killer, and she appears to possess some extraordinary abilities. Upon hearing Li Shu's words, I was taken aback. If this killer exists, why has there been no news coverage? A dangerous killer like this should be made known to the public for their own protection. Had Li Shu not informed me, I would have been entirely unaware that such a horrifying killer roamed Yunhai City. Other girls, like myself, would also remain oblivious, leading to more potential victims. The killer is so bizarre that reporting on her would incite public panic. Moreover, the police and I have already identified our target. We are merely waiting for her to strike again. This time, we will certainly apprehend her, Li Shu stated coldly, his usually sunny eyes now filled with an ominous intent. How bizarre are we talking about? I could not help but inquire. Just as Li Shu was about to respond, his phone rang, interrupting him. After answering, his brow furrowed deeply, and after suppressing his anger with a few terse replies, he hung up. Jingyao, I apologize, but I must leave. Regrettably, I cannot escort you home. You should call that old man to pick you up. I do not feel at ease leaving you alone. Li Shu expressed his concern for me. I quickly replied, there is no need to worry about me. You go attend to your matters. Besides, it's not a foggy morning, so that deranged killers shouldn't appear. Li Shu seemed poised to say something further, but he suddenly turned his gaze towards a towering tree in the park. He paused briefly before withdrawing his eyes. It seems I need not worry after all, he concluded. Following Li Shu's gaze, I was immediately struck by a wave of disbelief. The conspicuous red figure perched in that tree was hard to miss, as if it were eager for everyone to notice its presence. It seemed Yu Qingzhou had a peculiar penchant for climbing trees. I had thought he truly trusted me to venture out alone. I was surprised to discover he had followed me, indicating he indeed cared. After Li Shu departed, Yu Qingzhou floated down from the tree like a specter. Fortunately, ordinary people could not see him, or they would surely be terrified into a state of shock. When Yu Qingzhou finally materialized beside me, I asked, "What brings you here?" Yu Qingzhou gazed ahead, stating, "Old who went out to purchase some items nearby. Since he hasn't returned in a while, I thought, why was I so skeptical? Put away that suspicious look. It won't change anything," he said, disallowing my doubts. "Ah, look how stubborn Yu Qingzhou can be," I replied. "Regardless, I choose to interpret this as you caring for me." Upon hearing my words, Yu Qingzhou paused slightly, his cold eyes meeting mine. "You certainly know how to flatter yourself. Quite shameless, aren't you? If I had any sense of shame, I wouldn't be clinging to your leg. Come on, let us find your foolish friend," Yu Qingzhou suddenly suggested. I blinked. I found myself oddly eager to uncover the secrets they were hiding. Chapter 67. The infatuated ghost, when shall we depart? I inquired of Yu Qingzhou, a hint of anticipation creeping into my voice. Right now. If we go now, we will surely be discovered. I hesitated, my concern evident. Why Yu Qingzhou proudly lifted his chin. I shall render myself invisible. A wave of exasperation washed over me. Should I commend him for his prowess? Yet, Yu Qingzhou pulled me closer and assured, rest easy. I won't allow anyone to uncover your presence. After all, if you were to be found, I would have to rescue you, which would be quite a hassle. Thank you, I responded. Yu Qingzhou merely snorted, dismissing my gratitude. I reached out to my former roommates for information. They revealed that Su Weiwei had not returned to the dormitory since she left the previous night. If Su Weiwei had not returned, it was highly probable she was still in that villa. Thus, Yu Qingzhou led me directly to the Nanshan villa. How do you know Su Weiwei is here? I asked, skepticism lacing my tone. Had he not just awakened last night? Moreover, what had transpired between us then? My memory was typically sharp. Yu Qingzhou, upon hearing my words, extended his slender fingers and replied, I possess the ability to divine. Discerning her location should not pose a challenge. I found myself believing him. Nevertheless, I pressed on, Yu Qingzhou, have you perhaps erased some of my memories? He halted momentarily, turning to face me. With the trivial thoughts cluttering your mind, do you truly think I would find it necessary to erase your memories? Not necessarily, I murmured. What if I stumbled upon one of your secrets and you decided to erase my memories? That would be quite normal, considering your abilities. Yu Qingzhou neither confirmed nor denied my suspicion. He chose to ignore my words and strode purposefully towards the villa where I had seen Su Weiwei enter last night. I hurried to keep pace with him. Why Yu Qingzhou had affixed an invisibility talisman upon me, allowing us to stroll confidently through the villa district. Living here must be a delight, the scenery picturesque. At night, one could marvel at the renowned night views. The darkness of the previous night had obscured my vision, but now, under the daylight, I found myself marveling internally. The villa where Su Weiwei had entered bore an enchanting name, Zhai Xinglu, which exuded an air of grandeur. However, it could not compare to Song Ling's residence, perched atop a mountain. If one wished to reach for the stars, Song Ling was undoubtedly closer. Yu Qingzhou and I stood before the imposing, opulent entrance of Zhai Xinglu. I could not help but exclaim, how fortunate it is to be wealthy. Let us proceed inside, Yu Qingzhou declared, seizing my collar and soaring over the wall, landing gracefully within the villa. This abode, while slightly smaller than Song Ling's, was still quite spacious, with the garden alone spanning 200 to 300 square meters. However, an unexpected turn of events awaited. Upon entering the villa, I was enveloped by an unfamiliar emotion. Previously, I had felt a heavy sadness, but this time, the emotion was fervent, imbued with a pure and intense affection. This emotional wave washed over me. I felt my body become unrestrained, my cheeks flushed and my gaze dreamy. Yu Qingzhou? Shui Jingyao, what has happened to you? What is wrong with me? I, too, was perplexed, sensing a surge of emotion within me. An emotion that felt both intimately familiar and entirely foreign. It was an overwhelming affection for Yu Qingzhou, akin to an unending river, whose ghost harbored such infatuation. It was even more potent than Su Ying's previous emotions. My hands, seemingly beyond my control, wrapped around Yu Qingzhou's waist, burying my face in his embrace, my mouth betraying me with words I would never utter under normal circumstances. Yu Qingzhou, you are extraordinarily handsome. I adore you. I cherish everything about you, your vigor in bed, your boundless energy. Shall we not go in? I wish to return home and engage in some amorous activities, I added, my lips pouting as I leaned towards Yu Qingzhou's face. I noticed his complexion oscillating between red and black. He attempted to strike me, but restrained himself, instead pulling me back. Shui Jingyao, you need to regain your composure. Yu Qingzhou gripped my shoulders and shook me vigorously, rendering me dizzy. Inside, A small voice wailed in my mind, lamenting that my earlier words were utterly uncontrollable. I had no intention of offending Yu Qingzhou. I yearned to slap myself for such indiscretion. Yu Qingzhou's breathing grew heavy, clearly agitated by my outburst. However, he soon recognized my abnormality and flicked my forehead, instantly alleviating the heat coursing through me and restoring clarity to my mind. I have temporarily muted your senses. You will no longer be affected by the earlier emotional surge, Yu Qingzhou informed me. Reflecting on my earlier words, I wished for a hole to swallow me whole. How utterly embarrassing. How could I have been so shameless? I sincerely apologize for my earlier remarks. They were certainly not a reflection of my true thoughts. I hastily clarified. What on earth had influenced my emotions? I had never anticipated a ghost could be so infatuated and reckless. Enough of this folly. I sensed something unusual in the back garden. Follow me. Very well, I replied softly, lowering my gaze as I trailed behind Yu Qingzhou, narrowly avoiding collisions with his back. Upon reaching the back garden, I was taken aback by the scene before me. So that's why there was no one up front. Everyone is in the back. In the garden, a ritual was underway, with Su Weiwei unconscious nearby. I considered calling out to her but restrained myself. Now is not the time for impulsiveness. Everything awaited Yu Qingzhou's command. Aside from Su Weiwei, I quickly spotted Qin Yin's urn, placed solemnly on the incense table, while a youth, seemingly 18 or 19, donned in a yellow Taoist robe, was preparing to sacrifice a large rooster. Yu Qingzhou, what are they attempting to do? I whispered, curiosity overpowering my previous embarrassment as I observed the increasingly festive items being laid out, including a bridal gown. Whom was this bridal gown intended for? For a fleeting moment, I thought it might be for Su Weiwei, but I quickly dismissed that notion. The gown was meant for a corpse. Chapter 68. Yu Qingzhou, I will support you. How do I know this? It is because, aside from the earlier items, there lies a frosty coffin in the backyard, and the corpse within is eerily familiar. Upon closer inspection, a chill ran down my spine. The figure in the ice coffin is none other than the woman who was with Su Weiwei last night. The woman in the coffin is not wearing the hat and sunglasses from yesterday, yet her attire is identical to that of the woman from last night. What could be the purpose of so brazenly placing a coffin in the backyard? As I beheld the ashes and the bridal gown, my mind began to race in a fit of excitement. I grasped Yu Qingzhou's arm and exclaimed, Yu Qingzhou, look at the woman in the coffin. She is the one who accompanied Su Weiwei last night. Although she was well concealed, her clothing suggests it is the same person. I am aware, Yu Qingzhou replied nonchalantly. What? You know. How could he possibly be aware? He must have still been in the ice coffin last night. Or perhaps Yu Qingzhou possesses such remarkable abilities that he can sense external events even from within a coffin. I refrained from pondering further. After all, he is the Dragon King, undoubtedly endowed with extraordinary powers. After a moment of contemplation, I voiced my conjecture. Given the bridal gown, the ashes, and the corpse, do you think this is an... Seeing this scene, memories of those who had suffered from ghost marriages flooded my mind, including tales of individuals purchasing live people to serve as brides for the deceased. The mere thought of such a term sends shivers down my spine. I began to surmise the purpose behind their theft of Qin Yin's ashes. Why, Yu Qingzhou, having listened to my words, unexpectedly nodded in agreement. Indeed, as you suspect, they intend to perform a ghost marriage. The corpse in the coffin and the ashes belong to the same individual. I quickly asserted, we cannot allow them to proceed with this ghost marriage. We must return Qin Yin's ashes. Noticing Yu Qingzhou's cold gaze upon me, I hurriedly clarified, the ashes of Qin Yin were unearthed by me. Although I was in a state of somnambulism at the time, it was ultimately my action. If we do not return Qin Yin's ashes, will it not incur a loss of yin virtue? Indeed, it would, Yu Qingzhou replied, turning his gaze toward me. How do you plan to retrieve Qin Yin's ashes? I glanced around. Aside from the young Taoist arranging items, there were two middle-aged individuals dressed as servants, their faces expressionless and their demeanor wooden as they went about their tasks. After a moment's thought, I suggested, the young Taoist seems to lack significant skill. We've remained hidden here for quite some time without him noticing us, indicating his abilities are not formidable. When the time is right, I will seize Qin Yin's ashes and make a run for it. What do you think? In truth, this plan was rather simplistic, yet I could not conceive of a better approach at the moment. Wei Qingzhou regarded me with a calm demeanor, his handsome brows furrowing slightly before his gaze settled upon the ring in my hand. "Hand it to me," he instructed. Although uncertain of his intentions, I obediently extended my hand. Wei Qingzhou's fingers brushed over the ring before removing it. "Your fragmented soul has been absorbed. Your body should be more resilient now. If you wish to seize the ashes, go ahead. As for this ring, it was once a vessel for your fragmented soul. Now that it has been restored, it serves no purpose." With that, Yu Qingzhou shattered the ring. Indeed, I felt somewhat better physically than before, yet the prospect of snatching the ashes filled me with trepidation. Noticing my hesitation, Yu Qingzhou regarded me with amusement. "What's this? You were just excited, and now you're timid. Truly deserving of the title Cowardly Melon. This is my first time doing something like this. Naturally, I feel a bit scared, I admitted. However, Yu Qingzhou waved dismissively and said, "Be a bit bolder. I will support you." "What?" My eyes lit up instantly, my courage bolstered. With Yu Qingzhou backing me, what was there to fear? All right. Meanwhile, the woman among the two middle-aged individuals was dressing the corpse in the coffin in bridal attire, while the man was preparing makeup tools for the deceased. The young Taoist had also gathered his supplies and was now focusing on the ashes on the incense table. I felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, wishing he would not fixate solely on the ashes and instead attend to other matters. Just then, a raspy voice echoed from within the villa. "Master, come quickly. The effigy you made seems to have encountered some trouble." Upon hearing this, the young Taoist's expression shifted, and he hurriedly made his way inside, clearly anxious. "Excellent. This is a prime opportunity." I swiftly approached the incense table and, without hesitation, grasped the ashes. To my astonishment, as I touched the urn, it emitted a blinding golden light. The moment my hand made contact with the radiance, it felt as if I had been struck by a powerful electric shock, causing my invisibility talisman to disintegrate into dust. With the invisibility talisman gone, my figure was suddenly exposed. I don't know. What is on this ashes box? At that moment, I heard the sound of clapping behind me. Turning around, I saw the young Taoist emerging from the room. To be honest, upon closer inspection, the young Taoist was quite handsome, with a delicate and fair appearance, yet his overall demeanor exuded a gloomy aura, even more so than Song Yin. Had I not ventured inside, it seems you would not have revealed yourself, my lady. "What brings you here?" the young Taoist inquired, a smile gracing his lips, yet his gaze remained profound. At that moment, I stood before the incense table, still reeling from the electric shock that left me paralyzed. My eyes darted around in search of Yu Qingzhou, but the spot where he had stood moments ago was now vacant. I, too, was grappling with paralysis, and I had a pressing urge to voice my frustration. Where is the promised support? Seeing Su Weiwei unconscious nearby sparked a sudden realization. I came to find my friend, the one who has fainted. She didn't return to her dormitory last night, and I was quite worried, so I came to look for her. Is that so? The young Taoist maintained his gentle smile, yet his eyes held a glimmer of suspicion. But why did you touch the ashes box? Ah, was that the ashes box? I merely thought it looked exquisite and wanted to take a closer look. I had no idea it would be electrified. I feigned ignorance. The ashes box is affixed with a heavenly thunder charm, which inflicts harm upon any malevolent entity that touches it, and just now, you were injured, the young Taoist remarked, gazing at me with an eerie calm. Chapter 69. Am I an evil being? The words of the young Taoist left me momentarily stunned. He claimed to have affixed a heavenly thunder spell upon the urn, stating that only malevolent entities would be harmed by it. Yet, I am not an evil being. Why then was I struck by this spell? No, this young Taoist must surely be deceiving me. Moreover, given his ominous demeanor, he is undoubtedly a malevolent practitioner. So, what do you mean? I endeavored to calm myself. The young Taoist parted his lips slightly, smiled at me, and declared, "You are an evil being. I am an evil being." I was almost driven to laughter by my indignation. Clearly, he is the one engaging in nefarious deeds, assisting wealthy merchants in their morally corrupt enterprises. Yet now he attempts to cast the blame upon me, labeling me as malevolent? Do not presume that just because you are a Taoist, you can spout nonsense. I am a person of integrity, not some wicked entity. Furthermore, this urn, do you not realize it has made headlines, stirring a tempest throughout the city? This belongs to a public figure. Do you not fear the repercussions? I exclaimed with fury. Yet, the young Taoist merely responded nonchalantly, "Is that so? But I did not steal the ashes, nor did I unearth them, nor did... What concern is it of mine?" Upon hearing this, it was evident he knew the entire sequence of events surrounding the ashes. However, his expression remained eerily devoid of emotion, sending a chill down my spine. Where is Yu Qingzhou? Where could he have gone? Although the true dragoness aura can resist the attacks of evil spirits, I am now confronted by a Taoist. At that moment, the young Taoist's gaze roamed with interest over me, making me feel quite uncomfortable. I glared at him fiercely. "What are you looking at?" "I have never encountered a malevolent being like you before." "I am quite curious," he replied, extending his hand towards me. With a sharp clap, a sudden sound echoed as Yu Qingzhou, who had vanished moments earlier, reappeared at my side, striking the back of the young Taoist's hand with considerable force. "Do you not know that men and women should not engage in physical contact?" Yu Qingzhou said coldly, his eyes dark as he regarded the Taoist before him. The young Taoist showed no surprise at Yu Qingzhou's sudden appearance. Upon hearing Yu Qingzhou's words, he cast a glance at me and stated, "In my eyes, there are only evil beings and humans. There is no distinction of gender. Moreover, you, a dragon king with merit, so fervently protect an evil being. Are you not afraid of losing your virtue?" I noticed Yu Qingzhou's expression change. "That is none of your concern." "Why?" Yu Qingzhou replied icily, his tone still arrogant, though his eyes flickered with an inscrutable emotion. My heart tightened. Yu Qingzhou did not refute him, which implied that perhaps I truly was an evil being. But how could that be? Evil beings possess certain abilities, do they not? As for me, aside from sensing the evil being, I might as well be a useless waste. At that moment, my gaze fell upon the woman in the ice coffin, now clad in a bridal gown, her face adorned with a disturbing and grotesque makeup. The middle-aged couple who had prepared her earlier had transformed into paper figures standing beside the coffin. The young Taoist suddenly declared, "I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall not hold this against you today. Leave quickly." Why? Yu Qingzhou remained unmoved, glancing at the urn. "I intend to take the urn with me. No." The young Taoist rejected decisively. "That person bears heavy sins. He now has an opportunity for redemption, and I cannot allow you to take him away." "Qin Yin bears heavy sins? What crimes has he committed? Has he collapsed? But he is already dead. What more can he ruin?" I pondered. However, if the ashes of Qin Yin are not returned, it will undoubtedly incite even greater turmoil. "Let me tell you, Master, you are unaware of how fearsome and capable fans can be. They might even unearth your secrets, and then you will be exposed to the public, and all your deeds will be revealed." My words were abruptly silenced by Yu Qingzhou covering my mouth. I looked at him in confusion, questioning why he would stifle me, only to see him give me a "be quiet" look. I understood and promptly sealed my lips. Why? Yu Qingzhou shot a cold glance at the young Taoist, then hoisted me up and prepared to leave. "Are we leaving just like this?" I gently tugged on his sleeve. He shot me an impatient glare, appearing quite fierce. What else is there? I pointed to the unconscious Su Weiwei and whispered, Could we take Weiwei with us? I do not feel secure leaving her here. Yu Qingzhou inhaled deeply, seemingly restraining something within him. I clutched my head, fearing he might strike me. Yet, in the end, he did not hit me. Instead, he lifted Su Weiwei and placed her over his shoulder, carrying one on each side as he swiftly leapt atop the villa's wall. I cast one last glance at the backyard, and in that fleeting moment, my heart nearly seized. The woman in the red bridal gown suddenly opened her eyes, which were devoid of color. Perhaps it was my imagination, but I felt as though her gaze was fixed upon me. Wai Yu Qingzhou returned us both to the returning courtyard. Su Weiwei remained unconscious. Hu Bo had administered medication to her, and she would awaken in an hour. I followed Yu Qingzhou into the house, and as soon as we crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut with a bang. Startling me, Wai Yu Qingzhou crossed his arms, looking at me with a menacing expression. Yu Qingzhou. I called his name as I approached him, but upon seeing his icy demeanor, I hesitated, timidly looking at him. Speak. He growled that I steeled myself and asked, The Taoist said I am an evil being. Am I truly one? Can you tell me? My inquiry elicited a cold laugh from Yu Qingzhou. What that Taoist said is not entirely incorrect, Xue Jingyao. Indeed, you were once an evil being, but that was in a past life. Remember, in this life, you are a human, a cowardly and weeping one. The weight that had lodged in my throat finally settled in my stomach upon hearing Yu Qingzhou's words. I knew it. How could I possibly be an evil being? Since that was all in a previous life, what relevance does it hold for my current existence? That young Taoist is utterly imprecise in his speech. Yet, something felt amiss. If I am human in this life, then why was I still harmed by the heavenly thunder spell? I inquired. Wai Yu Qingzhou's gaze flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, That Taoist deceived you. Ordinary people can also be harmed by the heavenly thunder spell. Let me tell you, Taoists can be deceitful as well. Do not assume they are all virtuous. There are plenty of wicked ones among them. I nodded vigorously, eager to remember his words. Yes, I will remember. But is Qin Yin truly a person of great sin? Chapter 70. I will protect you regarding the individual named Qin Yin. The persona he has crafted is undeniably endearing. He embodies sunshine, diligence, ambition, kindness, and respect for women, as if all admirable qualities have coalesced within him. However, thus, I replied with feigned solemnity, this pertains to whether I should retrieve his ashes. If he is indeed deeply sinful, then I shall forego the idea of reclaiming them. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qingzhou responded, Indeed, his sins are of a magnitude that could condemn him to the deepest recesses of hell. I was taken aback, nearly rendered speechless, and after a prolonged silence, I inquired, What exactly did Qin Yin do? Observing my face brimming with curiosity, Yu Qingzhou scowled, extending his large hand to cover my face and gently pushing me away. You should prioritize your own well-being. That Taoist believes you to be an evil entity, and he will not relent in his pursuit. Though he may have spared you today, it does not guarantee he won't seek you out in the future. Yu Qingzhou's expression remained stern, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of reluctant concern. I was momentarily stunned. But you just said that was a matter for my past life. If it pertains to a previous existence, then why would he seek me out in this life? To vanquish demons? Does this mean that as long as I have been an evil being in one lifetime, I am forever bound to that identity across all future lives? I found it perplexing. I am but an ordinary person now, merely a medium capable of communicating with spirits. I have committed no wrongdoing, so why would he pursue me? A wave of resentment towards that young Taoist suddenly surged within me. As I simmered in my vexation, I felt a large hand descend upon my head. When I looked up, the gentleness that had graced Yu Qingzhou's face vanished in an instant, and with force, he tousled my hair into disarray. What the? Yu Qingzhou, are you unwell? If you lack the ability to comfort someone, You need not say or do anything. I am already feeling quite down. Why must you further dishevel my hair? I was exasperated. Perhaps Yu Qingzhou recognized that he had overstepped. He settled beside me, finally withdrawing his hand from my head. He tenderly cradled my face in his hands, and the previously arrogant and indifferent gaze softened, as if imbued with warmth. His eyes meticulously traced the contours of my face. Shui Jingyao, remember this. Although you were once deemed a demon in a past life, you have never harmed anyone. You need not feel inferior or fearful due to your identity. In this life, you are simply you, Shui Jingyao, not someone else, nor a demon. You shall live this life peacefully. I gazed at Yu Qingzhou, tongue-tied, unable to articulate my thoughts. It was the first time I had witnessed such tenderness from him, and I found myself somewhat disoriented by this unexpected gentleness. Thus, in a rather anticlimactic manner, I murmured, Did you not promise to back me up? You vanished in an instant. Do you have any idea how frightened I was? As I spoke, my lips began to pout, overwhelmed by a sense of grievance that threatened to bring tears to my eyes. Before I could even voice my sorrow, Yu Qingzhou's hand seized my lips. Do not pout. It is unbecoming, resembling a platypus, he said gently. My eyes widened in disbelief, and though tears had been brimming, I managed to stifle them. My sadness morphed into anger. I swatted Yu Qingzhou's hand away and exclaimed through gritted teeth, Yu Qingzhou, to say you are a straightforward man is an understatement. You are more akin to titanium alloy. Just stop talking. Initially, I had been moved by his earlier words, but his subsequent remark left me utterly astonished and speechless. Platypus. Yu Qingzhou gazed at me with an innocent expression, and in that moment, I realized he might not even comprehend the source of my anger. Fuming, I marched toward the bathroom, eager to cleanse myself with an herbal bath to dispel my ill fortune. As I prepared my bathing essentials and turned around, I was startled to find Yu Qingzhou seated beside the bathtub. What are you doing here? I questioned. Having changed into a silk robe that revealed a significant portion of his chest, he replied, Were those words you spoke to me earlier sincere? What did I say? Before I could finish my sentence, my mind replayed the moments influenced by my infatuated emotions, recalling the things I had said while embracing Yu Qingzhou. Oh no. Feigning ignorance? Yu Qingzhou chuckled. He rose and approached me step by step, stating, You mentioned longing for my firm chest, my well-defined abs, my vigor in bed, and my boundless energy. You even expressed a desire to experience it all again. As he closed the distance, the intoxicating scent of his cologne wafted toward me, sending my heart racing. Wait, I exclaimed, thrusting my hands against his chest. My cheeks flushed crimson as I hurriedly explained. I was under the influence of a spirit's emotions. That was not my true sentiment, so those cannot possibly reflect my genuine thoughts. Is that truly the case? You don't feel anything at all? Yu Qingzhou inquired. Well, it's not that I don't feel anything, ugh. Shui Jingyao, what are you thinking? You shouldn't even entertain such thoughts. You have already received the essence of a true dragon, and yet Yu Qingzhou does not expect you to take responsibility. What does this ambiguous situation imply? I declared passionately, Yu Qingzhou, if you do not wish for me to take responsibility, then we ought to refrain from this. You previously claimed I was unworthy, and I certainly do not wish to tarnish your reputation, so let us not proceed down this path. Not proceed. Yu Qingzhou tilted his head slightly, his eyes partially closed. I resolutely shook my head. No. Yu Qingzhou scrutinized me intently, seemingly gauging the authenticity of my words. After half a minute, he turned away from me, moving toward the bathroom door. He glanced back, saying, Shui Jingyao, do not harbor regrets. After all, if you seek me out in the future, I may not be inclined to oblige. Buffed. I would never beg you for such a thing. How could I ever stoop to that? I straightened my posture, lifting my chin and responding with utmost seriousness. Chapter 71. The need for regular gathering of true dragon essence. Yu Qingzhou nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips, then I shall await it with bated breath. I chose to disregard his comment and immersed myself in the bathtub, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over me. Unbeknownst to me, I drifted off to sleep in the tub. Once again, I found myself dreaming. Within the dream, a figure of ethereal beauty appeared, indistinct yet unmistakably feminine. She turned to face me through the mist, and I anticipated a clear view of her features. However, to my astonishment, her face was shrouded in a veil of darkness, an incongruous sight against her pure, silken form that seemed to emanate an otherworldly aura. Jing Yao, the figure spoke, her voice resonating with a celestial quality, imbued with a sense of sanctity. I gazed upon her silhouette, puzzled, and inquired, "How do you know my name?" At that moment, her hauntingly beautiful voice revealed a hint of sorrow. "Why do you not heed my words?" "Why?" I stood frozen, taking a few hesitant steps forward, yearning to question her. Yet the mist before me acted as an impenetrable barrier, akin to a wall separating us. "What words? Who are you?" I called out, my voice echoing in the void. Just then, I jolted awake, shivering, as I realized the water in the bathtub had grown cold, a gust of chilly air wafting in from the window, sending goosebumps across my skin. Reflecting on the dream, I found it peculiar that the woman had accused me of ignoring her. Yet, what struck me as even more strange was that as I attempted to recall the details of the dream, they swiftly faded from my memory, dissolving to the point of utter forgetfulness. In my previous dreams, such rapid obscurity had never occurred. While they may have blurred, I could still retain fragments, but now all was lost to me. What a perplexing experience. Upon exiting the bathroom, I noticed a message from my mother. As I read it, a sense of rigidity enveloped me, and I felt as though I could transform into a stone statue, clutching my phone. The content of the message read, "Yao Yao, Mr. Gua mentioned that the true dragon essence must be collected every 3 months to strengthen your body. Do not forget this." I, unaware of how to acquire the true dragon essence, sensed that my social standing had plummeted in Mr. Gua's eyes. Did this not imply that I was to engage in a harmonious relationship with Yu Qingzhou on a regular basis? I gazed skyward in disbelief, utterly mortified. Previously, I had resolutely rejected Yu Qingzhou, claiming I would never beg him. Now, what was I to make of this situation? I felt tears welling in my eyes, my heart heavy with despair. Why the forlorn expression? Yu Qingzhou's voice broke through my thoughts from behind. When had he arrived? I had been completely unaware. Hastily, I tucked my phone away, uncertain if he had glimpsed the earlier message. I forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown, noticing that Yu Qingzhou was now impeccably attired, having replaced his crimson robe with a moonlight white ensemble that exuded an air of restraint. "I thought you only wore red." "I didn't realize you looked so splendid in other colors as well," I remarked, attempting to shift the topic. A hint of playful pride flickered in Yu Qingzhou's gaze. "Of course, it is only fitting that such beauty be adorned in exquisite attire. It is fortunate for the garments to be worn by me." "Enough of that, Dragon King. Do not be so self-absorbed," I chided lightly. "By the way, your friend has awoken. You should check on her. If all is well, kindly return her, as I prefer not to have visitors intruding here." Yu Qingzhou added, "Su Weiwei is awake." I replied affirmatively and sought out Su Weiwei, who was in the guest room. When I arrived, she was surveying the surroundings, and upon spotting me, she rushed over and enveloped me in a bear hug. "Wah, Yao Yao, where am I? How did I end up here? I thought I was asleep. Is this a dream? Yao Yao, slap me so I can feel the pain." Su Weiwei exclaimed. "All right." I obediently pinched her waist, and with her pained cry, I withdrew my hand. "Does it hurt?" Su Weiwei nodded, looking quite aggrieved. "Yes." I recounted the events of the past 2 days, and after listening, Su Weiwei remained in a daze for quite some time. I only remember being lost in a dream. Beyond that, I truly have no recollection. Yao Yao, how did you bring me back?" Su Weiwei's eyes brimmed with fearful tears. Well, you should thank my partner. He was the one who brought you back, I replied. Su Weiwei's eyes widened in surprise. Your partner is here? Quickly, let me meet him. I only caught a glimpse last time, and it was nighttime, so I couldn't see clearly. This time, you must introduce me. I felt a wave of anxiety. Such matters were not simply for me to arrange. After all, Yu Qingzhou was rather proud and might not agree. Besides, he saved me. I must express my gratitude in person. What if I appear rude? What if I bring you shame? Su Weiwei insisted, pushing me out of the room. Why was she more excited than I was? Yu Qingzhou was in the room, seemingly lost in thought as he gazed at the golden ring around his ankle upon my entrance. He lifted his gaze, momentarily bewildered. However, he soon regained his composure and slowly withdrew his gaze, addressing me. Have you sent your friend away? I scratched my head, speaking softly. My friend expressed a desire to meet you. Would you allow her to behold your visage? Yu Qingzhou rose. I hurriedly explained. It's just that when I moved out, I mentioned that I was living with my partner. Upon learning about it, she became eager to meet you. Perhaps you are unaware of the bonds of friendship among humans, but I still hope you might consider granting her this meeting. At this moment, I felt a touch of humility. Very well, he replied, turning toward the courtyard. Wait. I had expected Yu Qingzhou to refuse and berate me, yet to my surprise, he had acquiesced. I quickly followed him outside, where he stood in the courtyard, refraining from entering Su Weiwei's room. Call her out, he instructed. I nodded and hurriedly summoned Su Weiwei. She clung tightly to my arm, so excited that she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Yao Yao, is this exquisite being truly your partner? I forced a smile, cautiously observing Yu Qingzhou's expression, fearful of provoking his ire. Chapter 72. A fog descends. Seeing that Yu Qingzhou exhibited no discernible reaction, I let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly nodded my head like a chick pecking at grain. I must admit, I possess a hint of vanity. Having such a handsome boyfriend merits a little boasting in front of Su Weiwei, doesn't he? However, lacking the audacity for overt bragging, I leaned closer to her ear and whispered, What do you think? Is he handsome? This time, it was Su Weiwei who nodded eagerly, mimicking my earlier gesture, exclaiming, Absolutely. My pride was instantly satiated. Su Weiwei took a couple of steps forward and bowed deeply to Yu Qingzhou, expressing her gratitude for the life-saving boon he had bestowed upon me. If you ever wish to know anything about Yao Yao, feel free to ask me. I shall leave no stone unturned. I shall be your devoted fan, and no one shall come between you. I, Su Weiwei, hereby vow to safeguard your love. I stood there, utterly dumbfounded, my eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, and promptly yanked Su Weiwei back. In a hushed, gritted voice, I admonished, What are you doing? You're making me look foolish. I'm merely expressing my loyalty, Su Weiwei replied innocently. I glared at her. There's no need for that. I'll have you know that handsome men are akin to thorny roses. Their tempers are not the best, and I often find myself having to placate and indulge him. If you provoke him, he could just as easily save you as he could harm you. With that, I theatrically gestured across my throat and fixed a serious gaze upon Su Weiwei. She appeared genuinely frightened but quickly retorted, I'm just trying to boost your reputation. Your boyfriend can only be described with one word, marvelous. My lips twitched in response. Well, I certainly appreciate it. Fortunately, upon hearing Su Weiwei's words, Yu Qingzhou did not display any overt excitement. He merely wore a slightly darker expression, but still inclined his head slightly toward her. You're welcome. Su Weiwei's spirits soared as she whispered. He is not as terrifying as you described. He is quite polite, though his smile is a tad unsettling. Shut up, don't say another word. Seizing the moment before Yu Qingzhou could lose his temper, I quickly announced, Weiwei has regained consciousness, so I shall escort her back to school. She hasn't returned in nearly 2 days. If we delay further, her roommates might report her missing. We shall take our leave now. As I began to push Su Weiwei away, Yu Qingzhou called out to us. Wait. I stiffly turned back. Is there something else? Yu Qingzhou tossed me a small vial, instructing, have your friend take this. It will allow her to stay awake for 7 consecutive days. As long as she remains conscious, the nightmare spirit cannot control her. I grasped the vial, my emotions in turmoil. He truly was a man of... I promised to keep an eye on the other men around my sister. Should anything unusual occur, I will report back to you. Rest assured, to allay your worries, I will not add you on WeChat or keep your number. I will relay all information through Uncle Hu. Does that work for you? I pressed my fingers to my temples, nearly fainting from Su Weiwei's audacious antics. I could hardly muster a response before dragging her away, as she repeatedly glanced back at Yu Qingzhou, showering him with... Behind us, I heard Yu Qingzhou emit a resigned chuckle, interspersed with the remark, birds of a feather flock together. It wasn't until Su Weiwei boarded the bus that I confronted her. Su Weiwei, why did you call him brother-in-law? When did you acknowledge me as your sister? Weren't you always adamant about being younger than me? I glared at her. Su Weiwei replied, Yao Yao. How could you say that? I'm merely trying to help you cling to your partner. Clearly, you lack the finesse to charm a man. I can teach you. My boyfriend is completely under my thumb. At the mention of her boyfriend, Su Weiwei's demeanor shifted. I presented the medicine Yu Qingzhou had given me, bringing it to her lips. Take this first. It will ensure you stay awake for 7 days without succumbing to sudden death. Within that time, we must locate and eliminate the nightmare spirit. She obediently swallowed the pill, then pitifully inquired, is there any way to ask brother-in-law for a few more? Such a tool for staying awake is invaluable to me. My expression darkened. Get lost. After safely delivering Su Weiwei back to school, I cautioned her against any contact with her boyfriend. If anything were to happen to her, neither Yu Qingzhou nor I would be able to save her in time. She nodded in agreement, albeit with a hint of that infatuated daze. I could only hope she would regain her senses. As I strolled along the street, an unsettling thought crossed my mind, recalling Li Shu's mention of the psychopathic killer. I wondered if Li Shu had managed to apprehend that monster. Li Shu had been employed by a wealthy businessman whose daughter had been murdered, which reminded me of another affluent individual residing in the Nanshan Villa area. Could it be mere coincidence that the female corpse we had previously encountered was the businessman's daughter, slain by the very psychopath we feared? The more I pondered, the more my unease deepened. I needed to return to the return courtyard and confer with Yu Qingzhou without delay. Once aboard the bus back, I spent the journey scouring the internet for news about the psychopathic killer, yet found nothing. Just as Li Shu had said, the authorities... They say when misfortune strikes, even drinking water can lead to trouble. The bus halted at Yangchuan Station, my designated stop. After disembarking, I would need to walk an additional 20 minutes to reach the return courtyard. However, upon stepping off the bus, I was engulfed in confusion. A thin mist had enveloped the surroundings, and glancing at my phone, I noted it was only 3 in the afternoon. This was an unusual time for fog to roll in, especially since it hadn't been present while I was on the bus. The sight of the fog sent a chill down my spine, conjuring thoughts of the psychopathic killer. I quickened my pace toward the return courtyard, but what sent shivers down my spine was how the previously thin mist had thickened in an instant, obscuring my vision completely. My phone lost signal at that moment, and my heart raced. It was obvious that this fog had arrived under peculiar circumstances. Could it be that the psychopathic killer Li Shu had mentioned had finally appeared? But hadn't he said they only emerged in the morning? As I pondered this, the sound of footsteps echoed from within the dense fog, the rhythm resembling the click of high heels striking the ground, growing ever closer. Chapter 73. The female assassin in the thick fog. Surely, I cannot be so unfortunate as to encounter a deranged killer in the afternoon. With my limited sense of direction, I dared not linger and hastily made my way towards the return courtyard. Yet, the fog was so dense that visibility was less than a meter. At this moment, I could not discern east from west, let alone remember which path led to the return courtyard. The footsteps within the mist drew ever closer, and despite my frantic pace, the sound trailed behind me nonchalantly, echoing like the rapid beats of my heart. I recalled what Li Shu had previously mentioned. This twisted murderer, in addition to employing particularly brutal methods, possessed some eerie supernatural abilities. He. At that moment, a woman's laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, filled the fog. That a woman? The deranged killer is a woman? Previously, Li Shu had told me that the killer targeted young girls, which led me to instinctively assume it was AMA and IT. Seems I must abandon such preconceived notions. Little sister, once I set my sights on someone, there's no escaping. The woman's voice suddenly resonated behind me. The assassin's tone was neither near nor far, akin to a cat toying with its prey. Why have you fixated on me? I suppressed the tremor in my voice and inquired. The voice shifted to my left. Because you are young, beautiful, and men are fond of you. So you intend to kill me for that? My voice betrayed my astonishment. Is that the same reason you murdered those other girls? Indeed, that is all there is to it, the female assassin replied with an unsettling nonchalance, as if addressing an utterly mundane inquiry. I clenched my fists in an instant. Is that truly all? What wrongs have I committed against her? This is even more absurd than what happened to Tong Cheng and Su Ying. Little sister, do you have any last words? Accompanying this statement, the fog before me parted, revealing a graceful figure just half a meter away. Before me stood a tall woman, her hourglass figure accentuated by a tight black leather outfit that highlighted her curves, exuding both beauty and sensuality. Her chestnut waves cascaded lazily down her back, yet I widened my eyes in disbelief. Such a stunning woman was indeed a deranged killer. The assassin's pale fingers were entwined with crimson threads, and at that moment, she regarded me with a sinister smile that sent shivers down my spine. You cannot kill me. I endeavored to steady my voice and met her gaze. Killers thrive on witnessing the fear and pleas for mercy from their prey. The greater the terror, the more exhilarated they become, igniting their murderous desires. But I would not succumb. If I could stall for even a moment, it would be worth it. If I could delay until Yu Qingzhou arrived, that would be ideal. If not, I would fight with all my might. Even if I could not vanquish this twisted pervert, I would leave her with a parting gift. The assassin seemed intrigued by my words. Her slender brows arched as she inquired, "Oh, what reason do you have for me not to kill you?" See, even a deranged female assassin possesses a curiosity of sorts. Though she is depraved, I sensed her lack of true ruthlessness. A genuine monster would not grant me the opportunity to speak, but would simply take my life. I inhaled deeply, momentarily suppressing my fear, and stated, "Surely you are aware that I am young, beautiful, and have men who admire me. My men are quite formidable. If you were to kill me, you would not survive either." Is that so? The assassin appeared wholly unconvinced, her gaze flickering with confidence and coldness. Do you think I would fear that? One comes, I kill one. Two come, I will slay them both. Oh no, she seemed exceedingly self-assured. I extended a hand, raising my chin defiantly, but there are so many men who admire me. Each possesses unique skills. You certainly cannot escape their grasp. 5? The assassin mused. I calculated the acquaintances I had, and perhaps I could muster 5, just barely. Yes, 5. I affirmed, nodding confidently, my demeanor betraying no hint of anxiety. The assassin smiled, twirling the red threads in her fingers. Little sister, you are quite amusing. Allow me to share a secret. When I killed those girls, I would ask them if their men were devoted. They all replied affirmatively, believing that such an answer would spare their lives. How naive. As she spoke, her expression darkened, revealing a blend of pain and malice. I detest women who are deeply devoted. Those who would sacrifice everything for a man. Her gaze fell upon me, and she continued, But you are different. You have told me you have 5 men, The woman who is fickle and dabbles in multiple romances is precisely the type I admire. Little sister, I will not kill you. But would you consider joining me? She asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. At this moment, I felt utterly bewildered and why earlier declarations had been mere fabrications to buy time. I never expected her to take them seriously, let alone extend an invitation to join her. I could surmise that should I refuse, she would promptly end my life. Why mind raced at this juncture. If I pretended to accept her offer, I could later relay information about the female assassin to Li Shu, the bounty hunter investigating this case. He was exceptionally capable and should be able to deal with this killer. The priority was to escape. Thus, feigning agreement seemed prudent. Resolute in my decision, I stepped forward with an exuberant smile, startling the assassin into taking a step back. Really? Gorgeous sister, do you also relish the feeling of having multiple men surrounding you? Alas, others call me promiscuous, labeling me a sea king. They fail to understand me. I never anticipated encountering a kindred spirit today. I am utterly elated. The assassin composed herself, scrutinizing my sincere expression with skepticism. You truly wish to join me? This is not merely a ploy to escape? Of course I do. If I were to deceive you, wouldn't it be all too easy for you to kill me? I have no desire to die. My affections overflow, and I wish to provide a home for more men. Thus I cannot perish. If you doubt my sincerity, I can readily supply you with a target. Oh, I replied, Su Weiwei from Yunhai University, young and beautiful, yet utterly infatuated, obediently catering to her boyfriend. What a disgrace to our Sea King reputation, Weiwei. I am sorry, but I will assist you. Chapter 74. The mother and child line. Surely, this assassin cannot infiltrate the school to commit murder. As long as Su Weiwei remains within its confines, we should be safe. Once I extricate myself from the company of this female assassin, I shall inform Su Weiwei of the situation. Although I anticipate a severe reprimand, I acknowledge that my actions have been rather unscrupulous, and I deserve any repercussions that may follow. Very well, in 3 days, I shall eliminate her, and you must accompany me. The assassin scrutinized me with an icy gaze before instructing, extend your hand. I hesitated, asking warily, what for? You have joined me. We are now partners. Or do you refuse? She replied, her eyes suddenly turning frigid. Assassins are devoid of humanity. Their expressions can shift in an instant. Reluctantly, I extended my hand. Just as my fingers reached out, the red thread that had been coiled around the assassin's fingers swiftly ensnared mine. An immediate chill coursed through my body, as though the fingers ensnared by the red thread were on the verge of freezing solid. The assassin remarked, Dear sister, while I hold you in high regard, I shall not easily place my trust in you. Therefore, I must insist you bind yourself with this red thread. In that moment, a wave of panic washed over me, yet I quickly regained my composure under the influence of my own self-hypnosis. The sight of the red thread wrapping around my 5 fingers struck me as peculiar, both eerie and harmonious, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Pretty sister, what purpose does this red thread serve? I inquired, forcing myself to appear composed. At this moment, I found myself admiring my own audacity. Even in such dire circumstances, I could still refer to her as pretty sister. This is the mother and child line, used to control you. Whenever I desire, I can manipulate your body and even your soul. How do you feel about that? Are you afraid? The assassin smiled as she gazed at me. It was no wonder that Li Shu had mentioned this deranged assassin. Was this not the very essence of the mother and child line? Moreover, considering its applications, it appeared even more formidable than the nightmare spirit's mark. I had yet to capture the latter, and now another female assassin had emerged, seemingly intent on leaving no respite. Yes, I am afraid, I replied honestly. The assassin nodded. Well, fear is appropriate, as long as you obediently follow my commands and indulge in the thrill of murder alongside me. I assure you, I shall not kill you." As she spoke, she gently patted my cheek, her captivating eyes examining my face. When her gaze fell upon the small fish mark behind my ear, her demeanor shifted. A fleeting moment of terror crossed her features, but it quickly transformed into a fearless resolve, both in her expression and tone. "I shall return in 3 days, and together we will eliminate that love-struck fool." With that, she turned and strode swiftly into the thick fog, which dissipated along with her vanishing figure. At that moment, I found myself standing in the middle of the road, adjacent to a bus stop. Fortunately, this area of Yangchuan Station was suburban and sparsely populated, so no one witnessed my dazed expression. After a brief pause, I sprinted back to the return courtyard, covering the usual 20-minute journey in a mere 5 minutes, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. To my astonishment, the red thread on my fingers lengthened and swayed around me as I ran, gracefully trailing alongside me. It was oddly beautiful. Only upon bursting into the return courtyard did I finally catch my breath. Upon spotting Yu Qingzhou, a wave of reassurance washed over me. I dashed towards him, disregarding whether he might push me away, and embraced him tightly, burying my face in his chest. Woo woo woo. I encountered a deranged assassin, and she nearly killed me. It was terrifying. I mumbled into Yu Qingzhou's embrace in that moment. I yearned for his comfort, though I was acutely aware that his words would hardly provide solace. Yet, to my surprise, I was mistaken. Yu Qingzhou wrapped his arm around my shoulders and gently patted my back, his voice unexpectedly tender. "You have returned. No outsiders can enter the return courtyard. You are safe. Have I not told you before?" In times of danger, call my name loudly. I clung to him even tighter, nodding vehemently in his embrace. His tenderness gradually calmed my frayed nerves. I had been so anxious that I momentarily forgot I could call for him. Had he not mentioned this long ago? However, I felt that calling his name would be futile. What if he did not hear me? I lifted my head and extended the fingers entwined in the mother and child line, beginning to recount my plight. That deranged assassin bound me with this, moreover. I inexplicably feel a strange sense of familiarity with it. Do you think I am losing my mind? This encounter with the psycho is not my fault. I merely took a bus home, and upon disembarking, I ran into her. I must be incredibly unlucky, cursed with a streak of misfortune. Upon seeing the mother and child line on my index finger, Yu Qingzhou's gentle gaze suddenly sharpened, replaced by a ferocity that eclipsed his earlier tenderness. "Indeed, it is the 9 nether mother line," he stated, his voice chilling as ice. I nodded. That deranged assassin claimed she could control my soul through this line. Is there truly such a sinister object? I thought the nightmare spirit's mark was already terrifying enough. I never imagined there could be one that controls the soul. Is there a way to remove this line? I could never truly bring myself to harm Su Weiwei, but if I were to fall under that assassin's control, my actions would be beyond my own volition. Yu Qingzhou's eyes flickered as he grasped my hand, his fingers delicately tracing the mother and child line. To my astonishment, a slight smile graced his lips. Returning his gaze to me, he spoke, "This mother and child line cannot be removed. Is there truly nothing you can do?" I asked, filled with dread and disappointment. "I have a method, but I believe it unnecessary to remove the mother and child line. The red thread entangling your fingers is merely a subline released from the mother line, which remains in that assassin's possession. I have a better idea. Would you care to hear it?" "What is it?" "The subline is you, being so vulnerable, certainly require a protective talisman. I do not possess one suitable for you, but I find this mother and child line quite promising." "So, what does that mean?" Yu Qingzhou playfully poked my cheek with his finger, grinning triumphantly. "Therefore, I shall help you seize the mother and child line. From now on, it shall belong to you." Upon hearing Yu Qingzhou's words, my mouth fell agape, unable to close for what felt like an eternity. Was it truly possible? Could I reclaim the mother and child line for my own use? I was utterly astounded. Chapter 75. An explanation of the 5 men. Yu Qingzhou nodded and stated, the usage of the maternal line is manifold. It not only possesses the capability to control the souls of the living, but if wielded by one with formidable spiritual power, it can also dominate demons and malevolent spirits. In due time, you may explore its intricacies at your own pace. I gazed at the crimson thread in my hand, momentarily rendered speechless. The nonchalance with which Yu Qingzhou spoke of theft felt as effortless as picking up an object. Hesitantly, I inquired, do you truly have confidence in retrieving it? Moreover, you mentioned that the user must possess spiritual energy, yet I lack such power and cannot wield it. However, Yu Qingzhou earnestly replied, in truth, every individual harbors a latent reservoir of spiritual energy within their being. Yet, those capable of awakening this energy are exceedingly rare. One might say 1 in a million. With that, he raised his hand and gently patted my shoulder. Shui Jingyao, consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. I shall assist you in awakening your dormant spiritual energy until you can master it yourself. He leaned closer, his tone laced with an enticing softness. Tell me, do you not find my intentions commendable? In that moment, how could I not feel grateful? I quickly nodded, yes, indeed. Just as I was on the verge of becoming infatuated, Yu Qingzhou's tenderness vanished in an instant. He seized my chin, his gaze transforming into one of fierce anger. I felt tears welling up, bewildered by Yu Qingzhou's abrupt shift in temperament. What is the meaning of this madness? I thought. His mood swings are swifter than a chameleon. So, which is preferable? My affection, or that of your 5 other men? Yu Qingzhou suddenly queried. I was rendered speechless. The matter of the 5 men was merely a fabrication I had conjured while deceiving the psychopathic female assassin. How could Yu Qingzhou possibly be aware of that? A sharp pain pierced my mind, and fragmented images surfaced in my memory. They were recollections from just a couple of nights prior, when Yu Qingzhou had... This meant that when I encountered the female assassin on the street, Yu Qingzhou had been fully aware of the entire episode, likely watching from nearby. Yet, he had chosen not to intervene, allowing me to deceive the assassin with my tall tale about 5 men. Now, he stood before me, demanding an explanation. What was he truly thinking? I realized that the male mind is indeed complex, as exemplified by Yu Qingzhou. I found myself utterly perplexed by his thoughts. One moment he wore a gentle smile, and the next, he gripped my chin with a ferocity that suggested he might devour me whole. I refrained from answering him, instead meeting his gaze with a defiant glare. Yu Qingzhou, why did you erase my memories from that night? Have you removed any other memories of mine? You were nearby when I encountered the assassin, were you not? Yu Qingzhou was genuinely frightening. He possessed the ability to casually erase the memories of others. If there was something he wished for me to forget, he could simply make it vanish, such as that fateful night. You have no right to erase my memories, I exclaimed, grasping the hand that held my chin and biting down hard. Yu Qingzhou did not flinch, merely gazing at me with a hint of curiosity and surprise. You actually remembered, he murmured. It seems I underestimated you, Des, for why I chose to erase your memory of that night. You were far too noisy, and I had no desire to engage in a debate with you, so I simply made you forget. Regarding the assassin, I became aware of her through the spiritual mark. If she had truly intended to strike, I would have been by your side in an instant. Is there anything else you wish to understand? I am more than willing to elucidate, and rest assured, I am not so idle as to monitor your every move, so you need not fear that I will invade your privacy. This was the first time I had heard Yu Qingzhou speak at such length. His previously soaring arrogance was now doused as though splashed with a bucket of cold water. I understand, I replied. Yu Qingzhou then pivoted the conversation, his voice taking on a chilling tone. Could you clarify the matter of the 5 men? I was taken aback. After all this circling, I did not expect Yu Qingzhou to remain fixated on the topic of the 5 men. Resigned, I explained, that was simply a ruse to deceive the female assassin. I had no idea she would actually believe it. Yu Qingzhou, this has become a delightful misunderstanding between us. You must not question my sincerity. Even though you often assert that I am unworthy, I am thick-skinned enough not to mind being your devoted admirer, solely devoted to you. Thus, my heart shall forever belong to you alone. Of course, I was deceiving him. Even if I concealed a few unattainable ideals in my heart, he would remain oblivious. Moreover, as a devoted admirer, the power dynamics lay with me. I could choose to indulge in his affection at will, and if the day came when I chose to withdraw, perhaps he would find himself unaccustomed to my absence. Devotion brings joy. I smiled inwardly. He regarded me with a cold stare, leaving me uncertain of his belief in my words. Regardless, I found myself convinced. For now, I will trust you. Should you deceive me, I shall ensure your head is severed. Familiar words struck a chord, yet I was certain he could not genuinely harm me. I sensed I had begun to grasp Yu Qingzhou's temperament, albeit only slightly. The female assassin will undoubtedly compel you to deceive Su Weiwei into leaving the school 3 days from now. It is at that moment she will strike, and we shall act accordingly. Yu Qingzhou informed me. I nodded. All right, I shall heed your counsel. By the way, relay this information to that pretty boy, Yu Qingzhou suddenly said. The pretty boy referred to Li Shu. I had already intended to inform him, knowing that bounty hunters receive substantial rewards for completing tasks. It seemed only reasonable to share the information about the perpetrator with him, given that he had aided me on several occasions. However, Yu Qingzhou's insistence raised my suspicions. I could hardly believe his motives were entirely altruistic. Why tell Li Shu? I inquired. Since he is also seeking the assassin, his involvement could save us considerable effort. Is that not advantageous? Yu Qingzhou countered. I grimaced. Yu Qingzhou, you are indeed clever. Your calculations are astute. Simultaneously, it was beneficial for Li Shu, as he would not have to confront the deranged assassin alone. That sounds well and good. However, we have yet to resolve the matter of the nightmare spirit. What shall we do next? I asked. Why? Yu Qingzhou cast a dispassionate glance my way. I do not plan to involve myself further with the nightmare spirit. The mark of the nightmare spirit upon you has vanished, and you shall no longer be under its control. Thus, it is of no concern to me. And what of Su Weiwei? Yu Qingzhou waved his hand dismissively. She is merely a stranger to me. Why should I care? But she calls you brother-in-law and seeks to safeguard our love. I murmured softly. Why? Yu Qingzhou fell silent. After half a minute, he waved his sleeve in irritation, exclaiming impatiently, the nightmare spirit has plagued the world for far too long. I have resolved to enact divine justice and eliminate it all in 3 days. Chapter 76. Controlled by the subordinate line. At this moment, Yu Qingzhou appeared somewhat awkward. Cough, Shui Jingyao. My decision to eliminate the night spirit stems from a sense of justice, not because of you or your friends. I hope you can grasp this point, Yu Qingzhou stated to me. I blinked at him. Yu Qingzhou, have you ever heard the saying, there's no silver here, 300 taels? Yu Qingzhou paused for a moment, and a few seconds later, as if struck by a realization, his expression turned stern, and he gritted his teeth, calling my name. Shui Jingyao. Suddenly, I remembered I needed to find Hu Bo for something, so I exclaimed, I must be going now, and dashed towards Hu Bo's room. Just as I reached the door, it slammed shut with a bang, and had I not braked quickly, I would have surely broken my nose. Hubo is not here, came his voice from within the room. TSK, a misjudgment this time? When Yu Qingzhou dragged me, he tossed me onto the bed and stood by the window, looking down at me from a height. Rubbing my sore bottom, I looked at him with a pout. Why do you always throw people onto the bed? Do you have an objection? He replied, his tone slightly challenging. I raised a finger, indicating that perhaps I did. Why Yu Qingzhou nodded, and then unexpectedly pulled me from the bed, tossing me onto the floor. Now you're on the ground. I see. Yu Qingzhou, you truly are a genius of logic. I anticipated that Yu Qingzhou might confront me, but instead, he slowly walked over to the antique vanity in the room, his hand caressing the various jars and bottles atop it. He turned to me and asked, "Why don't you use these?" I had indeed studied these jars, but they bore no labels, leaving me utterly clueless about their purposes. What are these all for? I inquired. Yu Qingzhou looked at me with disdain. I truly suspect you might not be a woman. I glared at him. Is that a personal attack? Do I not exhibit feminine traits? I flashed him a grin. Am I not a woman? You should know that by now. Observing his dark expression brought me instant relief. I picked up one of the small jars and twisted it open, revealing a creamy substance with a hint of herbal fragrance. Yu Qingzhou, what is this? Curiously, I scooped a bit out and applied it to my hand, and to my astonishment, my skin absorbed it immediately. Perhaps it was just my imagination, but after the application, my skin felt remarkably refined. Is this skincare? It's medicinal cosmetics, tailored to suit your skin type and constitution, Yu Qingzhou replied uncomfortably. His words left me utterly astonished. The vanity was replete with these small jars, seemingly dozens of them. Were they all medicinal cosmetics? A wave of gratitude washed over me. I hadn't expected such meticulousness from a seemingly straightforward man like Yu Qingzhou. Did you prepare these yourself? I asked softly, feeling a bit shy. A faint blush crossed his cheeks, but it quickly dissipated, replaced by that familiar disdain. How could that be? I'm a man. Why would I do such a thing? Use these up and let me know. I will have someone prepare more for you. The labels are on the bottom. Figure it out yourself. With that, Yu Qingzhou turned and left the room. Oh me, it felt as though he was fleeing in panic. If he hadn't prepared these cosmetics, why would he be so flustered? No woman could resist the allure of beauty. I admitted to myself that I was captivated by these jars and secretly awarded Yu Qingzhou a point in my heart. After examining the cosmetics, I messaged Li Shu, informing her about the psychopathic killer and my plans. Li Shu replied instantly, "Okay, I will be on time that day." I hadn't expected her to agree so readily. She must be eager to catch this deranged murderer. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was a foggy morning, and at 6 o'clock, the female assassin was to contact me. To say I wasn't anxious would be a lie, however. Yu Qingzhou remained remarkably composed, transforming into a crimson light that attached itself to the small fish mark behind my ear. His presence whispered in my ear, "Let us go meet the female assassin. She won't discover me. Just follow my lead." I nodded solemnly, "All right." While I awaited the female assassin's contact, my body suddenly became unresponsive, and I had previously attempted to remove this line, but regrettably, it was an insurmountable entanglement. It appeared that the female assassin was controlling my body. Though I felt a tinge of fear, the thought of Yu Qingzhou's spirit within me provided a sense of reassurance. As I exited the courtyard, I navigated through the fog until I finally spotted the female assassin at the bus stop. "Little sister, it's been a few days. I've missed you," she said, still donning her previous guise. Seeing me under her control, she displayed a sweet smile. I feigned a pout. "Sister, even if you didn't control me, I would have come out obediently." The more I pondered, the more I realized you were right. There are so many men in this world. Why should we hang ourselves on a single tree? Women ensnared by love are truly foolish. They don't deserve to exist in this world. After uttering those words, I felt a chill at the back of my ear. a twinge of guilt washing over me. Surely, Yu Qingzhou was displeased by my remarks. Yet, while some were dissatisfied, others were pleased. The female assassin beamed at my declaration, her gaze filled with admiration. Little sister, you possess great awareness. I feel as though I have met you too late. Now, unlock your phone and summon that lovesick fool. Then, my hand moved involuntarily to retrieve my phone. Under the female assassin's control, I called Su Weiwei, urgently arranging a meeting with her. Su Weiwei, being sincere, readily agreed and mentioned she had matters to discuss regarding her boyfriend. Upon hearing Su Weiwei mention her boyfriend, I noticed the female assassin's expression darken. It seemed this assassin had her own story, perhaps once entangled in matters of the heart. Dear sister, do you still not trust me? Could you possibly release your control over me? I assure you I will complete the task alongside you, and I will not be a hindrance. I truly detested the feeling of being controlled. The helplessness it instilled within me was utterly despairing. Chapter 77. All for you. The female assassin gently patted my cheek and said, "Oh, little sister, that won't do. Although you carry my tether, I am rather cautious by nature. It is better to keep you bound at all times. If you harbor no ill intentions towards me, you shouldn't mind, should you?" "Of course, I don't mind," I replied with a smile, unwavering in my conviction. Yet, within the confines of my mind, I had cursed this assassin 1,000 times over. She appeared to trust me, albeit with a hint of skepticism. Were it not for Yu Qingzhou's presence beside me, my legs might have buckled beneath me in fear. What shall I do, Yu Qingzhou? I pondered silently. Yu Qingzhou offered no response, and I refrained from pressing further, lest I irritate him. After all, he had instructed me to heed his commands. If he remained silent, it implied that we need not confront the assassin just yet. Since you don't mind, let us joyfully. As we traversed the fog, I ventured, "My dear sister, I have always been curious. How is it that you have managed to kill so many without being caught? I must admit, I am somewhat frightened, not of the act itself, but of the prospect of capture. If I were to be apprehended, I would no longer be able to accompany you in your endeavors, and that would be a great pity. Also, why are we not utilizing any form of transportation? Walking through this fog, how long will it take us to reach our destination?" The assassin halted abruptly, casting a chilling glance in my direction. "If it weren't for my belief in our shared purpose, I would have killed you on the spot for your incessant chatter. Dear sister, you are quite fearsome, yet I find you rather endearing," I replied innocently, batting my eyelashes. The assassin seemed at a loss for words, likely bewildered by my audacity. That moment, Yu Qingzhou's voice echoed in my mind. "She would never disclose this to you. This thick fog is no simple matter. Navigating through it can significantly shorten our journey. What might take half an hour can be traversed in merely 3 minutes. Is it truly that remarkable?" I gasped internally. Her appearance belied the extraordinary abilities she possessed. I was astounded, realizing that her evasion of capture must surely be linked to the peculiarities she harbored. "Why," Yu Qingzhou continued, "regardless of what she possesses, after today, are you confident in your ability to eliminate her? Do not let your guard down." I felt a twinge of concern. "Of course not," I hastily denied. In the midst of our conversation, the female assassin unexpectedly halted once more. "We've arrived," she announced. How could we have reached it so swiftly? A mere few minutes had passed, and we were already at the rendezvous point with Su Weiwei. Yu Qingzhou had indeed spoken the truth. The fog possessed remarkable properties. However, it seemed we had arrived a tad too early. Su Weiwei would require at least 20 minutes to reach this location. Surrounded by the thick mist, I could not discern my surroundings, and the eerie silence enveloped us as if we were hunters awaiting our prey. I wondered if Li Shu had arrived yet, for the assassin had not disclosed the meeting point to Su Weiwei in advance, leaving me unable to inform Li Shu. We had agreed that he would follow her as she exited the school. I fervently hoped he had successfully kept pace with her. The meeting place designated by the assassin was a park, typically bustling with visitors, yet now, in the early hours, it was nearly deserted. Within the park stood a hill adorned with ancient trees. Should a body be discarded there, it might go unnoticed. Yu Qingzhou, must we really wait until Su Weiwei arrives before we strike? Why not take action now? I questioned, perplexed. Why? Yu Qingzhou replied, if we act prematurely, we may fail to retrieve the tether intact from her grasp. It is only when she commits murder that the tether will temporarily detach from her, presenting the ideal option. Should we strike too soon, she may resort to desperate measures and destroy the tether. I realized then that there was a deeper strategy at play, and my previous thoughts had been overly simplistic. Nonetheless, I believed my inquiries to be valid, as I was still unfamiliar with the intricacies of the tether. As time ticked away, I felt the sweat accumulate in my palms, my anxiety escalating. In the stillness of the morning, amidst the enveloping fog, my phone suddenly rang, startling me. To my astonishment, the caller ID displayed Su Weiwei's name. The assassin once again compelled me to answer the call, and Su Weiwei's voice emerged. Jingyao, where in the park are you? The fog is so dense, I can barely see the path. At the top of the hill in the center of the park. Please come up, I will be waiting for you here. The words were not my own, but rather the assassin's control over me. I felt like a puppet manipulated by her strings, unable to act independently aside from my silent exchanges with Yu Qingzhou. Su Weiwei continued to grumble about the oddity of our chosen meeting place, yet she came nonetheless, driven by our friendship. I refrained from divulging any details about the assassin, for Yu Qingzhou had warned that doing so would jeopardize our plans. Guilt washed over me for not being forthright with Su Weiwei. Once this ordeal concluded, I vowed to make amends. The hill was not particularly steep, and the assassin had deliberately thinned the fog, allowing Su Weiwei to ascend swiftly. As her footsteps approached, my heart raced, lodged in my throat. Little sister, today I shall show you how I dispatch these love-struck fools, the assassin declared, her expression brimming with exhilaration. I forced a calm smile, though the cold sweat had already soaked my collar. Fortunately, the assassin's focus was entirely on Su Weiwei. Upon seeing the assassin beside me, Su Weiwei questioned, Yao Yao, why didn't you mention there was someone else? Just as I opened my mouth to respond, I found my lips sealed as if encased in wax, rendering me utterly mute. Furthermore, my body refused to move. Curse this wretched tether. Once I possess it, I shall make you pay. The assassin obstructed Su Weiwei's approach, her gaze appraising her before she spoke. I am Shui Jingyao's elder sister, and I have a question for you. Will you answer me truthfully? Su Weiwei looked at me with confusion before politely responding, What is it? I wish to inquire if your boyfriend is truly devoted to you, unwavering in his affections? The assassin asked. Chapter 78. The master line is mine. Su Weiwei was momentarily stunned. She glanced at me and then at the female assassin before her. From her expression, I could surmise her thoughts. She must have been wondering what business this strange woman had with her and her boyfriend. Yao Yao, what's going on? Who is she? Seeing that I remained silent, Su Weiwei grew cautious, her eyes fixated on the assassin, too frightened to approach. At that moment, I could not even blink, standing there like a puppet, eyes wide open, watching her. The assassin, lacking patience, drew a knife and pressed it against Su Weiwei's neck, demanding an answer from me. Su Weiwei, who had never faced such a threat, was much like me, timid and lacking in resolve, which was why we had become good friends. Thus, when threatened by the assassin, she was so frightened that tears welled up in her eyes, and she began to plead, Don't kill me. I am wholeheartedly devoted to my boyfriend. He is the love of my life. Please, I've answered you. Can you put the knife down? Su Weiwei's response only incited the assassin's ire. Her gaze was cold and frenzied, yet she retracted the knife. Your answer is unsatisfactory. I detest love-struck fools like you the most, so you must die today, the assassin declared in a chilling tone. Su Weiwei, bewildered, trembled as she replied, Though I am devoted to my boyfriend, killing is against the law. Please, calm down. But it was evident that the assassin had lost all composure. She seemed to harbor a particular animosity towards beautiful women who were infatuated, perhaps having once been a love-struck fool herself, only to be hurt by a man, which had twisted her into this perverse state. What does it matter that killing is illegal? Even the people from the Spirit Management Bureau cannot catch me. Why would I fear ordinary police? Regardless, you are destined to die today. I will kill you in the most beautiful way possible. You will surely appreciate it. I was in a state of urgency, internally shouting for Yu Qingzhou. Why Yu Qingzhou, growing impatient with my calls, calmly reassured me. I said I won't let anything happen to you, and I won't. We must wait for the master line to detach from the assassin. Just then, I noticed the red thread entwined around the assassin's fingers slowly loosening. Once the master line detached, countless fine red threads sprang forth, extending towards Su Weiwei. These threads would burrow into your skin, gradually crushing your veins and bones until you were reduced to a puddle of mud. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. The assassin's eyes gleamed with obsession. Su Weiwei attempted to flee, but she was rooted to the spot. My heart raced to my throat. At that critical moment, the red threads transformed, suddenly obstructed by a surge of silver-white threads, as an agile figure emerged swiftly from the nearby woods. It was Li Shu. The white threads were none other than Li Shu's life essence, spun by Xiaoyu. The threads of red and white intertwined, visibly battling each other, consuming one another. As the master line came under attack, my control over the subline began to wane, and soon I could move my body. The instant I regained mobility, I rushed towards Su Weiwei, pulling her behind me. The red threads, evidently more potent than the white ones, severed the white threads and surged towards us. Now, Yu Qingzhou's voice rang out, and I felt a warm sensation at the mark behind my ear. Yu Qingzhou's figure flickered into view, raising his hand to block the red threads. A small dragon's phantom suddenly appeared, enveloping the red threads, which began to thrash violently. The assassin finally reacted, spitting blood, her eyes wide with disbelief. Who are you? What have you done to my master line? Return it to me. She lunged at Yu Qingzhou and me, but was intercepted by Li Shu. With a cold demeanor, Li Shu grasped the assassin's hair, pulling her back while swiftly disarming her of the dagger. His decisive and ruthless actions nearly left me in shock. Perhaps it was because I had always known him to be sunny and gentle, but now, after seizing the dagger, he plunged it into the assassin's back, swiftly withdrawing it to slice her delicate neck. The dagger severed her carotid artery, warm blood spraying forth. Even from this distance, my face was splattered with eye. Li Shu expressionlessly released the assassin, turning his cold gaze towards Yu Qingzhou. I, Su Weiwei, and the once formidable assassin were now at the mercy of Li Shu's lethal capabilities. Though I had encountered many supernatural events, witnessing such a brutal murder was unprecedented, and it was impossible not to feel fear, even as I looked at Li Shu with trepidation. As the dragon phantom faded, Yu Qingzhou finally spoke. I have dispelled the assassin's spiritual energy attached to her. She is now yours. With that, he extended the master line towards me. Still in shock, I stood there. Strangely, as the master line and subline fused, I felt an extraordinary sensation, a sense of loss and recovery, as though this entity had always belonged to me. After the fusion, the submaster line, initially vibrant, I raised my gaze to Yu Qingzhou, wanting to inquire about the situation, but found him staring intently at my fingers. Yu Qingzhou, do you have some thoughts about my fingers? I asked, gripping my fingers warily as I watched him. Yu Qingzhou paused, then withdrew his gaze, asking, how do you feel? Is there anything wrong? It's quite good. I feel a rather shameless sense of ownership, as if it has always been mine, I replied. Yu Qingzhou studied me for a moment longer, then said, well, as long as nothing is amiss. I nodded, turning my attention to Li Shu, standing a short distance away. Li Shu. I hesitated to speak. Are you okay? He seemed unharmed, Yet Su Weiwei had fainted from the fright. Li Shu instantly shed his icy demeanor, offering me a smile reminiscent of his former self. Jingyao, did I frighten you? Chapter 79. The moving corpse, not too bad, I replied immediately. However, my mouth and tongue betrayed me, causing me to stutter. Li Shu tossed aside his dagger and softly explained, Do not be afraid. I usually do not behave this way. Usually? Is that acceptable? I thought to myself, I could not determine whether it was my fortune or misfortune, but ever since encountering Yu Qingzhou, every man I met possessed remarkable skills, and Song Yin was, indeed, a ghost. Among them, Song Lin was somewhat more ordinary, yet he still possessed an unattainable wealth. You frightened her into stuttering, and you still tell her not to be afraid? Yu Qingzhou suddenly interjected, teasingly addressing Li Shu. Li Shu remained unfazed, pulling out a handkerchief he intended to offer me, but was intercepted by Yu Qingzhou, resulting in a tense standoff between the two men. They were of similar stature, and standing together exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Xiaoyu, give the handkerchief to Jingyao, Li Shu instructed, handing the handkerchief to Xiaoyu, who was completely covered by it in a swift motion. Xiaoyu bore the weight of the handkerchief that should not have been hers, yet she diligently extended it to me using her delicate fingers. Thank you, Xiaoyu, I replied courteously. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Yu Qingzhou and Li Shu, I trembled as I used the handkerchief to wipe the blood smeared across my face. The blood of the female assassin was utterly repugnant. I nearly scraped off the skin from my own face. Why Yu Qingzhou suddenly let out a cold laugh, remarking to Li Shu, a grown man carrying a handkerchief, Are you prepared to be a hero at any moment for a damsel in distress? Li Shu cast a glance at Yu Qingzhou and replied nonchalantly, Why can't a man carry a handkerchief? One must maintain cleanliness and hygiene. The two men's gazes locked in the air, and I sensed a flicker of tension between them. I was about to speak when I saw Yu Qingzhou and Li Shu suddenly move, engaging in a confrontation atop the mountain. What on earth was happening? Were they truly resorting to violence over a mere disagreement? Their speed was astonishing, darting from left to right, leaving me utterly bewildered. It was at that moment I noticed the female assassin's lifeless body on the ground. Her blood began to writhe, flowing toward her wounds as if seeking to burrow inside. This bizarre sight sent chills down my spine, and yet Yu Qingzhou and Li Shu appeared oblivious, continuing their skirmish. I hastily shouted at them, Stop fighting. There is something wrong with the female assassin's corpse. Please, cease your brawl. Fortunately, my voice was loud enough to catch their attention, and they turned to look at me. I quickly pointed at the blood surrounding the corpse, exclaiming, The blood is moving. It's trying to enter her wounds. I suspect she could come back to life. Hurry and finish her off. At that moment, Su Weiwei groggily regained consciousness, clutching her head and weakly cursing, Damn it, Xue Jingyao, what on earth is going on? Have you betrayed me? I gestured toward the writhing corpse on the ground and helplessly explained to Su Weiwei, Weiwei, I cannot explain everything right now. Once we return from here, I will tell you everything in detail. Following my gesture, Su Weiwei's gaze landed on the wriggling blood and the contorting corpse, and she gasped before fainting once more. I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for Weiwei, as she was bearing far too much today. Why Yu Qingzhou and Li Shu had ceased their altercation, appearing somewhat disheveled but otherwise unscathed. I picked up the dagger Li Shu had discarded and held it out to him, saying, I believe she is not entirely dead. You should stab her a few more times. Li Shu frowned as he regarded the squirming corpse on the ground, stating, There are goo worms within her body. These worms allow her to remain alive. To truly kill her, we must first eradicate the goo worms inside her. What writhes within that blood is the goo worms. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. Fortunately, I had used the handkerchief given by Li Shu to clean the blood from my face. Otherwise, the sight of the blood writhing upon my visage would have made me sick to the core. Yu Qingzhou stood nearby, arms crossed, his expression neutral, though the glimmer of schadenfreude in his eyes was unmistakable. Goo worms, little one, your expertise is required. Begin your performance, Yu Qingzhou remarked. I tugged at Yu Qingzhou's sleeve, imploring, Yu Qingzhou, enough with the gloating. We are all implicated in today's events. What shall we do about the corpse? Should we destroy it? Yu Qingzhou scoffed. Do not worry. Do not underestimate that fellow. His life goo is formidable. This minor issue, he can handle it. Li Shu summoned Xiaoyu, who, upon seeing the writhing blood, became exuberantly animated, leaping into the blood and beginning to feast. The originally jade-white spider, after draining the blood from the ground, took on a faint red hue. Not stopping there, it crawled up into the female assassin's wound. A horrifying scream erupted from the corpse, twisting and contorting grotesquely as if in agony. In less than a minute, it lay still, and Xiaoyu emerged from the body, now blood-red. Is she truly dead? I turned to Li Shu and inquired. His complexion appeared somewhat pale, and upon hearing my question, he gently replied, yes, this time she is truly dead. What shall we do with the body? I asked with concern. Li Shu remained silent. His expression conflicted. It was Yu Qingzhou who smiled at Li Shu and said, What are you waiting for? Call the Supernatural Affairs Bureau to come collect the body. I harbored no desire to deal with the personnel from the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. I know you have a way to dispose of the corpse. Leave it to you, Li Shu coldly replied. After saying that, he turned to leave, but after a couple of steps, he turned back to me and said, Jing Yao, I apologize. I will come to explain everything to you another day. I was puzzled as to why Li Shu was apologizing to me. What explanation did he owe me? I wanted to say that there was no need for apologies or explanations, but his figure had already receded into the distance. At that moment, only Yu Qingzhou, the unconscious Su Weiwei, and I remained atop the mountain, alongside the corpse on the ground. Yu Qingzhou, how shall we handle this corpse? And what exactly is this Supernatural Affairs Bureau you mentioned? I inquired, while Yu Qingzhou fixed a cold gaze upon the corpse, then crouched down to rummage through it. What are you doing, Yu Qingzhou? I exclaimed, bewildered. Chapter 80. The Psychic Bureau. I nudged Yu Qingzhou. What on earth are you doing with the corpse? Yu Qingzhou ignored me, continuing his examination of the body. Eventually, he extracted a milky white, thumb-sized orb. Found it, he said, a smile curving his lips as he pinched the orb between his fingers. A wave of relief washed over me. It turned out he was merely searching for this pearl. For a moment, I had feared that Yu Qingzhou harbored some peculiar obsession with corpses, which would indeed be rather repulsive. What is this? I inquired, curiosity piqued. This time, Yu Qingzhou was forthcoming. This is the dense mist you saw earlier. When not in use, it remains in the form of a pearl, but when activated, it transforms into that thick fog. Traversing through it significantly reduces travel time. Of course, the pearl possesses other capabilities as well. Its powers are akin to that of the mother-child line. You can exploit their properties to devise additional applications, contingent upon how resourceful you are. You possess a modicum of cleverness, but not much. After saying this, he handed the pearl to me, but I hesitated to take it. Why? Yu Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Don't want it? I hesitated. It's just that it came from a corpse. It feels a bit ominous. Could you perhaps wash it before handing it to me? Are you a fuss budget? Yu Qingzhou retorted, his eyes filled with disdain. However, despite his words, a stream of water emerged from his fingertips, cleansing the pearl. Without regard for my feelings, he stuffed the orb into my pocket. Here, take it. Reluctantly accepting his generosity, I turned to the still unconscious Su Weiwei. Yu Qingzhou, could you use that water to wake her up? Upon hearing my request, Yu Qingzhou chuckled. I couldn't help but wonder if Su Weiwei had wronged him in a past life, only to befriend him in this one. I don't appreciate that comment, I objected. She pinched me awake earlier, and now I merely wish for you to splash her a bit. That should settle the score, don't you think? You're quite vengeful. This isn't vengeance. It's merely a friendly exchange between good friends. Although Yu Qingzhou claimed I was holding a grudge, the next moment, he raised his hand, and a deluge of water cascaded down, thoroughly drenching Su Weiwei. Watching her spring to her feet, I felt a twinge of guilt. I only intended for her to wash her face and regain her composure, yet Yu Qingzhou had transformed her into a dripping mess. Awakening, Su Weiwei glared at me, trembling with indignation. However, with Yu Qingzhou present, she had to stifle her anger for the time being. Yet, her eyes conveyed that I might be in for a reckoning. The pressing question now was, what to do with the corpse of the female assassin on the ground. I turned to Yu Qingzhou. Earlier, you instructed Li Shu to call the Psychic Bureau for the body retrieval. Now that Li Shu is gone, what shall we do about this corpse? Should we still make the call? Of course we should call. Otherwise, are you suggesting we handle the corpse ourselves? I find that rather repugnant, Yu Qingzhou replied. He gestured for me to hand over my phone, and I dutifully presented it to him. Yu Qingzhou took the device and stepped aside to make the call, but I couldn't hear what he was discussing on the other end. My thoughts were occupied with the mother-child line and the orb that controlled the mist. Yu Weiwei, still casting me resentful glances, finally spoke after a moment of contemplation. This afternoon, my boyfriend has asked to meet. Would you like to join? She recalled that we suspected he might be controlling her, so even though the situation with the deranged female assassin had been resolved, the specter still loomed. Of course, we should go together. If the specter has indeed possessed your boyfriend, you could be in grave danger. We must ascertain his safety. I responded earnestly. Yu Weiwei looked at me with gratitude, then suddenly squeezed my neck playfully, shaking me. You truly are my best friend. I just realized that you intend to use me as bait. I swear, if we don't resolve this with at least 100 hot pots, I will hold you accountable. Do you hear me? Though she wasn't applying real pressure, the movement made my head spin. I managed to squeeze out a few words. I know. Yu Qingzhou returned after finishing his call, and upon seeing this, Su Weiwei promptly released me and adjusted my clothing. Is the Psychic Bureau the kind of organization that specializes in investigating extraordinary cases? I inquired, intrigued by the mysterious name of the bureau. Yes, Yu Qingzhou confirmed, not holding back. It's much like you imagine. This female assassin is an extraordinary criminal they are currently pursuing. However, like that pretty boy, I have no fondness for dealing with the Psychic Bureau, so we must leave this place immediately. With that, he strode ahead confidently. Neither Su Weiwei nor I dared to voice any objections and hurried to follow his lead. I reached into my pocket to touch the pearl capable of conjuring mist. Since we needed to leave urgently, why not utilize this orb? Yet, I was still unable to wield it effectively. Yu Qingzhou had mentioned that using such objects required spiritual energy, and once we returned, I would have to inquire further about it. Once we exited the park, Su Weiwei and I conferred. We decided that she would meet her boyfriend while Yu Qingzhou and I covertly observed. Although Su Weiwei and her boyfriend attended different universities, he seemed particularly eager to meet her in recent days. While she had harbored some hopes regarding their relationship, his anxious and surprised reaction upon learning that she hadn't slept for several days made her feel he wasn't genuinely concerned for her well-being. This time, it was only with Yu Qingzhou's presence that Su Weiwei felt secure enough to agree to the meeting. I suggested that Yu Qingzhou disguise himself slightly, as his current appearance was far too conspicuous. After a moment's thought, he changed his attire. Observing his new appearance made my lips twitch. I had simply intended for him to change his outfit, yet he transformed entirely. Now, he appeared utterly unremarkable, resembling a child of similar stature to Yu Qingzhou, momentarily at a loss for words. The childlike Yu Qingzhou retained his usual arrogance. Wasn't this even more deceptive? Who would suspect a mere child? I would, I replied honestly. Given the events of recent days, I felt there was nothing beyond suspicion. Even a cat or a dog let alone a child.